lights off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Don, it's why you sad. I said, I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back. Someone said it's sad, 'cause I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause
I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. 'Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause
I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man, just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your highway. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Takes me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the same, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the same. Hey, just la la da da. Just the dust, just the same. Just the dust, just the same. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake.
never did.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Greetings, Dota fans, and it is time for us once again to begin our journey here for ESL 1 Germany, powered by Intel. It's a day of eliminations and it's a day of play-ins as well. And now as we begin our drive through our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, I'd like to say hello and welcome to everyone who is joining into the stream. My name is Fluke and I'll be your driver for this evening. Got some lollies in the glove box here. We've also got some bottled water, and if it's too hot, too cold, let us know. We can turn the AC up or down for you guys. But now, got my panel back here. Lads, we didn't have TI this year, so I'm missing out a little bit on these hype intros. So you guys ready for something a little bit more hype?
I'm just giving you a 1-star review right now.
Well, unfortunately for you, maybe my review might go up a little bit here, so I'm ready for my hype intros. So lads, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'd like you guys to welcome here my king of creams, the connoisseur of correct predictions, and the lovely boomer, Danog!
Hello,
and then
hello.
in our bottom slot here, we've got another interesting one here. We've got the man who is the replay analyzer. We've got the man who's the Na'Vi fanboy as well. We've got Godot!
TI2 Boomer right here,
Oh.
absolute legend.
That's another one. That was the third one. I completely forgot about it. The TI2 Boomer in the absolute
See,
legend.
this is why you get the 1-star.
Doesn't it go up a little bit higher? Is that not hype enough for you guys? You guys get ready?
I'll give you a 2.
Oh, fine. All right, 2 stars is better than no stars. But lads, it is day number 8 here for ESL 1 Germany. We're starting to get a little bit deeper into the tournament. It's round number 3, so this is where it starts meaning a lot more for these teams. We've got another elimination series ahead of us. We've also got a play-in series as well. So 3 series, super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, there's always so much to play for. It feels like it builds up towards the end of the day, right? You know, you've got elimination to start off. You get to feast on another soul, which is nice, being eliminated from the tournament. That middle series as well, there's a lot to play for. You've got Yellow Submarine, a bit of the underdog coming into the tournament. QO's team, the Yellow Slammer Jammer, is what he terms them as, but it's pretty cool seeing one of these newer teams start to get some good results. Granted, it was against Enigma that didn't really have the most cohesion, and we saw in the matches yesterday that that's kind of still the case. So we'll see what they can do against a more favored opponent.
Yeah, I agree. As well as the first team is going to be pretty interesting because Hellraiser's kind of been having mixed results. I feel like if they perform and play their lineup, they're really good, but they just seem very inconsistent when it comes to drafting, so they don't really get what they want all the time. So.
Yeah. Well, lads, before we start diving a little bit deeper here into the rest of the day for ESL 1 Germany, let's have a look back at yesterday. So yesterday was our first elimination series that we had with, unfortunately, Extreme going out, and unfortunately having to be my dinner for that night. So Cyber Legacy getting the 2-1 victory. It's always good to see 3-map series.
I'm just watching the Pango roll around in the base, just doing absolutely nothing. Monka Steer, that's for sure. Add it, ESL admins. I want to see that in the Twitch chat, but it was a great Pango game. You know, Kyo wasn't totally convinced about it against the Terrorblade, but really he created so much space to allow the rest of his team to come into the game, and it went the full 3 series. You know, Rapier's coming out at the end of the day, but that Drow Ranger, way too much. 40k net worth lead at the end, and Mud Golems, they were really the story of the day. You know, played nearly flawless Dota, I thought. Just punished the more greedy style that Nigma went, and yeah, the insane team fight just never came online.
Yeah, I really love the chemistry as well they had in the second game. They're just hitting all the spells, the synergies in terms of itemization as well, the Yule's combos with the cookies as well. It's just amazing Dota play by Mud Golems in that particular game.
Yeah, it really did feel like the Mud Golems have kind of stepped it up to a position where they're really strong contenders for that playoff slot, right? Obviously, sitting at a 2-1 scoreline for them now, it means they are only 1 series away from getting to that playoffs, but now they still do have a few more teams to try and get through. But if they continue to play like that, they're going to be able to do it pretty easily, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they would, honestly, everyone outside of Secret and maybe OG, they would have comfortably beaten if they play like that every single time.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it goes back to the draft again, and I don't think these, now that they've shown what they can do when you can punish a more aggressive draft, more passive draft, you're not going to let that through against them, because that's really the playstyle. Boromir playing out of his mind on that Storm Spirit.
Exactly. Well, let's change the gears a little bit here and look in our revision mirror to see how our standings are starting here at day number 8. Our boys at the top here, we've got all the 2-0s, Team Secret, OG, Team Liquid, as well as Alliance. We get to see OG and Alliance later on today, which is super exciting to see who's going to be our first playoff team. And now as we start rolling through to the more interesting results, we've got Mud Golems, 2-1. NIP, Na'Vi, and Yellow Submarine, again, haven't played their 3rd round matches just yet, so they're still sitting on that 1-1 scoreline. And now, as we get towards the bottom part of this ladder system, that's where we do see a few more interesting results as well. Nigma sitting 1-2, only 1 series away from elimination here in ESL 1 Germany. And I guess at the start of the tournament, if you guys told me that Nigma were probably going to be, you know, maybe a 3rd, 4th team eliminated, probably would have told you that you're lying. But now, as we get towards the bottom, we do see the teams that are on that cusp already. Cyber Legacy, again, 1-2 for them, so they need to continue their win streak here to try and get themselves closer to playoffs. And then unfortunately there for Extreme Mum, they're sitting at the bottom, and that means that they're out of ESL 1 Germany. We don't get to see those boys anymore here for the tournament. And lads, I ask this every single time. There's not really much that's kind of shocking from these results. Maybe Enigma going 1-2 right now is a little bit shocking, but everything's kind of stocks in and is what we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, you know, the good and the bad of the Swiss format. Like, it's good because you get a lot more even matchups. The top 8 tend to make their way through. You don't get these surprise, like, wins that just completely knock a team out of the tournament super early on into it. So it's good. Like, the cream does rise to the top.
Yeah, and I feel like since you're playing against teams that you don't regularly play, especially the CIS qualifying teams, you kind of learn from them as well, even as a above tier team. You can kind of grasp what kind of style they're going to be playing, and you can adapt your drafting depending on what you're versing. So it's a more adaptability coming from the teams, which is really nice to see.
All right, well, looking forward a little bit, boys. Let's go and see how our schedule's going to unfold for us today here in the studio. Our first series of today, Hellraisers taking on Tempo. That's our elimination series. One of these two teams will be joining Extreme on the sidelines here for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. Then we've got our 1-1 matchup, Yellow Submarine and Ninjas in Pyjama. Both of these teams, they're not at risk of elimination or playoffs just yet, but they are still looking for more series victories here. And then finally, our first team to head off into the playoffs. Will it be OG? Will it be Alliance? We'll have to wait a little bit later on in the day to see that one unfold. I'm super excited to watch OG versus Alliance. Obviously, it's OG versus Alliance, so it's a series that's going to be a banger nonetheless, but we get to see which one of these teams goes into the playoffs first, and that gives them a huge break as well, right?
It does. You know, one of the other things is that you've just got so much Dota that you can watch, and with 16 teams in a tournament like this, you're going to have contrasting styles, and so the more information that you can gather, the better.
Yeah, I agree, especially with this OG Alliance matchup where OG plays a very fast kind of tempo playstyle with very unorthodox openings and unorthodox heroes in general. And then you have Alliance, which we can kind of see the heroes for coming in the drafting phase, but they played so well and so consistent. They did drop off a game before, but I felt like they just adapted so well after the next 2 games.
Yeah. All right, lads, well, we heard enough from here on the panel. Let's go here and hear from our casters for today. Our first series casters will be Gareth and Lacoste. Gaza, Costi, how you guys doing today?
Pretty good. We were just laughing at the nicknames you've given us as well, getting ready for it.
Well, speaking of these nicknames, Gaza and Costi, I've got a little bit of an interesting trivia set for you guys. So, obviously, we gave you guys your nicknames, but now you guys have to earn your nicknames. So, for today, I'm going to give you guys a bit of Australian trivia. I've got 3 questions for you guys. If you guys can get at least 1 correct, you guys get to keep your nicknames. How about that?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
All right, lads.
Let's go.
First question of today. What is the capital city of Australia?
Sydney.
Is Canberra?
Oh, sorry, Costi. It is Canberra. So, Gaza, you get the first one. So you get a nice little tick there and put that one down
point.
for your name. So you've already secured your nickname. So, Costi, mate, you're going to have to try and come back in these next 2. So this one's another interesting one. This is one that...
Kangaroo. My answer is kangaroo.
No, it's not going to be kangaroo. The second question, what's the national sport of Australia? We have 2, so you guys have kind of a little bit of leeway.
Let's let Costi answer this one first.
All right. I know you guys like weird sports, so I'm going to go with possibly cricket.
Yeah, you got it correct. Good job, Costi. Good job. Good job.
It's our summer sport.
What's
Bonus
the second
point.
one?
It's a winter sport, so it's Australian rules football. It's our own special style of thing.
Yeah. So AFL is our second national sport, and I'll give you guys the third one as well as a little bit of a layup here. Can you guys define the word Sheila?
It's a woman, right?
Wow.
Very good, very good.
Poor Costi
I'm
doesn't even get
impressed,
to
actually.
answer. Yeah.
I also know what a ute is.
Ah, very good.
I was
very
expecting, what is a ute?
No, that one's a little
good.
bit of an easy one.
How about this then, Costi? What's a ute?
What's a youth?
U-T-E.
Spell that again for me. Gareth is laughing.
Like
I
mute
have
without
no clue
the M.
what that is.
Yeah.
Mates, you have some really fancy words down there, but I don't know what that is.
A ute is a pickup truck. It's basically just like a
utility vehicle.
Yeah, utility vehicle with a tray on the back. That's what a ute is to us.
All right, so this is a very informative stream. Usually I'm the smart guy when I'm casting with Garrett, but this time Garrett in real life, very smart, above 90
Experiencing
IQ.
culture.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for you guys do get to keep your amazing nicknames here that we've coined you guys. So we'll let you guys get prepared for our first series of today.
That was some nice
you, appreciate it.
music as well, right at the end there. Production.
I prepare for this stuff, we needed to get the spicy, intense music for Gareth and Costi there, so they felt the pressure.
I'm surprised they didn't just get it wrong. I don't think they wanted their nicknames anyways.
Dude, Gareth was absolutely nailing that. I'm sure he would have got cricket as well.
Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, let's not let the British guy answer this one, because I feel like he would know. By the way, Australia, we are beating England in the Ashes, so we're going to be very happy and flaunting that over Gaza, but... Yeah, I'm very surprised and a little bit happy that they knew a bit more about the overall Australian culture and lifestyle.
Yeah, it's always good to hear that we're not just completely forgotten here in the bottom part of the world. But let's see which players have not been forgotten with our Mercedes-Benz MVP top 4. Had an interesting one yesterday. Let's see if it's going to be interesting again. Matumba Man sitting at number 1. Miracles at number 2 here as well. Lil's at number 3. And then our 4th and final is Iceberg there from Na'Vi. I believe yesterday we had Nisha in there.
Yes, instead of Iceberg.
Yeah. So Iceberg's made his his run back towards the top here, securing that 4th slot here for Na'Vi.
That's just him. He's just spamming the votes.
I've been spamming the votes, man. Different accounts.
The Na'Vi fanboy just trying to get Iceberg up in there, but this is kind of expected, right? I think the biggest thing for me is Lil still sitting in that 3rd slot. He hasn't moved up or down over these last 2 days, so it's always good to see that he's sticking up here. But unfortunately for Lil, if they do lose this series, he's going to be out of the tournament.
You know what this is? I think Miracle wants it to go to the full 5 games, so he gets more chances to play, more people are seeing him, more MVP votes.
Yeah, it's true. Well, how does everybody else earn these MVP votes? Darcy, if you're in this tournament, how do you try and earn it? Is it all social media push?
You just got to perform. That's all.
Just win. Like, take a note from QO.
Yeah,
just
that's
win.
it.
Don't
Rule
lose.
number 1. Don't lose. Just win.
So it looks like my panelists are really just getting the high-end analysis here for our day number 8 of ESL 1 Germany. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we do go to our first break of today, I've got to remind you guys that we do have social media. Make sure you guys do tweet at us or send us a post on Facebook. Make sure you do use hashtag ESL1. Let us know where you guys are watching these games from, and let us know if you guys got our Australian trivia right as well. But now it is time for our first break of the day, and that means our first series is not that far away. Make sure you don't leave us, because we'll see you then.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to your destination. Our first series of today, Hellraisers taking on Tempo. Loser gets out of the tournament. Winner continues on in the tournament. Each one of these teams are looking for the victory because they don't want to leave. Nobody wants to leave. Everyone wants to win money and get glory here for ESL 1 Germany. Now I'm back with my panel for the pre-series here before our first game of Hellraisers versus Tempo. Lads, this is going to be a series that kind of proves which one of these teams wants it more, right? Because I don't think either of these teams have really shown all too much from their series that they've played. And I think this kind of goes to show that maybe if you just got a little bit more hunger coming into this series, you'll probably come out on top.
I don't know. I feel like if you're able to take one game off a Viking, you can't be that bad, and that's what Hellraisers was able to do in their first series of the tournament. And then going up against Windstrike, man, I hated that third game draft that they did. Like, they picked up a Deucer, they just was so passive, they had no one to frontline for them, and Windstrike just ran them over. But yeah, I think Tempo are the other side of the story, right? Where they've had unfortunate matchups in the first two games. First series against Secret, second series against Team Nigma, who then got their only win against Tempo, but still it's a little bit different.
Hey,
and
boys.
Man, they just keep blocking out these silhouettes. How many are going to go by the end of this all? Because that is the 5th position 5 support that Hellraisers have run with.
Unlockable character right now, your King R.
Yeah, a new challenger is approaching.
Maybe they'll unlock their position 5 after they win this series against Tempo.
I mean, it's kind of getting ridiculous at this point, right? They had non-grata coming into the tournament, then they changed it up and said, oh, actually, we're going to use Excel. Then before the first series, they said, oh, by the way, we're not using Excel, we're going to use Kikid. Then the next series, they used their coach, No Fear, and now they're using King R of, you know, he's played a plenty of times with Empire and Gambit. He was on bait for a little bit. But it's just so much instability. Like, yes, you can search for what the right combination is, but I don't know, it's way too much. 2, maybe 3, I could understand switch-ups, but not 5.
Yeah, the way I see it as well is, obviously they're still in search for the position 5, and they're not very happy with what they've already tried out. It might be harder to actually find that player in scrims, whereas right now we're in the main stage, they might be more motivated to actually, you know, play for them and sub for them and try it out. And you can kind of gauge if they're actually the right fit if you're playing against these teams who are more stable or just in generally stronger. So I understand their approach, but it just kind of looks weird going into a tournament using 4 to 5 different players.
Don't you feel like... Do you think the position 5 player is being used kind of like a scapegoat for some of these losses that are coming out? Because, you know, if you're coming into it, it's not like you're going to be the one drafting. Like that last series is probably the only one where that might be the case because they had their coach, No Fear, as the position 5 in that series. So understandably, he still might be doing the drafting. But beyond that, you can't really put everything onto the POS 5 unless they're just not buying wards, essentially.
And that's my main concern as well. As a position 5, a lot of it comes down to your early calls, how you want to play the lane, if you want to pull, if you want to do smoke ganks, if you want to transition into the enemy side of the map to get that tier 1 tower. And you got a new player who's in that role, and now you kind of want him to do those kind of calls outs. But he might just be a little nervous, he might not be used to playing with these certain players, so he might actually not play to his expectations, and that's why you tend to normally scrim a lot before you go into tournaments, so you can kind of get a better grasp of the player, and it just feels really hard for him to do so in a scenario like this.
Yeah, well, lads, we might be able to get a few answers here from our pre-tournament interview with Slacks and Funnick here of Hellraisers.
Hey everybody, here with our boy Funnick from Hellraisers. How you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing really fine. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking. So, you guys have the same 3 core players here at ESL. Nyx Zanny, I believe is how you say it, and you.
Yeah, Zanny.
But you have 2... Yeah, and you have 2 new supports. So does this mean that all those players in my pubs, those cores that say that supports don't matter at all, you can interchange them, are they right? Can you just take any 2 supports?
It's actually not right because you know we are playing Dota.
Okay.
It's a 5 people game and it's matters a lot in terms of synergy. What supports you have because
Mhm.
they're like you're actually the most helping hand in the game. But when your
Mm.
helping hand is broken, how you can win the game? So actually, it matters.
Ah.
I can
Yeah.
say for
I still hear you, Phonic. There we go.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately for Phonic, he had to leave us pretty early there, but it's an interesting. I mean, we didn't really get much out of that, but
Well, they got onto the topic of the POS 5, changing them out and just finding what's the best fit. And I mean, that's the thing. It kind of goes against the style of person that you feel that Funnick is. He seems like the core of the team, you know, the most experienced person there. He said that he was kind of taking a bit of a backseat to Nix in, you know, a lot of the drafting and shot calling and that sort of stuff that's happening. But, you know, there's this happy environment, but then you're rotating through so many players. It's
Yeah.
kind of, you know, two different worlds.
Yeah, I think it's really hard as well as a carry to kind of make those. I mean, for drafting itself, it's fine. You generally have an idea on how the game's going to be played out, but when it comes down to actually executing in the middle of the game, you kind of have to focus on your own thing. So even if you draft a certain thing and you can't make those calls, other people might not understand what you have planned out. So it's really important generally for a support to kind of have those ideas and to execute those ideas. And it's easy for him to voice out because he doesn't have to be so focused on last hitting, being efficient, or playing where on the side of the map. So it's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
well, I mean, does it get to a point where you might just find that perfect fit for the position 5? Like, are they just hoping for like maybe a little bit of a miracle to pump out here in this series that it just clicks and they go, okay, cool, this is going to be the fit. You know, we're just going to use King R for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so the thing I think is they're not really, as you said, they might not be as hungry because right now they're still focusing on trying to make their team good and trying to solidify their team. And I mean, it kind of makes sense that they're trying out these players now because they have the chance to do so. But at the same time, you're kind of giving up a chance to actually perform instead of just perhaps using your coach. I would probably prefer them to just use their coach and get some knowledge and then try to find out what's the problems and then try to use scrims after this tournament to kind of solidify and get that player, and they kind of already have an idea on how they want to play the game.
Yeah, because the coach doesn't have to focus entirely on playing. Obviously, when he's in the game, he does.
Yeah.
But you'll be able to see that, you know, that's the game style that you want to play. And then you can go out and find that player that actually fits that play style.
Yeah.
Well, on the other side of this, what about tempo? How do they come into this series? Obviously, they would see in the server the fact that it's King R that's going to be playing for them. Like, do you have to prepare for something like that? Or do you just try and put, like, does it come into this series where tempo go, oh, King R's new? Do we try and abuse that safe lane quite a lot and just try and, I don't want to say cause rifts between, you know, the carry and the one, but, like, do you just try and put more emphasis on that lane because he is the new guy?
Maybe. I don't know. It just feels... It feels like with tempo, they have never been given enough of a chance. I just want to see them be able to play their game against a team that's like on a similar level to them. Not even, you know, one that they're necessarily above. Just a similar level because obviously Secret Enigma, they're just way ahead. And so I don't know. I just feel bad for them. They're kind of like the little underdog story and you want the best for them, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think they're a weaker mechanical team as well, but when you pair up against Secret and then Nigma, I think they just have a better developed drafting, strategy as well, or just in general they have more experience, so they know what kind of things will happen in certain timings of the game. Whereas Tempo, as you said, they just want to develop, so playing against teams of similar skill kind of gives them that idea.
Yeah, and they would be scrimming a lot. We've spoken with LeBron in the past, and he just seems like such a good guy, you know, very happy, very complimentary of his team, and they've got a good mentality for that sort of improvement. So I want them to have more chances for that moving forward, but even against Hellraisers, like, they're 0 and 2 in the series, but those were both 1 and 2 series, so it's not like they got stomped either.
Well, I mean, you can kind of say that, but like I think on the same vein, some of those series we felt like they should have been the stronger team, right?
Hellraisers,
yeah.
Oh, well, against the Windstrike matchup, I really felt it came down to drafting. I don't think either one was a weaker team, either mechanically or just strategy-wise, because they kind of played a very similar style, and it's more aggressive, lane emphasis kind of play style, but at the same time, they lacked a lot of team fights, so when their lanes went poorly, there was just no mechanic to recover because they would just get their map completely controlled by the enemy team, and then they can't be effective with their farm, and then it just comes down to team fighting execution. Then you don't have that team fight as I was mentioning, and you can't play back.
Yeah, I mean, that was... And it's weird because the one series where the drafting really felt like the issue, like, I can understand Hellraisers losing to Viking. Viking is a good team, you know, but the team where you've got your coach who's doing the majority of the drafting playing for you, and you lose in the draft, that must have been a big hit for him.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like this is the match for them to really kind of get back in the game. This is the match where they have a pretty equal kind of a position, right? So they should really be trying to solve the problems that they had in the previous series and adapt here and try to really make it work.
Okay, well, moving forward then, lads, what are we kind of expecting from this series? Are we expecting a 3-mapper? Are we expecting tight series? Are we expecting some weird hero picks? Like, what's kind of what we're expecting diving into this series between Hellraisers and Tempo?
Well, we had some weird picks, right? We had some Nightstalker mid before.
We've had Dusa.
We have...
Without Avenge, I think, as well.
True. And we also had the Beastmaster, which was played by the coach.
As a 5.
Position 5.
And that was the game that they won as well. So
true,
it's like... Who knows? Who knows what's going to come out? It's CIS Dota. It's a little bit wacky, a little bit crazy. But these teams would have played against each other a fair amount before.
Exactly. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, to see how this series does pan out. It's our first elimination series here for day number 8. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll see you guys after it.
When the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face.
we had to interrupt your designated hydration break there, boys and girls, but we do have a Game 1 draft on our hands here. Hellraisers and Tempo taking each other on here in a best-of-3 series. Loser goes out of ESL 1 Germany. Winner gets to continue on in our Swiss format. Now I've got my panel back here ready for the draft. Dan or QO? I'm so sorry,
well,
Darcy, every single time. It just happens to me. My brain is very small. So
Sorry, I'll try to act like QO.
Mhm.
Alright,
Just win.
well, with this game, they just don't die. They got to win.
Very good.
Okay, well, lads, draft number 1 is just around the corner for us. I talked about this a little bit more. Is what we're expecting from this series. Are we expecting weird hero picks? Is there any heroes that we think are going to be highly contested? That's the better question.
I think Enchantress is one of the ones that are right at the top. I think, both teams, if they can't pick it up for themselves, they like to ban it a lot of the time. But if you're on Hellraiser's side, you can't really go too unconventional either, because you've got this style where you've got in new position 5. You need to play around it. You just need to do something safe. So you can't do anything that's super wacky.
Yeah, and the CIS region really loves Enchantress. It's not just these two teams in general, but we've seen Windstrike as well, who was prioritizing Enchantress. Yellow Submarine, I think, was another one that was playing Enchantress.
Yep, Poshka plays it a ton.
Yep.
All right, lads. Well, a draft is on our screens now, so we have seen the Enchantress being picked up here from Tempo. They're going to pair it up with the Drow Ranger as well, but the Potom and the Mars, responses here from Hellraisers. So this is something that, you guys talked about the fact that Enchantress has picked quite a lot from these teams, and I was going to ask, what is kind of the hero that you want to have to counter this Enchantress? Either it's the way that she plays or what she wants to do in the game.
I don't think you necessarily counter her because it's a position 5 in pretty much all the cases we've seen so far, and it's a hero that just dominates the lane. And either you have a lot of damage to burst her out in the laning phase, or you kind of just play normally against it. But the problem about Ench is she just has a lot of damage, and she's such a nuisance in terms of killing her as well, because she can opt to go for that healing as well if really needed, and she can just kind of
healing Glimmer Cape is what a lot of them have been doing. Just try and be that. It's not even frontline. It's just like that real teasing distance between that make you want to focus her.
We saw G as well going Enchantress. Very interesting build-ups. He just goes for this amplification healing
Holy
build
Locket.
and Halberd as well. So it just amplifies her healing. She just runs in first, baits out the enemies to go on her, and then she just survives constantly in these fights.
I agree with you on that. You don't really want to specifically counter an Enchantress, because if you're dedicating that much attention to a 5, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
But you just need to make sure that you're not losing the matchup too hard. I think that's the way to go about it, because yes, you can still deal a decent amount of damage, but later on, Enchantress does drop off quite amount, and it's purely single target damage that you're doing as well as the Ench. So maybe you can go into some sort of illusion-based hero perhaps, or just something that can stay at range and not really care that much about dealing with an Ench.
Well, so far I really like these two openers here. We see the Enchantress paired up with the Drow, which is really strong laning, and also for the scaling factor, the Enchantress just has a really good time. On top of that as well, they open up the Marana, but they go for the Mars to deal with the Drow. Obviously, in the later stages of the game, you can obviously Arena, so that you can prevent a lot of this range damage from actually coming out. But in terms of bans, I think it's pretty stereotypical here. Magnus is one of the picks that both teams actually like to play, but I feel like we haven't really seen a good showing of Magnus so far in this tournament, and because the playstyle is too quick for you to play it as support Magnus, and on top of that, if you play it mid, there's just a lot of good matchups to deal with it. Or even if you do it as an offlaner, I feel most carries will actually be fine. Magnus will get some farm, but then you're so reliant on hitting those RPs that it just kind of flats out once you don't land those RPs. And a lot of heroes such as Rubik has been picked to deal with it as well. And I feel the Rubik just seems to do better than the Mag in the game.
A lot of the time, yeah. And I mean, one of the teams that does pick the Mag up a decent amount of time is actually Tempo. They always pick it with this Enchantress just to make sure that you have that early game enabled. But they've actually gotten rid of the Mag themselves, and they've gone for a PA on Hellraisers to, you would assume that's going to be Nyx's hero, so that he can get quite aggressive. You've got a Witch Doctor, so that there is some kill potential there super early on into the laning stage.
Is this good enough carry matchup against the Drow Ranger, though? She's got 2 healing supports behind her. They've got the Treant, they've got the Enchantress. So she's got these heroes that can keep her alive for a little bit longer. But is the Phantom Assassin a good enough matchup here for Hellraisers to go
I feel this is just your iconic matchup. In the past, this was the hero that was picked against Drow every single game, and it's still the same. Nothing's really changed. Of course, you can go for a more peeling lineup where your teammates can just help you just not die. But at the same time, once you get your Black King bar on the Phantom Assassin, or even if you go for the Manta, there's just no real solution right now because they don't really have a legitimate stun, an actual stun to really keep that Phantom Assassin. So he just really has to wait out until the Overgrowth comes out to pop his Black King bar. And right now they have really good team fight. His lane should be pretty decent as well, paired up with the Witch Doctor. I just don't see him getting fully pressured in the matchup. So I'm really liking Hellraiser's lineup right now because not only is their lane strong, which is what they're kind of known for, but they have that team fight aspect that they normally lack, and they have a good win condition against the Drow. So I'm really liking the HR opener here.
Yeah, I'm liking it too. I think they do need to round out the draft with another frontline. Yes, Mars is good with it, but you need something else that's going to take attention off. And if you can get this Treant Protector to pop that Overgrowth without you actually being in there and being hit by it, it means that you can save your BKB, for example, if the Drow gets off a great gust, or you know, you're just put out of position, perhaps caught in the Pit of Malice or something like that. So I think that's how Hellraisers like to play. They've taken out the Void Spirit on their own side from the pool, but there's still plenty of things that can do it. You know, Doom's in the pool and available. Nature's Prophet it's not exactly a frontliner, but it's something that can get active super early on.
Most definitely.
Kunkka a little bit as well. You know, good for use for repositioning. You can kind of counter the Underlord a little bit if he tries to Dark Rift people out. Just X marks him, and then you get a free kill from that.
Yeah, I would like to see some sort of hero, as you said, that can get in their face, but I would like to have perhaps an Ember who can get in and out. You can combo with the Mirana arrows as well, just using those spells from afar, because now not only you have the Mirana combo with your Searing Chains, but you also have the Phantom Assassin who can also dagger from afar, so you can set up some damage initially, and then when it looks good to go in, the Ember can just, you know, remnant in, the PA gets the backline, you got the arena as well to kind of enable these heroes from sticking in the arena itself. And there's a very lack of disable right now coming from the Tempo's lineup, so the Ember actually seems like a really nice fit.
And you can actually go something that's perhaps a little bit greedier if you do go the Ember Spirit in terms of item builds, because you've got a Drow who's the one dealing the damage. If you get off a good Arena of Blood, Drow can do nothing against that. You know, you can just sit in there as an Ember Spirit, just whack away at whoever's caught inside the arena, inside the shields. So,
unfortunately for you lads, Hellraisers are like, we don't want to play Ember Spirit, get it out of here.
A little bit odd.
Yeah, I really think this is the hero for them, but
could it have been a good hero for Tempo as well, though?
Yeah, it's not a terrible hero, but I really think they need some sort of reliable CC right now. They have Underlord and Treant Protector, which are very easy to kind of dispel. You can go Yules on Mars and you can get rid of the Overgrowth. I mean, even if you were to go Ember and you Searing Chains the Mars, you can also Yules yourself. So one item would actually fix these issues. You're naturally going to build the Black King Bar on the Phantom Assassin in later stages of the game, so the Ember really doesn't do anything. And you can't really split either into this lineup, so Ember wouldn't be as effective as well if you wanted to avoid fights. So
yeah, I mean, in the draft itself, they opted to have the last pick overall, and therefore gave up the Radiant advantage there on Hellraisers. So they've clearly got something in mind, how they want to round out their draft. And yeah, we'll have to see what it is.
What are you guys thinking here for Tempo then? They've only got about 13 seconds left to go here in this final pick, so they need a little bit more lockdown. They need a mid-hero and maybe a little bit more damage for the Phantom Assassin.
Well, the heroes I've normally seen, and they just pick it as Doom. They don't really care, but it seems like they're going with the Zeus instead, which I don't like at all.
Do you think Hellraisers are just going to Doom this? Yeah, you won't have a great time in the laning stage, but if you can get that Doom out on the Zeus, he is useless.
Yeah, I just feel they can do anything they want. Any hero that just gets on top of their faces and can naturally build a Black King bar, I could even just see a Dragon Knight, for example. Sure, you're going to trade farm with the Zeus, but later on, there's just nothing to do with the DK. He frontlines for you, you got another reliable stun. It makes PA's life a lot easier. Zeus can never roam, you just take the tower as a Dragon Knight. If you don't go for that Dragon Knight approach, I think the Doom is still great here. I mean, you got another frontline.
And on Tempo's side, I mean, either of these supports aren't really going to be roaming all that much. You know, Enchantress is there to secure the laning stage, and Treant in the mid lane isn't fantastic. There's not the same surplus of trees that you can use to get the increased damage from the Nature's Grasp.
Yeah.
So Dragon Knight is what we're thinking. Dragon or
Doom.
Ooh,
okay, we forgot about this hero. This actually fits really good as well. You got that hero that goes in the front, but you can also provide the vision for your teammates. Nighttime, early nighttime, there's just actually no solution for the Night Stalker because you don't have a roaming 4 here. So there's no answer for the Night Stalker from just going one of the side lanes and kind of getting kills for these teammates.
We've seen it from Zani before as well, right? Playing that Night Stalker in the mid lane.
But we didn't really like the first 12 minutes.
The first 12 minutes were a little bit questionable there from Zani, but he did come out with the victory there in that game. So.
I think that's just because it went super late. He got his level 25. He got that extra Hunter in the Night attack speed, like 80, I think you get at the level 25 talent. And another thing as well is you've got, when you pop that Dark Ascension, you've got the cliff walking essentially. So you can just easily get in onto the back lines, take a lot of the attention away, and allow the Phantom Assassin to perhaps pick off a couple of these other heroes before you have to pop the BKB.
Yeah,
exactly.
But it's one of those heroes we were talking about. Just gets on their face, can go natural BKB, doesn't get pressured at all in the middle lane, so it seems like a very good answer here from Hellraisers.
All right, lads, are you going to side with the GGBet odds here, or are you going to go a little bit different for your predictions?
I'm going Hellraisers.
Going Hellraisers?
Yeah, I don't think we'll change anything.
All right, both my panelists here are going to go with Hellraisers. We've got our game number 1 casters, the new honorary Australians. It's going to be Gazza and Costi.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, with Brexit happening, being an honorary Australian is pretty good. Lacoste, you going to move out there? We're allowed to now.
We're still in EU. I don't have to do anything right now. we're happy where we are. Croatia is very slow to adapting to new stuff. We joined EU a couple of years ago, but we're good to be in EU for the next couple of years. Yeah, but let's focus on the game, Gary.
Shall we?
Yeah, we shall. When I first saw 3 picks coming out from Hellraisers, seeing Marana, Witch Doctor, Mars, like these heroes, if you miss your spells, it's not gonna look good. Like, you need to land the arrow, you need to land your spears, God's Rebukes, Maledict. This is very hard to execute lineup coming out from Hellraisers.
Yeah, not really kind of point and click. It's all kind of skill shotty a little bit there. Tempo on the other side, very, very comfortable draft for them. They picked a lot of their kind of signature heroes. You've got Mitch on the Underlord, Noob on the Zeus, Krillat playing that Drow Ranger. Nothing really has changed for them, and it's kind of the same as what they've been going through the group stage as. And now we're into this situation. This best of 3 defines their tournament run. One more win, you're through. One more loss, and you're out.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. But for Tempo, man, they've been losing pretty much every single game that I watched them play. So maybe they need to swap things around, because they look very one-dimensional. Every single time they have this Zeus on mid or Void Spirit on mid. Mitch is going to be playing Underlord or a Centaur. They really love Treant Protector, position 4 or position 5. So just by looking at these 2 drafts, we said Hellraisers hard to execute, but on side of Tempo, if they lose the laning stage, who's going to make a move? This is my concern about Tempo's lineup. Like, Enchantress, great in the laning stage. Same goes for Treant Protector, but you said it when we talked before the drafts. I mean, before we actually tuned in, you have Underlord, Treant Protector. These are some slow, sluggish heroes. How are we going to make a move?
Yeah, they are really. I mean, Zeus as well, before he gets his talent and boots of travel and stuff like that, pretty slow indeed. And you also have to worry about having Zeus and Drow Ranger on your team against a PA, and now this Night Stalker, as I was kind of expecting Kunkka as the last pick for mid here for Hellraisers. Completely forgot about the Zani Night Stalker, which is able to gap close, get on top of these squishy kind of glass cannon heroes. Drow pumping out physical damage, Zeus with all the magic he's got. I think once Hellraisers get to a point 25, 30 minutes in where they've got a couple of items, but plus that BKB on their 2 cores, the game feels kind of over for Tempo.
Yeah, when I see this type of lineup where Phantom Assassin gets 2 items, Night Stalker gets item and a half, 2 items, like, I don't see them having a counterplay to this. AoE silence, they go in with the Mars Arena, like, what's the counterplay? That's my biggest concern. And they have 2 good counters, the Drow Ranger and Zeus. 2 heroes that just get on top of you with the silence. PA gets a BKB. They have, 1 ability that goes through magic immunity. That's Overgrowth, but I don't think that's enough.
Well, that's the counterplay right there, Lacoste, I think. Overgrowth and Dark Rift. You stop your enemies from chasing you and you TP away. We might see a lot of split pushing here from Tempo. But I guess, looking towards that mid-game, they do have a Drow Ranger who, if she does have a good laning stage, could kind of plonk herself down in front of some objectives. And she's got a lot of backing, right? Healing from Enchantress, healing from the Treant. They'll have, a medallion or a solar crest on someone, and they could potentially just keep that Drow alive and look to counter-initiate with the rest of their heroes.
Tempo needs to not lose the lanes. Like, they need to be equal or have 2-3k advantage 15 minutes in. Otherwise, I don't see them, making any aggressive moves, because it's hard with this type of lineup. Like, you need to use smokes, Treant Protector, maybe hit someone from the trees, use ulti, but, I think everyone can agree that this type of lineup is more of a counter-reactive. Also, their tower damage is very limited. They need to bring Drow Ranger, and she can't just stand in front and hit the towers. There's going to be, like, counterplay. Mars gets a Blink Dagger. You need to be very careful.
And then she can't spend all that time sitting in the triangle farming away. We'll see how they utilize their time in this one as we set up our lanes. Already seeing Lil doing a little bit of blocking on the creep wave, then killing off the ranged creep. And this is Mirana up against the Drow Ranger of Krillat. Phonic the Mars will be joining that Mirana down south. Top lane, it's a tri-lane coming out from Tempo. Treant, Enchantress, and Underlord all up here, while King R and Nyx chasing LeBron a little bit. But Mitch getting a lot of denies, a fair few CS, and now going aggressively onto King R. The tri-lane shows itself. DNZ will come in swinging hard from the trees, and Mitch spills that first blood.
And now LeBron or Treant Protector will TP back to the bottom lane. Drow Ranger needs help. This is something that we see more often. Arrow on the bottom connects on Drow Ranger, but it's not enough damage.
Still level 1 on these HR heroes. So no spear there, just the God's Rebuke from Phonic, and now he's taking a pummeling. And the Frost Arrows and the slow from that Nature's Grasp. But he'll just dip back and salve up. And then we've got that mid lane. Zeus up against Night Stalker. Not going to be super easy for the Night Stalker to get, these denies in early on. 9-0 on Zeus thanks to that Arc Lightning.
Now, Zeus damage got buffed. Like, I don't know how Zeus was played before. Right now, he's sitting at 75 damage level 3, which is pretty insane. It says same amount of damage as Night Stalker, so he can actually right-click bottom lane. That's a big arrow. Spear misses. This is what I talked about.
Missing out on those skill shots. Something they've definitely got to keep in the back of their minds. But yeah, the Zeus used to be played in the mid lane, just sitting on his own ramp, spamming clarities, pushing out Arc Lightning over and over again. He never used to go for actual right-click last hits or denies. But what, his base attack time got, buffed up, his attack damage got buffed. He got a bunch of stuff that makes his mid lane life a little easier. Now, looking good in the lane so far for Tempo. 3 out of the top 4, all green heroes farming away in that CS board. They don't really have any vision. Where's the Radiant Vision, Lacoste? Am I blind?
They have one on the bottom lane.
Oh, it's a good stun top lane.
Out.
Oh, is King R? No, King R's fine. Really nice play there. LeBron slowed down the Witch Doctor, stomped him up with the Centaur, and almost killed off the King R Witch Doctor there.
I always wondered what R stands in King R.
It's a good question. We should get him on an interview. Get Slacks to ask him. What do you reckon it stands for?
I don't know.
Oh, arrow from Lil. Just poking and prodding at that Drow Ranger. Krillat, 16-5. Still sitting pretty there, but Dire Team have dragged the wave back, get Phonic some secured farm. I'll be able to hold that lane there for a bit as well as the next wave coming in. Ooh, does DNZ get the pull across? It's close. He grabs 3 of the creeps. That's a nice job.
Oh, so now I know what R stands for. I figured it out. King R stands for King Rudy.
King Rudy.
Yeah.
Oh, so standing in for Nigma, now standing in for Hellraisers. He's having a good old career, starting things off.
That was not my joke. I stole it from Danog. He actually messaged me.
Good on him. Quick on the memes. You got some competition there, Lacoste.
Hey.
But yeah, my question about the vision. Now, Radiant do have that high ground observer board, watching for the Mirana rotation. does allow
bottom
Zeus
lane,
to be a little bit
Phonic
safer.
in a lot of
They're
trouble.
going in on him.
One
He's
more
very
hit.
close to death. Oh, the fairy fire. They're trying to dive under the tier 1. The multi-shot will allow them to finish him off.
It's a lot of slow. If he gets close, and Mirana is not a hero that can make any counter plays. Like, she can arrow if they want to play aggressively. Right now, Lil saving 2 points. See how this lane's gonna go. Do I need to put 2 points in Stormstorm to get a kill? Do I need to get a point in a leap?
Yeah, I thought she might go for the Starstorm play right there, but DNZ, having that Leech Seed level 2, allowed him to heal up past the threshold of death. So, I was watching King R walking back to base. I should have said something so the cameraman could have seen it as well. I didn't expect Thunder God's Wrath to actually finish him off, though.
Oh, shut up, Gary. Like, you are usually the one who's missing like 50% of the kills.
I wasn't blaming anyone. I just... You know, I was just watching him on his sad walk back to base, was about to start talking about him not having a great time against this Underlord Enchantress. He's in fact going to TP mid. He's done with top lane. I'm going to come help out my Night Stalker. It is nighttime. Level 6 Night Stalker. Maybe they can get a grab on this Zeus.
It's a Night Stalker with double damage, extra damage coming out from Dark Ascension. Bottom lane, they're playing very aggressive. Phonic.
Yeah, he's dead. It was a really nice spear, and then the arrow was blocked by DNZ. They were going for the combo play, spear into arrow, but Treant just body blocked, got his big fat butt in the way, and Krillat will live to fight another day, as well as getting that kill on the Mars under their tower.
Even if you
4-0
execute
start.
that combo, I don't think you get a kill. That Brown Ranger is super tanky. Raindrop, Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, and Treant Protector has 2 points in Leech Seed, so there's going to be extra HP coming out from that. This bottom lane is done. Like, next
top
time...
lane. Here
Top
comes
lane,
the Night
what's happening
Stalker.
top?
Maledict with a DD Night Stalker arriving. They're diving, and there's no help here for Mitch. It seems like he's just been left all alone as the Enchantress will throw a good hit with the Impetus, but Xani just TP's out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So what do you think Lil should be doing here? If there's no real kill threat available against this Treant Drow Ranger, should Lil be focusing elsewhere?
Just fail. This is that type of situation where
Oh,
you
LeBron's
can't...
dying. This time just Nyx and King are.
Yeah, you can't play the bottom lane, so you need to be playing either try to make stuff happen on the mid lane. Zeus is an easy kill. Let's see, bottom. They're gonna bring Night Stalker.
Trying, yeah, with Xani. Lil does drop to the Thunder God's Wrath, and the dive here not working out for them. Drow Ranger healed up by the raindrops and the wand and that living armor, and she's TPing home. Now Xani battling with DNZ, but that's a tanky Treant. He's only got an Orb of Venom, but he might turn with the Nature's Grasp potentially. They slow down the Night Stalker. A hit from the Impetus under the tower, but he's got a lot of armor. 9 armor there, as he should be able to just wander on back through the darkness of night. Enchantress, she's fine.
You can see the power of their lanes where they have Drow Ranger, who was level 6, Raindrop, Magic Wand, Double Raid Band, and Treant Protector having just 1 point in Living Armor, 2 points in Leech Seed, so they're very tanky. They brought Night Stalker, who's super leveled, and he had Arcane Root, and they barely made 1 kill.
Yeah, seems to be lacking damage in this early portion of the game.
Tower is under attack.
While Zeus has had 2 kills off the back of his ulti. We'll have it again in a minute. And it is that kind of, you know, you said it, that reactive play. Oh, dearie me.
Amateur.
DNZ's Treant makes his arrival, so they've swapped their supports around. Now look at these Dire wards, very focused on that top part of the map, trying to get Night Stalker involved in the top lane, but also Phonic is moving into mid. Level 5 Mars, 8.5 minutes in. Has he given up on bottom lane already? They're swapping. That's what's happening. PA swings bottom, Witch Doctor will follow her.
Now,
awkward stuff.
Can play aggressive on the bottom lane. They should try to take a tower. Mitch has a lot of damage, like he's having a free game. 51-17, face boots, casual bracer, and the magic wand. This dude is massive.
He's pretty hench. Going into that Radiant jungle looking for Drow. Krillat felt it coming. Now they know where all these Dire heroes are, so they go for the lane swaps and pressure that top tier 1 tower. Lil's Mirana, what are we looking at here? 2,000 net worth? Yeah, she's more of a position of 3 than the Mars is right now. And Treant, one of the better heroes to defend the tower, but up against the Night Stalker. Exactly, he can go straight over the trees. That TP bottom, it does force HR to reconsider what they're doing and where they're doing it. They've glyphed up the tower, and the DD rune still going for Kasani means they'll try and pummel this one down, but look at the map state as Tempo have already cleared out top lane, and they come in to defend bottom. Underlord there TPing, Zeus with a kill, blowing up King R, and now they've trapped the Night Stalker inside the pit. He's very speedy though, as the Spear of Mars with the arrow combo. Lil's jumped in aggressively, has a leap away, but the impetus hit is there. Dagger finishes off the Enchantress. A 2-for-1 exchange. Tempo, they do lose that bottom tier 1, but they're making HR pay for every single move.
I like how LeBron tipped him while Impetus was flying. He got the kill, but, you know, trading position 5 for position 4 is really worth it. In this case, it might even be like position 3, because you already mentioned Mirana was more farmed than Mars. And 1 point, mid lane, Xani. Well, the problem with lineup that Hellraisers has right now is they don't have that hero that can make a move. So Night Stalker will need the farm. There's no Dark Ascension. Daytime still up and running for 4 minutes. I talked about what Tempo needs to achieve during the laning stage, and they have that 3k gold lead. They play the lanes correctly. Underlord, every single time I see Mitch play Underlord, he's going for the same build pretty much, getting that Mule Scepter, which is a setup for Pit of Malice. And I like that he has only 1 point in the Atrophy Aura. Like, they lack AoE control, and maxing Pit of Malice is going to give them what they actually need. Yeah.
Against PA Night Stalker, who are so maneuverable, having that as a great bonus to your team as they take another early objective with a catapult wave there, clearing out this map, and that gives them really nice access into that top dire jungle where both PA and Night Stalker have been making their home, farming away. And Hellraisers in catch-up mode a little bit now, still wanting that Aghanims on Night Stalker, which takes quite a while to build up to. You've got that ramp-up time to actually become the hero that you want to play Dota as. And Mars, well, the less said about his item progression, the better, I think, right now. We'll wait for his Blink Dagger. I won't click on him again. They will smoke to try and tip the scales a little bit. Zeus, pretty susceptible to getting jumped on if they've got Dark Ascension ready, which they do. And a Haste Rune there. Night Stalker wants it, sprints forward. King R has already died, but the arrow and the connection onto Zeus is the kill that they desired. Chasing for more. Enchantress doesn't see them coming. They're invis hiding. Arrow slides straight past LeBron. The Enchantress still going to get speared up the trees. Living armor there, but I think that's lights out for LeBron.
Zeus made a mistake. There was a bit of a miscommunication, I guess, what they're going to do with the Haste Rune. If Zeus picks it up, he lives, and then they can turn that fight around. He was very afraid, but there were 2 Shard Golems, so 2 stuns coming out on Witch Doctor would be enough for him to actually pick up the Haste Rune instead. Still, decent game for Tempo. They're farming top lane. Mitch, having a good time, has Dark Rift available. Also, damage from Hellraisers is pretty static. Yeah, he's just using it. There's no way you can stop this.
Good luck killing me, boys. Nick just turns around to hit some creeps. That is really going to take a long time for HR to be ready. You know, Battle Fury PA, Aghanims Night Stalker, Mars having a rough time. He's about a third of his way to Blink. But once we do get past those initial items, HR have got a really strong draft here to battle into the Drow Ranger, even with all the backup she's got.
Yeah, right now they can't take a fight, especially during the daytime, but if they farm Aghanim Scepter on the Night Stalker, get some levels, Phantom Assassin will need a defensive item for herself. I see Yasha after that. I guess he wants to get Mantis style, so he doesn't have to pop like BKB every single time Treant uses ulti, or if there's a Pit of Malice, but at one point eventually you're still gonna need BKB. You're playing against the Zeus Mirana.
Yeah, rooted up. Does get the leap over the Nature's Grasp, and the third one to escape. No chain stuns as Lil backs away. Still gonna go for the dive. Oh, noob! Snipes out with a lightning bolt. And Mirana even had a raindrop there, going straight through it. Doing enough damage to pick her off.
Yeah, Ether Lens plus Keen Optic gave him enough range to actually deal the last hit on Mirana.
And now that bottom tier 1, an objective which, you know, Radiant moving into Dire tier 1, usually we don't see this kind of play. It's just a useless objective, but it's pretty early days and they've already taken down the mid and the top, which are much more valuable. As Mars, he does spear an Arena back in that jungle side to pick off Noob Zeus. Tempo losing a hero to gain that tower, but again, it's not really a strategic or tactical advantage. Oh, Courier Snipe, Witch Doctor. Removes Krilat's Courier.
That was a very interesting move from Hellraisers, where they use Mirana ulti, they don't defend the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, instead they get a pick off in an area where they did not even have vision.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they were trying to kind of set a trap and wait for the retreat of Tempo back through the jungle, because you kind of expect the Drow Ranger, if she's pushing that tower, to go back, you know, westwards towards that bottom jungle. But they find the Zeus, which is equally as good a kill. And now we've got Blink on Mars. He's ready. Night Stalker is 600 away from Aghanim Scepter. And Hellraiser's not slipping away. That net worth lead for Tempo has stayed around 2-3k. I think it almost got to 4k at one point. But they're not accelerating.
Tempo will need to go together as 5, like farm the items, try to take a fight with Treant Protector ulti. He's getting closer to getting that Meteor Hammer for himself, which is a pretty big deal. They don't have the best setup, bit of Malice possibly, but Overgrowth needs to be used if they want to land it, because they have no stuns whatsoever.
No stun gaming.
Yeah, can't really gank, so you need to go with 5. Night Stalker for the next 4 minutes. There's going to be Night plus Aghanim Scepter, just 100 gold away. And he has a Haste Rune on top of that.
That's where they'll try and play a bit more actively. Give Nyx time with the Battle Fury to keep on cleaving through the neutral creeps. Has an Iron Talon as well to help him farm. Hellraiser's in no rush whatsoever.
What if you could use Iron Talon or Battle Fury just to insta-kill Treant? How OP would that be?
What do you mean how OP would that be? I wish I could use Hand of Midas on an enemy hero. Come on, dude.
Get some extra gold on top of that. Why not?
Jesus.
Yeah, we would lose a lot of players. That's for sure.
But they just remove Treant from the game. What's the point in having him anymore? Dear Lord.
You didn't hear the rest, Gary. You're just
jumping
to conclusion. What if Falling Blade costs 5,000 gold? That's
still ridiculous. You just rush Quelling Blade.
Okay,
what if Lightning Bolt zapped Morphling and killed him every time? Imagine if we had Pokemon damage types in Dota.
We actually had
We did
that.
with Cinder Brew, right?
Yeah. Thank God it's
elemental damage. Ah, well. Yeah, you know, that's Dota 2. We try things. If it sucks, we get rid of it and tell it to get out of our game. Bless Ice Frog. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, there's a fight.
Moonlight Shadow.
Hellraisers want to take a fight right now. Night Stalker, extremely powerful. AoE, void damage.
Everyone's gathering around the Roche Pit. But top lane needs to be shoved out. Night Stalker can do that very quickly with his new Aghanims, like you're saying. Anyway, Void clears out creep waves, lets him farm much faster. Mars going back for Soul Ring. He's got his Blink Dagger. He's ready to initiate at a moment's notice. Some very defensive wards here from HR, all around their triangle. Plenty of sentries on the map from Tempo. You can see this great wall of sentries all the way from bottom jungle near the outpost up towards top lane. Trying to keep HR away from their side of the map as they're the ones to smoke, knowing that Moonlight Shadow is down. So surprise initiations not available from HR. Who can they find? Because Mars is showing bottom lane, but he's not really the target they want. PA or Night Stalker would be great, but both of them lurking in the shadows, skulking up top. And Mirana, the one showing mid, not really able to jump on her either. Good spread on the map here from Hellraisers.
Everyone's just farming for now, but I think this benefits Hellraisers much more because they have Battle Fury on PA. They understood, like, we can't take a fight. Like, their 5 versus 5 is extremely strong, so we're just gonna split them, get the most out of the map. DNZ rooted. No arrow.
Tries to get away. Mars Arena there. The overgrowth, though. The Dark Rift not going to come in time. Mitch will get out with his life. But Hellraisers are the ones reacting quickly, and now with another 10 seconds of nighttime, maybe they play forward aggressively into these bounty runes. Dark Ascension going to get popped there as they feel they know where the Drow is. And Chandra sprinting down south with the Rod of Athos there, catching Krillat, but the multi-shot takes out the Mirana as Nightstalker's been left isolated. The rest of the team didn't follow them up the high ground, and Mars, Witch Doctor with the PA, they got the Zeus, but losing out Nightstalker and Mirana there, it's got to sting a little.
Everyone was split. Like, they jumped to Zeus. Nightstalker suddenly felt like, dude, where's my team at? They were split so quickly. Bounty runes still there to be picked up. I think Tempo right now will just run inside the pit and try to take it. Mitch has enough sustain to actually tank the Roche while Krillat deals the damage. There's no nighttime for the next 85 seconds, at least for the ulti, and it's gonna be daytime for the next 4 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lil gets a little arrow sliding into the pit. Goes for the Moonlight Shadow as well. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, there it is. Sentry's placed down. I thought just for a little bit that maybe a move could be made, but a high ground ward also scouting out the Mirana there from the Radiant, sees every move he makes.
Is under attack.
Now back in the driving seat. Net worth pinging back and forth between them. It's a dead even game, but Aegis in the hands of this Drow Ranger lineup, it will allow them to carve out a bigger portion of the map for themselves. Try and close in on this PA. But I think you're right, you know, with the farm that HR are getting, they're spreading wide across the map. It feels like they're being more efficient. They're kind of baiting people in as Mirana leaping, but into the Pit of Malice. They've got the Yules up to get the second route to land, and the damage from Zeus should be enough here to bring her down.
They can afford to lose Mirana here. Mid tower still standing, Phantom Assassin, Winter Manta style to dodge the silence, and most importantly, overgrowth. Tempo might need to use Dark Rift to try to set things up. There's one play that they can do. We try to TP to Enchantress Creep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And just to try and deal with all this split pushing and map maneuverability from HR. But they're going high ground. Lacoste is 22 minutes in, 22 seconds. Catapult wave with a Enchantress Creep. They've got this tanky Underlord having Vanguard, Aegis on the Drow Ranger. They're ready and they're breaking tier 3. Mars jumps in with the Arena Spear, misses the combo, but they still isolate that Underlord. Krillat's cleared up King R already, and Mitch is tanky, still half HP. He's going to try and retreat down with Maledict ticking.
Still alive.
Will put his life to an end. Surely he's going to die here. Living armor always kept him up. They can't finish him off. Drow Ranger front lining, killing off the Mars. Funnick down and a double kill for Krillat. Opening up this lane of barracks. This game, it is opened real wide now. It's a good little snipe there on the gas pot from Mirana, but your first lane has fallen.
Man, Mitch is so tank. Enchantress, Answer Protector, keeping him alive. Dragon Scale, extra armor and regeneration kicked in. And the block damage that he had from Vanguard now has a full Crimson Guard. And they can start running on the mid lane. There's still a minute and a half until the nighttime, so they should try to use that. There's also Roche on Drow Rangers still, so it is time to go for them.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on that Aegis. And with Hurricane Pike, she's got a way of her own for disengaging from these fights. Zeus close to Aghanims if he wants to finish it off. He's holding money right now and has a blink queued. But I feel like Aghanim Scepter is going to be his next option, especially with these Pits of Malice from the Underlord.
Zeus escorting the creep wave. He saw Mirana, so just wants to take care that no one kills it. There's Mirana ulti. Still 2 minutes left on that Aegis. Meteor Hammer drops in the tower.
Absolutely. Drow Ranger from the low ground. Just pummeling into it. They arrow up the Zeus, though, back in towards mid, and the catch and pick, it's there. The Phantom Assassin blows him up, and now the Mars ulti. Arena of Blood lands and spear in onto the Underlord, but that's a tanky target. They're focusing down Mitch. Interesting. That's not the one I would opt for. Maybe a change of tact as the Drow Ranger stands her ground. The Dark Rift coming, but the Starstorm flying, and they try to force snap them away. The Yule's up, and out they go. Drow and Underlord, the two heroes that Tempo needed to keep alive, are in fact kept alive.
Yeah, Zeus, as I said, escorted the creep wave once, tried to do it the second time, and Hellraiser's like, he might do it again, so we're just gonna go for him. He does not have a defensive item, not a fuel scepter to try to buy time for himself. I see a blink dagger queued up, but I also see Aghanims. I feel like you need to get Aghanim Scepter because you have such a powerful combo with Pit of Malice and Treant Protector's ulti to keep them in place while Nimbus is dealing the damage.
Oh, the Drow. Atos into Arrow. Still has that Aegis as they turn around and look to blow up Lil. Very close to death. Witch Doctor being focused. One more hit will take down the Marauder, following her through the leap, and it's a double as Krillak clears up both. Mars blinks away, looking to escape. I think DNZ might just spot him on his retreat. Obs and Sentry there catching a glimpse of the Treant, though. Still not really a drastic net worth lead, even with a full lane of barracks to their name. Tempo just sprinting on this mid lane with a catapult.
There's still 20 seconds left on that Aegis. Zeus on the bottom has Boots of Travel ready to TP. Just 100 gold away from Aghanims. We'll have enough right now. There's the rotation from Mars. They need to be careful, waiting for that Aegis.
Arena of Blood is ready, and they look to focus the Drow. Spear, but misses the Arena for like a third time. Funnick has been off the money with this one. They focus LeBron. The Enchantress nearly down, pops the one. The Crimson Guard won't keep her up. Focusing onto the Drow, though. Hurricane Pike through the Nimbus, trying to retreat with the Manta and dodge with the living armor. But Night Stalker has her number. Straight on top of her, and gap closes beautifully as Mitch, yet again, left here all on his lonesome. He's pretty tanky with 21 charges. The Dark Rift is just about gonna get him home to Fountain. He's fine. Maledict won't be able to kill him off. He gets raindrops as well, just to make damn sure he survives.
And
How does
Noob
Zeus
dies
die?
again. Like, he didn't even join the fight on time. I love that Hellraisers learned their lesson. We're not gonna focus Underlord. We're just gonna go with the rest, the Drow Ranger with no BKB. Also, Funnick, he needs to step up. He tried to use Spear into Arena 3 times in a row and missed it every single time. Maybe just go for the standard stuff. Get that Arena first and then use the Spear.
Yeah, what's he worried about? You know, Drow Ranger Manta dodging or Hurricane Piking or something?
Manta dodge.
Has been killed. Radiant's top tower.
DNZ loses his courier. I might be losing steam as well. Now a 5k lead for Hellraisers after losing top lane and their mid-tier 3. But that Roshan, it was vital for Tempo. If they didn't have that Aegis, this game could just be Hellraisers all the way home anyway.
Phantom Assassin. A bit of a different item build in this game, going for Aghanim Scepter to reduce the blur cooldown, and you refresh your abilities if you get a kill.
Yeah, we've seen this in the Chinese region, a fair few PA picks. Even just going Aghanims as like a second item, like Manta Ags or something. Allows you to really hit a timing, 25, 30 minutes in, just to keep going, looking for kill after kill. And if you have an Aegis, this hero seems unstoppable.
If you got a different god of mid who's not tanky and who does not make chaos in the front lines, I don't think you can afford to get the Aghanim Scepter, but with Night Stalker who has a Blink Dagger, Ags, and a BKB, he doesn't care too much. He just blinks in, and then Phantom Assassin can follow up and go for these squishier targets.
Oh, they find Mitch, but the bigger kill is that Night Stalker chasing the Zeus. Arena of Blood there, and they spear him to the side to the Colosseum. And then this poor Enchantress going to get hounded as well. She slows the Night Stalker down for a second, but PA's there.
Whoopsie.
With a godlike streak and some big hits and crits. Jumping forward aggressively now. Manta dodging the gust as the Night Stalker's in again, thinking about diving tier 3s. The Tempo hold their own. DNZ is going to be the last casualty of war.
There's still no BKB on that Drow Ranger. Like, she has 2 defensive items. I mean, those items also deal damage, but without a BKB, like, I still feel like she can't stand her own ground and fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this all means that, she can't go MKB, she can't go Butterfly or anything like that. Like, 3 defensive items. It reminds me of the Medusa days with Lincoln's Manta. Do you really want to go for those all together? As they Pit of Malice, Nimbus, the Mars, Phonic being picked off. The Yule's up from the Underlord will get that additional route to make sure he's cleared up. And Hellraisers, they can't battle 4 versus 5.
That's a sick combo that they have. Pit of Malice into Nimbus, Dual Scepter, Treant Protector ulti on top of that. But it's hard for them to execute it because Night Stalker just goes in, doesn't care too much about any of the abilities, tries to find a target. Like Zeus is the ideal target, and we can see he already died 6 times in this game, and Hellraisers also understands that. We need to take him out of the equation. Level 17, so a bit under level for this time of the game.
Now both teams kind of weighing the options here, with Roshan alive in just 10 seconds. And bottom lane shoving towards Radiant side, top lane shoving towards Dire. Everything is as it should be, so it's now that battle of the mid. Who can clear out the mid wave and open up Roshan for themselves? Rod of Atos. Arrow doesn't connect because of the creep wave. Gets in front of it. PA just going to Manta jump away. They try the Blink Overgrowth, but DNZ not quite fast enough.
Double damage was dispelled. That's the important part. Roshan respawned. If Hellraisers get their Roshan, if they give Aegis to Phantom Assassin, Zeus found again.
They get him. There's Phonic with a backstab, beautifully timed, allowing Mirana to come in with an arrow, and they find the Zeus for, you said 6, now 7 times.
And this is Roche time. He does not have buyback. I mean, they don't know about it. They'll check, provoke, see if anything happens. If he uses buyback, they go back, but no buyback. It's a free Roche for Hellraisers, and this Phantom Assassin will pick it up. I mean, they didn't manage to kill her once this game. I'm not sure how they're gonna kill her twice.
Yeah, Zeus is 135 gold away from buyback, but the Aegis and the cheese belongs to Hellraisers. All they have to do is put that PA top, clear out the wave all the way across the river, and they should be perfectly fine. Look at the positioning here of Tempo. They're so bunkered down, hiding behind tier 3 towers, not moving out on the map. This game just belongs to HR. It's hit that point. Tempo didn't get towards critical mass. It looked good when they took down that top lane of Barracks, but from there on out, it's been a real downhill slide.
They cannot make any aggressive moves. They don't have ways to set things up. Like, if you use Yule Scepter from Underlord, you don't have a defensive tool for yourself. Even though you are tanky enough, it's still that they don't have a counterplay. Overgrowth, that's it, pretty much, once they go in with the BKBs.
And they can't really split push, can they? Tempo. Like, Treant is trying. He's the only hero that can really get out on the map. Everyone else is so static, and they've got susceptibility to being jumped by the PA. Like, Zeus has to go Scepter, just a dagger that's flying out in that top lane. And this is where it goes back to the draft. And you were talking, you know, while the panel was on, having a chat to me, saying they would love to have Storm or Void Spirit or Ember Spirit. You mentioned Puck, I think?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Phonic, again, just missing out on the initiation. I think that they saw... How did Lil see him there? Lil saw DNZ, pinging him out, dusts him, but the TP has already concluded.
I think they needed a different hero on a mid lane who can make rotation, because you already have Treant Protector and Underlord, and they were very limited on silences for, like, Puck. Ember Spirit got banned out, which was a good ban from Hellraisers. This way, I mean, lineup in general is... We're going to group up. We're going to go as 5, try to make stuff happen, get the advantage from the laning stage, and just snowball from there. But if they're split pushing, if they're cutting the waves, you do not have a counterplay to that.
Mitch. He's not really safe. He's silenced up. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage from Sunny and Nyx. Tries to get off the Dark Rift, and he has a Yule Scepter to play with. Maledict starts to tick. He's going to get home.
He's more than fine, even has that raindrop just in case he needs to pop it for the Maledict.
Forcing HR up to that northern part of the map. That's kind of where they'd like to be, though. Play into the top tier 2, into that Radiant triangle. where they can take full control and threaten a push onto high ground.
Arrow connects on Drow Ranger in base.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it did. She's got her BKB. Ethereal Blade coming up next, it looks like. So 4 defensive items for the Drow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aegis reclaimed in just over a minute and a half, though. I would love to see Hellraisers use that to close this one out. Do you feel they're maybe not fully comfortable?
Going high ground against Zeus, Treant Protector, and Drow Ranger could be a bit tricky, so they want to get a pick off before they go.
Look at the bait being set up here. It felt like they were trying to play around the DNC Treant, but Enchantress inside that arena cleared up quite simply.
And they also have 2 big items coming on. So Phantom Assassin, full Abyssal Blade, nice stalker
Drow!
with the nullifier.
Oh my god, the PA's found the Drow. Krillat, can you Manta? Can you Hurricane Pike? You can try and run away, but the PA still coming in hot. Nimbus keeps her at bay. Krillat looking to escape, but the second jump in. Nyx with a beyond godlike streak and some heavy crits. Drow Ranger just didn't stand a chance, and she's dead. Yo, she's dead for 70 seconds.
No buyback. She should be close. Yeah, just 100 gold away from that buyback. Next, we'll clear the creep wave. It's go time. They have 30 seconds left on that Aegis. Lel using Spider Legs just to scout things out on the high ground. See what's gonna happen if they're standing there. Mars, he's tanky boy right now. Craggy coat, some extra armor. Vlad's for the team, and Pipe, of course. Arrow connects on Zeus.
Was that on Zeus? Behind the Ancient. Not quite sure how he threaded the needle there. Lil with some incredible shots. Bottom lane, they do find DNZ, the Mars in on top of the Treant. Nimbus is a little bit irritating, and this Treant will turn to try and battle, maybe consider an overgrowth, but he's been silenced up. Xani and Funnick find the pick on the other side of the map, and a little bit of bonus gold from the Nimbus.
That's a lot of circles. I feel like we're having a geometry class right now. Circle, Mars Arena, Nimbus, bit of Malice.
There's Venn diagrams all over the place. Tempo do have this little advantage, though, with the Zeus. Able to help D-ward quite nicely. So HR are struggling to keep aggressive vision up, which they need for the Blink Night Stalker, for the Arrows of Mirana. They need that aggressive vision to scout out where Tempo are lurking. Which is right now behind a tier 2.
One thing we didn't mention, Drow Ranger going for 5 stats on level 10 instead of a Gust Blind. I think that talent is a must-have when you're playing against hero like a Phantom Assassin. Also a hero that doesn't really build MKB early on.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, and PA opting to not go BKB.
Yeah, PKB.
At all. PKB.
Radiant's top tower has
A
fallen.
bit of RuneScape still lurking in my brain with the old PK. I'm sure that went straight over your head, Lacoste. I don't peg you as a RuneScape player.
No, I don't know what that even is.
You don't know what RuneScape is?
Nope.
It's a classic, mate. One
Like,
of the best.
how old is that game?
God knows. Like, really, I can't remember. The early 2000s, maybe? Like 20 years ago? I don't know.
Radiant
Way better than World of Warcraft. It's the best MMO ever invented.
Okay, shots fired. Oh, Spell Prism. That's a sick
Funnick
item.
and Xani, they are really pissed off at this tree, and they're just throwing spells into trees, using Mars Arena to break them. Arrows landed on the Drow. Okay, Krillat, just gonna walk it back.
Thanks.
I'm in like Shadow. DNZ's invis in the trees. High ground being held by Tempo. Arrow won't connect, as that Rod of Atos kind of counteracted by the Force Staff, but Enchantress blown up. This PA is on top of everybody in the Death Ward there. They take down the Yules and Underlord. He is done for. HR stampeding forward. Can the PA catch a glimpse of someone? She can. Jumps forward, Abyssal Blade. They stun her up. Krillat turns with the Gust and the buyback from Mitch to keep Tempo's chances alive. But all hopes are going down the drain now for the Radiant side. HR really in a domineering position.
Night Stalker had enough of those Dark Rift, Yule of Scepters. TP's out. So with the Nullifier, they actually managed to bring him down now with the Gem and Spell Prism, like lowering the cooldown on that Void, 6.4 seconds. He's
Hell yeah.
in.
Trying to use it immediately. Trient, he's got the backup here of the Mitch Underlord, but Spear to the side of the arena. Funnick still working away. And the Trient, he's done for. Dark Rift, Yule Scepter. Mitch wants to go back to bloody home. It is a real rough one for Tempo to even move out of their base right now. Hellraiser's closing the net in around them.
They're still respecting Treant Protector, Zeus, Drow Ranger, and Underlord. Like, these are one of the best high ground defenders in the game. What they can do, you know, just get the more gold advantage, Fate for the next Roche, Cheese, Aegis +1. It's gonna be Cheese, Aegis plus Refresher. It always is. Like, I don't remember seeing Aghanim Scepter as third item in a long time.
Yeah, it's never Aghanims when we're casting.
I'm wondering if it's just straight up 50-50, or if there is a higher chance of rolling for Refresher.
I think it's 50-50, but we're just a bit unlucky. PA consumes her Aghanims. Now has a slot opened up for the Satanic. And there's the jump in from the Mars. PA making short work of that Underlord, who is now dead for 100 seconds. No buyback. So one of the elements of the high ground defense that you were mentioning now out of the picture. And that Pit of Malice is a really important part as well. Without it, they can clear up Nimbus pretty simply, jump in onto the Drow Ranger. Because the Pit is that dual effect. Oh, hello. Mars, just blinking in aggressively. Oh, he's got Minotaur Horn, that's why. But yeah, the Pit is there to defend Drow, but also play aggressively on the PA.
Still, they can't breach the high ground even without Underlord. Okay, wait for the next Roche. We'll respawn in 10 seconds. Get that Cheese Aegis +1. Phantom Assassin will have full Satanic right now.
Oh yeah, has a nicely placed courier to deliver it straight away. PA 32,200 and something net worth.
Check the Roche, Gary. You're gonna be surprised.
Oh, it's a Refresher Shard! What a surprise! It's never Aghanims, I swear. When we're casting, it's never Aghanims.
When you think about Aghanims versus Refresher Shard, I think in a lot of situations, having Aghanim Scepter is much better choice. There's gonna be like one hero at least who wants to get Aghanim Scepter upgrade. There's still Cheese available in the pit. No one's picking that one up.
Nobody wants it.
Free stuff.
Yeah, Night Stalker needs to eat his Aghanims. Get that blessing. He's got a Moon Shard queued up though. Smoke with Moonlight Shadow. Hellraisers, off we go. A day at the races. They want to make the jump onto anyone other than Underlord. But apparently Funnick has already whiffed on everything. Pops his Minotaur Horn and he gets the hell out of there. But the PA wants in. The bait and switch. They jump on LeBron and clear her up. Enchantress going to lose the Aegis. PA very close to losing the Aegis, but does jump away.
They're just
losing the Aegis.
They're just getting rid of all the vision. I was like, yeah, I'm kind of used to Garrett saying
another
stupid
jump.
stuff. There's the buyback.
There is the Refresher Shard used by Funnick, and they've got the arena to clear up LeBron. The dieback is there, and they're focusing down on Mitch. That poor Underlord, tanky as you may be, cannot withstand the onslaught of damage. As Hellraisers bring it all. 2 heroes dead without buyback, and 3 alive for Tempo as they just watch their base crumble to pieces in front of their very eyes.
Alive. Right. Okay, now it's gonna fall. No doubt about it.
And it seems like no chance. The jump in from the PA straight onto the Drow, who Ghost Scepters. Does get away. But the PA still holding onto that Aegis. At half HP with a Satanic to toy around with as well. Could make another jump at any moment. Ghost Scepters blinks, everything being used to bait spells and items as Tempo desperately holding onto their base. And it looks like, for the moment anyway, they haven't lost a lane of barracks. They're healing it up, living armor's going. HR not committing.
Like, what else could they throw to have a better defense. Ring pick enchanters into Earthshaker. Drow Rangers.
There's the
he's gone.
jump onto Drow blown up, but buys back. And the melee Rax is still somehow standing. Another Arena of Blood, the third one of this fight. Catches Treant with a nice little spear. And a beyond godlike PA secures yet another kill. The lane has fallen. But will the rest of the base, as Tempo have 4 alive again?
There's still cheese inside the pit. No one wants to pick it up. Oh, maybe they're allergic to cheese. They
Lactose
are
intolerant.
Lactose intolerant, yeah.
How often do you get that? How often does someone misspell Lacoste as lactose?
A lot
Well,
of
we'll
time.
come back to the second. They've got the Abyssal Blade and Drow Ranger die back. GG's call. Tempo tap out as Hellraisers make a nice comeback after losing that lane of Barracks top at 23 minutes. It really was their game from there on out. We knew their item timings would be a strong swing for them, but I didn't quite expect that kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, they just needed to drag the game in the mid game, not lose. They did a good job picking off Zeus so many times, and like their decision making is okay. Hellraisers, what they're playing right now, how they're playing compared to how they played 2 months ago, it's a completely different team. They're changing one player constantly, but still they have it inside of them. Like you can see that they can play some good Dota.
Yeah, it looks like Nyx, while he's drafting and captaining, if he gives himself PA in this kind of situation, 1806 with 37,000 net worth. A perfect game from your Phantom Assassin there. Well, Noob, 8 deaths as a Zeus. We knew he was going to have struggles no matter what happened, but it was a good draft, good bans, and yes, Lacoste, I am ready for game 2. So we'll see you guys after the break. Check you out then.
These emotions on my face, taking a toll. I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more.
We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. I was running.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted.
didn't need BKB, they didn't need the cheese either. Hellraisers got the first victory here against Tempo and put themselves one map away from staying here in ESL 1 Germany. And unfortunately for Tempo, they have one final chance to stay in the tournament. Now I've got my panel back to break down game number 1. Daniel, Godot, lads, that was a bit of a back and forth game.
It was, but it went pretty much as we were expecting, right? Just drafting for pretty strong lanes, you're always going to get a good exchange out of it. But then once it got to that mid-late game, what can you really do against the PA and the Night Stalker getting in on top of your face?
Yeah, it kind of played out exactly how we were talking in the panel. I mean, we already saw the Underlord pick coming forth to really deal with the lane, and they had a very lack of CC to deal with the PA in the later stages. It just got to the point where he got 2 items, they took 1 or 2 fights, and then the game was just downhill from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of needed that second person that was going to be doing some of the frontlining, because Underlord is okay at it, and I thought some of the item usage was a little subpar as well. You know, he built into this halberd, which of course, really good against the PA, but very rare that he actually got it off in a lot of these team fights. Just the burst came way too thick and fast.
Yeah, I felt they needed an actual hero to kind of enable the Drow as well as the Zeus. Obviously, they did pick the Zeus in the later stages of the drafting phase, but I felt with the tree, the Underlord, then you have Drow as well as the Enchantress, right? There's just no real synergies. If you're playing from the back foot, there's no real recovery mechanic there. I mean, the only real synergy I see was perhaps the Aghanims from the Zeus, the Nimbus, and the Overgrowth if the tree is hunting on the side lanes. But by that point in time, I mean, you're going to have to deal with the PA's Manta, who can just get rid of the Overgrowth. If you go on the Night Stalker, you can just Black King bar away anyways. So I think one of the things pointed out by the casters was that they're just playing their bread and butter, tempo, but it's just one of those things where you have to adapt during the tournament. You can't play the same thing. Not only does the enemy team research on you, but they have their own changes as well according to what you play. So it's one of those situations that already figured out how you play and they know how to win against you, so you can't do the same thing.
It was a much more solid Hellraisers draft overall, I think, just compared to even their previous series that they've played. Just because you've got this Mars, it was a fantastic Mars game, and even then there was some subpar ultimate usages, some spears that didn't quite hit the mark, but at the end of the day, you just need to toss that Arena of Blood between the Drow and the rest of the team fight, and he can't do anything. You know, you can get off a multi-shot, but beyond that, not really that much you can do. And then, yeah, we mentioned it before, the itemization coming out from Nyx, absolutely fantastic. Not needing the BKB, you know, you've got a lot of stuff that you can just simply dispel with a Manta style and the Ag Scepter, you know, a 10-second dispel to get rid of Overgrowth, Gust, Root, Enchant. It was just so effective.
And the really good thing about this particular game was their last pick, the Night Stalker last pick. We were complaining it the first time we saw it because he didn't really rotate the first 12 minutes, but this was the opposite. This game, he actually did a lot of things. He went to the side lanes, created a lot of havoc, got a few kills, relieved pressure.
He got lucky, though. He got the DD at level 4 minutes, Arcane at 6 minutes when he pops the Dark Ascension,
DD as well.
and then a DD at 8 minutes. So you can't ask for much of a better early game, but maybe that comes down to the fact that, like we were mentioning with Tempo, they didn't really have the supports that were going to roam and guard those runes. So if you're going up against a Night Stalker, you know he wants to rotate, and that's where it started to, you know, go a bit further back into to Hellraiser's favor, because Tempo, at the end of the day, they still took a lane of racks, but if they were able to slow down this Night Stalker's timing a little bit, maybe it would have been more than that, and maybe it would have been enough to be able to bring it across the line for
and I felt as well the reason they took the racks was just due to a few mistakes by Hellraisers as well. The Night Stalker overcommitting throughout, I think, the 20-minute mark when they were at the enemy triangle. That led to Roshan, and then the Roshan led to the racks itself after a pick-off as well on the Witch Doctor, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a flawless game by any stretch of the imagination from Hellraisers. It felt like, you know, the Mirana didn't really do all of that much. Not to say Lil didn't play it well. He was hitting arrows left, right, and center, but just it didn't feel like the hero for the draft. But I guess that kind of comes with the territory when you are first picking it.
Yeah, I also think maybe the build-up for the Mirana, the itemization, wasn't ideal. I would have just liked to see a straight Yule's Rush, no Tranquils or anything like that. And that way he wouldn't have died a lot of times to the Gusts combos or even just the Overgrowth or whatnot. But all in all, I just felt like the hero was good, because the Moonlight Shadow in the later stages, the setup for his team, then you have the Night Stalker providing vision as well as the Arena to enable your cores to actually keep them in there. I just think it was just mainly really nice play by Hellraisers. Obviously, the lanes maybe can be a little fixed in terms of the Mars Mirana laning composition. But on top of that, I think execution-wise, pretty good in mid game.
Yep. Well, it looks like Hellraisers are on the up and up here in their series against Tempo. But as is customary here after game number 1, it's time for our DHL drop quiz for day number 8. For those of you playing along at home, make sure you do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give. We also do have a nice little motion blog link below for you guys to check where you're standing here on our live leaderboard. So let's head into question of day number 8 here. It is another interesting one. What is the break distance of IO's tether? A, 800, B, 900 units, C, 1,000 units, or D, 1,100 units. For all you IO players out there, I'm sure you guys are frothing at the mouth to try and get this answer out here for our DHL drop quiz. So make sure you do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give. So now we're going to give you guys a couple of minutes here to try and get the answer for our DHL drop. And on the other side of this as well, we're going to couple that with game number 2 draft here between Hellraisers and Tempo. Only one map separates these teams between elimination and heading forward here at ESL 1 Germany. Make sure you guys see us after the break.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
change impossible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Just a vibe with you, I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer?
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
I hope you guys are relaxed and refreshed here for game number 2 and also the answer for our DHL drop quiz of day number 8. As you guys can see here, my lovely little friend Gazza is starting to lounge around on this ESL branded face mask, which you guys can win here from our DHL drop quiz. So make sure you guys do get in your answers every single day at the end of game number 1 of every series for ESL 1 Germany. But now, let's go see how our answer is for day number 8 here at ESL 1 Germany. And again, Darcy, you're wrong. You talked about this in the break. You're like, I'm sure it's 800. I'm sure it's 800. It's not, dude. It's 900. Like I said, because I'm the prediction champ.
It's because Iceprog likes 900, let's be real.
Exactly. 900, 1200, that's basically the two numbers that he loves to stick by. But these teams, they love to stick by certain drafts and certain heroes. So what are we expecting for game number 2, boys?
More Enchantress. I don't see why you wouldn't. It's picked on both teams, but I feel like not necessarily that Hellraisers have more flexibility around it, but yeah. I just think that they've got a more well-rounded draft.
Yeah, they also play Lina. Both teams play Lina. It was banned in the first phase by Hellraisers, I believe, and also Magnus is another hero that they tend to play a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're banned or picked as well as the Enchantress.
They're kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type deal.
I think, well, there's the Enchantress. And Phoenix is gone this time as well. I was a little surprised that it made it all the way through in the previous one, not picked or banned. And Magnus gone as well. Yeah, I think this is a pretty standard opening. Venomancer in response. So this is something that we saw during
Na'Vi.
ESL Thailand and Na'Vi, specifically to try and counter this Faceless Void. Because, you know, in a similar way where you've got an Enchantress to secure the lane for your Faceless, Veno does the exact opposite. He's like a direct counter to the Faceless Void for the laning stage because it's a lot of slow damage over time. You can't just easily time walk it off. And it just means that you're constantly going to be harassed while you're trying to get these last hits. So
yeah.
I'm expecting Hellraisers now, they've already got the Tusk, and they're just going to get hyper-aggressive right now. They just need to be able to push, get forward, get their objective super early on, and make sure this Void never has a game.
Yeah, there's definitely a few approaches that Tempo can go to dealing with this Venomancer, and one of them would be to start as a tri-lane and just try to repetitively kill the Venomancer when the creeps just clash, but it's one of those situations where if you invest a lot of resources to deal with the Veno and you don't end up killing him, it just really snowballs out of hand. And then the other lanes who are left alone, you know, they suffer as well on top of that. But yeah, I mean, Faceless Void was actually banned in the second phase, so I can see why they actually picked it here. And as we saw in the Na'Vi game as well before, they had the Doom as well as the Venomancer to deal with the Faceless Void, and he just really had no game in that particular matchup. I'm just wondering if they actually opt to go for the Doom here, because it looks like a really good Doom lineup right now. They have the Oracle to protect them. They can run Doom middle here, Venomancer off lane. It's going to be really good against these heroes as well. You just don't have enough damage to deal with the Doom, and then Doom gets the Doom off on the Faceless Void. You just don't have a team fight anymore.
You don't have anything, yeah, exactly right. And again, it's a very CIS style of playing Dota. You know, I've mentioned it before. You turn a 5v5 into a 6v4 when you've got a second life through the False Promise, and you've got the Doom just to completely eliminate a hero from the game. But they're going for a Spectre as well on top of that. Okay, so still giving them some late game potential. One of those cores that still does have a good matchup against the Faceless Void super late on, but here's that big combination.
All right, well...
You run the risk of being run over still, though, on Tempo's side. That's my worry.
I'm a little worried about this Invoker. I mean, it just seems like a Rikimaru kind of pick for mid now for Hellraisers, which is also really good against the Faceless Void because you can cloud into Diffusal to prevent him from time walking out. You have the Oracle to back you up. You have the Enabler tag team from the Tusker as well with the Rikimaru. And we saw this, I believe, from OG the other day.
OG ran it and then Secret ran it.
Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like an easy pair-up right now, unless they don't... I mean, they should ban it. Surely they will expect this coming, because it's already been done twice, and Invoker picked this early kind of just makes it easy to ban out the heroes you don't want to verse, and, I mean, Rikimaru should be one of them here. Spectre, however, I'm not too sure. It's a pretty free Spectre game, and it's really good with the Venoman, so you have that global presence with the Spectre, and then you have that damage over time from the Venomancer's ultimate, which makes it very easy for the Spectre to clean up.
It still feels like such a damn good Doom game, man, for Hellraisers. You know,
yeah, I agree.
Getting hyper-aggressive, Doom good against like 2 of the main heroes for the tempo draft. It means that you're not necessarily always looking out for the Void. Invoker, you're happy enough to take him out of the fight. And as well, even if you put the Spectre, you know, have him fight a little bit more on the front lines when it does get into that mid game, you can save your buyback, use it, haunt back in, so then you've got that 7v4, and that's kind of the OG style. We mentioned them before, right?
Yep.
Numbers, you know, that's what we love. They make the world go round. But I mean, it's just the weight of it, right? That at the end of the day is going to win Hellraisers these team fights if they take them the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see this Invoker being played in any other lane. It's also pretty obvious with the bans they've selected here, just clearly stating that the Invoker is going to be playing mid and I don't want to verse these certain heroes. But right now, I mean, I would be more scared of a Doom and a Rikimaru here than I would be of a Kunkka, for example, here. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what HR actually approaches for, because we did see some unusual picks from mid, right? The Night Stalker, for example. So I'm sure maybe you can play some other unorthodox heroes at mid that can kind of shut down the Invoker or being good for the game itself.
What do we need here for tempo? They need a DNZ hero, I believe.
They need someone that can roam. They need to make this Invoker's lane as easy as possible. That's why Hellraisers have gotten rid of the Mirana, probably the strongest one that was left in the pool, considering Tusk is out.
They need an enabler as well for the off lane here, because this Centaur is not going to be able to play the lane on its own against an Oracle Spectre. Spectre's just going to free farm. So there's 2 approaches. As you go for that roamer for, and you kind of just drag the creeps around, let Centaur have a solo XP time, and you can run around middle. So it could be those Clockworks, it could be those Tinies, or the other approach is just lane emphasis hero like Alina, but it's already banned, so...
Okay. A Willow, it's alright.
I'm not a fan against Oracle as well. He can just dispel most of the roots here, and you're not going to be able to fully zone out the Spectre in the laning phase as well. So it's going to be, in the end of the day, a hero that's going to pair up with the Chronosphere and some kind of addition to the setup.
And even, like, yeah, especially against the Oracle, right? Yes, you can get the dispels off, but I've said it before, if you pick a Willow, it's because you want to get these single target pickoffs, and Oracle can just Fate's Edict and you don't get any of that.
Yeah, they also can snowball to save in this particular game. It's not easy to kill a Spectre or even a Venomancer because he builds, like, utility items could be the Greaves in this particular game, right? To get rid of these combo setups for the kills. So it's
I would have gone an Earth Spirit or something like that instead. I think it's something that can get aggressive. It means that you're not just leaving your Centaur to run in first, because then you're just going to get galed, right? And they're going to finish things up with a Dragon Knight.
Oh, okay. What we wanted from game number 1.
It's okay. I just feel like it might be... Like, it's not a slow hero, but it's very much an immobile hero, right? And I feel like they're going to need to try and rotate around. And yeah, Veno's going to give the Void a tough time in that safe lane, but still, I think you need to really crush that to make sure that Nyx is going to have no opposition in that top lane.
Yeah, I would have really liked to Doom this game, and it's a hero they actually play. The DK is fine. It's going to have a free lane. It's going to be able to pressure that mid tower, especially if it's a Quaswex Invoker. He wants to run around. If you do, you're going to get punished. And there's no real hero that can deal with the DK this particular game. There's no hero that's going to have the insane amount of damage until Cataclysm, obviously, that can pair up with the Chronosphere. So he's going to have a pretty free game, and they can play around him and the Veno. The Oracle can play backup. So I like the pick.
What are we going to pick here for predictions, so boys? We need an answer. We need a name.
I'm going to say Hellraisers, but it's entirely reliant on them being just so aggressive in the laning stage. Because if they're not, and you get that Cataclysm to come online, even a Spectre's not going to be enough.
What about you, Darcy? Where you sit?
I think easy 2-0. I'm sorry, Tempo.
All right, looks like easy 2-0. Here's what my panel says. Unfortunately for Tempo, they are not getting backed by my boys here on the desk. Let's see if they're backed by our casters, who are going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, with the draft all wrapped up, we've got our heroes all set. Tempo up against Hellraisers here in Game 2 of this best of 3. I'm Gareth, joined again by Lacoste. How are you feeling? Which way are you leaning?
Well, I'm a bit concerned that they're not going to have enough damage inside the Chronosphere if it's not a godly place Chronosphere. Like on the edge, Dark Willow, not very convinced by this last pick. It's also Dark Willow into Oracle, which I really dislike. I don't think you're going to get the most out of the hero. And every single time I see Faceless Void, if the enemy team is stubborn enough to not pick any kind of saves, I'm like, guys, you know, there's a Shadow Demon, there's Wyvern, there's Oracle, pick one. Like anything that, you know, stops you from dying instantly. And this game, they have Oracle, so pretty easy thinking coming out from Hellraisers, which I really like. And they also have another save, not during the Chronosphere, but Tusk, Dragonite, and Spectre, hard heroes to kill. They don't have anyone who actually gets any kind of break. We were talking during the draft, I suggested possibly a Nyx Assassin as their position for the last pick, who has a break for Spectre, set up for Sunstrike kills. I don't think Dark Willow can achieve as much as position 4 compared to some other position 4 heroes.
Yeah, like the panel was mentioning, Venomancer likes to build tanky as well. Very often going for utility items, you know, your Greaves, your Pipe, all this good stuff. So you're going to have 3 very difficult to kill core heroes on HR during that Chronosphere, as well as all the saves you're mentioning. Looking down at that bottom lane, Faceless Void. We've seen plenty of players go for, you know, Ring of Regen. Ace was buying up 2 Rings of Regen. How many Rings of Regen does a Void need against the Venomancer, Lacoste?
Garrett, he needs all of them. Like, this is a lane that the Void doesn't really shine playing against any kind of overtime damage. He always struggles. He has Enchantress as a laning partner. We'll see what kind of build Enchantress is going to go for. Like, I think in this scenario, you need to get points in Nature Attendance earlier on, instead of going for just, you know, straight up damage build. You want to secure the lane for your Faceless Void. There is skill potential coming up from Hellraisers, but for these 2 heroes paired up together, I don't think you can get a kill unless they overextend or until Faceless Void gets level 6.
Oh, King R having a difficult early game, being pummeled into the ground by DNZ already. Dark Willow just with a quick brambles there, bringing him low. And this top lane from Tempo, it's always been a really nice go-to standard combo. The Centaur and the Dark Willow, as you've got Cursed Crown, Stomp, a lot of roots, stuns, and plenty of damage as well. We'll see how they fare up against the Oracle and the Spectre with their sustain and tankiness. And then in mid lane, where we see a pause coming out from Noob, Invoker has gone Exalt level 1. We'll see if that continues. And that'll be the direction for him, if it's going to be an Exalt game, as we do have that Chrono, and like you said, they are lacking a bit of damage into the bubble from Void. Having Cataclysm or an early Aghanim Scepter here could be a huge boost for Tempo.
These Chronosphere will need to land early on so they get the kills, but we discussed, like, these heroes are really, really tanky, and they have a decent chase potential. Whenever you're playing against a Centaur, you need to have heroes that, you know, can stun people, a lot of slows. It's not too good, but, you know, against the Centaur ulti, but still you have a lot of slows. You have Tag Team, Spectre with the Dagger, Poison Stings, and I think in this kind of game, Centaur definitely needs to buy a pipe. Against the Venomancer, they also have no saves. They only have 1 heal coming up from Enchantress, which I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, then Ice Shards as well are going to be super useful against that Stampede.
Yeah.
We saw a nice little play bottom a second ago, as DNZ actually sniping out a Courier top. But the early Enchantress creep was dealt with very quickly by a tag team. Krillat actually had to deny it. That early creep, though, it often feels like Enchantress needs to get something done with it, you know, usually harassing and trading hits early on. So LeBron losing that loses a lot of that potency in the early laning stage.
No, they can do it one more time. Block both both of those camps. Venomancer going for a Gale build, so much more kill potential. Tusk only level 1 at the moment, but once he gets a point in a snowball or just ice shards to block people off, I think this is the lane to look for first blood, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're already seeing LeBron probably going to have to salve up in a second once the Gale has expired. And just keeps the tangos going for now. But the camps continue to get blocked up, like you were mentioning. Observer ward there and the body blocking from Tusk. Make sure that Enchantress has to go on a bit of a wander to find a creep. It's going to be the big Satyr. That's going to keep you nicely topped up. Double ring of regen for the Faceless Void. Like you were saying, he needs all of the regen he can get.
And now with the aura coming out from Satyr Tormentor, extra 5 regen. Not sure why it's 5, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, he's sitting at like 12 HP regen a second. Shards and tag team forcing LeBron back. And then this Gale and Poison Sting from Phonic really handling Krillat quite nicely.
Venomancer's harassing a lot, but you know, his CS is not the best. He has 6 last hits, 3 denies, Faceless Void 10 and 8.
Yeah, it's that continual applied pressure. But Lil with full HP, full mana, with Shards and tag team now. If they can focus down the Enchantress, get that body out of the lane, it makes playing into the Void much simpler. I think we can take a peek into some of the other lanes. You know, that's definitely going to be the focus early on. A mid lane, Invoker 14-3, evenly trading farm with a DK. As we'd expect here, Dragon Blood against Quas. There's just going to be no real reason to trade harass or battle with the opponent. Just hit creeps for the most part, and you'll be perfectly fine. And then top lane, maybe kill threat here from Tempo. They've dragged this wave back to their tier 1, so they've now got a long lane to chase in. And DNZ with Mitch might be able to find something to play with, especially up against the squishy Kingar Oracle.
Oh, Sunstrike is available on Kingar. Will it connect?
It's going, it's going. Fate's Edict, not enough. Pure damage, straight through. And DNZ with that Shadow Realm, just the right-click attack, enough to get the first blood for Tempo.
Championship belt for some quick gold. I know a guy.
It's a really nice start there as Noob actually looking double null into drums. So no Hand of Midas for your Invoker. I'm just going to go for some early stats.
He might still get Hand of Midas after the drums, just wants to, you know, not be that creep in the middle lane, have some extra mana sustain, 2 Nellies for extra mana regen, and some stats as well.
Not on my watch.
Everything's pretty calm in that mid lane. And
As
no...
expected. I mean, these two heroes don't really threaten a kill on each other. Even if Dragon Knight gets level 6, I don't think you can kill Invoker. No points.
Stomp and Sunstrike top. Kingar again, sniped out. Mitch with DNZ. Looking for all this early aggression with the stuns that they've got available to them. Kingar has to be much more careful with his positioning now. Because you die as the Oracle and you're leaving the Spectre alone in a 1v1 against the Centaur, who's just farming away top of the CS board and trading hits with you. They might even go for a kill here.
On Spectre, no boots on her.
Can they slow her down? Bramble Maze comes out, and the Stomp out of range. Mitch is trying to close the gap. The body blocks, and the Stomp is there. With the Sunstrike, they'll bring down the Spectre slowly but surely. She turns to fight, but DNZ, he's all right. Tempo 3-0 start. All off the back of this Invoker with the Sunstrikes.
I'm not sure why Oracle did not TP back to the lane. He's walking back. Just wants to plant some vision, a sentry, observer ward available. 2 observer wards, sorry, 2 sentries, but could not find enemy's observer because there isn't one.
Yeah, there was one on the high ground all the way to the far right-hand side watching for couriers coming in. That's where the Radiant Observer ward was, but now expires. Now DK with a DD rune and a catapult. LeBron getting picked off bottom as the dive comes in. The Sunstrike misses, snowball out will allow Lil and Phonic to escape after getting the kill. And Tempo, they put the Void up top now, so swapping their lanes completely around.
Tusk with 1-1-1 build, it's a lot of kill potential, but that build needs a ton of mana. Like, using that combo is 250 mana, and your mana pool is 3 320, so not the greatest. You need to have some clarities running, an extra mango always in your inventory. As you mentioned, Faceless Void is on top for now, so they're going to swap things around, try to get Faceless Void a better lane. He's level 4, Spectre level 5.5. I don't think he's going to get too much farm in this lane either.
No, it doesn't look amazing, but at least he's away from the Venomancer now. And I think Morbid Mask coming to him might indicate the Void going to jungle as they stampede bottom straight in. As Mitch helps out Noob yet again, getting a Sunstrike kill. Funnick this time the one to fall. Top lane, they're going for a bit of a dive. LeBron, he's on the enemy side, sharded and trapped inside, but the tree's there blocking him, and he's placed one down himself, so no vision here for Hellraisers, but it allows Nyx to close the gap and King R to finally snipe out the Enchantress.
Void might need to just jungle and completely bail the top lane, see what's going to happen, and then adjust accordingly, go to the bottom lane, or just continue farming the jungle. With 2 rings and Morbid Mask, he has enough sustain in the jungle. I don't think they can get a kill on this Faceless Void.
Oh, it's still going for it. Giving it a good old college try. Snowball forward. Purifying Flames being spammed out here now. 2 stacks up on the Void, but the shards again. Trapping Krill out with a Sunstrike there. Sniping Lil. Invoker getting involved from global range once more. And 5-2. The kill score lead for Tempo as they bring numbers top.
Yeah, the global presence from Invoker is giving them so many kills and kill opportunities. Smoke from Tempo. They want to get this Dragon Knight.
Yeah, the combo from Invoker, the classic cold snap with the Tornado Meteor, and they slow down the Dragon Knight, but he's tanky. This boy is running back behind his tier 1, Deafening Blast. And LeBron's final touch will clear him up, but Noob is trapped inside the shards. Lil doing a great job there with the tower to help, and the Spectral Horn. Snowball forward. Noob is close to death, and Nyx will arrive, but no dagger.
Mana.
No mana.
A little bit of a miscommunication.
Is Spectre dead?
Spectre, yeah, she's dead, Gary, very dead. So they just handed 2 kills for nothing. Might even get another one on King R.
Yeah, they're chasing that Oracle, but DNZ, nothing left in his pockets. He's out of spells, all on cooldown. Invoker, 5-0-3. Hand of Midas is queued. He's had a perfect start to this game. Sunstrike kills, good laning stage, 4K net worth.
He is involved in every single kill. 8 out of 8. And I talked about the build, like you get the drums, 2 null talismans, so you have mana sustain, mana regen, even Faded Brooch on top of that, and then you go back to Hand of Midas because what this hero needs is levels.
Keep on scaling.
I'm not a big fan of Venomancer, sorry Gary, going for like 2 points in Gale, not maxing out Plague Wards. Because you have no tower damage if Dragon Knight is not there. But we can see Dragon Knight, a lot of overtime damage, keeping him alive.
They don't really have hero damage, never mind tower damage. Mitch is still half HP with 1 charges. Stampede in. Krill with the Chrono there. Lands on Lil as the Meteor Sunstrike. Not going to do a great amount. Mitch has already fallen, and now the stuns onto the Invoker. They've been baited into this battle. Nyx is going to be the one to take the kill streak away, and the DK still surviving with the Terrorize there. DNZ shoving back both Tusk and Veno as Funnick gets 1 more spell out. But a 2-for-2 trade under that tower where you kill the 2 highest net worth heroes. That's super worth it for Hellraisers.
It is. Did Spectre get any of the last hits? Yeah, she got the kill on Invoker, so that's pretty big. 400 gold. Hand of Midas completed on Spectre. Let's see the efficiency. Ooh, 5 seconds. I mean, I'm gonna allow it. I'm fine with that.
I'll allow it. But yeah, 700 net worth swing, now down to a 1k lead for Tempo. Spectre allowed to catch up a little bit. And still, in this bottom lane, you've got Venomancer. Back to your point about the old Gale and the Plague Wards. It's a little bit unusual, but I guess he's still going to get to that point where he's got the 4 points in Plague Ward as he'll max them out now. And Spirit Vessel reasonably close for Funnick.
Even more overtime damage on top of that. They have no ways of dispelling things. They don't have any kind of save, so it's going to be very efficient item.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Dragon Knight trying to hold on to that mid-tier 1. Breathing fire on the creeps, but unable to drag aggro. Tempo just glyph it up. Looking for that early objective.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like Dragon Knight wanting that Blink Dagger to get even more instant initiation. We often think about DK against heroes like Puck or Storm or Ember. Against a Void, equally as useful. Being able to jump and stun him. Even into the Chrono when you've got the Dragon form going.
You just need someone to start a team fight. Tusk isn't really that hero. Like, you want to keep that Snowball mostly for the saving abilities. And yeah, there's going to be an easy follow-up with the Spectre. Dragon Knight blinks in. Venomancer just setting a perimeter of the wards on top. Defending the tower. I don't think you can do too much about it.
Has been killed.
Centaur increasing his farm. Now 1,000 gold saved, I guess, towards Blink Dagger. Do you think Mitch needs to finish the pipe before going Blink?
They also lack initiation, so I'm fine with him getting a Blink Dagger first. And then he can swap back the pipe. Also, Lotus Orb will be high value. They caught Venom, and they actually did not catch him.
Funnick is just going to try and walk away into the Sunstrike. No, not quite. They've got the stuns it takes to bring him down, though. Hellraiser's not really in a position to react to it. Spectre still down bottom. Has a Haunt as the rest of the team playing aggressively into the Radiant Triangle. Noob invis in the Ghost Ward, but they've got a stun on the Dark Willow, punching her up, and that's it. She's done. With a tornado there, Noob is trying to cold snap up Lil. Shards won't get him to the high ground, so the 1-for-1 trade as the 2+4s do hand over their lives for each other.
I still think it's an okay trade for Hellraiser. Spectre's farming on the bottom lane, not being pressured at all. Oh, it actually is 4k gold lead for Tempo, so, you know, numbers are not lying.
Yeah, good early start. Funnick showing top. He's a target that Tempo have gone on previously, but the backup is here. Blink DK. Level 3 tag team. Jump onto the Centaur and off they go. Shards trap him in with a good terrorize, though. They've saved Mitch's life, at least for a couple of seconds. The Purifying Flames, not enough, and now the dagger forward. And Spectre giving chase, haunting in aggressively, but Mitch is perfectly fine. And even has some salves, thanks to that trusty shovel to fall back on.
Just a wee fairy going about her business.
Okay,
It
two
doesn't
big
feel good to
ultis.
use Haunt like that.
Yeah, it's on a level 1 Haunt, so 3 minutes cooldown.
Dragon form as well, 30 seconds till it's back. Tier 1 tower mid on the Radiant side, under 300 HP. DK would love to go and finish that one off. There's a lot of space now for Faceless Void and Invoker. Level 11 on Noob. Krillat, level 10. He's going to go Mask of Madness into S and Y on the Faceless Void, it looks like.
Some tankiness, some status resistance, so that he can't get bursted against these stun slows, so they're gonna last less. Still struggling against the Venomancer. Wards are maxed out now, so the way they need to approach this is get a good initiation from a Centaur. He has his Blink Dagger being delivered right now, or he needs to use a Stampede and just run through the wards.
Beautiful scan. Whoever used it on the Radiant team just saved Krillat's life. Dire Obs Ward spotted him as he was maneuvering around farming in that bottom jungle. But Radiant get the scan to connect, and HR's move comes to nothing.
Even though Tempo has been losing most of their games lately, I've been very impressed the way DNZ plays. Like, he's been very stable.
Yeah, good position for him now as well. Just sitting a little offset from the rest of his team, ready to counter-initiate. That Terrorize has been beautifully placed in the last couple of fights. As a Radiant Observer will this time scouts out the DK. Blink Stomp, Sunstrike, throw the kitchen sink at Xani. He pops his wand, but that's never going to save you. Noob there with an inordinate amount of damage. As Invoker maxing out Exort really does pump damage very quickly and very heavily, especially pre-BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Seems like this is a
also pretty good.
free tier 2 tower. They there's nothing they can do about it. Faceless Void has still Chronosphere up and ready, so they can take the fight. There's Tier 1 tower standing on the top. This is the rotation that Tempo wants to make.
HR trying to buy as much time for Nyx's Spectre as possible. Climbing up the ladder a little bit, 7,000 net worth now, just lagging behind the Centaur and Invoker a touch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they're grouping up from Tempo is in this top lane. All around Krillat as Funnick places out a couple of Venom wards and TPs the hell out of there. Nobody to defend the tower. Sunstrike scouting nobody but trees. And yet another free objective as Tempo take control of pretty much the entire map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this is a nice item for Invoker. Clumsy net, so you can keep people inside the meteor. And also Tusk cannot use Snowball.
Oh, that's a good point. Nice blink dodge. DK away from the tornado. And the tier 1 tower, 80 HP. Could just get denied. Tempo not worried particularly about it just yet.
I'm getting the same feelings from the game number 1 where Hellraisers just want to farm. They need to catch up, but they have, you know, Faceless Void. They have Invoker who's getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter. So it's a bit of a different game. And Tempo in this game can actually make aggressive rotations.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
They spot out a Radiant Courier bottom, but they don't see Mitch just yet until now. Dire Observer Ward right above his head. But yeah, it looks like Hellraiser's not too bothered about going in on a Centaur. Like you're saying, they'd much rather just pressure an objective that they can freely shove, keep the Spectre farming bottom. Oh, the DK's Dragon form has worn out.
Rush dropping low quickly, so that's gonna be Aegis for your Faceless Void. Hellraisers, they're not even aware about this one.
Yeah, either not aware about it or realizing that they probably can't go and fight into it. Invoker halfway to Ags now. Cataclysm is coming. And when you pair that up with the Chronosphere, Tempo's teamfight abilities become amplified tremendously as King R is just immediately snapped up with a Blink Stomp from Centaur. Didn't even need the backup of the Dark Willow, really.
I might be wrong here, Gary, but I don't think I've seen a False Promise being used yet.
I don't believe so. It's been a real rough one. Chasing Enchantress. She's level 10. Reasonably tanky, honestly. And the move in onto the Tusk comes. They got the roots and the stuns. Lil. No one's going to Lil you alone. Chase in from Mitch, as it looks like they're also going to try and go in onto this Spectre who's haunting around, jumping back and forth, but Nyx is picked off by that double edge. And the Sunstrike just missing. Lil is escaping, but no blink on Centaur means he will be able to wander off.
So they left Tusk and went for a bigger target instead, also forcing Spectre to use the Haunt there. It seems like Tempo will pick up 4 bounty runes on top of that.
And a kill onto Funnick. He was deep behind enemy lines in the Radiant Triangle, and we've got Tempo having a 10,000, 11,000 now net worth lead. Still holding onto the Aegis for a good 3.5 minutes. Faceless Void will have Mantistar done in a second. And all of the pieces of this puzzle coming together nicely. As Hellraisers still need more time. They want this Spectre to get online. Dragon Knight, it doesn't feel like he's really had much of an impact this game. But once he's got BKB, potentially you've got that big, strong teamfight initiator just to jump into the mix and find the catch onto the Void. Now into the Dire Triangle.
Yeah, very low on mana, has Chronosphere up, and that Aegis. Once again,
Cyclone
they found Tusk. Yeah, he's very dead. Root mechanic against Tusk. Very effective.
Yules into Tornado, into kill on Funnick, who was hiding in the trees. 18-6. This is all really one-way street here. Tempo just cruising to victory.
Aghanim Scepter completed on Invoker, Cataclysm, with Faceless Void, Chronosphere. Oracle already struggled, like his positioning was not the greatest in this game, a bit late with the TP rotations. Now, if he gets caught inside a Chronosphere or just a hoof stomp, he's dead.
Straight up dead. Dragon Knight trying his hardest. He's pushed this top lane with his armlet all the way out, but it looks like high ground time is here. Tempo with a catapult wave and a big juicy wave at that. Coming up towards the tier 3, nice glyph. Keeps the creeps alive. And Krilla still with an Aegis for a minute and a half. Emboldened and feeling there's nothing he can do wrong at this moment. Might even consider just jumping and chronoing a Spectre if he sees her. For now, not going to go for Funnick or King R. As a lane of barracks, it's just being shredded here. There's nothing that Hellraisers can or want to do, and they're getting jumped on. Straight onto the Funnick Venno. Dead for 45 seconds. And Hellraisers, they've got King R in the fountain. Lil is cutting waves down bottom lane, trying to cut their losses, mitigate as much of this pushing strength that Tempo are shoving towards them. But 23 minutes in, they've taken down 2 lanes of barracks.
Hellraisers might just call this game if they want to take any fights. These are 2 set of Raxes. There it is. I mean, I know Hellraisers. I've seen them play, and I know when they're going to GG out.
Oh, Cataclysm, Sani's dead up top. Spectre has haunted in towards the mid lane, but GG has already been called. It's it's just over.
It is. They never try to fight back, you know. Dragon Knight last pick didn't make any rotations. If they decided to go for a different kind of a hero that kind of threatens the Invoker, this way he had all the free farm. You know, Dragon Knight's gonna farm, Invoker's gonna farm, but at the end of the day, I think Invoker's the one who's gonna be much more happy about it.
Yeah, 10-1-6 noob had perfect game. All the Sunstrikes in that early game looks incredibly good. Hellraisers game 2 just didn't show up to play. Not in the groove. We'll find out though. Game 3 coming up in a little bit. We'll see as we're all tied up which way it's going to swing. This is, don't forget, do or die. 1 loss here from either side and they are out. So we'll catch you guys after the break.
And now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Radiant's top tower is
Gonna
under
let
attack.
it burn. Gonna let it burn.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
To empty out the mouth, the chosen one they call. I take my plan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Reasons to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running so many
Hello everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Germany. That was a dominant victory there from Tempo, getting it done in roughly over 20 minutes up against Hellraisers and keep themselves alive here for ESL 1 Germany in the Swiss group stages. And now the panel's back here to break down that entire game for you guys. Wasn't much of a game there for you guys to break down. It was only 20 minutes long, so give me what you got.
Do we have to?
Yes, you have to.
I don't know. It felt like it was still a draft win, honestly, for Hellraisers. They just didn't execute it anywhere near enough as they should have, and just so many mistakes coming out of that laning stage.
I don't know where to start, honestly. Just laning execution, the Oracle getting stomp range, which sets up for the Sunstrike.
How do you get in stomp range, really? Like, I can understand maybe going for a range creep with your Purifying Flames, but I didn't see too many of that happening, you know? And it was just feeding kills into this Invoker, which meant that he just had that much of an easier lane. You know, as a Dragon Knight, you're pretty confident that you're going to be able to take the enemy's mid-tier 1 tower, but never happened because he had all of this surplus gold just from getting, I think it was 3 Sunstrikes in the first 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, I just felt like this is a game where they shouldn't really be thinking too much about because it's just really coming down from execution. Either it be mechanical in the laning phase or just not really understanding where they should be after the laning phase went. I mean, at one point they reacted to the gank where DK died and then they just got team wiped at middle lane, which was very unexpected. And Spectre, even though he had a decent time, the Centaur got way too much. Invoker got way too much as well because of the Sunstrike kills, as you mentioned. And the game plan was just not there anymore after that pretty terrible start from Hellraisers.
I mean, I don't remember seeing much, like, there might have been one good haunt, if that. I don't think there was a false promise that went out the entire game, which, you know, that's some real downside to the positioning coming there from King R. And Funnick, he was just getting picked off everywhere around the map, and he wasn't doing anything to stop this Faceless Void from farming. Sure, you might not get the most yourself out of the lane, but that's not your job. Your job is to make sure that this win condition has as little impact as possible, and the Void, even with some whiffed chronos, still had a lot of right-click impact.
Yeah, it's just such an awkward game. I mean, I don't think they both perform extremely well. Well, obviously Hellraisers played quite poorly in the early game especially, but the Invoker played pretty damn good. I mean, he was really on point with those Sunstrikes. He got a lot of setups as well, combined with his Cyclone. But, I mean, it just seemed pretty easy to play once they got that early laning phase, because they just had to rely on the Faceless Void to start up the fights. They had Centaur, who was also really rich because he had an early Blink Dagger from the laning phase. It enabled the Invoker to do a lot more than he should have.
Yeah, it feels like one of those games where, you know, occasionally you have them where everything just clicks for your team,
Yeah,
right? Like the enemy team, you're a really strong hero in that situation, but they don't focus you, or they just allow you to do whatever the hell you want. And it was very much that from Tempo. They must have felt really lucky with this Invoker, like, man, you know, I've gone this greedy Exort build, you know, it's a lot harder to build up into these early teamfight items, but you're getting multiple kills from the mid lane. You know, you're very happy to go with that.
Yeah,
and especially because of the position that they picked this Invoker in, right? You guys talked about it a lot. You wanted something that can really abuse this Invoker. And yeah, Dragon Knight might be okay in that mid lane, as you said, you know, might be able to take that tower every so often, but it gets to a point where this Invoker is just going to have a free time because he's not getting shut down. And then we've seen it in a lot of these games. You either punish the greed or you get punished by the greed. And this is what happened here for Hellraisers. They didn't deal with this Invoker, got that early drums build up, went into the hand of Midas, and then even if this game went for another 20, 15 minutes or something like that, his Invoker was going to scale extremely well.
Yeah, now what I'm wondering is, what's the coach saying from Hellraiser's perspective? That's really...
Put me back in, boys. That's what he's saying. Are we going to see, you know, another position 5 coming through? I'm not sure if they're even allowed to do that, but still, it's... I don't know. King R, I think he just needs to really reflect on his positioning in the lane. You can't be getting caught out that many times and feeding away that much of a lead so early on into it when you've got a Tusk lineup. Like, for all intents and purposes, Lil did everything that he could from that pause 4 role. He was part of all 6 of their kills. He was trying to make these rotations, but when you're giving away that early laning stage net worth lead, you can't really do that much with it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just nothing he can really do. And I feel the same as well with the Dragon Knight. I mean, sure, he's a passive mid laner who's going to get a lot from the mid lane, especially since the Invoker can't really bully him out. But I mean, it was one of those situations where he didn't even go Coswex, as I was mentioning in the panel before, pre-draft. So he just stood in the lane, never really got those openings for the DK to actually push mid lane. Obviously, the Invoker was happy to just trade farm and then utilizing Sunstrikes to get kill.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe that's one of the things they've adapted. They flexied straight away. Is they acknowledge that we're versing a Dragon Knight middle. I can't do the standard Coswex as Thompson would and make these kills happening, but I can make it happen regardless of leaving the lane or not. I can just use my Sunstrike to dominate the top lane with the Centaur Stomps.
Yeah, I think... I'm just going to go back to that last pick overall. Like, they went with the Dragon Knight. Doom still was much better pick. You know, you're going to win these team fights by getting rid of the Faceless Void or the Oracle. And on top of that, when you pick a Tusk, we've seen it in previous games. He roams around with someone like a Riki, someone that can actually do this right-click damage. Venomancer doesn't really want to be roaming all that much. His job's to stay in the lane and prevent the Faceless Void from farming. And Dragon Knight, he's very much restricted by that Elder Dragon form cooldown, whereas a Doom... You don't need the Doom to have that same level of impact. You just need your Scorched Earth up online, and that's a much lower cooldown.
All right, lads, moving forward here for Hellraisers, how do they mentally reset?
Get that coach in.
It's a pretty demoralizing loss. Like, I'm going to be perfectly honest here. 23 minutes, a bit of a stomping there coming in from Tempo. So how do you pull back here? They've only got a couple of minutes between the start of game number 3. Like, how do you pull this back? Because they looked pretty strong in that first game. In the second game, they didn't look like they were in that first game. How do you mentally reset? Is it just a group hug? Like, what does everyone do here?
Maybe this is Lil's plan. He's still number 3 in the MVP voting, and he's like, I got to bring every series to 3 games. I got to get all that exposure for me. Who knows? Maybe,
but like they still need to start working towards a situation where they can get this series victory, right? Because if they're out of this, then Lil, he's got no more games, mate. You got no more games after this if you lose this. So he still needs to win it.
He does. I don't know, like... That's one of those games where it's just like, look, we're better off forgetting about it. Just put it completely out of our minds. It wasn't Hellraiser's Dota. See what we can do in the next one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those things where it's pretty obvious where they went wrong, right? So it's not something that they should be talking about to fix. It's like, okay, we just played so badly this game. This is not the usual stuff. Let's go into the next game like we did in the first game, and let's just take the win. And that's it.
Just take the win.
Just take the win.
It seems like he was back on the paddle. You know, just take the win.
Don't lose forehead.
Just don't lose the important heroes in those team fights. But is there anything to do with the draft going into these 2 games? You guys touched on the Dragon Knight a little bit. Is there anything that could have kind of rectified the mistakes that they made?
I mean, we did give better options. I think the Rikimara and the Doom would have been way better, especially because you apply more pressure with the Rikimara in the laning phase, and it's still a really good hero for the game, and you can play around with the Tusker as well.
And they play the Doom, and they don't play the Dragon Knight all that much, you know? It fits their style, it fits what they're used to, they would be scrimming with it. Obviously, maybe they scrim with the DK, and we just can't see it, obviously, but I don't know, it just feels a little crazy to me.
All right, lads, well, you know what else is pretty crazy? Me being a sick question master. So, lads, it is time again for us to do a little bit of panel trivia. This is an exciting one. Darcy, you were in the first one, weren't you?
I was.
No, I don't think so.
No, he was.
Nah.
Was he?
No.
Darcy said he was.
No, I didn't say I was.
Yes, you did.
Was I?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Ask us the question.
I have a pretty small brain, but all right, lads. So it's time for our trivia here. So once again, this is all about our hero voice line. So what you guys have to do,
I was. Okay.
You guys have to give me the hero that says this voice line, and for an extra point, if you guys can tell me how this gets triggered, you know, whether or not it's like a room picking up or them killing a hero, meeting a hero, whatever. All right, you guys ready? All right, let's throw it up on the screen. Let's see what our first one is here. You have a seat just right over there and let the smart people talk. This is me coming onto the panel.
Me to you.
No, this is me to you, Matt. This is how this works. It's my trivia. This is me to you. But that's not the answer. So what do we got here? I got my nice little answer sitting on my little palm card here.
I mean, is it Invoker? He's a bit of an egomaniac, so maybe he's going to say that sort of thing. I don't play much Invoker, I'll be perfectly honest, so I wouldn't know all of his... Is it a common voice line? Or is it like...
I'm not telling you that.
Oh, come on.
This is the same thing with the last trivia. You guys are like, is this an easy item build? You guys have to figure that out. You guys are the smart people, apparently, on the panel.
I don't know if this applies to intelligence, to be honest, just recognizing the voices, but...
I was going to put on voices for these as well, but then I thought maybe if I started doing that, you guys would think that that's going to pertain to a hero.
No, go on.
Go on.
I'm not going to do a voice for
Go
this.
on. You scared?
No, I don't want to do
us.
it. You guys are putting me on the spot. Just sit right over there and let the smart people work.
Is it how that person talks?
I don't know, is it? I'm not giving
I'm
you
just
guys
saying
easy
Invoker.
ones.
I'm saying Invoker.
You're going to say
Yeah,
Invoker?
I'd say it's some Intel hero.
You are correct. It is an Intel hero.
Well,
I'll give you that.
Is it Invoker?
No, it's not Invoker.
Okay, well, okay. I've got one
You
down.
can have it. You can have an extra one here, Matt, because I
Can't be Zeus, can it? Or Tinker?
Could be
Who would
Tinker.
say this? Who wants to be smart? Who talks about
Ogre
being
Magi.
smart? You think
Silencer?
it's Ogre Magi? You think it's Silencer?
Let's chuck it on.
Oh, you guys are both suck. This is from Techies. This is a Techies voice line, boys. So
Well,
the
that's
interesting-
why I don't know it.
Yeah, same.
The
Garbage
interesting
hero.
thing with this voice line, a little bit of trivia for this one. This is his platinum tier voice line, and it is also what he says to Ogre Magi when he kills him.
So I was kind of right. I said
No,
Ogre.
you were completely wrong. Because Ogre Magi is the dumb person, and Techies is the smart person. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's his platinum tier voice line. So all those Techie spammers out there would have known that one, but fortunately, you guys don't.
I am very happy that I don't know that one, actually.
Yeah, same.
It's one of the few times where I'm happy to be wrong, because screw that hero, honestly.
Well, you guys are 0 from 2 so far, so hopefully you guys can improve a little bit there on my trivia so I don't feel so sad about myself. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fingers crossed that Hellraisers don't feel so sad about that demoralizing loss there as we go to game number 3 here between Tempo and Hellraisers. Be a short break, and we'll see you after it.
Let's take our time right now. It's just a vibe with you. I feel alive now. I'm feeling like up to the fine. Will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. Probably we should start over. is it pull up? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread ain't neck while I slowly curse. Feelings engraved, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. It's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it pull up? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer.
I can see everyone in chat is much smarter than my panelists here, being able to get the correct answer for my trivia. Unfortunately for my panelists, they still have to be here and analyze drafts all throughout the day. Maybe we'll get someone in from chat to give us actual professional analysis. My guys
of techies.
Of techies. But either way,
I'm glad I'm going
here.
after this game. Can't stand
You have
you.
to come back, Darcy, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, true. Later on.
At least you get a series to have a little bit of redemption, a little bit of thoughts. Yeah. But lads, game number 3 draft is underway and we're getting ready to jump into it. But Tempo versus Hellraisers, 1 map away from either one of these teams leaving us here for ESL 1 Germany. So far, all right, I'm just going to let you guys talk about it. I was going to ask some questions, but nah, they're already answered on the screen, boys.
It's fine, it's fine. Enchantress again. I mean, game number 2 was not King R, it was King No R, as coined by Lacoste to me in a few PMs that we're having. But Enchantress, luckily enough, untouchable. You don't even need to use your ultimate. So getting a little lucky there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first game they've got Ench, right? Out of the 3 games that's been picked. Obviously, seems like Tempo is really rating that Centaur after that great performance he had in the offlane. But this hero should have came last game. This Doom pick, honestly. This should have been the hero in the last pick, or even the Rikimara, where I feel like they're so confident playing these heroes, especially all the CIS teams. I see no reason why they shouldn't be taking it, especially since they can flex it in middle as well as offlane.
Yep.
Just gives them more kind of options and a bit more kind of a mind game, because you don't know exactly where he's going, so you don't really know how you want to pick into it.
You've secured your early game already. That's the big thing for Hellraisers, right? Doom Enchantress are always going to be really strong, have some nice aggressive timings, and you've got that extra movement speed as well on the end. So you shouldn't get caught with any sort of stomps coming through from the Centaur. On the other side, though, Tempo, it's a little bit slower. Like, yes, you can have a decent amount of impact as a Mirana once you hit, like, level 5. Just good amount of damage AoE from Starstorm. Arrow is just as good in terms of the stun duration at all levels. And, I mean, Centaur probably a little bit less so. If you have a rough start in the laning phase, then it becomes very hard for you to come back. So I'm thinking here from Hellraisers that they're just going to try and bully the Centaur as much as possible. You've already got the Enchantress to be able to do it. Now it's just about what else can you pick. They're not going to be able to have the lifestealer with that one already being removed in the first phase by Tempo.
Yeah, the other thing as well to mention is since they opened up, it's pretty clear it's going to be a 3-4, the Centaur as well as the Mirana. So you already know what you're going into the match, and you haven't picked your carry, so you can just ideally pick your carry depending on the matchup, which is really good for Hellraisers. As you mentioned, they already have a very strong position 5 here that can allow them to already apply pressure. And, I mean, at this point in time, I shouldn't be too worried for Hellraisers, because if they want to later pick their hero, they can, and they should just play for lane dominance heroes. Not as the carry, but for the position 4, because for the next pick, if they were to opt to go for something that can be flexy or even just a solid position 4, they still have to keep guessing where the Doom's gonna go, so you can't really just pick your carry as Tempo to deal with their supposedly pos 3 or pos 2 Doom. And at this point in time, they need some setups. I'm wondering if they're actually going to go back for that Invoker, because I mean, he played extremely well.
He did. I think we're going to see like something like a Grimstroke coming out from Hellraisers. It pairs really well together with the Doom, obviously, just the Soulbind. If you get the Soulbind onto the Centaur as well, you use the Stampede, you need to have a lot of solid communication with whoever you're linked to, because you can't just run in opposite directions. You're going to be stuck together and getting not that much use out of it. It's something that they play in the position 4 role a fair amount as well. So Lil, he's no stranger to having that, especially if you compare it together with a Doom. You've already got a lot of movement speed. You're going to get a lot of good ink swells off too.
Let's see how Hellraisers is gonna demonstrate their third pick, because right now they can make it revealing where the Doom is gonna go. It's pretty clear that the Treant's gonna be played as a position 5 hero, so ideally they play a hero tempo, that can utilize that laning dominance to play a hard carry. Heroes like Morphling would be really good, even though it's annoying to deal with Doom, but your lane's gonna be pretty free. Ooh, Magnus, okay.
Bit slow.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, because tempo tends to play pretty fast in both games we've seen. Game 1, they played that Drow lineup. Game 2, they played that Invoker strong lane dominance to utilize the Sunstrikes. So third game is going to be pretty similar playstyle, I'd assume, and they go for the Terrorblade, which they already have.
By the way.
Yep, I like this, because right now it seems like they're going to be able to win the lane in the safe lane with the Treant Protector as the position 5, and then with the Terrorblade, you can still just use your Metamorphosis to siege those early towers. If you fall behind, you always have that ability to jungle, so you're not in a position where you're in a time.
We haven't seen that much of the Monkey King, you know, coming out a little different. I think we might have seen it once or twice.
I think we have seen it once or twice, yeah.
Having a look at the Chinese region, they're playing it first pick every single time. It's a really strong hero at this point, and I'm kind of surprised that we haven't got into it that much just yet. You know, its laning has become a lot stronger since getting a lot more armor. It's not quite as strong into that late game, but still, you can just get those early timings, get an early ags, and really there's not too much the enemy team can do about it. So
the one thing I'm worried about right now is this tree is going to get a lot of value as a pick, because the only way you take towers as Hellraisers is by starting fights, getting kills, and then taking the tower. If that doesn't happen, you just can't push into the living armor, you can't push into the grass. Terrorblade's going to just be splitting and farming in the jungle, and if you can't trade effectively, it's just going to get to the late game where tempo is just going to shine with this lineup. Yeah. And I'm a little worried.
Interestingly enough, lads, with this Monkey King, Hellraisers were the ones that picked it up.
Oh.
They lost to Viking GG in that game. They were playing against a Invoker and a Faceless Void and a Bloodseeker. They had Rubik, Magnus, Alchemist, Monkey, and Beastmaster.
I mean, that just sounds like a weird draft overall. I can see why they lost.
Well, I mean, they're the team that's picked it up. So, you know, as you said, Chinese region seem to like the Monkey King quite a lot, and see if Hellraisers can pull out a victory.
Well, what I'm wondering now is, where's the Magnus going to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, they most commonly play it for Funnick. It doesn't really feel like a good lane for the POS 3 to have it. They also play it mid and POS 4. I don't think it's good as a POS 4
POS 4 is going to be way too slow. I don't think we've seen a game where a position 4 mag has won, or even position 5 in this tournament. And this is a game where there's no Rubik, and I don't even think they care about it either. They just have to focus on doing well in the laning phase, tempo that is.
Yep.
And they have a very good win condition late game. Even if Hellraisers can kind of escalate their farm utilizing Empower, if they don't win lanes, if they don't get those fights that they really need to take towers, there's just not going to be enough space on the map for them to farm. And I'm a little worried right now, because Hellraisers needs that kind of hero that can just go in, just start fights, just create the tempo and allow them to kind of set the pace of the game, like in the first game where they had the Night Stalker mid, and he really just set the pace in the early to the mid game transition.
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that Hellraisers has gone and banned out the Zeus themselves. I thought that might have been an okay way for them to round out their draft, because you're going up against a Terrorblade, and really, outside of the Stampede, how are they going to get onto your backlines and deal with you? You've got a Doom who's relatively tanky on the front lines, Monkey King pops the Wukongs, and he gets a lot of extra armor. So it's a little weird for me. They just go back for the Willow one more time.
Well, this is Hellraisers now.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, last game I was so sure Hellraisers would have 2-0'd. And now I'm looking at Hellraiser's lineup.
Easy 2-0, I believe.
Yeah, easy 2-0. Should have been an easy 2-0.
Exact quote. But now, you guys were talking on the fact that you don't really see this being a good Magnus position 3 game. Does that mean that Funnick is going to have to take that Doom? They put it on Sani in the mid lane, try and create a little bit of tempo with a Magnus?
There's no guarantees because it can still be a Doom mid, MK carry, and Magnus off lane with the Dark Willow. There's definitely a lot of flexibility with all 3 of the core heroes that Hellraiser have picked. Until we actually see who's actually playing what, then we're going to know for sure who's going to be where. But that's a good thing for Hellraisers going right now because Tempo's probably thinking the same lines. They don't know who's going to go where. They're probably going to be basing it on the previous games or statistics from who's been playing certain heroes. But realistically, in the CIS region, they tend to play the Doom middle more so than not. So, I mean, that's one of them. And I don't think they would put the MK mid without seeing the actual matchup because Tempo still needs to play the mid laner, right? They haven't picked that yet. So, I mean, for Tempo here, I already like their lineup. They have a very easy win condition in the later stages if it gets there. They just really have to dominate that offlane because they have a Mirana Centaur, which might be hard if they're versing the MK. But at the same time, having the Stomp plus the Arrow, I still think they'll do fine. And just looking at how they open up with the Centaur, it feels like they're very confident on this hero to actually pick it in the first phase.
But who are they catching is my thing. Like, Enchantress, really, you've got a ton of movement speed. You shouldn't get caught by the
what
stuff.
about the Oracle Oscar?
He doesn't have as much movement speed as the Edge, you know? DP, I like her. More push.
I really like her.
Yeah.
It's strong in the lane, despite the fact that it's going to be up against a Magnus, a Doom, or an MK. It's going to do very well.
Against the Doom.
And it's not going to be affected by Doom in the later stages because you just pop your Exorcism first of all, right? So it's a hero that solves that. It's got a lot of push. It's got a lot of presence in the mid game. They can take objectives with this. I like Tempo's lineup a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Tempo as well. Partially because, I've really enjoyed the interviews that we've been having with LeBron. You want to see them get a bit of success, a bit of belief.
So you don't like the interviews with Phonic then?
No, they've been really good as well. But
come on, man.
You want to go for the underdog, right?
You got to be spicy. You got to have one favorite or another, man. And speaking of favorites, predictions, lads. Need a name. Need
underdog
a
Tempo, not the Overcat in Hellraisers. And you've got the Christmas tree on LeBron with his nice
Please don't ever say Overcat ever again.
I'm trying to not be biased with the players itself, but I really like Tempo's lineup. They're just... I mean, in the previous game, I really liked Hellraiser's lineup, and I thought they'd 2-0. They didn't, but I'm going to go with Tempo.
All right, maybe the panel curse could be real here. It was pretty real for ESL 1 Thailand. Let's see if it continues on for ESL 1 Germany. And for the final time, we were going to be seeing one of these teams, Tempo or Hellraisers. And for the final time today, we're going to head it over to Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys. That's right. Here we are, Game 3. It is decider time as one of the balances hangs in the line here. Lacoste, the panel, potentially cursing one of these teams. Are you going to add into that? Who are you going for?
I like the way they started this show. I mean, the first couple of days were so good. Team Secret plays against some lower tier team. Team Secret's going to win. Then they brag how good they are at their predictions. 100% prediction rate, guys, after game number 1. We're so good. And now, things are starting to show a bit. But, yeah, I'm going to go with them. Tempo... They have a sick lineup, and this is a lineup that has pretty much everything. You have a good way to start a team fight. You have ways of dealing damage to the towers. Roche taking is there. TB plus Dead Prophet. I like Centaur as a response to Doom, where you can just use Centaur ulti, run away. They don't have the best catch. Whenever you have Doom in the team, you need to have like a lot of stuns. You need to have heroes who are speedy. Monkey King is that hero, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. So primarily target for Doom should be Centaur in most of the fights.
Just to stop the Stampede from coming out?
Yes, because in this type of a game, when Centaur's playing against Doom, he's not going to be using Stampede aggressively, just wants to have it if they don't like that, let's say, TB got doomed. And there's also a good hero against the Doom in this game, and that's Treant Protector with the Living Armor. Mouse problem. Seems like every single game there is a problem for one of the teams, either lag or mouse problems.
The tactical pause at the start.
Ventrilo, yeah. My Ventrilo is not working, guys. Back
My
in
mumble's
2010.
broken. Man, I'm kind of happy we haven't used things like that in a while. Skype, Ventrilo, Mumble, it's all been overtaken.
Yeah, Reynat, that's actually King R's name. That's what R stands for.
Ah, is that what it actually stands for?
Yes,
right.
sir.
Very clever. Yeah, I think I'm a big fan of this last pick, DP. Like you were mentioning at the end of the draft, it really does round everything out. Allows you to kind of cycle between your Metamorphosis and Exorcism to take objectives, Roshan, towers, whatever it might be. She also brings you that AoE silence, which, you know, against Monkey King and Magnus could be the undoing, as you're super reliant on an RP as your primary form of team fight and your initiation as Hellraisers.
Yep.
And then you've got this Stampede to save TB, Stampede to save DP. You've got Living Armor from the Treant. So many ways to buff up and keep these frontline active heroes alive. I think I'm also leaning towards Tempo myself.
If you ask someone, like, the name 4 abilities of that prophet, I think in 99% the silence would be the last ability, because that's the kind of an underrated ability that you don't think of. But just having 1 point in silence, it's a 3-second AoE silence.
Yeah, and a pretty big one as well.
This is something that changes the whole team fight if you land it on a correct hero.
I mean, even like a year ago, we were seeing, I think it was Miposhka trying like position 5 DP with Spirit Siphon and Silence, kind of skipping out on Crypt Swarm, running around and winning team fights just with, what is it, 425 radius on the AoE circle. What do we pause for now, Lacoste? Because I saw them resume and then pause again.
Seems like it might not be the mouse. Maybe it's King Gar after all, as LeBron stated. I mean, some of these players are very good friends. You know, you play with them in public games. You played with them in a team. Didn't work out. Another go. Seems like we're ready. Players are ready. Okay,
so underway.
I like what Tempo's doing. I think Hellraisers should try to do the same thing. This is something that higher caliber teams are trying to do. When they see TB, you kill him. You bring 3 heroes to the lane where Terrorblade is and just try to kill him during the meta. But Tempo will try to do the same thing. Like, it's a lot of slow. Centaur already got the hoof stomp.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp, hoof stomp, arrow. Lots of ways to catch a hero as they all shift up towards top. Well, this is something that Tempo often like to do as well. You know, start that tri lane, then shift the more supporting hero down bottom to help out their position 1. So Monkey King up top for now, scouts out the Centaur. Mitch pretty far forward. DNZ Mirana up there with LeBron and Noob's DP also lurking around in the northern part of the map. While Terrorblade scouting out Funnick, who is deforesting the right side of the map, skewering twice, I believe, already.
That's a 3rd
Breaking
time.
a lot of trees. 3rd, oh wow.
And he also used Quelling Blade to cut down some of the extra trees, so Treant Protector can't approach. They see it's Treant Protector 5, so they know he's going to be paired up with the Terrorblade on the bottom lane.
And they also get a ward down in that deeper jungle, so they'll be able to see the kind of shifting movements of the Mirana, as well as the high ground ward up towards their mid tower. Mirana's going to have a pretty difficult time, DNZ, to maneuver away from this top lane into more active areas with her arrows. Tempo still keeping 3 up top. You've got your mid DP against Doom. Going to be pretty boring for the most part the first couple of minutes. I think Krillat's Terrorblade just going to hide behind tower, so we'll keep eyes on that top lane where Nyx is Monkey King. He's toying with the idea of going for creeps. Arrow connect, beautiful from DNZ. In we go onto the monkey. Nyx is going to try and mischief his way out, but first blood, yet again, grabbed up by DNZ, and now Trid go down bottom to help out his TB.
And this is the lane that's going to go well for Tempo. They already started with the first blood, of course, but if Enchantress takes a creep, Mirana's just going to arrow it.
Just like that. Get rid of those big creeps. Good right clicks there from King R. I don't think DNZ is too bothered by it. And already Centaur 7-1 against the Monkeys 3-0 CS. It looks like it's another beautiful start to a game as Mitch is looking for the Enchantress. She gets out her Nature's Attendants, heals back up to full.
And now she's out of mana. This is the 2nd time she's using Nature Attendance. It's I think it's the highest costing spell in the game, level 1, 170.
A nice little play onto the Treant down bottom. pressuring Krill out as well, as Lil was just chasing Treant around behind the creep wave. Terrorblade can farm under tower, and he's got plenty of regen there to sustain himself. Also meeting up the creep waves, so Funnick can't drag it back and reset lane equilibrium a little closer to his tier 1. And Nyx really isn't having a good time. Can't really get close to creep wave. He's trying to boundless strike to
bottom lane. Krillot will go
and they are going on the Terrorblade. The Shadow Realm.
They lost the vision.
It's held on too long. Lil has to launch it onto LeBron.
It was a nice play. First Bramble connected, then skewer into another Bramble just to keep him in place. But, you know, Terrorblade for some reason has 13 armor plus 1 extra.
DP laying it on thick in that mid lane. CSing very well. About a wave and a half. Oh, hello. Boundless strike top lane. Nyx just about snipes out with the Mirana thanks to the Jingu stacks he built up. A good little swing in momentum there for Hellraisers. And now they can pressure Mitch away from the creep wave for the first time this laning phase.
That should definitely not happen. That's Mirana with Boots of Speed with the First Blood. Enchantress didn't even have a point in enchant there, so I'm not sure how he died. I was just watching the bottom lane.
Yeah, just saw Mirana's health drop quickly. Bottom, like you're talking about. Both teams trading pretty evenly. Terrorblade's farm not suffering a great amount. And Treant is definitely struggling to stay in the lane, though. That early move by Funnick, cutting down so many trees with Skewer, Quelling Blade. There's nowhere for LeBron to play from. He's just spamming out Nature's Grasp, trying to secure the creep wave here for Krillot.
Terrorblade's farming nicely. 15 and 5. LeBron's doing whatever he can. You mentioned the tree cutting, but still, decent CS and decent levels on TB. Level 4 for minutes in.
Pull into the large camp. Mirana with the DD rune secures King R and might even loop in towards mid. Xani's been slowed down and there's another Spirit Siphon here. Maybe a bottle charge for Noob can allow them to keep this chase going. Xani's Scorched Earth is about to end and DNZ just leaps on forward. They're diving past tier 1. Fairy Fire, not enough. Noob with a double null.
That double damage. Securing 2 kills. That's why it's so important to check the runes. Enchantress did not have enchant there to actually purge it off.
Look where Mirana is now. DNZ has made a long walk from top lane, gets a kill, mid lane gets a kill. He wants the hat trick. He wants to find someone down bottom, and with that arrow onto the Dark Willow, Nature's Grasp to slow her down. Skewer away from the bounty rune. Funnick gets it still. And Dark Willow will survive, throws out a Bramble Maze for good measure. Mirana thinking about giving chase up to high ground for the other bounty.
Middle tower is under attack.
Won't be able to go for it too deep, though.
Problem is they had no damage that goes into Shadow Realm. DP will pick up Bounty Rune on her side, refill some mana. Exorcism is online, and Catapult as well. Well, not for long. Doom just ate it. Arrow? Never mind.
It's a range creep. Well, Mitch has made a lane for himself elsewhere. He's dragging creep waves around now. Doesn't want to straight up lane against the Monkey King, who does naturally counteract that melee offlaner.
Mitch is in trouble. Mitch is actually dead.
Going for him, and the Doom's come as well. You're right. Looks like Mitch 6 feet under in a second. Burnt down by the Scorched Earth of Doom.
Well, no wonder his name is Xani. KS-Ani. Stole the kill with the Scorched Earth.
How much damage does it do? A piddly amount. 30 damage. That's all it took to steal it. King R with a good deep observer ward here as well. Going to be scouting out where the TB loves to farm as we see the shift from bottom lane westwards. Krillot is migrating along with all of his illusions. Triple Wraith Band TB. What's your saying, Lacoste, when someone buys Triple Wraith Band? What?
He's a tryhard. He wants to win that game. If you buy more than 2 Wraith Bands on hero like TB, Ricky, like, you know, stuff's serious. Arrow still available.
Lil's gonna snipe a courier on his way out. Shadow Realm Arrow connect to finish off the Dark Willow. Seems pretty worth it for Lil though. Gets a courier, forces heroes into that area, so he opens up the map for the rest of his team.
Tempo has one of the best heroes besides Vibrant to just sit on the bottom tier 1 tower, collect XP, and that's Treant Protector. They can't push. Since TB is jungling, they need a hero that can just collect the XP, try to get some CS if possible, while Mirana can play aggressively on the other lanes.
Yeah, LeBron doesn't even have a point of living armor yet. Might pick up a value point now. He's hit 4. 2 points in the Nature's Grasp, like you're saying, lets him hold back the wave, keep that tier 1 tower nice and safe. And he does in fact have living armor now as an arrow hits mid. DP was on her way up towards top though. Looks like either miscommunication or Noob just doesn't feel like they can kill the Doom regardless of what happens.
DNZ just asserting dominance. You know, I can arrow you anytime I want, so you need to be careful, and then you move to a different lane. Rune spawning in a couple of seconds. There's a rotation from Hellraiser's smoke on Krelot.
They want that TB. But again, he's so good at reading this map, realizing, you know, the fact that Mitch is in the creep wave, no one's pressuring him, means Monkey King's missing. Now showing his face. Mitch has Stampede, and he might be forced to use it here to run away, but it looks like they want to turn and fight. With the Exorcism arriving, they net and Curse Crown the Death Prophet. Mitch is still on the back of Nyx, really getting on his case, and the arrow just hitting the creep wave as it arrives. But Noob killing off the courier with some of those little ghosties. Really wants to push forward and look for this objective. Tier 1's open for them, and it's all space for Terrorblade as he continues farming back in the jungle.
I like what Xani is doing, not putting a skill in Doom. Guys, I have Doom. Yeah, that's your hero's name. You need to get your ulti up.
Yeah, what's up with that? At least Magnus has an RP. 2-man Boundless Strike and the Primal Spring in. RP's ready, catches DP. And with the ghosts gone, that's Noob just falling so quickly as Hellraisers even up the kill score, and now the 2k lead for them in net worth coming in to doom the Centaur. They should be able to track back onto Mitch and take him down, dispatching with the 4-legged man pretty quickly. As Tempo don't get the tower, don't get any kills, not even a single initiation from them.
Well, at least they're getting levels on Treant Protector on the bottom lane. He's level 6. Before 10-minute mark on your position 4, which is always nice. They did not get too much out of that DP ulti. The execution was far from perfect.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, really halted in their tracks by Curse Crown and just the net from the troll as they set up top. Mitch has TP'd back to try and soak up this pretty big creep wave.
Centaur brother, what are you doing?
So many chain stuns here. Centaur with a missed skewer, though. That might be a nice little escape for Mitch to make, and LeBron even had the overgrowth, just in case.
His own kin turned against him. Centaur Conqueror against Centaur Warrunner. What's the little one called?
Corsa.
Okay.
Centaur Corsa. So Tempo, they realize, nothing happening top lane, not going to get that tower. They see everyone from Hellraisers lurking around up there. So coming quickly in with the Metamorphosis, Terrorblade getting involved, and they're getting that tier 1 mid. But it's still looking real good. Hellraisers, 2 of the top net worth heroes. Doom has over 5k. Monkey King's closing in on that as well. And even after what it felt like a really rough early laning stage for Nyx, but he's come back tremendously.
Yeah, he's doing fine. He's second on net worth. He got those 2 kills, last hits, and was involved in another 2 kills. So everything's working out fine for him. He's going to be empowered for most of the game, so his items are going to come online a bit faster than usual. Doom still deciding whether I go for a BKB, whether I buy a Blink Dagger, but he's massive right now. Like, maxed out Devour.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he's got that bonus armor from the Toughness Aura too. No chance for the Radiant to defend the bottom tower with a catapult wave there from Hellraisers. So they try and go for the trade. DP opting not to use Exorcism, just going to right-click it down.
And he also found one of the best tier 1 items for himself, Faded Brooch on top of Phase Boots and Drums. He's just going to be zooming in. Like, the chase potential is there with these two items. I still feel like getting a BKB first and then getting a Blink Dagger to set things up is much better.
Treant yet again holding out on this bottom lane. Trying to bait now, it looks like. LeBron just shows his face, waving his big, branchy arms. See if anyone from Hellraisers goes for the bait. But both Monkey, Magnus, even Dark Willow down here as well, the trio of heroes, not getting sucked in. As two TPs from Tempo, Noob, and DNZ, both looking to play reactively around the tree. Still a lot more time for the Terrorblade, though, and he's catching up. Now overtaking Monkey King, closing in on that Doom's net worth. SNY is going to be done in a couple of minutes. Centaur has Blink in 600 gold. It's a far cry from Game 2. This is much more competitive as they found the Dark Willow with a nice arrow from DNZ. And Lil, who yet again was on the enemy side of the river, scouting things out and dying for it.
Only 10 kills, 13 minutes in. Still yet to see a big team fight. I guess they're just waiting one item on TB, that's the SNY you talked about, and they want to have a Blink Dagger on a Centaur so they can start things up.
And the Yules on DP just completed, so everything's synchronizing quite nicely if they can get the items in their pockets. A couple of minutes. Even a medallion on Treant, as he's been given a lot of room to farm.
I think we might see smoke from both sides at the same time. Looking at the items, Magnus, 100 gold away from a Blink Dagger. Doom, just 1,000 gold from BKB. So they're going to force things out. Like, they have two of the best roach-taking heroes in the game. DP and Terrorblade can connect, so they know something is up.
They absolutely do. And here comes Funnick. Close to Blink Dagger. Funnick's 100 gold away, but Noob is so low on HP. Terrorized, fake pumped by Lil. And Treant trapped in the middle of a bunch of heroes here. Gets off a good overgrowth. The focus onto Lil, so the Dark Willow down with no buyback. Trade back onto LeBron. Maybe gonna be there. One more hit, but he's under invis. Back away he goes with a skewered RP. Funnick finds a slide in, drifting forward. Age is picked up by DNZ as Roshan falls, and Noob is about to drop as well. 6 feet under, the Death Prophet collapsed upon by 4 Hellraisers heroes. And even though Tempo got that first pick, the movement from Funnick without Blink manages to slide in all the way, wraps around, and skewers them across into the Wukongs.
It was only level 1 DP ulti, so it took them a while. Like, only 8 ghosts instead of 16. Hellraisers, they punish that. That's a pretty big deal, you know, stealing Roche from lineup that has both TB and Dead Prophet. I mean, Mirana still has that Aegis, but I don't think it's going to be very effective on Mirana.
That's not really where you want it, is it? Ooh, arrow. Arrow? Ooh. I'm pretty sure Funnick knew the length of that arrow. He was fine. Not worrying at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotcha.
What's Monkey got coming? Nothing just yet. Oh, he's got 2,000 gold saved up as Dark Willow tries to get the Bedlam out onto the Centaur. No backup here for Mitch, so Blink Skewer in towards the Brambles. Doesn't quite get him close enough. That finishing blow of the Shockwave.
Magnus going for a bit of a different build than the usual offlaners do. Like, they don't get strength treads, they get mana boot, but they have enough mana sustain. Enchantress getting caught, arrow will fly out and connect, so that's going to be more than enough to bring King R down.
Yeah, good little initiation. It is just the Enchantress, though. But yeah, this Magnus, we've seen plenty of mid-Magnuses get very similar builds. Doesn't look like he'll be aiming for the Echo Saber, but he's got a medallion queued up. And he's going to be sitting on like 2,000 HP, tons of armor. And he could theoretically be that frontline hero here for Hellraisers. Doesn't necessarily need to be waiting in the fog, looking for that perfect Blink RP. As a Blink stomped up, catches Dark Willow, silence from Noob to stop any kind of Shadow Realm shenanigans. And the Spirit Siphon is enough damage to find Lil.
Now we can see the reason why most of the offlane mags go for mana boots, because you need mana sustain. Sometimes in mana boots on top of bottle. Like, he's really struggling. You need to have constant clarities running, and if you use Empower, that's 90 mana. Doom popped.
Onto Centaur, yeah, they dust him up. So Moonlight Shadow unable to give that umbrella of safety for Mitch. Dominating Doom now is Kasani. You said he was big 5 minutes ago. He's got BKB drums. And he is looking ready and raring to fight. As a plate mail is coming out to him as well.
They're stacking armor on their heroes. Mag going for that medallion against TB, against that Prophet. It's straight up physical damage coming out from these two heroes.
Monkey Manta into Ags, we've seen that plenty.
Nyx seems to be favoring Mantis style over BKB whenever he's playing against hero like Treant Protector, which I really like. You don't want to pop BKB and then try chasing heroes. This way you have like lower cooldown on an ability to dodge things.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's swapping things around. I see Blades of Alacrity and then a full MKB.
Oh. What's the reason for that, do you reckon?
I guess he changed his mind, like, I don't want to go for Ags, now switches back to Ags once again.
Well, we'll see if he makes up his mind. Yeah, already investing 1,000 gold into that blade makes Aghanims feel a little bit nicer. A 5k lead for Hellraisers, and it feels like Tempo have got to do something here to kind of get momentum back into their hands, and a smoke will do exactly that. They shift across the river, scouting out the Magnus with a TB illusion. Dual Scepter ready for Noob's Death Prophet, but initiating on this Magnus who has 1.8k HP on Strength Trend, they'll find the Monkey instead. Magnus, can you get in there with a Blink and an RP? He's silent, so the answer is most definitely no. Both Exorcism and Metamorphosis popped here for a tier 2. And Tempo, that is a big kill to get if they can get some objectives off the back of it.
Well, Lil was trying to take the creep wave away. Backdoor region kicking in, still DP ulti running for the 15 seconds and the meta for like 20-ish, so more than enough to bring the tier 2 tower down. Age is gone on position 4 Mirana. It's time for Hellraisers to strike.
That is the key timing, isn't it, Lacoste? Age is down.
Yes, it is.
DNZ loses that second life. Good Bramble Maze. In comes Lil, trying to stop the outpost from being stolen. 30 seconds to that 20-minute mark. As Treant dusted up, they've got the catch onto Mirana thanks to the Doom with the clumsy net, and they are skewering across, looking for that additional strangling hero in the Treant, but instead, they'll just reclaim the outpost.
This Doom is just finding perfect items. First Faded Brooch for the first 10 minutes. Now he's holding onto Clumsy Net, so he has so many things to set things up. Oh, he canceled his TP. Figured out. Man, Rune is following. Maybe I should pick that up instead. So yeah.
Well, they find the DP. Noob really out of position here. Nowhere near his teammates in the enemy triangle. And Monkey King able just to leap across the canopy from tree to tree. Enabled by this Dark Willow. And it's just so simple when you put yourself in front of them like that.
I watched a lot of the Tempo games, and this is something that Noob struggles in the mid game. Whenever I say noob, like, people probably just think, like, which...
You're flaming him!
Yeah, which
Stop
player...
being so rude, Lacoste!
No, which player is he talking about? But I'm talking about that Prophet, where he gets caught outside of position multiple times. We've seen that in game number 1, where his Zeus got picked off so many times.
And a double damage rune on Monkey King. For a simple tier 1. Well, Funnick, with the help of Kasani there, actually trying to trap up the TB, but fake pumping the RP. Funnick didn't feel comfortable committing for it. Terrorize also just being baited out there a little bit. Lil holding on to his cooldowns. Tempo wanting to try and get out of their shell, out of their base. The arrow scraping one of the butt cheeks of Dark Willow. But again, no flinching here from Hellraisers. They've got the two side lanes being farmed very effectively, efficiently. Monkey King and Doom keep gathering up all of this farm on the sides of the map. While again, it feels like Tempo are grouping up much more, and they're more limited in their options.
This type of lineup relies on going together once again. Same goes to game number 1, where they need to have all 5 heroes to make stuff happen.
And that plays into the hands of Reverse Polarity and Wukong's command. Smoke from Hellraisers. Noob, yet again, DP is just frontlining here as Monkey King jumps straight in on top of her with a Boundless Strike. They get the RP onto the 2. A counter initiation from the Centaur there, but the Terrorize is good. Sending tempo back, and the damage from HR, it is substantial. 3 heroes in quick succession as DP, Centaur, and Trian all hit that ground with a thud.
This is the Hellraisers that I know that I used to watch 2-3 months ago, where the execution was on point. Like, what happened? Like, they've been really struggling, and this type of stuff is what I want to see.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect, but again, it's down to Noob being kind of out of position. He's showing himself on the map. He's in this area where there's no towers. If you want backup, they've got to TP to tier 2, and you don't have heroes that can really maneuver themselves in those short periods of time. As Hellraisers, what do they do? Pack a punch when they're able to jump the targets they desire. A living armor is going to top up the tier 1 for a couple of seconds. But again, this Monkey King and Doom pummeling into objectives.
Smoke from Tempo. They want to make something happen. Roche will respawn in 2 minutes. There is Courier from Dark Willow scouting things out inside the pit.
No RP for a minute. Monkey King on the other side of the map. I mean, right now it's kind of the job of King R to walk into them, right? Just say, hello, you're smoked. Come and kill me then. Show me what you got. But he's not going to do that. He's going to get away with everybody else of HR, not giving away a single casualty. And with no Roshan alive, no tier 1 mid or top to take, Tempo are kind of left like headless chickens wondering, where do we go? What's our next move?
Hellraisers are spreading across the map nicely, getting the most out of it. Monkey King is massive at the moment. Full Aghanim Scepter Mantis style, just needs 2,000 gold to finish off his own KB. And Doom, sitting at 35 armor at this point. Like, Doom does not care. The only way you kill this Doom is if Thorblade is low and use the Sunder on him.
Yeah, even then it's going to be a struggle. And every time a Tempo hero shows on the map like the Treant here, they are jumped on immediately. Arrow threads the needle between 4 HR heroes, but LeBron's life is forfeit, and he's forced to buy back, knowing that Roshan could very well be alive right now. We know, of course, 30 seconds until the big man returns. But Tempo, they are playing for every inch of this map and every inch of their tournament livelihood as they are slowly but surely slipping away with this final game.
Gotcha.
And you're just continuing to accelerate with Empowered Monkey, Empowered Doom.
Yeah, they feel
Radiant's bottom tower is under
comfortable just farming with these 2 heroes. Bottom lane constantly being pushed in. Enchantress scouting things out inside the pit with one of her creeps.
Does there come a point in this game where Terrorblade is going to be able to basically 1v5? Can Tempo keep him alive in fights for that long?
Not against these heroes. There is Terrorize, there's Doom. If they get a good initiation before Doom and Centaur uses ulti, Doom's target is TV.
Oh, Xani just getting away from that Blink Stomp. Tempo have spent their initiation a little bit here, and Doom is in, straight onto Noob. Pops his BKB, the Yule's up, he's going to buy a bit of time, but here's the Phonic, skewering her back and forcing the Stampede. Chain stuns abound, but Hellraisers just reset. Now Stampede's down, there's no overgrowth for a minute and a half, while HR keep every single ultimate ready for this proper next Roshan teamfight.
The only thing they used is BKB on Doom. It's still very hard for Tempo to just get inside a pit and try to punish it. DP did a good job just holding onto that exorcism, not trying to pop it.
And this is the smoke that could really define Tempo's tournament run.
No BKB
to win
on
this
Doom.
fight, the BKB's down for Doom, so the Blink Stomp, it is good. Xani, half HP, the Terrorize will not keep him safe. Buyback's available there for the Doombringer. We'll see if he opts to pop it as Roshan scouted out and a Satyr Blast flying through from the pit. Clips onto the DP, but they are in there. Smoke now from the rest of HR. Bramble Maze, Arrow, everything just being chucked into this area, and Roshan down to about half HP. Boundless Strike and a jump onto Centaur. Mitch was looking for a sneaky position there to make the initiation. Stomps up, but he's dead. Might have to buy back as Roshan drops low. The RP there is beautiful from Funnick. HR is straight onto them and into the Wukong's command. It's a triple for Monkey. Hellraisers have done it. 3 heroes dead, one has had to buy back, and the Centaur, well, he's got no one left to fight with because LeBron's gone.
Xani was holding on for that buyback until they see him running inside the pit. Everyone was in perimeter to actually get a good catch, and Funnick, man, he really delivered this game. Multiple RPs with 2-3-man RPs, skewering them back inside Wukong's command. They did not give Doom Aegis, they just gave him cheese. Like, if he has a BKB, he's more than fine. I don't think they get a kill on him.
Oh, they gave him the perfect opportunity. We just saw back on the replay. When your DP and Terrorblade both walk into the same area, you let that Magnus have the double core. Reverse polarity. Funnick's going to take it any day of the week. He really has performed, like you've been saying, as the Blink Stomp from Mitch, catching out the little Dark Willow. It's a kill, but it's a kill for kill's sake. You're not really going to get anything off the back of that. Just a little bit of gold to line your pockets. And I've got to say, I much prefer Funnick here playing your tanky initiation heroes rather than Venomancer.
Oh, that's for sure. Like, even though in the first game he missed a couple of combos with the Mars, try to go for big brain play, spear, and then use arena. It didn't work out a couple of times, but overall he had a good plays. He knows where he needs to stand instead of, you know, just playing this static hero like Venomancer. It's so little you can do with that one.
Yeah, there's no real nuance to it. You can't really play around with fog or the intentions of your teammates or your enemies.
Yeah.
To try and use them against them.
I'm gonna stand in fog, use this ward right here, put it on the northwest entrance. That's gonna be so dope.
Oh, the pixel perfect ward placement, Lacoste.
Yeah, Venomancer is just not that hero.
Skilled hero. Much nicer here, Funnick with the skewers and the RPs. The Solar Crest going to be helping out his Monkey King as well, who is really, really beefy. 20,000 net worth. Satanic is well on its way, on top of the Empower he's been getting all game. And a Solar Crest to boot. Nyx having a real great first 30 minutes of this match. And now you've got Aegis on him with cheese on the Doom. Things start to darken for Tempo, as the Terrorblade really hasn't had the same luxuries as his opponents. Halberd and Manta, good little items there, trying to work on the bigger Skadi, which can allow him to deal with these melee cores. You know, that is something worth pointing out. Very often Terrorblade, when he's in meta especially, or specifically, very good against your Monkey Kings, your Dooms, your Magnuses, as long as he's able to keep them at arm's reach.
Yeah, not unless Hellraisers gets the first good jump every single time. Then he's like, man, I'm inside of Wukong's command with half HP. What do I do?
Who do I sunder? How do I get out of here? It might be something worth thinking about for Nyx as well, or just going for that BKB to stop these kind of sunder plays. And he seems like the kind of player who wants to consider all the options. Satanic turns into a Moonshard as the Blink Stomp, catching onto the King or Enchantress, but Boundless Strike and the damage from Monkey King is more than enough to find DNZ as the Moonlight Shadow gets Mitch away off to the west, safe and sound. Attempted Funnick Skewer, nice try there, buddy. But Hellraisers with the upper hand once again, not even losing the tier 1 tower. Bottom is being bodyguarded. Enchantress has a creep in front of the tier 1. Nobody can take that tower down.
Can't touch the tower. Monkey King. Man, he's so farmed, he just bought a Moonshard. As his 4th item.
Yeah, why the hell not? Really, why the hell not? Oh, Death Prophet again, completely out in the open. Lincoln Sphere there, does pop one of the spells. Self-Yules to buy time against the Bedlam, but in comes the Monkey King! Bloody obliterates the Death Prophet! Holy shit!
He went for Boundless Strike, crit damage on top of Empower and Monkey King bar procced. That's just insane damage. I don't think
Maybe
DP expected this to happen. And he's been blessed by Gaben, Paladin and Sword. This is the item you want to get. Anything good on Tempo's side? I see Centaur with the spider legs, half human, half horse, half spider. Not too bad.
Sounds like Purge's character in our D&D campaign. Half of 20 different things. Blink Stomp, hello. Centaur was in there. Mirana helps kill off the Dark Willow. And the Yules on the Doom stops any counter initiation. Where's the rest of Hellraisers? Here they come. The Skewer chops down the trees the monkey was jumping across. But HR, I don't think they'll grab anyone. Ooh, maybe. Stampede from Mitch gets him away from the dangerous monkey. Lurking in his natural habitat, the treetops.
One thing they have that is also good against TB, and we did not point out, is Enchant. You take away one of the illusions.
Very true. Terrorblade might have to worry about his own real life, not just the illusions. Mirana yet again just yulesing up and running away. Terrorblade TP home with no reveal around. The sentry comes just a fraction too late. Tempo doing a very good job kind of forcing Hellraisers to play this game of tennis, basically, smashing the ball from one side of the court to the other, and not letting Hellraisers use this timing around the Aegis, which is going to expire in 1 minute. They haven't, they haven't gone high ground yet.
Yeah, Tempo's getting them real good. Network difference increases every minute by like 2,000. They're really showing.
Shut up.
They're really
Come
showing
on,
them
silver.
right there.
There's a silver lining, Lacoste. DNZ dying might not be so silver. It's a bit more bronze. Godlike Monkey King on his way to stardom.
Fonic had enough of these heroes hiding underneath the shadows. Treant Protector with level 10 talent and invisibility, so he says, screw it, I'm gonna buy Gem. I've had enough. We're gonna get rid of the vision. They have some vision on the northern part of the map, one near the middle, but that's gonna get rewarded pretty soon.
Well, they found LeBron trying to sneak an outpost under the nose of the Doom. And Monkey King, Boundless Strike, beyond godlike, 13, 2, and 6. So if he just, dies once, has one assist, he's got one of the numbers. Oh, they found the TB? Oh dear.
This was gonna play out.
I feel better already.
I wouldn't say this game's slowly falling apart, but medium, let's say it at a medium speed.
So it hasn't fallen apart yet? It is falling apart still. Okay. So what are the things going for Tempo right now? Because they're losing heroes just one by one, toppling like dominoes. Lose the tree at top, the TB mid, the Mirana falls mid as well. And now potentially high ground time for Hellraisers, or at the very least you force some buybacks.
And we are slowly reaching the speed of light here, considering how fast Monkey King's hitting the towers.
What's the speed of light, Lacoste?
I don't know the exact number, but it's very speedy.
Gary. 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second or something? I don't know. It's a
I
big
just
number.
wanted to sound smart, but failed to do so.
They're just diving tier 4s, Lacoste!
You're scientist, Gary. Skewer back.
Oh! Blink Skewer, Mitch tries to stampede, but the chain stuns, the damage, the impetus shot, not quite enough. They do finally kill him off, though, as Kasani with the Scorched Earth gets the killing blow. So another hero down, and Tempo having to fight 4 versus 5 yet again. Arrows trying to clear out creeps. Crypt Swarm being spammed out. Nature's Grasp to block the entrance to this high ground now. But Monkey King with Satanic Manta moving away from the arrow and letting Kasani tank that up for him, who holds a BKB and a cheese. And the first lane of barracks, for the first time, going to go down here to Hellraisers. We've seen Tempo do this 22 minutes every game.
It's just too much damage. Monkey King, level 25, parks himself in front of the tower, starts to get monkeys from Aghanim Scepter. Funnick a bit further away so they don't see them.
LeBron. He just wanted to defend the tower. He'll buy back now. The Yules into Cursed Crown. The man to dodge that gets Krillat out of the stuns. As the Doombringer still holding BKB and the Cheese, looking for any form of initiation.
HR just wants to reset. Magnus went in with the blink and skewer. Now it's ready up once again.
And Glimmer Cape looking for the jump. There it is. RP catches 2. The TV's the big ticket item though, and the damage is unstoppable. DPTV both dead, and this has got to be game over. There is no way back into this. Good luck further, says DNZ. Hellraisers keep themselves in the tournament, and Tempo, unfortunately, are out.
Yeah, I gotta say, watching Tempo play, they have been very one-dimensional. I feel like they are picking the same heroes every single time they can. It's either like a TB, Drow Ranger for Krillat. We have Mitch constantly being an Underlord or a Centaur. Void Spirit mostly banned out because Noob is the guy who's just gonna spam it. But the Hellraisers, man, we gotta give props to Funnick and Nyx. They really delivered throughout the series. Not the one on the Venomancer, but Funnick, give him a hero with the Blink Dagger that he can initiate, and he's gonna shine.
Yeah, give him more leeway, give him a bigger HP pool, and you can see there Funnick really able to toy with the minds of his opponents on Mars and Magnus in Game 1 and Game 3, looking spectacular with his initiations. And Nyx has, you know, really stepped up his game as well, it feels like, on these carry heroes. 16-2-9, and he had a perfect game in Game 1 as well, looking really, really prominent on his Hellraiser side as both captain, drafter, and position 1 carry. But from myself and the Cost, that's it from us today. You'll have OD and Fogs taking you through the 2nd and 3rd series, Yellow Submarine up against NIP, and OG against Alliance, your series for the rest of the day. So make sure you stay tuned, keep getting involved, and enjoy the rest of the Dota. We'll see you guys next time.
You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good.
time that I regret for being so heartless. It was the moment of, the moment of, the moment of
Good welcome everybody, and back here to ESL 1 Germany. Our second elimination series ended with Tempo exiting the tournament, and unfortunately for them, they have to enter my dining table next. And now we are getting ready for our Game Fuel post-match, where me and my panel try and break down this series for you guys, and you guys can get all the knowledge bombs you need. I've got my panel back here, Danog, Godot, lads. 3-mapper. We've been seeing a lot of them now for ESL 1 Germany. I thought at the start, oh, we're just getting 2 zeros, but we're getting the 3-mappers, and it's good to see.
It is good to see, but again, it feels like the team with the stronger draft ended up with the loss. You know, the execution is just somewhat lacking from both of these teams, honestly. Like, it felt a little better from Hellraisers that time around, but it was on the back of Tempo making a fair few misplays, especially around that Roche pit.
Yeah, I felt they just tried to enforce the Roche too many times. I think they lost 2 major fights at Roche, and one of them, at least, the Marana managed to salvage the Jaegers and run away with it. But in the end of the day, you're losing your timings. I mean, instead of just trying to force Roche, you can make a smoke play, maybe you get a good fight, and then you go for Roche, and then you have the Aegis, and it's going to be a completely different game because I can't kill the Terrorblade twice in a row. And you're also giving those timings to Hellraisers, and then they're getting their items quicker. And I also didn't really agree with the itemization from some of the core heroes from
Tempo. Yeah, it felt like they were playing way too defensively, I thought.
Yeah. There was no Shivers guard, so the DP is just running around for Yules. Lincoln's no armor, so one MK just stun destroys him completely. We saw in one of the fights where he just got completely blown up as well.
Yeah. Well, somebody who is quite happy about the poor itemization coming in from Tempo is Lil from Hellraisers. So Lil, mate, congratulations on your series victory here for ESL 1 Germany. I want to touch on something that you don't have to answer if you want to, but my question here is King R safe in the team right now after this victory?
Once again, what?
I just want to ask: is King R going to be more stable in this roster now after coming to today for ESL 1 Germany?
Yeah, I think so. We've tried out 2 or 3 persons, but everyone was not that good. And last time we played with our coach, who doesn't play Dota usually. So now King R is free, and we are trying him out, and it feels okay now. We are doing better than we did. Yes, last games.
We love honesty. We spoke with Funnick previously, and he mentioned that Nyx has a much stronger role, a much bigger role in the team in terms of shot calling and drafting and play style and that sort of thing. Is the Monkey King, like, it felt like he was the one that was leading the charge into fights as opposed to things like a Doom or a Magnus. Is that just his play style where he's really aggressive?
Yeah, it's just his playstyle. He likes to make space. He doesn't really like to play hardcores. And you said that he's leading, that's true. And he's actually, if you're talking about whole series, he has some issues with his stomach. So he is sick a bit, and that's why we had a pretty bad second game, and he couldn't play normally. Right. So, yeah.
Yeah, going back to that second game, I was just wondering because obviously it didn't look like you guys got what you guys wanted from the laning phase, and you guys had a really bad early game, which led to a lot of mistakes in the mid game and a big disadvantage in gold. So what do you guys think, going from the second game to the third game, what did you guys actually change and what did you guys talk about?
Actually, for the first, we took second pick and we could close their heroes in second stage. Yeah, it's better for us against this team. They don't have super counters, super cheese heroes for 24th pick. So it's fine for us to play first pick, and we are fine with that. And yeah, we just changed our draft. It was there were different heroes, and it was easily to play. And we fucked up with draft second games. That's why it was so hard to play.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I've got another question for you here, Lil Mate. Are you guys confident going forward here for the rest of ESL 1 Germany, especially with how King R performed today?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, if I'm talking about my team, I'm pretty sure we can win almost any team, but not Team Secret and OG in our form. Yeah. And as you said previously, it's more about draft. So if you take a good draft, your heroes, you can easily win any team. And if you have bad draft, you can lose to any team like Tempo or Windstrike or whoever.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's good to hear that you got confidence moving forward here for ESL 1 Germany. So, Lil, we'll leave you for this one, and good to see you a little bit later.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
We love an honest man.
I mean, King R's in the team, boys. He's looking good.
He's done it.
I mean, Lil put it nicely there. They tried out a few more players, and obviously they got the victory here. So it feels good to have a player who comes in nice and early, and then they do get the victory. So it makes them have a little bit more confidence together. And maybe this is where it starts to click for Windstrike. I mean, click for Hellraisers, and they start going a little bit further here in ESL in Germany.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Lacoste mentioned it towards the end of the cast of that game number 3. It just felt like this is the Hellraisers Dota that he knows that they're capable of. They just can't draft themselves into this corner where, you're losing the lanes so harshly. And, I mean, yeah, that is the Nyx that I like to see. I was like, towards the start of that game, lanes were going a tiny bit shaky for Hellraisers, but Nyx, as long as he gets what he wants, it feels like he can carry anything.
Yeah, I feel he's one of the more consistent CIS carries that we haven't really seen too much before this tournament, and I'm loving his adaptability as well as his hero pool. He can play these aggressive laning dominant heroes, he can play these hard carries as well. And also the fact that he's the leader, the shot caller, is very impressive too, because he tends to perform in most of the games I've seen.
Yeah, one of those people that just thrives under the pressure, and you love to see it.
Kind of leading from the front, right? I think Lil put it perfectly there. The fact that he's one of those players that likes not likes hitting creeps too much. He likes to be aggressive, and likes to be on the front foot, and we saw that with his Monkey King performance. And maybe moving forward here, some of these teams have to start looking at this Monkey King and maybe seeing, might not be a good game for us to pick all these melee offlaners up against something like Nyx's Monkey King, because he goes to show today that it's a very strong hero in the right hands.
Yeah, he mentioned as well Secret and OG, probably two of the teams that they're not feeling quite as confident about, and coincidentally enough, those are two teams that heavily pick the Monkey King. So I feel like if they were to go this style of strategy where it's like a semi-carry from the position 1 role, they know how to deal with it if you're going up against the OG and Secret style.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, he also mentioned in an interview, was against Tempo, they're very easy to read because they know what kind of heroes they're going to be expecting from them. So changing to those heroes that can kind of dominate the lanes and having favorable matchups is better, and they can also pick them in the early stages because they kind of know that they're not going to adapt Tempo, right?
Yeah.
Against Secret and OG, they play whatever they want, and they're very unorthodox, so it's going to be really hard to go into that kind of playstyle.
And we kind of heard it from Lacoste as well, as Tempo, they just pick the same kind of heroes, right? You know exactly what you're going to get, you know how to play against them, and you're going to lose these games where you get outplayed by them. But when you come into these games where you have a better draft, have a better idea about how you want to play, how they want to play, it allows them to have these more dominant games like we've had from Game 1 and Game 3 here for Hellraisers.
I don't even want to say it was a more dominant draft. I still think Tempo had the better draft overall. It was just some of the positioning in these team fights, particularly like the first big RP that connected onto both the it was the Death Prophet and the Treant Protector. If the Treant was just slightly off to the side, you can get off the Overgrowth, completely disrupt the team fight. You're not going to have the same burst damage coming through. Same sort of thing with the DP and the Terrorblade, both standing on top of each other, holding hands, it felt like 3 or 4 different times, getting dual RP'd, and you just couldn't do anything. But Funnick really coming in clutch that time around, not even needing the Blink Dagger until, like his 3rd, 4th item? He was just getting these amazing skewers off, and even without that Blink Dagger mobility, didn't die one time.
Yeah, this is one of the stronger performances I've seen him on. I mean, the previous game he was playing Mars, the first game where they won, and I felt he was very shaky. Game 2, obviously, that was a roller coaster from Tempo's side, but this game, even compared to the previous games, he really just kind of changed the fights around with just the RPs, and he didn't really have anyone to start for him as well. It's just really just reactional. So I like to see that more confidence kind of plays from him this particular game.
Playing behind Nyx a lot of the time as well. We saw so many times where you go in, you use the Wukongs, and then the skewer came, then the RP came, and it was great to see.
Yeah, usually when we see Funnick performing, that's when we do see him on things like the Sand King, the Mars, and the Magnus. So good performance here from Hellraisers as they do secure the series up against Tempo and keep themselves alive here for ESL 1 Germany. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break, and on the other side of this, we're going to have our second series of today. It's not an elimination, it's not a play-in series, but it's a series that matters nonetheless. Yellow Submarine taking on Ninjas in Pajamas just after this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. Take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you. I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
I hope you guys had a nice break. I hope you guys got all your cat jams, Pepe D's out as well, because it's now time for us to get into our second series of today. We've got Yellow Submarine taking on NIP for their 1-1 matches. Neither of these teams are at risk of elimination. Neither of these teams are going into the playoffs just yet. So each of these teams really want to get the series victory to put themselves in good stead heading into round number 4 of ESL 1 Germany. Now, I've got a special new panel for you guys. I called Darcy Godot before. I called Darcy QO before, so now QO is back.
Lil's had a bad influence on you, but welcome, QO.
My brain is...
Special guy here.
Mm-hmm.
You just make my brain go all fuzzy, QO, when I look at you.
Why is it my fault?
Who have you got with you? You've got Wayne with you as well?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah?
Bruce.
Bruce as well?
Yeah.
Oh my god. You guys need to not name any more of our stuffed animals that we've got
We
around
can name them whatever we want, all right? It's a free country.
I'm revoking your rights to name stuff now. Just so you guys
That's not fair.
But lads, we're getting ready for our second series of today. Yellow Submarine at Ninjas in Pajamas. Both these teams sitting at 1-1. Yellow Submarine were looking really strong after that first round. They got the 2-0 against Nigma. And now NIP, they looked, pretty good in their first series and then a little bit more shaky up against Alliance in their second series. So now both these teams coming off of a loss. Obviously losses against Alliance as well as Secret means that they were kind of expected losses, but now coming into this, they're looking to try and improve and get to that 2-1 scoreline.
Man, there's just none of the same hairstyle on either team. You've got everything across the board. You've got the boy band, you've got the rock star, European idols, you've got Era looking like a surfer dude, It's looking nice across both teams. I mean, this should be a relatively even series. NIP surprised me, honestly, being able to take one game off of Alliance, but, that first series against 5 men wasn't fantastic, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I think they've got a lot more to show. But it's just about, are Yellow Submarine going to let them have the comfort picks that they want in the draft?
Exactly. What are we thinking about Yellow Submarine, though, QO? Are we expecting maybe something a little bit spicy coming in from them in this third series? Obviously, they lost to Team Secret, so maybe they haven't used all their strats just yet, but...
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate. They have to verse Secret in game 2. Maybe if they verse other team, I think that performance... I think it was absolutely stomped coming from Secret, but if they had more chance, how I said I'm trusting in this Yellow Submarine, I still do.
Yellow
feel
Slammer
that.
Jammer.
Yep.
Well, luckily for you, QO, we do have our pre-match interview here with the boys of Yellow Submarine. I believe it is Mio that we've got on the line here. Mio, mate, I'd like to say, first off, good luck here for your series up against Ninjas in Pajamas. So, as we did just touch on here on the panel, you guys did unfortunately have to go up against Secret in that round number 2. What did you guys learn from that series going up against Team Secret?
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, against Team Secret, we learned that you should play perfect every play in game, I think, and you should not do mistakes. And even mini mistakes are becoming to a huge lead for them. So I have learned something from this game. Like in first game, I should move on Invoker, I should not stay in lane against Ricky when he gets level 6 because I can't last hit anymore, etc. Like some mini moves, you know.
Yeah, seems like a little bit of a blessing in disguise to be able to learn from the best. I want to ask you a question about your offlaner and your position 4. They've got some interesting names. You've got Collapse and you've got So Bad. With their names, is that like no one else can flame them because they've already got names that kind of make them sound bad? Like, it's like, I'm so bad, you can't make me feel any worse than I am right now.
I don't know. Maybe in pubs?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in pubs. if people flame them, I don't know. But we don't flame each other, of course.
How about
I don't know.
How about yourself with your name?
Actually, it was like one day name, you know, and someday I was playing. I started playing some officials, Mio. Actually, I want a new nickname. It's Toronto Tokyo. I think it's much better.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. It's an interesting name.
Yeah, you know, with big saddles, big one, cups.
Sounds good.
This is not a Dora question.
It's amazing. Toronto Tokyo. Just.
Do you want us to call you that from now on?
If you want, you can.
All right.
All right. Toronto Tokyo it is.
Yeah, this is not a Dora questions, but Mio, are you like related to any Koreans?
I don't know.
In your family?
What? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know. I don't really know.
He has similar eyes, like with me.
I'm Asian, you know.
Yep.
I'm Asian. You're Asian too.
Q, I just want some Korean friends here, so Mia, we're going to let you, actually Toronto Tokyo, we'll let you get prepared here for your series up against Ninjas in Pajamas, and good luck.
Thank you.
New fresh name. That's something new coming out of these interviews. Toronto Tokyo.
Production, get right on that.
That
You got to change the name up.
That sounds really good. That just rolls off the
It's
tongue.
better than
Toronto Tokyo.
It's better than his nickname.
It's better than Mio.
I think Mio is fine.
Toronto Tokyo sounds stronger than Mio. Mio sounds a bit like.
I mean, it's too big. I used to live in Toronto.
Toronto Tokyo, you know, like Toto.
All right, guys, we're getting a little bit off track here, but that means we're going to have to steer this ship back in the right direction, and that means to another break here before we get into game number 1 between Yelena Submarine and Ninjas in Pajamas. We won't be long.
Stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, spinning, until the day the world stops spinning. don't cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darn, it's why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it back. Someone said it is sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay?
The boys on the Yellow Submarine are looking to fight off the ninjas that wear pajamas here in our second series for ESL 1 Germany, day number 8. Both these teams are sitting in a 1-1 series score, and both of them are looking for that beautiful 2-1 score at the end of today. But now, as we get ready for our game number 1 draft, and welcome back my panel for this draft, Dan or Kyo, lads. The boys on the Yellow Submarine fighting against the ninjas. What's stronger?
I'm a little disappointed.
Ninjas or a submarine? I need this first.
Is the submarine underwater or is it just docked?
Underwater. But the ninjas have scuba gear.
Oh, man. Well, we'll have to see. This series will decide it.
I mean, Submarine is obviously stronger. Like, if you play this war game, you know, like Submarine is like.
But what if you just
more
drill
expensive,
through it?
like them producing
Just drill
a ninja.
through it and it sinks, you know?
It's 5 ninjas, dude. Like, 5 ninjas, like, to me, feels like it's better than 1 submarine.
And we've got an IO that's going to be helping them. So a little bit of regen power coming to bring this draft back to sanity. So I'm liking this ban out from Yellow Submarine, that's to be sure. You do not let NIP Charlie play his Lifestealer. So very good. Done their research, and it's a nice opening for them. IO Tiny, don't think it's going to be the Elemental Adventure this time going around, going back, what, 6 years or so? But
I don't think it was that long ago, was it?
No. That specific fan video, but still, remember the days when it was like, it was actually Era playing the Tiny and No-Tail on the IO back in the old Fnatic days.
The old Fnatic days, reminiscing a little bit.
I wonder what they prepared like for today, because I think the games without the Lifestealer, it's not just Charlie, like whole team was crumbling.
Yeah.
And I felt like they're relying on this like Lifestealer is like way too high, and like other heroes just didn't seem that great. So I hope they're like ready with like other draft today, and they're versing against Submariner, and I think they're really strong in laning phase.
You think Submarine are?
Do
you think Submarine are very strong in the laning phase? Yeah. All right, let me ask you this, Kuo. Ignore the drafts. If you said who's going to win, NIP or Yellow Submarine, who would you say?
I already told you guys. Like,
that's true. You are a fanboy.
And like, I mean, Submarines are like more cost effective.
Well, now with this draft, you've got a very strong team fight already with the Phoenix and the Mars. You know they're probably not going to be picking up the Snapfire to be like somewhat of a counter towards the Egg, which is always going to be nice. IO isn't really an Egg hitter, neither is the Tiny. So I'm really liking this opening from Yellow Sub.
Yep.
These are basically the first same 3 bans that Alliance did against NIP in the games that they won as well. Getting rid of the Focus Void, getting rid of the Lifestealer, making sure that Charlie's playing something a little bit out of his comfort zone. And we've seen that from a lot of these carry players as well, right? Where you put them on these more kind of uncomfortable heroes and it means that you can't really play around it. Kira, like, obviously how they've seen these drafts is going, it already looks like Yellow Submarine is saying, Charlie, you have to play something completely different. How does that, work out for a carry player who has to play a hero that he might not have played in a couple of patches?
I mean, if you're usually like a pro player, like they know how to play Dota. Like if you're like 8K, 9K, and then you're in a team and you've been screaming like 100 games, and yeah, like he probably has this idea, but I think it just didn't show it off on the like official match. And I think this is like a perfect time that Charlie can prove that he's like strong with others. And as long as they remove this like bans, like the Lifestealer ban in the first ban, like I think they're gonna be in the very like strong spot because his Lifestealer was like insane. I was saying last time, but I really don't like this IO tiny open up. Like it just feels like it's just way too outdated. And
it's outdated. It's a little slow as well. IO doesn't really do anything in the laning stage. You're not going to be pressured all that much. And when Yellow Submarine, they pick up this Mars. It's very much a staple of their style of drafting. They tend to pair it with these squishier but more mobile heroes. So we could potentially see things come out that aren't yet banned. We've Void Spirit, Anti-Mage, Storm Spirit. Those are the main 3 heroes that they like to pair together with it. So I'm going to be looking out for those to come up next for Yellow Sub.
yeah, and one thing that like I like how the Submarine is banning all these carry heroes because the tiny IO won't be able to lane against Mars and Phoenix. And you have to put this tiny in mid or again like a pulse 4.
But then you can just pick a winning lane for your safe lane that's going to crush a tiny, or at least a mid that is going to be fine if the tiny does choose to rotate.
Yeah, at least like all these like 3 greedy, like six hard carries are banned from both sides. So maybe like Tiny might pay off because of this factor. Like you don't have to heavily focus on winning lanes.
I like the Witch Doctor a lot, actually. It doesn't reveal which of those squishy style heroes that I was mentioning that they're going to be going for. It's really good to combo together with the Death Ward. You just stand on the other side of the arena and there's nothing that can stop you. And against an IO, you're basically guaranteeing that those casks are going to bounce around.
Yeah, like it used to be like counter since like 2013, I think. Very obvious like the heroes to pick against IO.
So I have a question about this Witch Doctor. Is there a reason why we're seeing the resurgence of the Purple Doctor? We didn't see it for a long time, and this patch is a little bit older now, and now he's just made this resurgence. Is it just because of his strong laning with like all 3 of his spells being strong?
His lane is like strong, but his roaming is like really, really bad. Like if you're going for a mid kill or like off lane kill for like 7 minutes to 15 minutes, like this hero doesn't do that much thing. Like he needs this like other lanes to do well already.
And I think the other thing that like a lot more players have actually started to use the Voodoo Restoration, especially at level 1. I'm not quite sure if it is something that Maposhka likes to do all that often. A lot of people still go for the classic, just Maledict, a couple points in Cask, and then maybe get Voodoo Resto at level 4. But it means that you can get away with going slightly greedier with your style.
If he's like not versing against like Venom or anything, I think since you're versing, you know that you're gonna be versing against Tiny most likely, and I think he's gonna be leveling like the Maledict instead of Voodoo
I think so as well.
Restoration.
You might get it at 4 if you're not getting it level 1, but beyond that, there's not really too much point. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah,
like it
new
just
hero?
sounds like a Charlie's hero.
Yeah.
Some reason.
It's a Charlie style of hero. It pairs really well together with the IO. You can get easy kills. It's not one of those things that requires a drawn-out team fight to get something. You can go for these, let's call them greedy relocates as well, and you can very easily pick off something, even a Mars, which can typically be quite tanky against a lot of cores.
Yeah. I think the first like level 3 is like really important from NIP side. It's a war between Mars versus Ulsa. Like if Mars have like more CS or like better like laning phase, and I think Mars is gonna have like a really good time, like from 4 minutes to like level 4 to 6. But yeah, we have to see how Charlie's will play because I think whenever he played Lifestealer, he was never behind.
Yeah, never.
And then like which means he knows how to like right click with over Venom, like zoning
Push
people
the
out.
limits of the hero.
And also stopping the enemies like off lane's net worth.
Obviously, the team fight on Yellow Submarine is really good. I'm like with this IO and Ursa yes, you can get bullied out of the lane a little bit, but I mean, it's slow-ish damage, right? So you're never going to be crushed in the lane as this Io Ursa. So I think Ursa's a really nice pick to be able to go towards. And okay, they're going for a Morphling. Not necessarily, like I was mentioning before, one of those super squishy heroes. You've got a lot of tankability, but I mean, I still like it. It's pretty good, pretty safe.
I want to see Snapfire.
Yeah?
Whenever you're versing against Morphling, I just feel like Snapfire is like way too good.
Yeah, we saw it with Mud Golems against Nigma, right?
And you have Tiny to set it up, and as long as they get this Meteor who can actually lock one down and Snapfire Cookie after, he's like 5-second disable confirmed.
Oh, okay. They're going to go with the Lina here. So
Lina.
magic damage as well as lockdown as well for the Morphling. You can, you know, if you get lucky sitting in the trees there, get the Laguna Blade off of the Morphling full agi. So I would have liked the Sapphire as well, as QO said, but does this mean that
You're shaking your head a little bit.
Which one of these heroes is being pushed in the offlane, lads? Which one?
The one that's yet to come, I think.
Oh, maybe. So we think it's going to be a mid laner or a mid tiny. Both things you guys
I don't know
hate.
how good I feel about a mid laner with this, right? Because yeah, sure, you can deal with the egg a little bit. You've got some burst damage for the Morphling, which is nice. But if you pop up that Arena of Blood, you don't do that much at all. And I don't feel super confident about the effectiveness of magic damage Alina going into the later stages of the game. You do need to transition, you know. You can get away with a Yules into an Ags, but beyond that, I think you need things like Daedalus, BKB, just so that you can stand and right-click.
Yeah, and like no team prefers to put Lina when there's a Mars.
Yeah.
In a game, like just because like even if how farmed you are, like you have 10k or 11k net worth, this like 4k net worth Mars just blink in
Just
and
press
then,
E.
yeah, just like spear ulti and spear, and like Lina's most likely like already red HP.
And if you don't kill her, you just pop up the Bulwark and all of her damage essentially is just redirected right back into you, which as a Morphling and even a Phoenix, you're more than happy to have that.
Yeah, I feel like they only picked Lina just to like lane it against Morphling, like most likely. So we are gonna be expecting NIP to pick mid here.
So you think that they're going to go for like tiny Lina in the offlane, like Saberlight picking up something like a tiny?
Tiny Lina offlane and like IO also top and Enigma.
Okay. Bit more team fight coming in here from NIP. Were they the team that played it last time? Who was the team that played Enigma? Obviously, Seb played it.
Liquid's played it.
For OG. Liquid's played it as well. There was a real greedy one that we saw.
There was one,
the
I
other
think,
day.
yesterday. We saw it yesterday, I believe.
Enigma, yes, it was from Extremer. And they got that game victory as well.
Yes, they did.
Because they got super greedy on it. So NIP picking up the Enigma here means that they're going to have a lot of extra team fight. They've got a lot of damage, a lot of lockdown as well. But is it enough from NIP? Is this kind of the draft you guys want? It looks a little bit wacky from what I can see.
I mean, when I think of NIP, I always think, this is use a fighting game reference, but janky. It's like something that's a little bit off-center. You're just not used to it. And typically it's with Supreme's hero that he goes things like the Visage and, you know, things of that nature into the mid lane. But I mean, I'm not feeling super strong about this. You have to think, what is going to start these team fights? Because Enigma, if you go a blink, then you're just super squishy. But if you don't, then you're building all of these aura items, and you can get burst nice and easily as well. And they're just going to go as Zeus. So trying to keep them pressured, keep them pushed away, even interrupting a lot of these blink daggers is going to be big value for Mio, aka Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, mid laner.
Yeah.
All right.
I think NIP will win 2 lane at least. Like if the Charlie's, I think Lina will win like Zeus mid, and Io Ulsa. I'm not sure because I haven't seen Charlie like playing Ulsa before.
I feel like it's his style though. Oh,
Yeah,
and
I
he's
think-
got,
I think it's his style
He's
too.
got Dipper as well, the cosmetic, so that's always good to see. I don't know. I agree with you. I like NIP's laning, but I like Yellow Submarine's later game. So it's, you know, which one is going to be more impactful?
I think I have to go NIP here. Like that Zeus last pick really didn't convince me. Like assuming that like we knew that Lina is mid because of this Enigma, and I think Enigma's gonna have a, you know, like good catching up time if they win 2 lanes.
All right, so you're going to go with NIP. What about you, Matt?
My gut says Yellow Sub.
So you're going to go with yellow sub here. It looks like my panel is split once again here between Matt and Kuro. Let's see if they're going to be correct. So we're going to leave it with our second set of honorary Australian casters. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Yep, it's time for Yellow Submarine versus Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged. Fogged, we've seen the lineups. What do you reckon? The panel's sort of mixed. Both of them going either way. Who's sort of where are you flopping this time round when you look at these two drafts? Oh, show me. No, I do. I hear you loud and clear, Fogged. Oh no, Fogged, what have you touched? Oh no. Well, hopefully, if you can't hear Fogged, I promise you I'm not talking to myself. I'm not crazy. He is here. I do hear him. He says he'll come. He says he's coming back in a minute. And he also said that ODPixel's the greatest. Thank you, Fogged. Very kind of you to say. Hopefully you'll be able to hear him soon on the stream. He did say that. I wouldn't make that up. I would not. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow Submarine versus NIP. Let's give you a little bit of a rundown of who we've got playing what on each side. Down at the bottom, we have Era on his Tiny. He's going to be there with Misha on the IO. Support duo with Saberlight on the offlane Enigma. Down here, matched up against them, you can have your Toro farming on the safe lane Morph, supported by Meposhka. And then swinging over to the mid lane, we've got Mio. That last, the Zeus, being the hero to come through for the Yellow Submarine. It's going to be laning against Supreme's Lina. That leaves us the top lane. We have Collapse on the offlane Mars, and he's laning against, he's laning with, so bad, of course, against Charlie's Ursa. We'll imagine we will see one of the supports from NIP head up the top. And Fog, are you there now?
Hello, hello.
Hello. I can
hope that they can hear me.
you. Hopefully they do as well. I'm sure you're coming through loud and clear. So yeah, Fog, take it away. Give me the lowdown on what we're seeing here.
I'm a little bit mixed on both drafts. I think there's some weaknesses and some strength to the sides of both. I think this Enigma's kind of cool versus Morphling because it's this greedy pick that takes advantage because Morphling's greedy too. I'm just looking forward to see some fast-paced game because I think that's what we're in shape for here. With a Lina and an Ursa on one side, so I feel like they're going to play really aggressive with that. While I feel like Yellow Submarine, they're going to play really aggressive with their Zeus and Mars and Witch Doctor. While we have like these other guys kind of farming on the side here, like the Enigma and the Morphling going to be more farmy.
Yeah, I mean, so the mid lane feels like a bit of an old school matchup, really. What, Zeus versus Lina in this 1v1 mid? How does this sort of pay off? You know, who comes out on top? Are we going to see Lina being able to threaten Zeus with the nukes, or is Zeus just always going to be able to sit back and arc lightning?
I feel like with the new Zeus, I think Zeus will be okay. Because it used to be like a little bit you can get contested because you get points in Lightning Bolt and you're actually going for kills. It's just a farming Zeus now. So I feel like you're always forcing the lane in. Only thing that can change it, I think, is going to be eyes on Era, right? Watching what this Tiny does. Because Zeus is a very easy hero to rotate on. That's why we see them put that ward to protect him on that right side so they can watch for the rotations.
Sure. I mean, because they're on this Tiny, where is he going to find himself the most useful in this laning stage? Like bottom lane, is he going to need to sort of stick around here much? Like, can he do a lot against the sort of the Witch Doctor Morph lane? Or is there going to sort of be, are they just looking for kill potential onto Meposhka in this lane?
I think he can stay down here. He has easy ways to rotate to any of the lanes. That's the beauty about a Tiny, but he actually works pretty well with Enigma. Like, just moving the positioning of either of these heroes can be really detrimental to them. Like, even Morphling, I think they can actually slow down the Morphling's farm a decent amount with just the denies, and just if they do get any tossbacks on him, it'll just cause him some confusion.
We'll see how much they can mess with your Toro down there. And then up on the top lane, I mean, to sort of look at this matchup a bit more, Ursa, you've got the Fury swipes, you are against a melee hero, but Mars hits hard and there has a lot of good burst damage. I mean, nowadays, who do you sort of favor? Does the Ursa win out because he does have that Io backing him up, or Phoenix and Mars able to offer enough offensively to threaten Charlie early on?
I actually like the Mars Phoenix personally. I don't really like Ursa as a hero, period, anymore. I think he's just, his Earthshock nerfs just have added up too much. And I feel like Mars is a hero that can play around it really nicely, because you only have one gap closed, of course, on Ursa. He has two different ways to push you away and get him off of himself with both the God's Rebuke and Spear. So I do like the Mars Phoenix lane quite a lot versus Io Ursa's. Ooh.
I mean, she's got to be careful. I mean, you sort of see that Io anytime he floats around there. When they've got a couple of levels on this Mars Phoenix, they spear Misha to a tree. They're going to be able to blow him up. And bottom lane. That's going to be where someone gets blown up first, as Saberlight and Era get that first blood onto your Toro. The tips out as well here as NIP feeling feisty to kick this one off.
Very nice. Very nice to get an Enigma first blood is pretty massive just to get his ball rolling, just to get him started if he wants to go for some, you know, rush book or something. Used to be the old build. He's probably just going to go for that arcane boots early for Era. But that's what we're talking about, you know, this Tiny. Those tossbacks versus these fragile heroes. Eidolons, they pack a punch.
Gotta be a little more careful down here, Yatora. Those early deaths will certainly hurt. If they start to get the level advantage on NRP's side, that pressure's just going to amp up more and more. And just sort of set the lane up to a point where it's going to be a lot easier for Era to use sort of his early strengths against the other lanes like this. As you pointed out, very vulnerable Zeus in the mid lane if Era's able to get a wraparound on him.
Yeah. And he's doing a great job, honestly. I'm watching Era's movements this entire time bottom, blocking both camps, making sure that they can't pull it back at all. So this Morphling's farm is going to be slowed down a lot, and they're gonna crush the experience down here because of these constant denies with the Eidolons. Again, look at them. Both of them blocking both camps. See that? Just to make sure. Just crush this Morphling. They're trying to keep the pressure onto him. They're doing it perfectly. They came with a lot of prep this morning, it looks like.
Top lane. I'm just going to go with the spear onto Charlie. Holding him back.
He's gone for the Orb of Venom again, too. He loves getting Orb of Venom, it feels like, in offlane, just to pressure those carries. Nice. And we do see Era get himself that D ward. The very obvious ward. He's able to find it. So now, you know, your Zeus does get a little bit spooked in the mid lane at times. Whenever the Tiny's off the map, you have to be quite wary of just getting tossed. So you see he's playing left side in the mid lane always now.
Well, they might get a chance from Miposhka here. It's Miposhka. He's going to get tossed over towards Saberlight. Monmon's and the Malefice upon him in with the Avalanche. Miposhka trying to run. The Fairy Fire will save him. Miposhka able to stay alive.
Look out for fallen rocks.
How's he doing on the regen? No regen on him at all,
No
actually.
regen.
So he's going to have to play very careful. Might stick around, see if he can get a pull out or something, but yeah, sitting incredibly low. Needs to be very prepared for Era's able to get in range for an avalanche, as Miposhka will dive. That is going to be the case.
He's so happy that he has a pull available now, but Yotaro, he steps up pretty far. Era.
Got the toss. Back. He is shifting, though. And if they got enough damage to fight through the shift into strength, it doesn't look like it. Yotaro able to step back. But still now, both of them without any regen. What have we got coming out of the courier? We do have some regen coming in from Miposhka. Yeah, he's picked up a salve, and we'll be able to hand that over to Yotaro whilst he shifted into Agi.
And he's finally been able to pull. So he pulls the wave back. He's going to get a little bit better experience for himself and some easier farm for the Morphling under the tower. Yotaro, he's been slowed down a bit, but you see he's still doing pretty all right. 25 last hits, he's still up there.
That's pretty close, really, across all the lanes. Mid lane, very even. And top lane, yeah, just the same sort of story. 23 and 5, 24 and 1. Nobody getting totally zoned out these early lanes.
I like how Mio maximizes this as well, too. He goes to check this top bounty rune for himself in his jungle, but he does it early so that he can stack the camp, actually, with an arc landing. So now he has a sack, too, as well as picking up the bounty and only missing one creep for it. I like these little nuances for the mid lane.
And I'm talking about the mid lane as Supreme. He's already ready to make his first move. As soon as he hits 6, he's heading down bottom. Creeps do see him. They've got the combo, and that'll do it. Just that extra bit of firepower from Supreme, allowing them to nuke down Yotaro before he's able to shift up into strength. It's an early rotation from the Lina, but one that pays off massively.
And these bounty rotations are always, yeah, they're really cool, just how different players take it. Like the Zeus, he could have gone top and maybe gone for a gank if he wanted to, but he decided to stack. Supreme, he could have stacked, he decided for the gank. I like when they just make, you know, at least they made a decision rather than just like going back to the mid lane. They actually actively did something extra. And I heard, you know, in the interview, we heard Mio talking. It's like these little things, they make the big difference when you're playing versus those big teams. So definitely looking for them to all play as perfect as possible, even though we like seeing mistakes.
Mio, Arcane Room will give him the pass to start clearing up these little stacks that he had going. A good boost of XP and gold. Of course, he is 7. I mean, Thunder God's Wrath is available if they do find opportunities on the side lanes. Probably the top lane is going to be the one that's most likely to have situations where Yellow Submarine might be able to burst someone down low.
Yep. They've been getting both pretty low. The IO as well as that, so they actually get an instant D ward too. So some nice levels going to be coming out for these two top, almost 5 on Mars. Yeah, that extra damage, they have to be ready for it on the side of NIP.
Charlie Trying to get a bit of a look in onto this block here still. And if they can land a spear, it's going to be a lot of damage. Won't quite clip the tree. Didn't quite have the distance, so Charlie will live. And a good job as well. Yeah, absolutely. He gets hit by that and a rebuke with the Thunder Gods. He's going down every time.
Yep, and we're seeing Supreme. He's looking again for this rotation. Yatoro, he's getting low.
Gonna get in for the Laguna. He can. Is it enough? Yatoro able to wait for him off to the side. Era's going to be hunting. Yatoro, he cannot get anywhere as he's stuck. Supreme will find him. I mean, yeah, 2 times. These Lina rotations couldn't be any better. You know, ganking the enemy carry twice in the first 7 minutes to push him onto his 3rd death already in the laning stage. NIP are doing an excellent job of shutting down this morph early, and they know it. The tips continue to fly out.
I think they were talking to each other in the lobby chat too before the game. So I think these two know each other quite a bit. And yeah, I love it. Supreme's doing exactly what he needs to do. Is don't play selfish. He's playing very selfless, making moves around to shut down the enemy carry rather than just playing that mid lane. Love it. When you're playing a hero like mid Lina, I think this is what you have to do. I don't like it when I see these Linas playing so farm heavy where they're just like, wait, I need my Yules to make a gank. I feel like you're putting yourself in a weird position. I feel like Lina has to get active in the mid lane as early as possible.
Yeah, and you think, sort of considering how both the side lanes are going, it's always going to be the bottom where Supreme's going to look to move. Going to the top lane it's just much harder to achieve stuff, or just do you think he feels that Charlie he's doing fine up here at the moment as the Ursa?
I think he just wants to slow down Morphling. It's it's a game with the Morphling in it. Like whatever, Mars is going to get stuff anyway. If he dies, who cares? Game's about the Morphling. So.
We'll land the spear onto Charlie, but he's got 18-1 charges, so very hard to burst through.
Mio's just playing it much more farmy than Alina. He's actually just stacking again. Bottom.
They're able to take down the tower, get in behind the trees, and catch out Miposhka. Miposhka's got nowhere to run. Toss from Era, and a few more punches. Miposhka is trying to escape. It will pop a Fairy Fire, but they are going to have the movement speed to close him down as Era comes in at the final blow to take down Miposhka. And yeah, this bottom lane has just been totally cleaned up. 9 minutes in, 4 kills out of this bottom lane, and the tier 1 tower going down. It's one of those starts where we are seeing an Enigma just have a very, very good opening to the game. And we've seen it before, you know, that if an Enigma gets a good start, the items are just going to come out so quickly. This mech's going to be in the game before you know it.
And this is also a game where BKB reigns supreme. You know, we didn't actually touch on it too much, but there's no BKB piercing to Sable. Saberlight, if he gets mech, I think I actually thought he might just go straight BKB this game, but mech into BKB and he's free. They pop a Mars ult, they pop a Phoenix ult, he can just black hole the targets inside of it, and then sure, might have to worry about Supernova pop, but you know, damage is usually done by then. Charlie top.
Oh, it's a good spear now. The extra burst of Yatoro. No, Charlie's going to get the chance to pop the ult. He's going to be able to run away for this one, or maybe not. The arena's down, trapping him to the side, but there's the relocate, taking him back out to base. Misha will manage to start healing him up. Charlie actually not going to wait for the relocate back. He's going to TP back immediately so he can start to sort of push them back before the eye is in, make sure they're not set up for it. Over in the river, Supreme, he stepped across. Able to bring down Sobab pretty low. Trying to run in the cask, actually not bouncing as Misha able to pull himself in afterwards. Laguna comes out to Miposhka. Era comes in with the avalanche to finish him off. The Witch Doctor's down again. Collapse chasing for Supreme. Thunder God's Wrath in place, but Supreme turns with a light strike, and again Misha. These tethers trying to save him, doesn't matter. The Maledict's upon him and the damage is already done, so Yellow Submarine will get the kill onto Supreme. Nothing else. The rest of NIP able to make it out of there, and of course, as it all started, Charlie just surviving through that initial burst, and some great attempts and moves there from Misha to just try and keep his cause alive.
I cannot believe he actually saved the Ursa there. I thought at least one of the two were going to die on the initial go. Ends up still being, I mean, pretty even actually. Like Yellow Submarine, because they get that kill, ends up being fine because they get the big one on Supreme. And they still back up their Morphling, and he's still farming Triangle. And he gets an Iron Talon too on the Morphling. Really important thing to point out because he's going to be able to Ancient at a very fast pace. All things considered, yeah, I don't think that hurts Yellow Submarine too much. They're in a very comfortable spot still. Saberlight almost has the mech finished up. I think they wanted to be a little bit more ahead on the side of NIP though, from the way that, you know, Kyo was describing also the way the lanes would go. He thought 2 lanes would go dominant, but...
Does he want to commit the black hole for this? Yes, he does.
He does.
Straight up he goes. TPs are coming in, but nothing is going to be able to be done to save that Zeus. A black hole well spent for sure. as they take down the enemy mid, and now the space is there for them to start pushing pressure onto this mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if they move to defend. It collapse. It's going to be up to him if he wants to be the one to set up for that defense, having his ult up. And they'll actually just be able to hold them off anyway from the tower. Is he going for the Midas on the Morphling? It looks like he might. Looks like he is,
saving
actually.
Up the money. I mean, yeah, with that sort of casual gloves of the haste, I wouldn't put it past him, yeah. I mean,
just
so
trying to maximize greed, I guess, this game, because he's playing versus Enigma, and maybe he saw the
True.
Ursa items.
Yeah, I think that's probably got to be a big part of it, because I think if that Ursa isn't going to Battle Fury, you don't see this perseverance, it could be a bit of a risk to go this greedy against NIP's lineup, but because that is the case with Charlie's item build, now I think you probably do get away with this Midas on Morph. It's going to pay off.
I think I'm okay with it as well. I think it's just fine. He just wants to keep up in levels, keep up in that farm when he's off the side too. Supreme.
Arena.
He gets
speared. Dropped out. They've got the Supernova as well. Misha's trying to come over to save him, but they've already got the kill. Supreme will fall. Misha stepping back. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They've killed off the IO as well. Mio's going to survive. He's able to run. The cask is out into the Maledict. Charlie's in trouble. He's already used the Enrage. Charlie's going to go down too. Big moves here from Yellow Submarine up top as collapse. He just drops down the arena, and we are going to see this happen many times. I feel this game that they have got that dominant team fight potential anytime they want to commit. Just arena, Supernova. It's very hard for NIP to fight into in this early stage.
Even with the cask bouncing through, the cask with Arena is, nothing to joke around. That cask is going to bounce a lot, and versus a hero like Ursa, Enrage, those long duration disables are not as annoying, but a cask is like your worst nightmare if you're next to somebody. And we're seeing a little bit of lack of initiation on an NIP. Until they have Era's Blink Dagger, it's going to be a little bit hard for them to just walk in and start those fights. Like, if Supreme just walks in and yules the targets, he's just going to die every time, so...
Because that's probably the question I'd ask you as well. We're seeing, Yellow Submarine's read of the game, and Yatoro is saying, I'm going to go for this Midas because this Ursa's going for the Battle Fury. I mean, the question would be, do you like that Charlie's going for the Battle Fury this game, or do you think this sort of messes with the flow you wanted to see from NIP's draft?
God, I'm not too sure right now because I don't know what else you go on an Ursa.
Sure,
right?
you're not a fan of the hero at all. Yeah.
I think you might just have to go for Battle Fury, especially in this style of game. Because I think if he doesn't, you get to a point where you just lose this game. I think Yellow Submarine can just play it relatively passive, and they know they're going to win the late game. A little bit of a slowdown of farm here.
I mean, it's definitely sort of on Charlie and NIP to show what can be done with this hero right now, as you say. Because a lot of other teams just not interested in playing with the Ursa right now in this current state of the game. So we'll see what Charlie's able to do. Battle Fury progress. He's 1,100 gold away from it. Top lane. Looking for Misha. He's out with the tether, but the Thunder God's Wrath is back up. Another kill for Mio. He snipes him out with the ultimate. Yeah, it's just we're seeing the three heroes here from Yellow Submarine starting to take over in net worth. Only slightly, still very close across the board. So time's going to be needed to be bought really for NIP to just allow this Ursa to really kick into farm. Because I feel like the morph with the Midas, it's, at least still you've got sort of your burst, right? It feels like you can do more as a morph with the lack of items compared to an Ursa running around with Battle Fury.
That was
going to need something on top of that. If they can do this, they've got him in the arena. Misha's tethered across. Mule's up there. They control onto the two of them. So if they can bring him down with this Death Ward, Misha's pushed out to the side. The Supernova stun. Not going to quite catch Supreme. NIP's able to step out. They're still burning down with the Sunray, but with the back of NIP, got to be careful, Yellow Submarine Era. Jumping in, looking for the control on Miposhka. Tosses him back into the hands of Charlie. Miposhka will fall. Still chasing here. Saberlight has the Black Hole of Veil of Fine opportunity. He'll set up. So bad, and so bad he's out of spell usage as well. He's got a full wand, so he could try and run this through the trees, but he's going to have some incredible jukes to survive this. And he
No way.
He actually has! Incredible jukes indeed. Straight into the trees. He is away.
That was
that was cute. That was very cute there by So Bad.
And
they're still scanning. They're still looking.
That was perfect juke. And it's
perfect juke.
It's so important. I was gonna say the whole time that they're chasing for NIP to get kills because that was all the ultis used. That's your timing to actually be able to trade versus Yellow Submarine, but you can't get too many actual. You only get, what, Miposhka out of those ultis being used. So the downtime now, there's about 30 seconds where I feel like NIP, they want to try to rush to do something, but they just can't right now. They have to go get mana on Lina, and that's going to give time for Yellow Submarine to get all their ultis back up. Yeah, it was so big that Supreme lived the initiation too.
He's so close to bringing him down.
Yeah.
Good job for NIP. They were able to keep him safe.
Mio is humongous, by the way, on this Zeus. He has an Aghanims and he has one component away.
Oh boy.
So no BKB on the Enigma for quite some time now, so he's gonna always be able to cancel Black Hole with Nimbus when he gets that.
Yeah.
Or the relocate. There's a couple different things you can actually do with Nimbus this game.
Well, I see NIP. They want to try and hit with the smoke. It's going to be making a move whilst those ults are all back online for Yellow Submarine. So NIP's got to make sure that they catch someone alone. I feel like if they do make a dive and time is there for Yellow Submarine to return with TPs, it's not going to be an easy fight for NIP. So
they can start the fight. Yeah, they can maybe pop someone before the fight starts. That's the important thing with this Blink Dagger. Like Supreme and Era, they can kill maybe the Mars or the Phoenix and then start with a big advantage going into the fights if they can find them.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But we're seeing the setup. They're smoking themselves because they see the Lina.
Yeah, as NIP reveal themselves, pushing in on this tier 1 mid. Here's the response from Yellow Submarine. Collapse. He's going to look for some sort of setup. The tower does go down. The Island will find it. Era's in with the job. The Supernova very far away from any sort of action as this Laguna bursts out of the Mars. And that egg it wasn't anywhere near. Mio is able to TP out in time. It actually looks like Charlie and Misha, they're failing. The TP out from Charlie will come in. They don't want to fight on anymore, but yeah, that time around, Yellow Submarine not able to really bring the team fight as planned.
No, the Mars walked in and showed himself. Era's got the blink. That's what we're saying, is they can pop someone before the fight starts, and that's how they have to do it. And they do it perfectly. Phoenix, like you say, yeah, so bad. A little bit of weird positioning with that Ag, but I think they were just going to disengage anyway. The Mars died instantly, so. Nice heads-up move by NIP, but now, okay, Mio's got his Ags.
Chase on him, Miposhka, Charlie. Picking up a freebie. Going for the BKB straight after the Battle Fury to make sure that he's going to be feeling truly invincible against most of this lineup. That BKB is going to be able to lock down on a target, try and take the Era. Looking to try and get a toss back. The arena's going to be dropped down, as well as the Nimbus. As Era on the arena will be saved for now by Misha as the heals are out and Era's able to step back.
Able to just, okay. He actually just ends up walking away as this Tiny. That's an ult wasted, as well as a Nimbus. Now they're gonna know that there's no arena blood. They have time. They have time to just chill out. Finish up Charlie's BKB, which is that big time that they want. They might get actually a pretty big triple BKB timing on the side of NIP. The Lina, the Ursa, as well as Enigma, all going to be getting those, and there's not anything besides the Supernova that goes through. I guess Death Ward and Maledict, but it's going to make NIP's team fight a lot easier for them to just get on these targets and blow them up. So now, big thing for Yellow Submarine, I feel, is get themselves that Blink Initiator, right? Collapse, he's going to need that Blink to kind of counteract Era so that he doesn't show his face right in the front of every fight. Very close to 20 minutes here, though. Actually, pretty much dead even gold, dead even experience. Usually the experience is a little bit more wacky, but...
But would you sort of still say that you think that NIP would have probably preferred to be a little bit ahead considering their heroes? Or at this stage, because they have gone the route with Battle Fury Ursa, being even at this point is this just as good for them as it is for Yellow Submarine?
I think I still would have liked them to be a little bit more ahead.
Yeah.
Because if they were a little bit more ahead, maybe it's like they could get into a Roche. That's the thing, is they can sneak in too. So with their lineup, they always have like these little things they can do. And playing into Morphling and Morphling and Phoenix, these heroes, like the scale potential is just so massive to the later stages where you start looking and you're like, can Lina Ursa match that in those later stages? They're gonna need quite an advantage of items, it does feel, to be able to actually match. If we get to those points, of course. That's okay. BKB number 1 finished for Charlie. BKB number 2 finished for Supreme. And Saberlight is 1 component away as well. So I feel like for them, finish the last BKB, but don't stray away from a fight if it's around your Ursa or Lina.
No, I mean, they are going to be so strong with these BKBs, especially just having Misha backing them up.
Supreme mid, he's under a sentry.
Ooh. He's going to be able to buy some time over the Yules combo. Pops the BKB, turns for the Laguna, uses his Essence Ring as well to heal them back up. He's going to be fine. Charlie, he's just running straight in for the squishies. Looking for Miposhka, but Miposhka's able to live. Charlie now turning over to the side. The Death Ward's out, but Miposhka does fall. Charlie able to put an end to it. Collapse will end up living. He's actually able to survive here as the Mars. It's just the Witch Doctor going down. Ults are expended, though, by Yellow Submarine.
Ooh, Collapse whiffing the spear. Allowing Supreme to get BKB and Yules off and reset the fight. They lose Miposhka for it. They have to use their egg, too, in the back lines. It's NIP. They see a window for them to get aggressive.
He's even seeing if maybe he can get a jump on this, but it's all right. Fully into the strength and out to safety makes it away.
That's 2 BKB charges traded for just a Witch Doctor kill. They did force ultis, but can't actually get anything out of those. Okay, they're pinging bottom tower, so they want to try to take advantage of these ultis somehow here.
Let's see, pressure continuing to remain from NIP. And Yellow Submarine, I mean, doesn't look like there's going to be any interest in heading down here. Just trying to reclaim an outpost. Do have TPs up, as well as the arena, but no Supernova for 30.
Yeah, they're actually, okay. They're going to be the ones, if they get this Roche, it's pretty huge. Playing into an Ursa lineup, and you're the one who's going to be able to deny this one away. The scan is there.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna realize with the way that was showing anyway. But can they actually get her in time? I mean, it's not too low. They're going to be able to spook them already. Yellow Submarine, they feel that they can't commit for this. They've got to be careful. They know that NIP's on their way around. They have got the full combo up in 10. Supernova's there very shortly. So Yellow Submarine can bring the fight, but Charlie, he's actually going to walk in and just start finishing off this himself.
Power of Ursa.
Yeah. Is there going to be a jump in time?
Now
They're
they
looking
know.
at it. It's too slow. NIP's able to just walk in and secure it for themselves.
Yeah, just too afraid to actually take the fight around there. Yeah, it really does feel like Yellow Submarine, they're trying to play more of this farm game in this game. Because it did feel like maybe they had a chance to contest there, but just giving a lot of respect to NIP's BKBs. And this is pre-Enigma BKB, like we're saying, like Saberlight. He's going to have his done, and that has to be a pretty big scare for Yellow Submarine. They have no way to counter it.
The fights, unless they are able to jump someone themselves and sort of set it, they've got to look for big combos, big spear catches from Collapse. Otherwise, yeah, this Saberlight presence is going to be so tough to fight into. Anytime he's able to just get that pulse of Black Hole down, it's going to be huge amounts of damage that these heroes aren't quite geared up for yet.
Yeah, and he's got it done. So yep. I feel like NIP, they have this massive spike right now where I feel like they can kind of dictate anything. I don't see Yellow Submarine having good ways to take fights at all into this anymore.
And Charlie's Ursa is just shooting further and further ahead.
He's got
no staying on his level.
Too. Yeah. Not easy for a Morphling.
Tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Scan catches all of NIP out on the side here. Collapse is playing on the high ground, but NIP will start to siege. Yeah, it's gonna be, I mean, so much pressure on Collapse to get these connections now.
Yeah, it's all on his initiation.
Yep.
He's the one that sort of sets if a fight's gonna go well or not.
The base is getting knocked at, Charlie. Forces reaction back. They start to reset. They're just going to use the relocate to push out the lane, it looks like, up top, rather than wasting any type of TPs, so they can just stay in the area, stay aggressive. They're scouting for this relocate. It looks so bad, trying to get some wards out.
They're not quite able to find the area. Charlie and Misha returning, and probably for the best as well. Charlie's still holding that Aegis. It's not going to be easy to fight into this Ursa outside, even if it is on their half of the map. They do have the wards around this point, but Not too much coverage around this area. That Charlie and Misha now sweeping over towards mid-on. Still, you know, Yatoro is just trying to play in the safest part of the map, keeping himself over on this top. Scardy still about 2,000 to go to that.
This ward is pretty big here from NIP that they placed when they were pushing out the lane, though, with the reload. He's actually scouting. He just saw Collapse sitting behind the Morphling, and now he's seeing Miposhka also for a second. So they're going to hard commit onto this tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Saberlight looks like he was thinking about trying to set up for top because they saw that. Yeah, Era's also there. They have all the information in the backlines there. They see Miposhka and Collapse, and they're collapsing on both of them.
Yeah. The relocate's coming in to try and catch them off guard. Collapse, he's able to make it away. Miposhka will be left behind. The claws of the bear.
We see the lines drawn. Yellow Submarines, farm, push lanes out as much as possible. Still about 1 minute and 20 seconds for Aegis, so not looking to take a fight.
And Charlie just 300 gold off of Full Abyssal. So some insane farm on this Ursa. They're certainly... They are showing us how it can be done here, NIP. The Ursa, it's absolutely working out at this point. 4K ahead nearly of the Morph. Bottom lane.
Supreme was hunting. Saberlight 2 now. This ward is scouting things out, though, for Yellow Submarine. They do see the 3.
No TP up on Collapse. So he's going to have to just rely on hiding in the trees and jumping around with a blink.
Outpost in 1 minute and 30. Now they've got 2 in control of for NIP too. Mio's trying to push out top and try to sneak it, but Supreme's on the hunt with an invis. Mio's got to be careful here. Will Supreme be able to find him? He's checking all the trees here.
Yeah, if he... No, there's already Mio's teeping out.
They're looking to set up on bottom themselves. Maybe expecting some split up. The Aegis is going to start getting reclaimed in about 12 seconds. Maybe looking to make a move on that.
They've got to get the spear on Saberlight, though. If they don't get the spear, BKB is just going to keep him alive. He's going to be able to BKB CP out if they don't connect that initial stun. And they might even find him. Saberlight hiding in the trees.
Aegis reclaimed. Look at this. They're thinking about it. Collapse. He's waiting for the moment. They saw the Eidolon usage.
Yep, Saberlight is going to show. Can he get the spear? And if so, do they have the burst? Yep, spear connects. And they've got enough magical. Actually using the supernova. I mean, trying everything at it because they know it's coming in. Charlie, he's just able to put the BKB and take down the egg just in time. He'll get it. Over the boards, Miposhka goes, putting it then to the Death Lord, keeping Misha alive. Supreme comes in with the heals as well onto Mio, stopping Mio from being able to get that last bit of burst out. The IO does still fall, but it's NIP cleaning up once more. Charlie just pushing himself further and further ahead as he picks up the triple. This Ursa just terrorizing Yellow Submarine right now.
He's owning so hard, and I think Collapse actually also hit the egg once. I don't know if that actually mattered, but it did sound like it was getting pretty close. He did end up hitting. I think Charlie was going to be able to finish it, but...
Wait, what did he do? What, he went for a deny hit on it?
He went for a deny hit on it, yeah.
No, dude, the egg would have lived.
I have to rewatch
the egg would have lived if he didn't do that. Look at this.
Look.
The egg would have lived.
It was close.
I think it would have lived. I'm pretty sure it would have lived if he didn't go for that deny attempt on it. It was that close on the audio cue.
Yeah.
It was. I think it was about to pop. That hurts. I mean, that would have
very clear.
Yeah. They're probably. I mean, Charlie probably would have still been able to clean up. I mean, he would have got stunned through the BKB. They probably wouldn't have been able to hurt him. But hey, who knows? Could have played out differently.
Just maybe. Era. Charlie just destroys so bad in a matter of
just killing everybody. They get the arena down. They're looking to try and burst down Era still alive. Misha's able to save him for now. The Death Ward's out. It's not enough damage to kill off Era. Era's able to stay alive. As he walks away on the side of Toro, trying to go for Supreme. Era's in with the stun combo. Supreme setting up with the Yules. They burst him low with the Laguna Blade as he's been left alone in Yatoro. He does manage to waveform out and try for the TPs up on the cliff, but he actually makes it away.
Wow.
Yatoro will escape. He will get to live another day.
Oh, and so bad actually makes a pretty huge mistake there. He had his Aeon Disc component split, trying to do the cute play with the reassemble as he gets jumped. He did it too late. Charlie popped him instantly. That fight could have also been different, because he would have had the Aeon Disc to maybe turn, to be able to get some spells out.
Just some sort of tighter moves here from NIP. And a little bit, you know, it's falling apart here at Yellow Submarine. Understandably so against NIP right now. This big old bear, Charlie, is a huge issue. But we are going to see them try for a smoke jump top. This doesn't pay off it. They are just going to fall further and further behind. Collapse again. Pressure onto him to just find this big arena initiation. Who's he going to get it on? Nobody. Spears out. It's not going to connect. Nimbus is out in the trees. Charlie jumps straight across over the walls. Collapse. Sableye. He's in with the BKB Black Hole. He's got onto the two of them. Looking down at the toss. NIP's error is able to get Mio over as well. As this one's starting to look pretty rough. It's looking pretty done and dusted. As 9k lead, the catch onto the Phoenix. So bad's been found. NIP just turning it up a notch here. It's getting pretty fast paced. 19-7, 10k lead, and Jealous Submarine, they just haven't been able to deal with any of the fights that NIP has been bringing. This Ursa is just too far ahead. They barely even touch Charlie in these fights.
Yeah, sick play by Era. That toss into the black hole onto Mio. Poor Zeus just flying into it. And it really feels like the initiation's just on point. NIP, as soon as they got the blink on Era, it's really just been them every single time. Every single one of these fights, getting the perfect jumps on the right targets. Yellow Submarine not able to connect with their big combo pretty much at all in this game. NIP just breaking it, and this Charlie Ursa is just way too big now for them to deal with.
Yeah, this is crazy. And it's just always refreshing to see now a hero that we don't really expect too much from, but because it has just fallen out of favor, just coming in and just smashing it. Charlie crushing the game.
Huge advantage now. This Morphling just feels like he can never do anything. In total, he's 0-4-1. Like, yeah, he's got given up that one assist from when he got that kill earlier on, but he can't contribute into the fights. It's just too many things he has to deal with. Too many things he has to worry about. Lina, this BKB Enigma.
Top, we'll get the catch onto Era, but Charlie's in. Era will fall by the looks of it. Charlie, he's going to look to try and find Sobat. The buyback coming out with the Witch Doctor. They've taken out Misha on the back of Bill. They also end up finishing Era. And Charlie, he's got to go for this BKB TP away, and he'll make it out. But a bit of a kickback there from Yellow Submarine, able to get rid of the two supports straight off. And Roshan is up. Yellow Supreme with a 5, and they're going to step over for this.
Yatoro?
Supreme?
He's actually going to... Oh my god, Supreme!
Oh, that's... Well, okay, Roshan's off the menu then. They've just lost their morph. 80 seconds, no buyback on Yatoro. I mean, maybe just feeling a little too comfortable with the fact that they killed off 3 heroes. He was not ready for Supreme to still be in position to do that.
He wasn't like, it's not like he's that squishy on the morph either. He's 1600 HP. We just see like Supreme did it perfectly. Just stunned him from the side. Has the quiver for the bonus magic damage too. It's too much burst with this Aghanims.
I mean, that really is just
huge.
Yeah, I mean, obviously NIP is still in a comfortable spot, but they were nearly about to almost certainly lose that Roshan. You know, if the morph doesn't go down, they would have had time to get in. They didn't, because Supreme's able to pop him. And now things continue just the way of NIP. Charlie's into the pit. Arrow over to the side. He's able to pop the Aeon Disc of Sobat. He's holding them away, stopping any opportunity from Yellow Submarine to come in and interrupt this. As Aegis and Cheese, it's going NIP's way once again. As they're ready to sort of gear up and try and push to finish off the final set of racks. Only that bottom set left to look toward.
Yeah, you couldn't kill Charlie once. Now you're gonna have to go through how many lives of his, as he has the Satanic, he has the, his BKB, his Aegis, and I believe they had a Cheese too that he passed over to Supreme. But yeah, this is a pretty unkillable Ursa, as it does feel. Yeah, Yatoro just struggling.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to find any opportunities to really fight well, and I do feel the fair bit of that is coming out of the fact that the initiation's just been a little bit off for Yellow Submarine. This game, we've not really been able to see this Mars, collapse. He's just not been able to start a whole lot for the team that's ended up successfully. Every single fight that he's sort of gone for has sort of been a spear off the mark, or it's just hard, I guess, because there is this Misha Io that's been able to turn around and keep the cores alive that have been jumped on by Collapse.
Yeah, and then going to these closer times now, like within the last 10 minutes, he's probably always concerned about the counter initiate. Like he goes for this initiation, and then a BKB Black Hole comes and ruins his team. So it's now just very difficult for him. It's NIP, very comfortable, trying to find anybody they can to pick outside the base. They've got a long window here where they can just trap Yellow Submarine in their base.
Here we go, top. Era. Look for the jumping onto Yatoro. Yatoro's caught the light track away. The Black Hole's coming in for Saberlight. He's caught the two of them. Collapse and Yatoro both found by the Black Hole. They're dead. Maposhka's trying to run. Charlie's looking to chase. The Supernova will go off, but there's no follow-up damage. So NIP, they just get away with the 2 kills. They lose nothing themselves. They can reset, and they can look to swing it over towards the mid lane. Supreme set up there onto Mio. Yours light strike, Mio able to step away. The Malefist still slowing him down with his mini stuns. But Supreme and Error, they're in on top of him. Mio goes down. GG is pulled. And NIP, they really cleaned this game up. It was a bit of sort of a passive start for the first 10 minutes or so, but when it started kicking off and the fights began, Yellow Submarine just couldn't get anything done. Despite Mio's fast ags and good farm on the Zeus, they just couldn't do anything with this morph in comparison to what NIP's able to achieve with this Ursa IO.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it, these like you said, the initiations, right? Collapse, he had a little bit of struggle, but some of these relocates and stuff too, I feel like it broke Yellow Submarine when they're like, oh, we're getting this great pick off and this will probably be a good fight for us. And then it's like, oh my god, IO Ursa right in the middle of us. Our Zeus had to panic and run away. I feel like that happened 3 times when I saw them trying to get an initiation. So I feel like NIP just had a really good plan going into this one of how they wanted to take fights. It was just really well executed by them.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be one of those games where you're Yellow Submarine and you sort of do have to ask yourself about Game 2 if you really want to leave the IO and let them have it as that first pick, as they certainly showed they know how to use it. Misha, some fantastic moves this game on the IO, just setting up success for his course to really pop off. The BKBs come online and Yellow Submarine, no answers whatsoever. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. NIP making this game 1 look relatively easy at the end of it all, as they'll clean it up with very little sort of throw arounds. This game all the way to NIP in the second half.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. To the drum of steel boots, banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Unfortunately for our boy Toronto Tokyo, the debut of his new name didn't work out for him here as they lose the first map up against Ninjas in Pajamas and put them one map away from losing this series as well. NIP came out red hot and firing as well with beautiful picks coming in from the Ursa, the Io, and the Lina. My panel are back here to break down game number 1. Danog, QO. That was some good NIP action, I think. Yellow Submarine played insane as well, actually. I don't want to
say insane. They played well.
Yes.
You know, but you go into a draft, it finishes up, I'm feeling confident about Yellow Submarine, and then you see Morphling go Midas, and it's just like, what does that do? You know, I can understand rushing something like an E-Blade so you can get get active, you know, get a few kills, a few pickoffs, but Fog mentioned it was like 30 minutes into the game and he was 0-4-1. He had no impact, and in the meantime, Era, he was just in there, 16 minutes he had a Blink Dagger, getting pickoffs left, right, and center, tossing Zeus back into a black hole. He was playing amazingly.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Morphling and Midas.
No.
It doesn't do much. You know, you just have to build this stat item, like fight with the team whenever he's like online. But that didn't happen. But still, like, I think Yellow Submarine played really well. It's just that Io, like, and Enigma, like, did really good guarding. You know, we were expecting this Lina to get burst down.
Well, we were expecting that, but we were also expecting the Lina to not necessarily crush, but comfortably win the mid lane. I thought Toronto Tokyo did very, very well in the mid lane. Same thing with Collapse. Like, he was ahead of this Ursa who has an Io supporting him throughout the entire laning phase.
Did we ever see Collapse not having a good laning phase?
I don't think we have so far, no.
I think only one game. Against Secret Game 2.
He just made a couple of very minor mistakes. One right click onto the egg, getting it closer to being killed by the Ursa in that bot lane, as well as I think he missed a spear once in a team fight. But other than that, he was very much on point. And I mean, this is the Dota that I wanted to see out of both of these teams. Like, there's a reason that they do have a win on the board. Nigma losing, yes, it was like, yeah, they're not in the best of form, but it's clear to see why. Yellow Submarine are a good team.
Yeah, and I think we also, you know, like Charlie's hero is proven.
Yeah.
This aggressive hero, whatever that like runs in, I think it will work well with him.
Do you feel like he's the European version of you?
It's I don't play competitive.
He has to see the PA first before he can give that name. But it does look like that Charlie has found a kind of response to the last year on the Faceless Void bans, right? You know, this Ursa seems to fit their playstyle really well. Misha played insane on that IO as well. They had some really good combinations, and they were able to just kind of push the advantage. The fact that I believe Fog touched on this as well. They don't really have a good BKB answer in this game as Yellow Submarine, right? As soon as those BKBs start coming out, you saw the Ursa, he'd pop the Enrage, same with Enigma, same with the Lina as well. They'd hit these BKBs, and there's not really much they can do. Yeah, the egg pop goes through it, but that's basically all they had.
Well, that's why, particularly, I was so against this Midas build on the Morphling, because it takes a while to get a few items. I think, QO, you were mentioning to me that the Greaves build up into the Black King Bar on the Enigma was something that you were really happy about. You know, it just meant that there were a few fights that went NIP's way that you thought probably shouldn't have if he didn't go for that build up, if he went straight into a BKB or straight into a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, usually anyone wants to go Midas and Blink Dagger or something BKB, but they were trusting this IO lineup, and because this IO tether gives like extra amplification on the region, like
plus the Holy Locket.
Yep, and I think there were so many times Era and Supreme could die, but they didn't die.
Yeah.
And if they died at that timing, I think Yellow Submarines would have snowballed like throughout the whole game, and that BKB wouldn't matter because they won't be able to farm it.
Yeah, I mean, the BKB was like the second or third item in for all of these cores, and, you know, if you dealt with it going into a Manta Style or an E-Blade rather than a Midas, you actually can counter it, and you can, like, Yellow Submarine, we're in the lead, you know, or in my view, being even at like the 10-15 minute mark of the game means that they're ahead just because of the nature of their draft. They've got a Morphling, right? If it goes super late, you're probably going to win. And same thing with the Zeus. He scales very, very well.
That's the thing that I liked about the NIP's draft. They had this answer to the Morphling with Enigma, and Era was just really good with all his like repositioning spells. I think he was Japs in the Europe version, you know? I think we've seen a lot of tossing to like important positions.
Yeah, we'll have to get someone to have a look up on it because, you know, now he's playing it as a support, but Tiny was one of his most played heroes when he was playing that core role in past teams, you know, over many, many years. And one death across that amount of time, interrupting, getting on top of the Zeus, disrupting all the damage that's potentially coming out onto him. He played a fantastic game, but it was so hard to pick the MVP because it felt like it was even across the board from NIP.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the entirety of NIP have stepped up here for this series against Yellow Submarine. We've got one map in between here, so we're going to go to a short break and see game number 2 draft just after it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here.
if you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Thousand miles of love, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake. False intentions, preconception. You built me up, only to watch me break. I stuck around, didn't wanna let you down. I think I might.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to ESL 1 Germany. We are halfway through our second series of day number 8 here in the studio, and we're getting ready for game number 2 draft between NIP and the Yellow Submarines. From what we can see so far, it's looking to heat up a little bit here in this series. Full 3 maps is on the card, boys. Yes? No?
Maybe
Yep.
so. Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, but NIP's like gameplay was too good.
It was, but they also had a very strong game 1 against Alliance and then fell off a cliff after that.
Yeah.
It's possible.
So we think that NIP are one mappers?
No, not necessarily. But
I heard you say that.
No, I'm saying that's what happened in the past, so it could happen again. I mean, Yellow Submarine, there was just a couple of tiny mistakes that they had, from itemization to not necessarily teamfight selection, but teamfight execution that was their downfall that time around. But I feel like NMP is the type of team that they just say, look, we beat you with this, it's up to you to try and beat us with it. And, you know, if you can, great, then we've still got game 3 in the bag.
Yeah, but seriously, like, I think if Morphling didn't go with that Midas and he had Yasha and joined this team fight, everyone was like the slight bit. Even with all these Greaves, HP regen, Tether regen, Lina were like really like 20% HP.
Yeah, like I can understand Midas on something like a Lifestealer or a Faceless Void where right-clicking more does more, like if that makes sense. You know, you get more time lock procs, you get more health stolen from the feast. But on a Morphling, what does it do? You know, you're right-clicking a lot more for no damage. So it just doesn't really work out for me.
I hope Yellow Submarine comes out with fighting carry in that.
Yeah.
I think the first game and second game, he was very active. It's just that this series.
So you want him to play a little bit faster on Yatara. You want to see him have something that has a little bit more early game impact, you know, that 10, 15 minute mark?
Yeah, the deciding match between Chalice versus Yatoro.
That sounds like an anime.
Yeah.
That's an anime fight waiting to happen.
Well, NIP, they're just like, look, beat us with it again. We did it once before and we'll do it one more time. Not getting the Mars this time, though. They're going for the Beastmaster on Yellow Submarine. Something a little different. Collapse didn't play that badly at all, though, but maybe just wanting something that's able to shut down something like an Ursa a little bit more strongly.
Yep.
So we think that Collapse going into this game, he wants to have the Beastmaster. Is that more for like the lockdown so it doesn't get beaten out by like the relocate trade way? You want to try and get in on top of that? I have a little bit more of the vision game as well with the Hawk and stuff like that?
That's part of it, but also, you know, now you've got a BKB piercing stun, which is always good. And if you go something like an Ursa, you can just go the Boars, right? Because they've already picked up their supports. They're not going to have something like a Chan or an Enchantress that's able to turn that back around at them. So I think the Call of the Wild is going to be really effective this game.
Besides laning, I'm not really convinced with this Beastmaster versus IO. Just because of all these saves, like Roar does very limited damage. It's a good lockdown, but even if you lock down, if the core heroes are like way too tanky, what are you gonna do? Like he's just gonna survive from this, like all these spells. And if they actually consider going the CK and like, it doesn't have to be Ulsa. It can be like many different heroes that can do well against Beastmaster.
I feel like they might be trying to go for some kind of death ball strategy right now on Yellow Submarine, because we can see them getting rid of the Sven, getting rid of the anti-mage, and Gyrocopter, he can be run over. Man, they're just banning out all the carries right now on Yellow Sub, but they just don't want to give them a way to get back into the game, if that makes sense. They want to take away as much of the map as possible and then just plant their flag down and say, look, we're not leaving your side of the map.
Yeah. But are these bans reasonable for you? Anti-mage ban with IO anti-mage?
Yeah, it's not the greatest. And yeah, look, Disruptor, they want to be playing from the front, right? They can even use the Hawk so that if you're trying to get the retreat and you think, okay, I'm up on my high ground, I'm safe now. No, you're not. You're right back here with us. So I think, yeah, it's just about getting the winning laning phase set up. What have we got left? The mid and the safe lane. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see something like Alina just come out for Yellow Submarine, right?
Yep. It's the same feeling from like last game. And last game, if Morphling was able to join the fight, it would be completely different.
Yeah.
And if they try to aim that and get all this map advantage,
there's your CK.
You're so
I
smart,
like it.
QO.
Yeah.
So smart, so handsome, sitting there on the end of the panel. Good job.
Like, they don't want to lose this advantage either. Like, Chalice, god of the aggressive melee carry.
True, true.
Does this play the same way that you would like to play like the Ursa and the last healer, right?
Yeah, I think he's playing perfectly with all these heroes. But when he was playing Luna, that was yeah.
Yeah, that was naughty.
You just can't get quite as aggressive as a Luna, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just want to be sitting back and right-clicking as opposed to getting right in on top of their faces. So I'm liking the CK pick, but I like Spectre as well. It gives them some late-game potential. They like to pick these heroes that have a lot of durability, whether it be the HP pool or just something that reduces the damage, like the Spectre, in conjunction with the Sunray. And Beastmaster and Spectre are going to want to be there in the thick of things. So Phoenix isn't going to have too much trouble about getting that Sunray interrupted.
Yeah. I want to see LC though.
For NIP?
For NIP here, yeah. Because Disruptor, Spectre could be good if he goes okay with this laning, but if he doesn't solve out this issue, Disruptor is generally weak. And Tiny is considered as weak too, but Spectre's weak, but if they pick strong heroes in NIP, something that can lane 1v1 and deny his CS, I think IOCK will snowball. Spectre won't be able to snowball as much as what CK is snowballing.
What do they want here?
Viper, yep. The break is nice.
Could it be offlane? I think it can be offlane too, actually.
It's very possible.
Tiny Viper against Disruptor Spectre. Wait, it could be, it's Phoenix Spectre actually. Yeah, Disruptor 4?
No, I think it's more likely to be the...
I don't know. Into this lane, you got to be pretty careful, right?
No, I think it's Disruptor 5. Yeah. I'm a little... I understand what you're saying with the offlane Viper, and yes, it's really good against the Spectre. You can just get rid of their win condition, basically. But it just feels like the type of hero that Supreme plays, as opposed to Saberlight, right? Like this anti-hero, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Supreme was always been playing this coordinating heroes. I know we are not seeing him like shine like in a game, but because he's doing his job, like I think NIP is working out like with their gameplays.
It really does feel like it's kind of the Charlie show when you see these NIP games, right? Right now, they really are setting him up for success with this Viper pick. So you guys still think that it's going to be Saberlight's hero for the final pick here, and it seems like Yellow Submarine are on the same page as well, getting rid of that Timbersaw for the final one and getting rid of the Tide Hunter as well for the Yellow Submarine. So them being underwater, they don't want to deal with a big Leviathan. Probably be pretty problematic.
Yeah.
I really think it would be really good if they actually picked up the Tide Hunter or Timber in the 4th pick against the Spectre plus either Disruptor or Phoenix. Like, what can they do?
Because we've seen that in the Southeast Asian region, right? It was towards the end of ESL 1 Thailand where people were just picking Tide Hunter into the Spectre. And they were just demolishing that lane as well. And they came in with a Ravage and all this insane teamfight items. So surprise teams haven't been picking it up more recently.
And you can also put it against Beastmaster 1v1 as well. Like, what can Beastmaster do?
Yep. I am liking the bans as well coming out from NIP. We were talking about the Lina as the potential 4th pick there. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. And Zeus, of course, really good at dealing with the Chaos Knight illusions, and it enabled that global strat coming out with the Spectre. So that's removed out of the options. Only 5 seconds left for NIP to take their last pick, and it's an Elder Titan.
Okay.
Something a little different. We like to see it.
Sounds like a hot Saberlight hero, right? They've got the Spirit, they've got the main Natural Order as well. Get rid of that armor. Biggest thing, getting rid of the magic resistance as well. So obviously the Nether Toxin does that on top of the Spirit. So it's going to be a lot of negative magic resist coming in here. And that Spectre's going to melt if she gets locked down, man. You know, Avatos, she gets a Chaos Bolt on her head as well. She gets stuck in that Nether Toxin. It's not going to be fun.
Viper mid. Confirmed.
I mean, you could play whatever you want mid, right?
Yeah, but I think Supreme will be playing Viper mid. And yeah, Wind Ranger. I was thinking about this hero, but you really don't want to pick it against CK.
Yeah.
Because very single target focus.
Yeah, very single target focus. I know you're not gonna die because of this Windrun. It's good to evacuate from his Blink Strike. Yeah, but I'm just not convinced.
So it's going to be our boy Toronto Tokyo picking up the Wind Ranger here.
Yep.
And it will be Supreme playing the Viper as well, lads. So
yeah, it's a good matchup for Toronto Tokyo for sure.
Tokyo Drift here.
Tokyo Drift, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to let me know. I don't know. I like both of these drafts, to be perfectly honest. Like it seems pretty even across the board. Late game, I think late game, despite the fact that there's a Spectre, I'm favoring NIP.
Yep, I think with that Viper, they're gonna do the same thing. Greaves first item on the Viper, and just like try to make this IO tether like target to like heal more.
Yeah. Hopefully we're not going to see an Elder Titan first out of Meteor Hammer. Yes, there's not quite as many stuns to be able to interrupt it, but that Ags is just way too powerful, and I think you need it when you know that they're all going to be running right at your face.
All right, lads, I need a name. NIP and...
NIP.
NIP.
All right, both my panelists here are going to go with Ninjas in Pajamas for game number 2 and making it a 2-0 here up against Yellow Submarine. You guys have to wait and find out for the actual result. We're going to leave it with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Yes, Fog, but would you sort of agree? Are you looking at this lineup from NIP and thinking that Yellow Submarine's got the work cut out here?
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Let's see. Am I muted?
No, I hear you.
I'm not muted. Okay, cool, great. I did something right for once. Yeah, I like what they've got going for them quite a bit here. They're counteracting that Spectre. I feel like they can still look to play very aggressive. They've got just a very nice lineup where I feel like I don't mind Yellow Submarine so much, but I'm a little worried about the passivity of the game. They had this Morphling last game where I feel like Yotaro never could even play Dota. And I feel like it might be similar with the Spectre this game. He's playing into Viper and ET. It does not look easy for him.
Sure, I mean, yeah, so sort of what point will he be able to sort of get involved? And if it does sort of end up going passive, do they sort of get away with it if somehow they are able to make space for the Spectre and push it to the late game? Does that mean it's going to be easier for them in the later stages?
They do have crazy, the Spectre Phoenix. Like, Phoenix is one of those kings of the late game, but there's an Elder Titan on the other side. There's a Viper Break that's always going to be coming in. Like, this is going to be something you have to worry about at all stages of the game. Yeah, I do like what NIP's got for them quite a bit here. If it gets to later stages too. Because I feel like they should come out with a pretty decent advantage. Let's say if we do get to these like mid-game, late-game kind of things. I feel like with NIP's draft, they should have an advantage going into those. Unless somehow lanes just get totally botched.
Sure.
Which Mio, he can do quite a big thing versus the Viper. I've seen this pick quite a lot versus this hero, and it can go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Mio shouldn't die, and as long as he's able to get some nice power shots in, it's not going to be too easy for Supreme. Definitely, the downside being that he's just not able to really punish the Wind Ranger with the poison attack harass if Mio's able to play from the distance.
30 seconds to
Cool how they, the switch up, right? I feel like NIP maybe broke Yellow Submarine's confidence a little bit in picking that Mars. That's why they switched to go for Beastmaster and stuff. Maybe Collapse feeling a little bit more comfortable on this one. And in response, NIP, they picked themselves a CK because it's a hero that, Roar hurts, but it doesn't hurt as much as it's some of these other heroes because you have illusions and you have a bunch of other things that are going to be working with you. And it's a hero that sustains really well in lane. Like Beastmaster can be a hero that can apply some pressure. CK doesn't care. Chaos Strike.
The battle begins.
I mean, because that is going to be the thing. I mean, do you sort of consider Yellow Submarine having enough damage to deal with the CK army, sort of after Charlie has a few items?
No, I feel like they're really lacking that AoE in their, like the entirety of their draft, actually. It's just the Phoenix who can for the most part, deal with that. The other heroes just, they don't even build into stuff that deals with it. I guess, like, Spectre can, but yeah, it's really just Phoenix going to be the one to be able to clear out those illusions.
Oh, well, we will see if Yellow Submarine can do something magical in the laning stage. And let's see what Mio is able to do mid, if he is able to come out confidently on top as Supreme. Having the power of that last pick, they know what they're signing themselves up for, so you would expect Mio to have a good time here.
Uh-oh. We say that, but he just gets 2 creeps denied on him.
Oh.
On his high ground, too, so... He did have the favorable block in this one by a little bit.
Well,
Bottom.
Yeah, the collapse is taking quite a bit of damage here. I mean, this bottom lane, just sort of look at the CK and Io and feel that they are going to be very hard to take down because of this, the sort of constant heals and the eventual Chaos Strike, or are these offlaners, this offlane duo strong enough from Yellow Submarine to threaten kills here?
I think Charlie should just be able to sustain through it. Every time I feel like I say in a lane where I'm like, oh, CK's going to get pressured, I always take it back like 2 minutes later. I'm just like, oh, just kidding. You know, Chaos Strike, he gets a couple procs. And IO is pretty tough to kill. They don't have any stun to really stop the tether, so he should always be able to tether himself away unless he just massively misplays. Actually looking to get aggro onto So Bad. He's got the Fire Spirits available.
Let's see. Yeah, as soon as they're out, NIP aren't going to try and push any further. I know with that attack speed slow, unlikely to be able to quite get those last few hits in.
He is getting slowed down a little bit. The lane isn't... It's not great for Charlie. The boar slow plus the fire attack speed slow is actually messing with his last hits quite a bit here. So he'll be able to sustain through it, but look at his attack speed when he's trying to hit. It's not great.
And then up on the other side of the map of this top lane, sort of preference to the lane set up here from each side?
It bounces in a way, because Elder Titan, the first 2 levels, I think are not the strongest, but level 3, you're explosive. So I feel like now is, like when they get level 3 on NIP, they can pose kill threat non-stop to this Spectre. So I do like NIP's lane up top too. So I feel like they've got 2 lanes that are at least pretty damn good for NIP, but also a lane that can, a little bit of a variable for Yellow Submarine, because bottom, we're not too sure how that's going to go just yet. It does feel like the Beastmaster Phoenix is going to come a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane in particular, I do feel that we've seen Wind Rangers pick to the Viper in order to just have a better time, and that's just not happening so far in the mid lane. You know, Supreme he's keeping the lead here, straight up in CS, 17 for 3 against the 11 for 2. I think this is, you know, this is just straight up outplay from Supreme. I feel we just have seen Wind Rangers do better than this against Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. The first wave he did make a couple mistakes on it. He's actually spamming his power shot quite a lot here, and it's not connecting with Supreme. A lot of times I did see these Wind Rangers, instead of just using it on creeps, they just power shot the Viper over and over and over again.
Oh, now Mio. Oh, Manabake has got the bottle out. We'll see what's going to come out in 30 seconds for the rune. See who sweeps over to try and stop that from going either way.
Mio has to get it. Otherwise, this lane looks really lost. Like, I mean, it's already super lost. He absolutely needs it. Kind of just needs a DD to reestablish this lane, it feels.
Oh, we'll see. Supreme trying to push the wave in, so he has control for this. So Bad's going to come over to help for the rune secure. He's going to play his chances and try for the top lane. Top lane, they've got the damage. Saberline Air, run him down.
You're bound to die once or twice up there as a disruptor. He's actually making sure that he blocks the hard camp, so there isn't the, you know, the thing that we always talk about with ET is where he just stacks the hard camp and abuses his spirit. So yeah, he'll die once for blocking that camp.
Yeah. Obviously, Mio was able to get the rune. Not really a magical rune for him, though. It's just the invis, so not really going to do anything too much about the matchup mid. Not going to help him sort of swing back ahead or anything against Supreme.
No, at least he's filled up, though. He's got some. He's gonna. Supreme's gonna have to spend money on regen, so you know he's got that last hit advantage. He always has the regen to be able to counteract.
I mean,
there it is.
You said it would happen. The levels come in, and suddenly Saberlight, along with Era, they're just running down these kills. I mean, it's not a good sign if you're losing your Spectre like this.
And it doesn't, like, especially when there's also a Viper in the game, right? You know, the mid-game, that Spectre's gonna have a really tough time. This bottom, able to actually push them away from going for the bounties, but Charlie wants to, he'll try to keep messing with them. Saberlight does have to heal. One fortunate thing for Yotaro up top is their full reset back to full HP. This ET is not.
Yeah, he's got Salvat as well as a chainmail, so that extra armor early on is going to allow him to run in pretty confidently and just get these hits in. On lane, and they get Sobat as well. Not quite, but we are seeing the action kick off, and NIP, it's all going their way so far. These kills on these side lanes. I mean, but both lane setups just proving to be very, very solid here for NIP.
Yeah, and even though the first, like, first 5-6 waves or so for Charlie, we were saying he's getting slowed down a bit. Look at that last hits. You know, the Chaos Strike starts to kick in. He's able to keep himself sustained just fine. And then they have ways to actually counteract that attack speed slow that I was talking about before, is they have overcharge. So it actually goes right through the Fire Spirits and that Boar Slow. Mio mid.
Runes up. Yeah, he's going to try and lead him, but Era's here to help out. Sobat TPing in. Dive forward. Will be able to take the DD rune away from Supreme. The Supreme standing his ground, trying to bring down Mio with him, but won't be able to do so. The TP's allowing Yellow Submarine to get the 2 kills and keep Mio alive.
Nicely done. That level 6 is the big one, right? That's when you can actually set up for the kills on the Viper as the Wind Ranger. Nice double rotation. We'll leave Yotaro up top for a slight moment versus Saberlight by himself, but he's actually doing just fine versus this ET. He's back up to 29 last hits anyway.
And we'll see what... As bottom line, I mean, Charlie, he's going to be going for the Midas. And still so far, Contractor hit a good time on it. And as you said, at this point, Sobat and Collapse not really putting much pressure onto the CK at all. It's top lane, another attempt onto Yotaro, Era. Dealing with the Avalanche. Again, these punches from Saberlight doing so much. Yotoro's going to try and stand his ground against Saberlight. The toss is there. Horn comes out. Yotaro will manage to live. It's the kill. And this time won't go down to the punches of Saberlight. Not quite enough power in the Elder Titan to take it.
Love that Yotaro actually goes for Chainmail. If he didn't have Chainmail there, he dies. This plus armor counteracting the ET 2 points in aura is actually pretty huge. That's why it looks like he's so much tankier because of it.
Yeah, without that, he would have been dead for sure.
Yeah, dispersion plus the chainmail. Like, it just makes it look like the ET didn't have as much damage as he actually did. Mid, Supreme. As soon as Focus Fire is committed, he has to drop the Nether Toxin on the ground as bottom.
Looking for Collapse. Trying his best to jump around the trees here. Misha taking a bit of fire from Sobat. As Misha's had to tether over, cross towards the creep. Sobat's going to chase, dives forward with the spirits. Misha's down, and now Charlie's alone. Sobat trying to set up for the body blocks as Charlie will manage to rift over to the side, duke it out to allow himself to pass. He'll live. So they really wanted to go in onto Collapse there, but a little too tricky to find hidden in the trees, and it just took too much time. Misha just fully focused down by the Phoenix.
Yeah, a little bit too much damage to commit. Era steals away an Invis Rune from Mio. Now he's set up on the mid lane. Almost has mana for both. He's got the mana for the combo now.
It's going to be hard, though, with Mio under the tower.
Yeah, he's going to back away. Already a book 1 finish for Collapse. So that's still very good timing down here, even though he did die the once. Not slowing down the CK, but he's still farming very well himself.
Top lane. And they're going in onto Saberlight, but Saberlight's got the backup of Era. Oshka will fall. Stomp out from Saberlight. The Blade Mail's done on you.
Blade Mail? That's very early. Wow.
That's probably the earliest we've seen on a Spectre, but it's going to stop them from going on him.
I love it, actually. Versus the ET, like now Saberlight, it's a question of you probably don't want to trade hits ever.
No, I mean if you're the CT right now looking at the Spectre, I mean what are you thinking? You're sort of like, well, I can't really do much about him anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower
You just need to do it. You need to just pretty much only use your commit when you have the Tiny around you. You can't actually use it too much for harassment anymore.
No. So some smart, safe moves from Yotaro here with this build.
It's like a very, the Blade Mail versus the Viper. It's something that we know it's kind of coming, but it's the fact that we just went naked. That's what makes it so.
Yeah,
so
no,
cool
for sure. Yeah, he would have got it anyway, but yeah, this speed means that it's not only going to give him that benefit later on. It's just giving him this benefit straight away in sort of the remainder of this laning stage.
It just owns Saber. Like Saberlight hits him, he hits him for 100 damage, and Saberlight takes back 230 because of Dispersion plus Blade Mail. Very cool. So that'll help him at least just be able to farm up top here. quite a bit here. Also finds himself a poor man's shield, one of the better items for Spectre early on. And they're going to play around their stronger heroes. You know, they're going to play around that Beastmaster, play around that Wind Ranger.
No, I mean, it all adds up. You know, the poor man's shield, the Royal Jelly, the Ring of Regen. You know, this is that with the Blade Mail, this is a hero that's very hard to go on. You know, as you said, maybe if Era and Saberlight do see an opportunity to burst in, they can try still against that Blade Mail, but I don't think these two heroes will have enough in them. I think they need a third if they really want to try.
They're bringing a third, though. Here comes the Viper.
3 heroes might do it. TPs are going to come in. It's just hard to kill this Spectre. They're really throwing everything into this attempt. The break is down. Another toss, but he's out with the Horn. Horn's popped, and he looks to jump himself away.
He's going to live, though, Charlie. Oh, gets him with the last attack. Okay.
All right. I mean, at the end of the day, that works out probably better than planned for NIP. I mean, instead of sort of the Spectre going down on the top lane and having the XP split between the few of them, he's over towards mid, and Charlie gets it solo.
And Haunt's on cooldown. So you don't have to worry about any type of potential hard play. That's, I mean, quite a big mistake. He tries to go for the big play to survive. Ends up being kind of those double mistakes that we talk about. His game's going to be tough. You know, it's going to be really hard. He's already into so many different counters himself. They're applying pressure bottom, Charlie. The push, because they're ready with the glimpse.
They got the roll they have. Just got to get in range for it. Might not even need it. Yeah, Shackle's there instead for the setup.
Nice.
Yeah, sweeps in, gets the kill. With the roll still up, they could try and look for more around mid.
Book just popped it. They've got a full duration on it. Collapse very strong right now.
He's going to be able to find
they
a roll,
get the good connection.
Saberlight has come over, so there will be a potential to turn this around here from NIP. Is set up there. Stomping landing onto Collapse, but no further commitment. Era trying to see if he can get him for a toss back. Actually, looking to toss in Saberlight. To get Saberlight in for the initiation, but he's got no Stomp and no Astral Spirit. Now the Stomp's back up, and the Shackle Shot's there. The Supernova's out as well as the Roar. Supreme's caught underneath the egg. They're going to lose both Saberlight and Supreme. As that toss forward there, I don't know who made the call on that, Era or Saberlight, but they wanted to go in. That was a huge risk to take, and it hurts them.
Hurts them a lot. I mean, they're still sitting around mid. There's a Hawk right on top of Era. Another being placed. They also have the ward behind the tower. Yeah, that was a very ambitious toss in. Into a Phoenix lineup is the thing. So it's like you're tossing into high ground where a Phoenix is, and he still has egg available. That was very over-ambitious and gets punished. Well, it just gives Yotaro so much time now to farm over some Ancients.
And at the moment he was getting tossed in, he still had a few seconds on both his cooldowns. You know, it wasn't like he was going to be able to get in and straight away Spirit and a Stomp out. No, they were just really desperate to chase and sort of just went too hard in on it. It's top. Drag back on to Miposhka with the rib. Sunray heal as well as the stick charges will stop Miposhka from going down. He's going to live. Now Charlie's taking a lot of damage with his Sunray, and the ball's beating into them, and NIP have to take a step back. Glimpses there as they drag Saberlight back over. Have a Spirit out. He's revving up the Stomp, actually taken out by the relocate. Just a little too worried about Saberlight getting caught out and taken down.
They're all at the ready to fight this, so this, I mean, Misha, I don't think he's going to be able to get this tether out. He's going to try. Okay, he actually will for now. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, no angle to sort of put a stop to it.
Collapse had Roar. He just walked and started pushing the lane rather than going for the kill. Maybe he wanted to save it for a bigger target, but...
Sure, maybe it's like, who cares? He wants to go for the bigger things.
Yeah, it seems like it. As they're looking to play very aggressive. I like this. Look at their stance here. They have egg available. They're looking to just keep trying to put NIP off guard and just let Yotaro play on his side and farm. It's working right now.
Wins back onto Supreme. Raw, Shackle Shot down. The tether's out. Is it enough heals to keep this Viper alive? He's still up for now. The Haunt's in, though. They're on top of the Viper. Supreme goes down. Yotaro jumps over towards Zera as well. Thunderstrike down onto the Tiny. They're diving past this tier 1 for him. Zera, is there going to be any sort of help from Charlie watching from the side? But Charlie, he's not going to step over. The toss out will buy time for Era. In fact, it's enough for him to live. He's actually going to be able to survive this. The whole 5-man of Yellow Submarine unable to finish him off there. I thought they'd have him for sure, but they didn't.
Still pretty tanky as this Tiny. He gets the grow. He gets the grow early on. Usually you see like 4-4 builds on a lot of these Tinies, especially when they're 4 position. But yeah, plus 10 armor, plus 2 also from Arcane Ring. Not that squishy. Big moves, though, because it's Yellow Submarine all this time. They're the ones dictating the pace, which I feel like is always the best thing you can do when you have a disruptor lineup. They're actually putting NIP a bit on the back foot when I felt like... I thought it was going to be NIP being the aggressors with this Viper looking to make moves, but their lanes are just too pushed in. Bottom is just always shoved in. Mid's always shoved in, too. It's tough for NIP to make moves on their own accord right now, it feels.
And definitely feels like a little bit of a timer. As much as this CK is going to scale, if this Spectre does get away with a good Radiance timing, these Haunts are going to be pretty deadly. I mean, I guess it just sort of depends how much you rate the different ways that NIP have to counter Spectre at all points of the game, whether you're too scared of how quickly the Spectre gets these items on.
If he's able to get away with Radiance, I'm very concerned for NIP. I feel like right now they're playing too slow. They're just getting ran at. They're not the ones able to make any moves. Supreme bottom, getting roared up. They're going to be able to take this egg out.
And they're going to get the catch on a collapse as well. Avalanche in onto the Beastmaster in the trees.
Very nice. They were ready this time.
I mean, and they have to be there like that. There's no way they can let their Viper just die to that sort of move that close to a tower.
I can't believe he actually just did that. I literally was going to say, there's no way he flash hits it. He killed the book.
No,
he chose to kill it. He turned and hit it himself.
No! Oh, we got to have a replay of that one.
Mio,
mid lane. Mio.
Killer.
He's got combo again in a few seconds, Zera.
He's got another win run, though. Gets the distance.
Can he TP it? This TP's not going to work. He's in range with the Avalanche. They've got him.
Charlie.
Mio's gone. Kill over towards the CK.
530.
Ooh, easy money for Chaos Knight. Well, there we go. Some bit of action there for NIP. Minor the bit of a slip up from Saberlight.
Did you get to see it again?
I don't think we've had it on yet. I mean, action continued, but he just punched it. Was it an auto attack that had gone wrong, or
no? He chose it. Supreme literally like ran away from the book, choosing not to kill it because he would die. And Saberlight's like, no, I got this. He just punches it and dies. It was
I mean,
funny.
I guess he got the money, but then proceeded to lose it on his death and give up more money than he gained himself.
It happens.
Arrow. Put by the glimpse back, but they're going to fight with it. Charlie puts the ulti straight onto the Phoenix, but the dive's out in time. So bad's able to make it away. Arrow goes down. Pushing them back. Roar out onto Supreme, but Saberlight's able to keep the area safe with the ult laid down. Stop Yellow Submarine from committing any further.
Okay, even the reload. Gonna leave themselves in position to try to go for a tether. Maybe they look to fight on the high ground here if they can, but the book,
they're gonna have to stomp. If they try and go on a Misha, Shackle Shot, not going to latch. Misha's off to the side.
Glimpse back to base.
Yeah, just going to take Misha out of this fight. Does mean Supreme touch a little vulnerable, but the TP's up, so Misha's going to return straight back to mid. Stop Yellow Submarine from being able to pressure for more.
Oh, Yutaro actually switched the build. He's gone for the Yasha instead.
Oh, okay.
Looking to maybe just get more involved around his team.
I mean, do you like that, or in this sort of game where it is a hard game for Spectre, you would have liked to see him try and go for the greed and go for the Radiance?
I felt like he was getting away with it. He was just sitting
building
in the jungle.
up money.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I feel like this might bite him a bit.
Okay.
We'll see. It's still a very hard game for him. As we do see, okay, Meteor Hammer is finished up for Saberlight. Smoke for Yellow Submarine.
Poshka, who's he going to get a catch on Supreme? He's under that ward. Doesn't actually catch the Shackle Shot. Misha's over with the tether, but this overwhelming amount of damage does take Supreme down. Toro haunting around, not able to get a jump onto anyone else though. He's out of it, or maybe Arrow coming in with this wraparound from the back. They're going to try for him, stomp off the mark. Saberlight not able to catch anyone as Arrow, he'll fall.
They might get another glimpse catch, Miposhka. He's waiting for Hawk Vision. Not quite able to find one in time. But it's Yellow Submarines being the aggressors pretty much in the entirety of this game. I don't feel like this is a good sign for NIP. Their Viper is now died 4 times. And this is the Viper that has to kind of counteract that Viper. I feel like he's not doing so at all in this game so far. It's just been him dying to focus fires over and over again. I feel like that's going to continue to happen too.
That is the counter to the counter. You know, just get this Viper out of the fight before he can throw out any spells. Yep. Spectre. And it's been working so far.
Saberlight bottom. He's probably going to go down if they can connect the Shackle. Oh, nice Shackle too.
Mio's getting some Some good picks this game. I mean, 3-1 and 9.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, 6-1 and 4 for him. So bad, actually. As Phoenix 3-1 and 9. We're seeing some plays come out in a game as well where he, didn't necessarily have an easy lane against Supreme. Supreme played it very well against him. And Mio was sort of coming out behind in the lane matchup. But these rotations and these item timings, he's a deadly force. He's in with the focus fire, and he pretty much takes down any of these heroes. CK probably the exception, but the rest of them, they're very vulnerable to this Wind Ranger's commitment.
No, they absolutely are. And it's over again. Look, mid lane's pushed. Bottom is always forced in. So again, Yellow Submarine, they have all their ults available. Again, ready for a fight.
Poshka's got the glimpse onto Misha. Mio looking for a way to get in. He's going to be able to get the shackle on Charlie, and he's got a DD. He's ready to go.
Man.
Underneath the Supernova, Charlie's in trouble. He's trying to run, but he'll get burnt down by the egg. Just a perfect sweep around again from Mio, finding these easy shackles. And just an abundance of damage coming out from these focus fires as Mio just continues to rule the game.
It doesn't feel like there's a Viper versus Spectre at all. He hasn't actually seen the Spectre except for that one situation top. Yellow Submarine just playing as foreign, dominating NIP because they have no way to actually take these fights. Era, he finally has the Blink Dagger, but damn, feels like a lot of damage has just been done. Him and Saberlight just unable to really do too much as the 3-4 in comparison. The 3-4 on the side of Yellow Submarine feels like they're just applying so much more pressure. And I feel like when you're playing with, Viper versus Spectre, you want to be the ones applying the pressure, not the reversal. So yeah, Yellow Submarine are going to start getting some big items to deal with those, deal with the CK if he's ever getting big. I think they've already dealt with the Viper and the ET. Feeling concerned for NIP.
Yeah, a lot of weight on Charlie to carry big time. I mean, Charlie has done it before, and his farm still looks good. But yeah, the more and more time that this Spectre gets, I sort of feel like Yatoro, after the way his teammates have been able to take these fights on and get these kills on his own, he's probably asking himself, he's like, dude, I could have got away with the Radiance.
Yeah.
He's had that much space on his side of the map that he could have. He didn't. I mean, he's still going to get these other items very quickly, Manta, and now looking towards that Skadi next.
They're looking pretty damn comfortable in this game anyway. I'd say
he's getting space.
Yeah, I would say that they're very favorable to win right now. NIP's... it's literally just been on, like, look where the fights are looking to happen again. I feel like NIP's just been trapped in this spot for the last 15 minutes after since laning phase.
With the jump in Era, with the toss back, Roll's going to be laid down on Terra. Charlie trying to commit, but the Static Storm's down. It's trapped Charlie. Supernova out in the high ground. Supreme's trying to turn to take it out, but they can't hit the egg. They've got to run. They've already lost 3. Supreme's going to get run down. Shackles out. Glimpse back again, but Poshka making sure there's no escape for Supreme. And this is just looking incredibly messy now at this point. Yellow Submarine 20-8. They're just running over NIP. It's as you say, they don't have anybody in a good position to play. So Supreme's just keeps dying. He's 1-5-2. The offlane ET 2-4-3. It's just very underwhelming performances from these cores. And they're just not doing enough to allow Charlie to have a good game on the CK, despite how much farm the Charlie's managed to get.
This is well and truly over. It's irrecoverable. This Spectre is massive, and his team around him is just way too strong. They haven't even really had to, like you said, the Gytaros have just been able to farm for the majority of it. It's just been the 4.
Yeah.
Just crushing NIP.
And literally the 4. You look at this so bad position for Phoenix. He's got more farm than this offlane ET that Saberlight's running, and it's going to hurt. The levels are great. Level 15, he's pretty much got a Shiva's Garb. We're seeing it already.
Massive.
These Supernovas are just, they're untouchable. We're not seeing NIP find any chance, really, to tackle the eggs. I don't know how they're going to deal with this Phoenix in the team fights.
I don't either. I also don't know how they're even going to deal with Spectre anymore, because the break mechanic, it might be there, but I think he's just too big now for it to matter.
The Viper just dies too quickly.
Viper's is dead before it anyway, yeah.
Yeah, he sort of just has to throw out another toxins. He's not getting this opportunity to sort of wait until his team is able to stun, hold this Spectre in position, and then get the break on top of him. Yellow Submarine, they're just the team that chooses where the fight happens and when the Spectre comes in.
Yeah, just, again, forcing all the lanes in, as we've seen literally the whole game. Mid lane was pushed in by a power shot, Collapse always forcing in one way with the boar, and bottom was already pushed in from so bad. So they smoke, they're going to look for the number advantage, and they already have deep wards. They have a ward placed behind this tower top, so I feel like Supreme, if he steps up, very likely to die. And he's stepping up.
Oh no, he's
and
up.
he's lagging that.
Shackles in, and Supreme is out once again. They will pop the Aurora for him.
Radiant's
Totally
top
necessary,
tower
but
is under
just sending a message. Charlie, trying going on to Mio. Instant shackle shot does knock down Charlie for now. You know, popping the BKB to back away from this. Shatura is trying to lead onto Charlie.
They've got more glimpses.
Saberlight, we're not going to quite get trapped in the kinetic field. Enough movement speed to step out in time, but the space is there. You know, Yellow Submarine just pushing NIP back up to their base. They're able to take down the tier 2 tower, and just this lead continues to grow. The map control as well, just continuing to really eliminate the spaces that Charlie feels safe in finding farmers this CK right now.
Yeah, he can't hit. I mean, he can't hit any creeps because they're all still in this area. And Spectre, they send him down. They send Yutaro down bottom to push it out. They can keep themselves all as 4 in this area. And maybe I think they can look to hit this tier 2 mid. They're gonna port bottom with the Spectre, with the Viper. They have to get this kill.
Let's see what they can do.
Can they do it?
Can they chain stone him? In with the stun. The break is down. Do they have the damage? They do. They get the kill. As you said, that there was no... they could not let that slip away from them. They have to get it. They do. Takes the 4 of them. But yeah, Shatura gone for a minute. This does open up the game for NIP to try and find something else. And with this immediate smoke over towards the rest of the team, they're looking for it.
They might buy back and haunt to fight if NIP commits too hard.
That
I
is
think this is the right play for NIP.
Let's see what they can force. In onto Miposhka. Miposhka turns straight away. Shackle shot, the Static Storm are down. Stomp out onto Miposhka, but the Roar's there for collapsing. Charlie, he just dies on the front of the fight. Fully commits. He cannot achieve anything here. The Supernova's going to be successful very easily there by Sobad. As it doesn't matter that they don't have a Spectre. The rest of the 4 of them have no trouble killing literally everyone. Error dragged back by the glimpse from Miposhka. Another catch from this Disruptor. And they're just all dead. I mean, you talked about the threat of the buyback haunt. They didn't even need it. They didn't even need the Spectre to come back in to just take on the 5 members of NIP trying to sneak up on them.
Oh, look at that damage. Phoenix gets off every single spell beautifully. Already has a Shivas at this early mark in the game. It's dominating. 24 of the 26 kills Sobad's been involved in it. Yeah, we do at the sort of this top level see these games where these Phoenix players, you know, they just have these incredible showings, and this is one of them. It's just a, you know, couldn't be done any better by Sobad's Phoenix. Collapse also does look much more comfortable on the Beastmaster, it feels. It fits the way that they want to play and apply pressure to rather than having to rely on this ulti, because Beastmaster can be played a lot without Roar.
This is looking very tough for NIP right now. Charlie trying to step up.
Neo's just running at him because he has Aegis.
He's going to force Charlie to BKB. He's dragging back, but now the Haunt's out. Ready to go. Yutoro's jumping in on the front lines. Avalanche slows them down, but the Roar's onto Supreme. They lose Misha in the tree. Supreme's going to get nuked down by the power shot of Mio. I mean, you could sort of feel it with the way that NIP was just running at them there. The NIP may be on the verge of sort of calling this one as 28-9, 19k lead. Any time that you're down this far, this early against the Spectre, it's going to be feeling pretty doom and gloom.
Yeah, you got no chance in this one. They just can't. It feels like they just can't kill anybody. Not even just the team. They just can't kill anybody unless it's literally a 5v1.
This is. I mean, yeah, this is just brutal stuff. I mean, especially if you consider how you would imagine that NIP probably felt they had quite a confident answer against the Spectre, right? They do choose all these heroes that do have good ways of punishing the Spectre's game, but they were just never able to do that.
There's a jump fight here.
Yeah, he's able to put the BKB, then just focusing down onto Charlie with the focus fire. Static somehow as well. Charlie puts the BKB. They can find Miposhka. Now going to find the Disruptor. Can they get Collapse as well? No. Well, yes, they can. Comes in time. Okay. A punch back from NIP. Have to use the Saberlight buyback, but it pays off anytime they can try and win a fight whilst they're this far behind. It's money well spent from NIP.
Need to try to get anything to get this CK online. It still feels, you know, I think they need like 10 of those to really feel like they have a good shot back in this one because they're still just so far out of it. They did pop so bad though, is the important thing. This Phoenix, he bought back instantly. If they can kill him again, there's going to be a long downtime where they maybe can take advantage of that. They're going to need anything they can get in this game to recover. Silver Edge also finished on Charlie, so another break.
I mean, with sort of the way that Supreme has been done in the fights, they need as much break as they can get because the Nether Toxin is just not reliable enough right now.
No,
Having this second option is going to be pretty essential against Yatoro's Spectre.
They're walking in, trying to force it.
Shackles out. Yatoro's in with a horn. They're straight in onto Charlie. They're trying to save Charlie, get him out to the side, but it's just too much damage. Charlie goes down. They cannot take this egg out. As the egg will pop successfully. A triple kill for Yatoro. And just again, just going back to seemingly as hard of a game as it was just moments ago. It still is for NIP. As Yatoro picking up Misha as well. As he's left to drag himself back. 20k lead, 33-12. The stomping continues by Yellow Submarine.
Yes, it does. Yeah, just some very nice aggressive plays coming out from them. And like you said, this So Bad Phoenix has just dominated time and time again inside the fights. And I didn't really point this out. I didn't really want to nitpick so much of items, but they didn't even get a drum on their team on the side of NIP. Like the ET went for the the Meteor Hammer again, which I felt was kind of useless this game. I feel like a drum would have been much. Like drum to hit egg, drum to be able to move in and out of fights. I feel like it would have been a lot more impactful. I know a lot of these players, they're touching on this Meteor Hammer. In some games, I feel like it can have its merits. In a game like this one, I didn't see it, even from earlier. When he was getting committed on, it didn't feel like it was ever going to do anything.
Charlie is deep in, pops the ult, tries to move in straight away onto Collapse. The Sunray heal for Sobad, keeping Collapse alive. Eric comes with a jump combo onto the Phoenix, but the Phoenix is able to dive out. Sobad will live for now, he's away. Yatoro moves in onto Misha. As the IO falls, buyback straight away from Misha. Neo for the setup with the Shackle, will get it onto both Supreme and Era, holding them back. Yatoro's able to step out of the splitter. He'll make it away. Chase continues from NIP. Can they get themselves on top of? They're looking for Miposhka. Charlie sneaking in with the Silver Edge. And Miposhka, he will be left for sure. Gets a Static Storm down, but doesn't matter. But NIP, they find themselves the Disruptor support still, though. The rest of Yellow Submarine have fully evacuated the area. Nobody else to fall.
They got what they came for anyway. The melee Rax is taken out. They have all the momentum swinging in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are on mode chill. Just ready to fight if they come at them.
Get the jump on the Phoenix.
That's the big 100 seconds.
He's gone for a long, long time.
Maybe too much mode chill. Do get picked off here.
Right, I mean, NIP's got to make this 100 seconds count like no tomorrow. I mean, if you're NIP right now, what are you having to achieve during this Phoenix downtime?
Check Roche. Take mid tower and scout Roche. I think if you can get a Roche spawn, you can actually get lucky around this one, and it's about 40 seconds. They can get it.
Yeah, they're going to have still a solid 35 to take it down without worrying about the Phoenix, and that should be long enough for their lineup to kill it.
They've got to get something big out of this downtime.
Or if they can find another catch.
If they can get a big kill on the Wind Ranger, or the Spectre's probably impossible, but if they can get a kill on one of these cores, maybe.
They see the hook, so they know that Collapse was over here when he just sent this over. Can Era find Collapse?
Gets him with the initial.
He can get him. Charlie wasn't chasing over straight away, though, but they're going to have time to hold him in place. The Stomp's down. The Meteor Hammer is going to pay off this time as Sableye is able to lock him down a little longer. Charlie comes in. They've killed off Collapse. Still 30 seconds, no Phoenix. So now that not only did they kill the Phoenix, they got kills. They'll see that. Well, no, okay, it's Yellow Submarine's career. We'll see if they check it out themselves. It doesn't look like they are going to NIP.
Nah, it's still too risky now. They'd have to full commit for it in that area. It's just a little bit too... And I don't think they kill it that fast either.
Yeah, I guess at this stage with sort of the tankiness that Roshan's going to have. Charlie's going to try and find another catch.
The sentries, though, Miposhka is prepared. He bought 8 sentries before this. As he's placed down all over the area, knowing that they need to just secure their jungle for this moment here.
But, you know, something. In a game where it has just been sort of all downhill for NIP, they're able to make a little magic happen. They're still going to need a lot more of that, as they are still down 21k and only holding on to that final range racks on the bottom lane. But they do hold on. The game will continue.
They're going to have some some very, very hopeful team fight around this Roche, because Yellow Submarine, they're going to commit straight for this one. So let's see, I mean, how NIP can try to commit and try to fight around this. As it's, this Phoenix, just, I don't think you can fight into this Phoenix. It's so bad, level 20.
Yeah, somehow they've got to jump in, but with this Eon Disc and such, it's just not going to happen. Eon Disc, Kraken Coach, Sheep's got, just look how tanky this Phoenix is.
Yeah, it just really is not possible. They're camping up here on the high ground. We're hoping they can pop somebody as they walk up. They see the Fire Spirits casted. They're pinging mid. They know that they're smoked around the area now.
So what's this? This is going to take some sort of heroic jump from Mera or a perfect time stomp from Saberlight. Actually, no, the Yellow Submarine's not going to commit. They don't want to get caught out by either of those plays. They're waiting it out and sort of seeing what NIP do.
They're going to push up bottom in the meantime with the relocate. During this time, they're going to commit into the pit, though. This is 6 seconds till that relocate comes in. It's dying. It's going to be dead before the reload's back.
Yeah, they're not going to be back in time. Oh, they're stepping out to avoid the stomp. But no, the damage Era's in. He's going to try for it, but already the Aegis is picked up. They got the kill, they got the Aegis, and the egg is down. A jump just a little too slow there from NIP means they won't get a chance to stop this. They've lost 2. Saberlight almost certainly going to go down as well as the hammer holds them back momentarily, but he gets finished off by the Necro Book. As they tried to make the jump. It was always going to be a hard one, and it doesn't happen in time.
Charlie, he walks into the book 3.
Misha's going to be there with the heals. He's able to turn, actually kill Collapse. Toro chasing him down, will still bring him out of the action, and Misha, the last one left standing. They'll call it. GG is there. Yellow Submarine with a very dominant performance here in this game too. And just, I mean, for NIP, a couple of lanes, a couple of cores really that just didn't have a great time, specifically that mid lane. 110 and 5 at the end of it all on Supreme. The Viper pick and the Viper play just not working out at all for NIP this game.
No, they picked it apart on Yellow Submarine. It seems like they knew exactly how they wanted to actually play around it. They just hid the Spectre. They played us forward very aggressively with this Beastmaster, took the towers, and they were always the ones making the moves. So Supreme, he was just, I felt like he just didn't know where to go in the game. He just kept hitting that big camp, that neutral camp, and just kept dying, attempting to farm. Just felt like Yellow Submarine came in with a much better plan, and NIP got crushed by it.
Yeah, just a very impressive stuff from Yellow Submarine this game. I mean, it's standout performances all around the board. Mio, 11-1-20 on this mid lane win range, phenomenal stuff. Yatora having a great game against all odds. You know, all these sort of heroes that they can do work against the Spectre. They didn't. And some clutch, you know, as you say, Beastmaster, Collapse steps it up in this game too. Support play across the board as well. Maposhka and Phoenix doing so much in terms of just the team fight control. They had it covered. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A big swing around here in game 2 as Yellow Submarine come in with even more of a dominant performance that NIP was able to bring out themselves in game 1. As now the series stands 1-1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to find out which way it ends up falling after the short break here at ESL 1 Germany as it stands 1-1 between Yellow Submarine and NIP.
Just a dust, just a sand, just a dust, just a sand. Oh, it's you and me trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me trying to be weightless, and I know it feels like light years in the making, older, 1,000 miles of luck, don't look down, we made it, feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah, we stay understated, pressure feels amazing.
So bad that it was so good there from the boys of Yellow Submarine. They bring this series back to a 1-1 scoreline and push us to yet another 3-mapper here at ESL 1 Germany. And it is an exciting series nonetheless between both these teams. NIP, Yellow Submarine. Who's going to take this third and final game? We don't know. Fingers crossed that my panelists can figure it out. Danog, QO, lads. That's a good draft there coming in from Yellow Submarine. They looked really strong as well.
They did.
But
from NIP's side, you see the Elder Titan. You were thinking more Legion Commander, but I think the ET still can work. But just like game number 1, where you get that Morphling Midas, you have this first item Meteor Hammer on the Elder Titan. What does that really do when the enemy team is pushing into you? It does nothing. I was saying, Ags, get the Ags super early on so you can be that frontline presence so that the Chaos Knight isn't being bursted 100-0 from the very beginning. And also, don't hit a Necrobook unit, and just kill yourself. It's not good.
I mean, we have to think about it mathematically. 8 seconds stun.
True.
How many times did that happen?
I don't know.
Like once, I think, maybe?
Well, like compared to that confidence, like when he picked ET against Spectre, like the CS wasn't looking great.
No.
I think Spectre had 32 CS, which means he got like 80-90% of the last hit. And like imagine him picking a Legion Commander, Tidehunter, Timbersaw. I think it would be like completely different.
Yeah, so do you think they should have done it before that last phase of bans so that the Tide and the Timbersaw weren't taken out of the equation? Because, they didn't have the last overall pick, I suppose. So even if they went this Viper style, they could have still just picked the Wind Ranger. Like, just to harken back to one of the biggest Viper spammers in the competitive scene right now in Weeha, whenever he goes up against one, he knows what can beat it. And it's the Wind Ranger every single time. And I thought that Mio, aka Tokyo Toronto, or Toronto-Tokyo, I forget which one already.
Toronto-Tokyo.
Toronto-Tokyo, he played a fantastic game. Same thing with Sobad on that Phoenix.
Yeah. But I still want to give... I don't know, I think NIP is like a hero, didn't have like anything to deal with this Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was focus firing 5 seconds, 6 seconds without any interruption. I was expecting Tiny to either toss him back, so like the Viper doesn't get burst down, but like Tiny will die if you do that.
Well, you had no answer for it, and I suppose you didn't know exactly how NIP were going to be drafting, but again, it's like we were stating at the start of the previous game. NIP wins game 1 of the series. They go back and they just pick the Tiny IO again and say, look, you've got to beat us. And clearly, Yellow Submarine had the tools to be able to do so. So now, game 3, I'm thinking we're probably going to see something different. Maybe the IO will still come out. I think it's fine. But just pair it together with something else, something a little bit more active. Because Era, he was about 6 minutes slower on that Blink Dagger. So it meant he wasn't able to be so proactive. And you never want to be contesting a Phoenix and a Spectre in the late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it goes to show that, even from the fact that game 1 when we talked about it, it was a fairly close game. Obviously, it did blow out towards the end there for NIP, but coming to this second one, it goes to show that even these small, I don't want to say mistakes in the draft, but these small kind of out drafts, with the Wind Ranger going up against the Viper, it really does blow out to such a massive advantage with these two teams being so tight.
Yeah, and Yellow Submarine, they actually had the priority of whether they want first or second pick or the side going into that game number 2, and they specifically chose having second pick. So they wanted to be able to have this last pick hero that can wrap their entire draft together. So good strategy, good drafting, and yeah, being able to bring it back. So we're 1-1 now in this series.
I mean, it does also go to show that the fact that Yellow Submarine, maybe that series up against Nigma wasn't just a straight-up fluke. You know, obviously, when we talked to Mio or Toronto Tokyo, whichever name you want to give him for this series, he told us that they learned a lot from that series against Secret. And, you know, you got to kind of put a little bit of an asterisk against it, right? Where you're playing against the best team in the world, and now our boy, Toronto Tokyo, is up here on MVP screen. And just look at these stats from this guy. There's some very nice-looking numbers there, 222 last hits as well. But it just goes to show that these guys have a lot of potential when they play together, and when they play against these teams that are kind of on their level or even maybe a little bit below them, they tend to, you know, do really well.
Yeah, I think it's the style of hero that fits him perfectly. Like, he always loves playing these hyper-mobile heroes, whether it be Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, Wind Ranger. He was drifting around the map, left, right, and center. He was fast, he was furious, and we loved seeing it from Toronto Tokyo.
We were saying about that in the green room.
Yeah, yeah.
Toronto Tokyo Drift!
It was insane. I loved seeing it. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the lesser known commodities within the region, so I'm happy to see him doing well.
Yeah, it is a really good showing, the fact that he's able to put his stamp on these games. And, you know, a lot of the times when we were coming into this tournament, we're talking about the positioned ones being kind of the shining stars, right, in a lot of these teams. But Toronto Tokyo putting his stamp on this game now, and now pushing us to a game number 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to go to a short break before we get into our final decider map here between Yellow Submarine and Ninjas in Pajamas. It's going to be a quick one. We'll see you on this side of it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
You don't wanna listen, tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings, so I'm finished. I'm on my way, then you tell me you need it, back in my space, hey, yeah. How could I lie, just to be cold, wanna be honest, you should know, I just came here to make you feel good, you know what the message is, suddenly you with me now, you know what the message is, I'll be running wild for you, babe, you know what the message is, I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
After the short break, we're ready now to get into game number 3 draft. And as we send our car sideways into this draft, we're ready for our boy Toronto Tokyo to continue to drift over the top of Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm just going to be the hype man here for Yellow Submarine, lads. Dan on QO. Welcome back here. Game number 3 draft on the way. I'm just going to do this from now on. I think I'm just going to continue to just be ultra biased to one team. I think that's the best way to get this done, right?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, let's go Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I mean, it works fine enough. So now, they've been able to pick up this Phoenix twice. It works pretty well for them in the game number 2. Game 1, a little bit more shaky. I feel like NIP just executed perfectly, though, in that game. You know, able to get much more aggressive, Era having some really nice rotations. Are they going to let it through again? Yes, they will. Oh, okay, so this is a little bit interesting. So first pick going to Yellow Submarine. Obviously, they get the Phoenix after they ban out the Faceless Void themselves. They really like playing it too, and they respond with a Vengeful Spirit. Now, mind immediately goes to, all right, what ranged heroes can really take advantage of that increased attack range? Of course, the Drow, but a Mars immediately picked up beyond that. So that's a really good counter for that style, and it pairs really well together with the Phoenix. So I'm liking this opening so far from Yellow Submarine.
I think Mars is one of the collapses like a main hero that he like performs like really great. And I think the first game the issue was IO healing factor, but now they have Venge and Terrorblade against Mars. I'm surprised they NIP picking up this Terrorblade here against Mars.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, they just wanted something that's able to get in on top, I guess. But I mean, what would have worked better in your mind, like
Usa?
Nah.
Yeah, let's see that, like, because I think it's just way too passive, and I have a feeling that Chalice can actually get burst down in lane.
Yeah.
Seeing how like Collapse like played, I think with the Beastmaster and Mars, he was still playing really aggressive, and he was still performing pretty well in terms of CS as well.
Yeah, I think Charlie's going to have a hard time, and you know, you've got this Mars, right? I think the key to him in the laning stage is just being very conservative with his spear. Once that metamorphosis is popped, just spear the TB away, you know, try and maneuver the creep wave as much as you can, and just don't get stunned and don't get burst down. But
and even if like a Terrorblade meta, like if you have 1 point in the like on a Mars, you don't really get too much damage. So his meta just gets wasted, and if you don't damage the like Mars enough, like Mars just gonna turn on you.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting to see like Terrorblade offensive tri-lane or something.
Just really trying to give Charlie a really solid start up against this Mars, right?
because like it just doesn't make sense for me like that you pick Terrorblade against Mars.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what's already picked, and we can see, again, a lot of these position 1 heroes being banned out, but in your mind, QO, if you're going up against a TB, what kind of hero do you want to be playing?
Slark is one, but like it's not a really good hero.
Yeah.
And Morphling's fine. Drow Ranger's fun.
Gone, though.
Yep.
No Lifestealer, no Faceless Void. PA,
Juggernaut,
not fantastic.
PA can go both ways.
Yeah. I just want something that's... I want to see a Sven, actually, come out here.
Sven's could be really good, like pairing up with Phoenix and Mars.
Yep, deals well with a lot of illusions with that AoE stun. Phoenix as well, you're a strength hero, so you're going to have a lot of HP. Very tanky. And, you know, you can play at both styles. You know, you can get quite aggressive, or if it's looking like Ninjas in Pajamas want to go that sit back and farm style, which a lot of TBs do these days, you can just go for a Midas. You know, I think Sven is one of those that actually can build it and still be okay.
Yeah, and like I think this phase, like Yellow Submarine is gonna get so much in the draft just because NIP opened with this Venge and Terrorblade. Like they're just way too passive, and it seems like they're just starting to pick this like aggressive hero to like change the mood of the draft.
Yeah, not just be way too passive sitting on the back lines and, you know, hoping that Yellow Submarine come into them, because if you just put the onus on Yellow Submarine to start fighting you, they can just slowly creep into your side of the map but not actually commit to it. So you just get more and more farm, whereas NIP has less.
Yep, and Disruptor pickup, I like it.
Team fight, again.
They've basically just gone, all right, Collapse, you want to play Mars again? He goes, yeah. And like, okay, we'll just play the same draft again, but you just play Mars.
And there's no saving here, no healing, no healing factor. If Mars like get a good lane and just initiate with this Yule or Blink and just burst 1 or 2 down, I think they're gonna have a really easy game. NIP need to do something about that.
What do they pick up here? Do they go for Saberlight's hero that's a little bit more of an aura hero, trying to get something that can allow this Terrorblade to have a little bit of emphasis in these team fights then?
But they have to pick this mid and offlane hero here. So what can they do? Like offlane hero with like a just lane dominating hero? Timbersaw? Timbersaw solves like a little bit of like any problem.
It does, but Phoenix deals with him pretty well. Same thing with the Disruptor. So you actually have to smash your lane in order to make it have this real big factor.
The scary thing is Yellow Submarine gonna see what NIP is gonna pick first.
Yeah. I guess that's kind of the power of having this first pick, right? Like obviously towards the end of the draft, you don't have that last overall pick. They're gonna go with the Panda. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that was a possibility, but like, it's not a super Saberlight style of hero. You know, he's much more strong into things like the Slaughter, the Darkseer, and that just didn't feel like quite the game for those this time around. I think Brew is totally fine. You know, you just want to be able to break up these team fights, get rid of one of these heroes that's causing a ton of team fight initiation and sustain. So I don't mind it. It's just what are they going to pair together, because they still need a lot more damage for that early to mid game.
And Anti-Mage. I was thinking the Anti-Mage is really good counter to Brewmaster. There's not many here that can be good with it, but you're versing against Terrorblade. That's why like I thought they were gonna ignore it and try to just play like this offensive style. But
the thing is, like with the Anti-Mage, he can just avoid fights for, you know, the first, until he's got his blink maxed out basically, right? And you've got those, let's say 3 items, Battle Fury, Manta, Basher. He can just keep avoiding team fights, and really, what lockdown do you have to deal with this Anti-Mage right now on NIP? Yeah, there's nothing.
Brewmaster doesn't have damage, Terrorblade, you know, they just have to be grouped up as 4 or something to actually kill down this Anti-Mage.
So do you think NIP, they need to be playing something hyper-aggressive in the mid lane that builds into something that can continue to lock down the Anti-Mage, whether it be an Orchid, which is, you know, useful pre-Manta, but then it'll drop off a little bit, and then maybe into a Scythe of Vice. So something like a Nature's Prophet, perhaps?
Nature's Prophet could be one, like, you know, like thing they can go for, but it might be a bit scary. I really want to see them picking TA here.
Yeah?
Because it's really good against Anti-Mage. You have Venge with you as well. Like, you need to have this like bursting potential Anti-Mage, but all this magical damage is not gonna solve anything.
Yeah. So you just want something that has a lot of physical damage and can play kind of fast.
Yeah, so they can actually lock him down with like a Clockwork plus TA, like just with these 2 heroes.
Yep.
Is this the game for the Visage for Supreme? You know, it gives them some lockdown with the familiars. It gives you some early game. You can bully someone out of lane as soon as you hit level 6. It's got some tower tanking potential, so you're not just purely relying on this Terrorblade for the metamorphosis.
It's very slow though.
It is.
Yeah, like you have to be grouped up as like 3, 4, moving with Visage and Venge, all these low movement speed heroes. Like, just feels a bit, it feels bad. But
they do get rid of the Shadow Fiend, so a little bit more minus armor for them. Has that that physical damage.
even Doom mid might be like, you know, like one of the other solution. Like if he gets like Blink Dagger and then just Blink Stomp into Anti-Mage and then Doom him, like with like one of these heroes, I think they can burst him down.
Well, they're getting rid of the Bat Rider, so I feel like it's something that's either a melee hero for that mid lane or something that doesn't quite have the mobility in the super early stages, like your Storm Spirits or the like.
I have a feeling that it's gonna be TA.
Oh, they get rid of the Storm.
I have a feeling it's a TA.
So you think it's going to be the TA here, but what about for Yellow Submarine? What's Toronto Tokyo going to pick up here? And it looks like they've already picked his hero. They're going to go with the Void Spirit here.
You needed something that was going to give you some kind of early game, because they are also a little bit passive on Yellow Submarine's side. You know, that Sunray doesn't start to take effect until probably level 8 or so is when you really start to come online with it. And yeah, again, it's going to be pretty heavily on the back of Collapse here with that Mars as to how the tempo is going to look in the early phases of this game.
Another route that NIP can go is just pick a heroes that can beat Void Spirit in lane and take a towers together with this Terrorblade plus pushing hero.
Nature's Prophet, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Right, well, looks like it's going to be Underlord. We saw this from Alliance.
So lane dominating. They chose to go for that, like,
There's going to be a Panda mid. No, Supreme's going to be picking up Underlord. So taking a leaf out of Alliance's book here is Ninjas in Pajamas, but can they execute it? That's something that, you know, might be a little bit hard for them to get done here, because not many mid players play this Underlord. So.
No, it's going to be harder for Mio to get a decent amount of farm in the early to mid game, and he's really the tempo setter for Yellow Submarine, so I can see where they're going with it. They've also got that cool combination of the Cinder Brew plus Rocket Flare for the off lane, so you're going to be able to ignite the Cinder Brew against the Anti-Mage, so harass him down a little bit, maybe force him to buy more regen than he would be hoping for. I don't know how
One thing that I like about like the Toronto Tokyo is playing really well today, just in terms of laning phase. Like, I think that Zeus Lina was like one of the matchup that I felt it's highly favoring towards Lina, but I think he managed to pull it off the laning. And I'm assuming this game, we've seen the other day Void Spirit versus Underlord, and I think Void Spirit got smashed.
Wait, was it Supreme that was playing the Void Spirit against the Underlord? I think it
might have
versus Alliance, I'm pretty sure it was. So he has some idea about how this matchup should go, but lads, need a predictions here before we get into game number 3.
Oh, I hate doing this.
I have to go with my Collapse.
You're going to have to go with your Collapse.
And
so it's going to be Yellow Submarine there for QO on the end. What about you, Matt, in the middle? Quick.
Sure, Yellow Sub. Let's
All
go.
right, so my boys here have finally got on the Yellow Submarine hype train. Choo-choo, next stop, the end of game number 3. So we're going to leave it with our casters for one more time here. It's going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Yes, looking forward to see which way this series does end up falling. Fogged, where we've got the lineups, it's game 3. We've had 2 games where both teams have been able to show us, you know, a pretty dominant performance. NIP game 1, and of course, last game, Yellow Submarine. Are we going to see another one-sided affair here in game 3, looking at the 2 drafts that we've got?
I think this last pick, Underlord, is actually very clever. I know we saw it, of course, in the series of Alliance versus NIP, and it's also versus a Void Spirit.
Yeah,
again.
it trashed the Void Spirit when we saw it last time.
He was like 4. I remember actually the last hits. I think it was like 40 last hits, and I'm gonna actually say this. It was like 10 on Void Spirit. Not even, not joking. That's actually how bad it was. It was a complete dumpstering. And I feel like this hero is like the perfect pick because I was looking at a lot of options. I'm like, oh, this is actually a very good anti-mage game when I'm looking at it. You know, the 4 heroes that you saw before, Brewmaster, Terrorblade, Clock, and Venge, didn't know what solution it would be. This actually ticks the boxes. It gives you a pit to catch. It gives you a good group up mechanic with your Terrorblade. And anti-mage does not like playing into Underlord a lot of the times. So I do think it can work really well for them because besides the Underlord, like I felt like they had no catch if AM gets to this mid game.
No,
right? Like the bench stun, you can always reflect it. There's nothing else that'll catch you. That was literally it. So I feel like this pit could be one of those X factors. I think the Yellow Submarine played really well when they were playing with this Phoenix and Disruptor, kind of setting the tempo. But now they don't have their Beastmaster. They have a Mars, and they did suffer a little bit with that Mars. So we'll see how comfortable Collapse is this time around.
Yeah, game 1 performance was not great from Collapse, so yeah, definitely going to get a second chance this series to redeem himself here in game 3 on the Mars.
Yeah, but
we'll
it's a good matchup though, right? Versus Terrorblade with Phoenix, it's pretty nice. This hard lockdown high burst is quite nice, and we're gonna see them try to make sure they get that lane matchup because they're trying to dodge.
They were, and as you said, they're just not going to let it happen. Collapse is already heading up there, and of course, if they do want to sort of move supports around as well, TPs will be available, and I guess sort of moving around the one part of the duo lane just in case there are TPs and they don't have to both move. So yeah, we'll see sort of what NRP is going to do against this. Is Charlie and Era starting top against Maposhka and Collapse. And yeah, I think not only just looking towards how well Collapse is able to play, but I'm definitely very intrigued about the mid lane. You know, if we are going to indeed see again the Underlord destroy the Void Spirit, or if somehow Mio's able to play a bit better against the Supreme Underlord in comparison to when we did see Void Spirit played out against it before.
I'm gonna believe in Mio. This guy seems like he's very very aware of how these lanes work. He's been very, like the Zeus versus Lina matchup, he did very well bottom. Actually, they're able to get a kill. I guess they've rotated Charlie down bottom with the TP, caught him off guard. A little bit of overwhelming damage. But yeah, Mio seems like this very like lane specialist kind of guy. He seems like he knows what he's doing in most of those matchups. But we'll see. Nice. Just seems like it's a tough one to even be able to do anything about it, as the damage is just going to be there.
Absolutely, yeah, you get some insane damage. Of course, it does require you to sort of get around these creeps dying, and Mio, on his early levels, is probably the best bet to try and harass Supreme as much as possible away from the CSs. It's, yeah, as soon as there's a few points in this aura, it's not going to be easy for the Void Spirit at all.
You're gonna have to just play around your spell usage though. I think that's one thing that Mio can do. He just goes for his W and his E and just pushes the lane in constantly, because you actually have better lane push than an Underlord at early. The first 2 points in Firestorm, the second and third point are those big ones to actually push lanes out. And Mio's gonna have his bottle at a good timing. I mean, he's doing infinitely better already in the matchup than we saw how Supreme was able to versus Lin. And they did get the lanes they wanted, right? So for Yellow Submarines, you have to imagine that they're a little bit happier, even though they did give up that first blood. They've got this is exactly what they wanted to have set up.
Yeah, they're able to put the pressure on down bottom. I mean, the Spear in on Charlie. Oh, not gonna quite be able to follow up for now, but already just sort of seeing the potential. And I mean, the thing is as well in this lane, if they are able to get on top of the Terrorblade, sort of consider the Venger support that's going to be able to offer too much against these two. If they are able to get aggressive onto Charlie.
He's just the wave. It's mostly just a wave of terror and holding them in place for the TB to hit with mana. Yeah, that's kind of it. I think that this lane is very strong versus TB. This Mars and this Phoenix. It's a ton of damage, and it's just straight magic damage, which TB hates playing against because you're very squishy early on. Sure, you've got like 17 armor under tower, but you are literally like the lowest strength hero, one of the lowest strength heroes in the game. So they should be able to apply a good amount of pressure onto Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, Misha's totally out of mana now after that sort of magic missile spam. As he's not going to have much left to offer. As again, not quite able to get control of the creeps here, so bad messing with him. As Misha probably going to have to spend time walking back to base. So this will mean Charlie is, yeah, he's alone. So Charlie's going to have to be very cautious on this bottom lane.
Yeah. Interesting to point out too, Saberlight did not actually go for Cinderbrew at all up top. It's actually just going for the Brawler. Brawler plus Thunderclap. They did have the Rocket, the synergy with the Rocket plus the Ignite too with the Cinderbrew. But this is a hero that we don't, you know, this is... Brewmaster I feel like is still kind of in a question mark spot. I feel like they made it work the other day on Mud Golems, but I'm still not too confident in this hero because it's just very tough to make work.
I mean, what is it that it offers that you think NIP picked it for this game?
It breaks team fight completely. That's one thing. And I think they saw, you know, Mars plus Phoenix, they see this very overwhelming thing. They wanted something to kind of be able to counteract it. And then just having this natural frontliner.
See mid. Neo did manage to grab himself that arcane rune, so they are going to have to be a little wary of Mio making the moves once he does hit this 6. And yeah, continue to keep it even in this mid lane. I mean, it's ended
dead even.
Yeah. I mean, what does that sort of say to you? Do you think that just sort of says to you that last time around we saw the Void Spirit was just having a bad game, or is this Mio just being one of the better mids that we have here at this tournament?
I think it's that Mio just seems like he's a very one-on-one kind of player. He looks like he's practiced matchups. He maybe even watched that one.
Yeah.
I think Supreme just got completely caught off guard when he played against it. He was just like, oh god. Like, Radiant Glyph, Mio, yeah, he used the spells to nuke it out. I mean, you know, they glyphed it. Always the fun between the mid lanes, those tips. That's bottom. Charlie, this is a meta committed. They're trying to get a kill out of it.
Unlikely to do so, though, with only the magic missile to try and make a go on Heroes. And so bad, it's already out with the dive.
And he gets the courier.
Mio's going to look to try and join forces with him and maybe try and burst Charlie. He's got that arcane pumping. Magic missile holds him back momentarily, but the spear is going to lock down Charlie. Mio's over as well, jumps in with a burst. Charlie pops the stick charges. It won't save him. Charlie goes down. As Mio's able to make that first rotation, and it's a 10 out of 10 one. That's the TB down.
Very nicely done. And they're already slowing him down a lot. Anti-Mage is not really getting slowed down. Yotaro, he's got the Ring of Health already up and online.
Dire's middle tower.
Mio really wants to get this rune, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Oh.
As look at the illusion, helps remove that Firestorm for now. Rocket Flare coming in, he's bottling up. He's able to jump away. Supreme won't be able to catch him. Mio,
he's chasing.
He's going to have to simulate. There's no catch here. Unless the Firestorm damage is enough. This is just going to be time spent from Supreme. I don't think he's ever going to get this. Courier actually fed. Oh, Misha might fight it with a magic missile, but no, good jump to the side, keeps him in the shadows and out of range of the magic
Another
missile.
rocket? It's only level 1. It's only level 1. If it was level 2, you know, that would have been pretty nice. Might have actually killed him, but he'll be fine. Very close though. I love that rotation though from Mio. Just that was a meta that was used also from Charlie. So now I feel like Charlie, you have to just go to the jungle now, which gives your Mars a free lane too. Collapse already having a great start. He's now just gonna have a full free lane for himself versus nobody.
And on the top half of the map, we're seeing pretty much free farm on Yotaro. Doesn't look like the pressure the Brew's been too much, but Brew farming just as much. And neither hero getting bullied out of this lane outright.
Yeah, definitely. That is, I mean, that is definitely a big thing to point out too. It's like the Brewmaster laning is one of the big things that always is the downfall. He is playing versus some natural counters though. Playing versus these long duration stuns, playing versus Static Storm, not the most favorable thing as a Brew. So we'll see what Saberlight can do in the mid game. Because he really is pretty much all that team fight for NIP, besides rallying around Supreme.
Mid-lane. Let's see the jump onto Supreme. Mio. See if he's got enough burst to do this, and he should be able to do so. He's got the Astral Step. Actually, not enough with that, but maybe with the damage from so bad, the glimpse back. Yep, they've got it. Supreme goes down. Big moves from Yellow Submarine, bringing in just enough to make sure that they can kill that Underlord, and they do.
Radiant's bottom
Kill to be found. Mio's game continuing to be held in a very good position. 8-minute rune also found once more by him.
I like his skill build a lot too this game. The 0-4-2. I actually like this skill build most times in the mid. I feel like it's 11-second cooldown with it's a full wave clear. It instantly kills the creep wave pretty much with these two.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I like when I see this one rather than the Aether Remnant for the most part. There's some lanes where of course you want the Remnant, but I like that he went for this option this game, especially versus TB too. Just high magic burst. So Charlie, he's going to be under the gun a lot. He's going to strictly have to jungle. We'll see what NIP does with the 4 heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Supreme
attack.
just running in at Mio. Going right in underneath the tier 2.
There's going to be a glimpse in 5 seconds. Miposhka can put him in a very weird position.
TPs are coming in. I mean, you're right, Miposhka. He's got that glimpse. Straight back behind the tier 1. Have they got the damage? Era's going to come over to help out. That will mean that they're stopped for now trying to take down Supreme. As Supreme, he's fine. He's able to tank in another Firestorm out of the pit. Connecting onto Miposhka, and Mio will lock down Miposhka long enough for them to take down the Disruptor.
Very nice. Saberlight top. Be a little careful. Good thing he gets that salve off. Otherwise, Yotaro might actually get a solo kill onto the Brewmaster. That would be devastating. But yeah, this Underlord still seeming to be a little bit too tanky for the rotation of the 2 supports. They are still lacking some stun if that Mars isn't there. And now Collapse, he's starting to make moves around. He's gone for his own, also going for an Urn. Looks like we're getting a little bit more rise of the Urn in the offlaners. 33, hopefully the one to start that trend.
It's got to find the kills, though.
It does.
If you're going to go with this sort of build, have to find action and make that Urn pay for itself. He's going to try for it top. Maybe see if he can get the catch, but Saberlight's going to be able to split.
Yeah, he's got the Soul Ring. He's always going to be able to get that split off.
Yeah, this is a hard move for Collapse to make, unless he could get the spear perfectly. Here we go. Surround these rune spawns and collapses.
Ooh, the split's actually used.
Forward. Magic missiles out. They're just going to turn straight over towards Collapse. As Collapse now lays down the arena, has to run with this. As he's stepping out, but Saberlight, he's already outside and he has the control. He's able to probe Collapse once more. By time
Egg's in a good
to
spot.
come with a stun. Egg, is he going to save Collapse in time? It is going to set up for 2 kills for Mia by looks of it. He jumps over with the Astral Step, looking for Saberlight, burning him down with the Sun Ray. They'll get 2. There's also Misha found by Yatoro off to the side. Era's also going to go down as Yatoro jumps across. Some good money for the anti-mage is found. Double kill for Yatoro. And it pays off. You know, Collapse sort of baits them in, playing around. The split's committed. They go all in on the Mars. Sure, they kill him off, but you're giving good action to the enemy anti-mage.
Yeah, ends up working perfectly. He would love to have survived a little longer for an urn charge, but yeah, sure. Ends up being...
He'll die for that anytime.
Yeah.
Are fortified.
Clean rotations. They didn't have Supreme rotating over. Supreme was trying to do his own thing with pushing mid. He's gotten the tower pretty low here. And he's going to be going for Atos, so some more versions of catches. We definitely do feel like catch is going to be one of those things that NIP is lacking versus these 2 high mobile cores of that Void Spear and AM.
And this AM as well is going to hit a very good Battle Fury timing. I mean, he's already top net worth at the moment, 11 minutes in Yatoro. And if they don't kill him, if they don't catch him, this Battle Fury is going to be online at a point where he's going to be able to farm so much faster than this Terrorblade.
And it's a pretty damn good anti-mage game. Most of the disables, like we said, he can see a lot of them coming. He just has to really watch out for the pit in particular in the game. And he's going to be avoiding it for the majority of this game. Definitely feeling pretty confident for Yatoro. But Charlie, he's also keeping up. He's getting a lot of space to farm because of all these moves. They are still getting pretty good timings here. Supreme, he finds himself a DD. He also, of course, to point out, he has the Faded Brooch as well, like the best item you can get on Underlord. So your mobility is not great. They've split in 10. See if they really want to persist for this tower here. They're already set up on Yellow Submarine. Might be too difficult for NIP to actually go for. Saberlight is very far.
He is deep here. As he's gonna have to pull off some amazing moves to get out of this sort of situation. Arena's down, caught in the wall, and with the Stunning Storm down, no chance for a split. Instant jump. Misha still trying to step forward. Era's going to go over the hook shot onto Maposhka on the side. Charlie pops the meta. They've got the damage to take down Disruptor. They turn over towards Collapse. The Supernova's out. They'll try and step out of range of it all. Stone will connect onto Supreme. The Sunray healing up Collapse, allowing him to back off. Misha trying to find some sort of a catch. The Rocket Flare scouting Collapse in the trees. Supreme diving in. Collapse able to push him back with the God's Rebuke. That will give space for Collapse to heal up with the urn. He'll live. They only are able to find Disruptor there with that commitment of the Metamorphosis themselves. It looks like they don't want to stick around either for the tier 1 tower top. They TP over towards mid in an effort to push Yatoro away from taking that one.
Ooh, that's not what Charlie wanted to get with that rotation. He wanted to get at least two kills, maybe even into a tower there, but everybody's still set up. Collapse survives during all of it. And now he's back up healthy. The urn plus I think he dug up a healing salve earlier. So they can still set up for this defense. Saberlight is back alive, though. So he's got the split, but Charlie doesn't want to be up there anymore. Meta's gone, so taking this tower is very unlikely now for them. As Yatoro stacks himself a double camp, too. He stacks his Ancients and his hard camp while also farming.
Damn.
He's got his own setup for some extra farm.
I mean, this AM, it's looking scary. As you said, sort of across the board, it's a good game for him. I mean, how would you consider the matchup against Terrorblade nowadays for the AM still? Does sort of the reflection allow you to have that consistent strength against the AM, or is there things that an anti-mage does that Terrorblade just struggles to deal with?
AM can reset, and he's always like natural to build for like Mantha to get rid of it. Supreme, he gets the kill too.
Yeah, he's getting so much Yatoro. That's going to be it done. One creep away. I mean, 14-minute double Wraith Band Battle Fury treads. You're going to be very happy with that. Yeah, and a full one.
I actually didn't notice he bought the full one. I don't know why he asked it, but whatever.
I mean, you couldn't be happy with this sort of timing. And level 12 at 14 minutes in. I mean, this anti-mage has had a perfect start to the game.
Absolutely perfect start, which means he'll get those item timings a little bit faster than the Terrorblade too. So that's where we start to see those matchups kick in. It's like if Terrorblade has like similar or even farm as the AM, then he can usually fight back. But AM is usually going to be a little bit up on you. And Charlie, he did have a couple slip-ups so far in this one. Just the one death. But it has slowed him down significantly in comparison. Solid 1,000 behind. And this is before Battle Fury. So PB is usually ahead at this point, and then AM starts to build up much faster in that mid. And so Yotaro's going to catapult past him, I feel.
But we're definitely seeing another game where you look at the two mids, and Mio, he's having a very good game. 2-0-4. I mean, sure, Farm is still there on Supreme, and you know, he's obviously not as flashy of a hero, but it feels like it's kind of going the same way as Game 2, where Mio's just on this playmaking mid, and Supreme is a little bit limited in what he can offer at this point of the game.
Oh, Era almost gets the hook shot. It actually was like literally split second he puts down that ward. Almost catching Collapse. Yeah, it really does feel like that. And Mio, this item choice, like going for this Aghanims, he's going to have it so early on. And there you have a Veil, I believe, finished up on the Phoenix. So the versus Terrorblade, like this Aghanims is going to, it's going to punch right through these heroes. They don't have any type of resistance either. No pipe even in order for them. So that's going to shred these frontliners. It's going to, and getting on top of Charlie, preventing any Sunders or anything is pretty critical.
Dire are scanning.
Looking really good here already, almost up to a 4K gold lead with an anti-mage.
I mean, but this is the thing, you know, if you're NIP playing right now, are you not just like, dude, we gotta go all in on doing something about this.
Supreme's gonna get gone again.
They've got the catch. They're in with the arena. Mio's stepping over. DD room ready to go. Misha will try and swap him out to the side, but Supreme's already dead, and now Misha, he's almost certainly going to go down as well. Another step forward. Mio getting the double over to the side. Era's come across. He's got to get out of it.
They
but
got
he's not going to get the chance to do so. Yotoro's on top of him. They're just playing with him right now. Zera trying to walk away. It's just all raindrop will save him.
He's making him work for it a little bit.
Dude, this anti-mage gets so much.
He's just way too big.
He's massive, and Mio is 4-0-4.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks very rough already for NLP. I know it's early in this game.
No, it feels very impossible actually. Yeah. I feel like Saberblade has to just run in and try to force ultis, but he's not in a position to do so. He doesn't have this natural kind of initiation item. He has the Vlads to back up with his teammate. I don't know how they start fights anymore. And their catch is, you know, it's very obvious. Like the Venge Stun, they're never going to be able to kill these elusive cores that we were talking about, right? The Void Spirit and the Anti-Mage.
Dude, if they
they're
find
very
Charlie
hard to kill.
here.
Oh, God. And they don't want to go on Collapse either, right? So they don't really want to go for anyone, it feels like, on NAP. There's no good targets for them anymore.
They got the vision with the glimpse, and he stepped to the lane. Maposhka with the catch, bringing him up to the high ground, into the spear. They've caught Charlie. Saberlight's trying to step across. They've got to find something in return here. NLP, they're going in onto Mio. Push back with the cogs. Whoa!
Oh. Collapse.
Better luck next time.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, well.
Indeed.
Now, what's the odds on Saberlight dying here? Sorry, not Saberlight, Mio dying here. I don't think he does.
I think he's fine.
He's going to be able to he's going to be able to jump with the Dissimulate and an Astral Step. Saberlight's got to try. If Saberlight's able to throw him up with the Wind Panda, is the Wind Panda in there? It must be. Yeah, the Wind Panda's in there.
I mean, the thing is, their egg is going to be popping within the next few seconds. They have Mars ult up in about 3 seconds too.
I mean, this egg, Era's probably going to die, right? Would you say Era's going to die here? He can't stop the egg on his own.
I think
the egg's going to hit him.
If he
Collapse has got the full combo. Dude. He's got Arena up in 4 seconds.
I'm pretty sure they're going to. I think they might turn this fight because I think he's going to jump up on Mio, right, to where the egg is, so he hits everybody with his jump, and then he can use
some damage
his
on Era.
Exactly. I think they're going to be able to crush this fight. If Misha can get in close enough to get a stun, maybe maybe they can get at least a trade kill, but I think Yellow Submarine's about to take this one here.
Yeah, I'd say sort of Era dead. I don't know if they'll kill Supreme. Do you think they'll kill Supreme? I don't think Mio's going to die then. Mio shouldn't die here.
He's pushed by Cog in pit, but he isn't affected by Atos. I'm like trying to click in between these heroes. I think Atos is in midair or something.
He's got Aghanims Pulse to hit them with as well. Oh, is he going to get caught by the Earth Panda stun? Oh, into the pit.
Okay.
And he goes down. All right, they do get him with the stun in time. Wasn't able to jump. They find him. So at least something here in return by NIP turning up to turn to try and use this primal split. They're trying to chase for more.
It's thankful they get those stuns connecting so that
they might get collapsed
while the pit ticks.
Atos out into the pit. Collapse stepping out. That's going to use the arena to stop them from chasing. He's a little scared.
Supreme now. Going to get burned. Yotaro blinks in. Okay. A little ambitious.
I mean, he feels pretty strong.
Where's the glimpse? Will they try? Nah, not going to go for it. They're still getting their anti-mage full farm. They killed the Terrorblade before all that started, and they did lose Mio, but you know, the damage was done already. Yatoro's getting all the free farm.
How do they stop this anti-mage?
I like how we were totally wrong about what was going to happen in the
Yeah, I mean, that was perfect.
Just like
I was very surprised he got that. He must have got the stun was midair before the pause.
It must have been,
Panda.
yeah. I thought there was an 8-toast midair for a sec, but
yeah.
So bad.
Oh. Supreme's caught in the field. They don't have the damage. They just spear him. A swap to the side from Misha will come out. Mia's going to jump in actually onto Saberlight. Misha with another swap to save Saberlight this time round. So bad falling low in the pit, but he's got the dive away. Now Yatoro is jumping over. Supreme got a run, spear, won't quite catch him, but they get the vision or the drag back.
These glimpses
into the hands of Yatoro. And it's just more and more action that this anti-mage is getting involved in. Yatoro taunting around, 19 minutes in, Manta Battle Fury done.
He's so much. He's going to be, he might even get to a point where he's 2 items ahead this Terrorblade. Charlie's just constantly getting hunted. He's getting no freedom. And oh god, he's hunted again. Charlie. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, can they get the angle? Yes, they can. Arena's up. Charlie caught against the wall. It's looking rough. Glimpse up onto Misha. Yet this anti-mage, it's... I mean, it does feel like game over when you just look at this AM right now.
It feels like game over unless he throws the game. Yeah, they don't have what it takes to match him.
I mean, AMs have thrown the games a lot in the past. This is a very throwable hero. You know, you can get incredibly farmed, you die without buyback, and then whoa, you lose the game. But these guys are professionals. You know, I don't expect that to happen from Yatoro.
No, especially now with the backup of how comfortable they look with this Phoenix and this Disruptor. I mean, Miposhka forever, like 4 years back, right? You're thinking like Miposhka plays Disruptor. He always makes his teams look comfortable with it. And yeah, these last, you know, this game he's owning 1, 2, and 7, and they always get the, you know, these chain kills. They always like get like one big kill and then into another. It seems like teams are just not used to playing it against it again, as it's not the most popular hero either.
No, sort of very specialist. You know, you have a couple of support players that are just they're disruptor players, and if you're not, you're not. You know, you're not going to sort of pick the hero on a whim.
Yep.
You're only going to go for it if you're a bit of a disruptor spammer.
6,000 gold ahead of the Terrorblade on the AM.
Yeah, it's just 21 minutes in. He's level 18, Yatoro. I mean, sort of looking at this game, I mean, as you said all along, NIP's lineup doesn't really have too much to do against the anti-mage. Was there... How could they have stopped this from happening with what they did have? Was there more they could have done early to sort of punish Yatoro?
I feel like Mio just did all the heads-up plays that I feel like Supreme should have been showing up to. I think Supreme had to be in all of these rotations that they made. Like top, when they had this big sequence happen when they weren't able to kill that tower initially, Supreme was farming. He wasn't with his team collectively for those for the meta usages. So I feel like just playing a little bit slow-paced and just getting caught off guard by Yellow Submarine playing fast. Like Mio just played incredibly fast this game. IP they're playing on this back foot of just playing for this farm game, but for me it feels worse and worse when you see like Brewmaster's ult not getting used frequently. And you see this Terrorblade not able to actually hit his Ancients safely. It just feels so damn difficult for them to actually try to catch up at all. It just the lead just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Yeah, this BKB after the Ags on Mio is going to be very nice. I mean, he's going to be all over the fights with nothing to stop him.
Yeah.
He's always going to get every single spell off, and you know, with the way the hero works, probably a second round of them as well in the fights. They're going to really struggle to kill him off when he's jumping around. Yatoro on track to hit pre-25 minute, I mean pre-24 minute Skadi. This is one of the more farm dams we've seen recently.
Yeah, this is just so... It's painful to really watch. Just watching NIP, they're trying desperately to farm, but you can tell with the way that they're postured. It's just like, well, at what point are we ready to fight? Is it gonna be the BKB from Charlie? It looks like they're gonna try right now.
Top tower is under attack.
This one feels. This fight does not feel easy at all for them.
No,
they didn't get any big timing.
And it's not like Yatoro's farming off elsewhere. Yatoro's around. He will fight with the team. Ara's going to try for the hook shot in. He's immediately glimpsed out. They've got the Supernova down. They're trying to protect it. The Supernova, can they kill it off in time? They can. It will manage to kill the egg, but double kill for Yatoro. They're just cleaning up here. It's 3 dead on NIP. Supreme is surrounded. They go all in on the egg. They kill it, but it doesn't matter at this point because even without the Supernova, the rest of Yellow Submarine have no trouble cleaning up these fights as NIP just continue to look helpless here in this game 3.
Yeah, they had to they full committed to hit the egg, and they just get caught inside of everything. They get hit by a static storm inside of a kinetic field into every single one of Void Spirit spells. They just get exploded. Brewmaster unable to get his ulti off. Poor Charlie just dies.
Now we have it into the Roche. There you go. On this Roche. No chance for NIP to take this one away from them. As they're only just now respawning. Yellow Submarine can just stick here and pick up this Aegis. Shitoria getting close to the point where he has double the net worth of Charlie's Terrorblade this game. And it's just such an early time, and this is all happening at just 25 minutes in. This sort of a difference. I mean, it's insane.
What's the GPM actually looking like? 731. Oh yeah, pretty good. 747 now as he gets the last hit on Roche too.
And it's just the items don't stop as well. He's got sellable stuff as well. He can get rid of this wand and the Wraith Band, and he's pretty much going to have the MKB. Like, again, this pre-30 minutes is just total, complete and utter free farm for Yatoro this game.
Yeah, you're complete and utter control. They just look. They're all just playing very comfortably too. They're not making any of these crazy risky plays. They're just playing very smart as a team. They're not looking to make any type of solo plays. It's still all about this team game for Yellow Submarine. NIP, they're trying to move around together as a unit looking for something, but they don't find any of these kills that they may actually be able to set up for. Yellow Submarine very aware of how they should be playing with this big advantage. BKB finished on Charlie. A little bit better fighting form, but like you said, you know, double the net worth of that on the anti-mage. So BKB, it feels like it's just going to be like a stall for his death.
So huge.
Dire are scanning.
Lotus as well done, so an extra sort of thing to throw in the mix there. Collapse if he wants to pop down the AM. And now I like this build as well. You know, Collapse with this sort of the force Lotus. You know, he realizes this show ain't about himself. It's, you know, as long as Yatoro doesn't die, Yatoro will be able to kill everybody. So any other way you can help him out, he's going to be good. Mid lane, try and move in onto Yatoro and Mio. Mio holding on to the jump of the BKB. Yes, they do commit. Yatoro, he's ready to jump back in. Over towards Supreme he goes, burns out the mana. Now Supreme's got to take a walk back to base.
He has to eat his own... Okay, he has to be a little more careful with his mana usage, though.
See the dragon with the Remnant. Hardcore as well. They've come up with a hook shot onto Mio. Mio, he's going to be fine, though. Puts the BKBs out to simulate. So use the arena. Collapse is trying to hold them down. Supreme will get swapped to safety. Misha able to save the Underlord for now. Charlie committing with the BKB, trying to take down Collapse, but Collapse is just turning with the shield. They're still trying to finish him off, but they can't quite do so. Collapse, he'll live, pops the Essence Ring, he's away, and now Mio and Yatoro, they just jump back in onto all of them as there's 3 dead on NIP. Yatoro diving tier 4s, looking for error. He's going to get it as he kills him. It's just, it really is over. Game 2 was rough. Game 3 was, I mean, it was a whole lot worse for them. I mean, Yellow Submarine, they just trashed them in this game. The anti-mage pickup, it was there. Wasn't even last pick, right? It was 4 picks. They did have time to react to it in the draft. Their reaction just was not good enough. This anti-mage faced no threat through the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I think the lane setups, I love the way Yellow Submarine got exactly what they wanted to. Mio did perfectly fine in that mid matchup. They have these two very elusive cores. And then a tanky Mars frontline, and Mio he set the pace. He shut down Charlie, just made moves all around the map, and just set up his team for success. This was very nice game from Yellow Submarine.
It was just another game where the two cores, the mid lane and the off lane, and Supreme said like they just didn't really do much, you know. So to the point where I don't know how much Supreme plays the mid Underlord, but I wonder if he did sort of get baited in by the fact that he had, you know, he'd been beaten as a Void Spirit against an Underlord, and he maybe felt that he'd be able to do the same here. He didn't. Mio did not get shut down at all. Mio has all the room in the game to make plays. 6-1 and 12 on the Void Spirit, and Yellow Submarine just domination for that last 20 minutes. It just looked hopeless for NIP, and it was. End of the day, Yellow Submarine, they smash them again here in Game 3, and with that, they take the series 2-1 against NIP.
going solo. Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your touch. I do the same. My brother in it, but I still curse. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over?
Turns out I never did.
The Yellow Submarine hype train has reached its final destination at Windtown. They get the series victory here, 2-1 up against the Ninjas in Pajamas, and put themselves also at 2-1 here as their series score for ESL 1 Germany in our Swiss format group stage. Now, got my panel back here for our Game Fuel post-match of series number 2 today. This will be the last time that we see Danog together with QO today. He's going to be back a little bit later. It's fine, guys. Don't get mad. Don't get sad. Danog's going to be back. I know everyone's super excited about that. But this is the last time you get to talk about it.
Some people are happy about it, but we finally answered the age-old question: who would win in a fight? You know, a submarine or some ninjas in pajamas and some scuba gear, and unfortunately the air has to run out at some point. So Yellow Submarine, pretty decisive victory.
I told you, cost efficient.
That is pretty cost efficient, right? All you needed to do was drill a hole, and they just didn't do it. They didn't get the drill items. That was the big issue. But I don't know. I was super impressed by basically everything. I don't think anything went wrong for them that game. And like we were mentioning during the draft stage, you just needed to crush that Void Spirit in lane in order to give yourself any opportunity. But you still had a 16.5-minute Ags with, what was it, bottled 2 Null Talismans and Boots?
Yeah.
It's an insane amount of farm for a Void Spirit to have against an Underlord.
Yeah, only lanes they could like actually abuse was that mid lane, I think. But
and they didn't rotate either. Like he had a very good skill build. He made sure to max out the dissimilate, so you had the reduced cooldown as much as possible. You could nuke the waves, so you weren't standing right in the middle of that firestorm. I thought Mio played it perfectly.
Exactly. We might be able to learn a little bit more from this series victory here from Maposhka of Yellow Submarine. We've got him here on the line. Maposhka, mate, congratulations again on another series victory here for ESL 1 Germany. I want to touch on a little bit of something here for... Actually, oh no. What was I going to ask?
That's all right. I'll ask my question first. No. You can think about it. So a lot of people, Maposhka, said that your first series against Nigma, where you came out and you beat them, that it was a little bit lucky. And then, of course, you played against Secret in the second round. They're a very strong team. But now you've come up and beaten NIP, a very strong team as well. Are there any other teams left in the tournament besides Secret that you're still scared about, or are you feeling confident now?
I think we feel confident against any other team except Secret, because against them our games was really very hard. Also, we made a lot of mistakes there. But for example, against NIP, in first game we made a bad draft, as we understand, like our core matchup was badly, but we understand this, and so we just decide to change our heroes, our mid lane and carry, and I guess we just outdraft them in next 2 games. So everything about draft, I think, but we don't feel pressure or anything against other teams. Maybe I think against Secret we feel that we want to meet them again and try to play with them again, because in our series we played really badly, especially in first phase. I mean, at lines.
Yeah.
So after we played bad lines, game become really hard.
And Mia also mentioned when we spoke to him in the pre-match that he felt like you guys learned a lot against Secret. Did you feel like there were certain things in this series that you really applied from that stuff that you learned?
I'm not sure actually about this. We learned a lot, maybe only for first phase. I mean, lineup. I forgot the word. For first phase in the game.
Yeah.
But maybe not later.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe he learned a lot, but I can't say the same.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of learning in the first phase here, the question that I wanted to ask here was, did you guys look at how Alliance took apart Ninjas in Pajamas and kind of applied that to your draft? Because your first 2 bands were basically exactly the same.
Yes. We prepared a bit. We watched some games which NIP played. So of course, we're watching how opponents playing against them. So we just making basic preparation.
Okay.
Oh, just a simple question for me. Like in the game 3, what did you feel when they picked Terrorblade into the Mars Phoenix?
We feel confident because we had a lot of magic damage. We have, I don't know, good matchup, so we can make a lot of pressure on this TB. Also, we were confident in our anti-mage.
All right, well,
Like I can even say maybe that we were prepared.
Yep.
So to speak.
Well, it looks like you guys were extremely prepared here for your series against NIP. So, Maposhka, again, congratulations here for another series victory in ESL 1 Germany, and good to catch up with you.
Thank you, thank you.
Another victory for the boys there of Yellow Submarine, and the hype train continues to chug along, boys. They're 2-1 now in ESL 1 Germany, and all the haters out there, wasn't a fluke against Nigma.
I don't think there are many haters. You can't hate Yellow Submarine. Like, they play such attractive Dota. They're taking out these more favored teams. They're the underdog, and they've got a pretty cool name as well. You know, you're on board, so why wouldn't anyone else be?
Yeah, I think this Collapse guy, you know, I
He's
just
really good.
keep mentioning him, but he never disappointed me in any match.
He just always kept living, basically, throughout all of these engagements. But the big thing for me is his laning stage. He never loses the lane, and he walks that line between getting a good amount of farm himself and actually pressuring the enemy carry. It's not like, you know, you're coming out of the laning stage even. He often just wins, despite, regardless of what actual matchup he's got.
Yeah, like, because like, you're just picking it. He's just locking in this Mars pick in the second pick every time. He's expecting any carry. He can deal with any carry. I just want to see, like, when like teams pick Wiki plus like one strong hero against like Collapse, and how they're gonna do with it.
Well, he has shown a bit of versatility by picking up the Beastmaster as well, so he's got a, you know, probably, I'd imagine, a fairly deep hero pool in an offlane. It's just, his Mars right now just looks indomitable, and I'm going to have to agree with what QO said. It's going to be on these other teams to really push him out of his comfort zone. Maybe try and get these really strong lanes, try and force this Mars out a little bit, maybe make that So Bad has to play a little bit more aggressive in the lane, can't really leave him to his own devices for as long as they want, and, you know, I really feel like from now on, it's going to be on teams to deal with Yellow Submarine rather than Yellow Submarine having to deal with teams as they go up against.
Yeah, but they're going to be facing up against, you know, as you get more and more wins, you face up against better and better teams. So Yellow Submarine, they've got a 2-1 record now, so you would think that they're going to be playing, I would say that either the loser of this next series or the loser of the Secret Liquid one. So I think that's going to be pretty exciting for them. More opportunities to show how they've developed, and right now they're probably sitting pretty comfortably for securing one of those playoff spots. They've got a series in hand, so they don't need to win their next one. Of course, it would be nice if they did, but yeah, still feeling pretty confident for these, well, some of them are up-and-comers, but this team that are working pretty well together.
Yeah, I really want to see them playing against Liquid.
Yeah.
Because we already saw the Secret, but I want to go like step by step. I'll say like since like Secret is like the best team at the moment in my like ranking, and yeah, it will be good if they can first Liquid and step by step, just slowly on the way to top.
I think with the Swiss format, they actually can't face Secret again. Since they've already played against them, it won't match them up against the same opponent one more time. So that's going to be cool. They're going to be able to try and see how they compare against some of these other, you know, top tier, let's say tier 1, tier 1.5 teams. And, you know, I think I give them a pretty good shot if they play like that. I mean, that was an insane amount of farm that Yatoro was able to grab. And, yeah, what can you really say about like a 13.5-minute double Wraithband Treads Battle Fury build?
I mean, we talked up our boy Toronto Tokyo. Sorry, I forgot his new special name. And he goes to show in this series. He had that beautiful Wind Ranger game, came out on top, looked really, really strong. And then in this second game where he was playing the Void Spirit, he looked really, really strong as well.
Man, this hair, you know, I love it. It's this crazy boy band style of hair. People in the chat were saying like Backstreet Boys versus Westlife was the what it was looking like with the two pre-match photos. But man, he just looked insane there on that anti-mage, and yeah, I can't blame him.
I can't blame him either. You give somebody like Yutaro a free match, and he goes to show how much you can actually do with that much space in there. Pulling it out on top here with the anti-match performance from Yellow Submarine puts them 2-1 and 2-1 in their series victory here up against Ninjas in Pajamas. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break here, and on the other side of this, we'll have our super series of today. It's our third series. It's OG taking on Alliance.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Can't say why.
Welcome back everyone here to ESL 1 Germany. It's our Super Series time. OG taking on Alliance for a slot in the playoffs. One of these two teams will be our first team heading into the playoffs, and two of these teams are looking in red hot form right now. OG and Alliance, I'm super excited. I can't wait to get into this first game draft. So let's get through this pre-series nice and fast so we can get there real good. I got Kyo here. Lads, OG Alliance, just start wherever you guys want. I don't know. Where are you supposed to start with all this?
It's going to be pretty interesting because OG plays really fast and Orthodox, and Alliance kind of plays these hard carry, traditional hard carries on Nico Baby, and they're very consistent. So it's going to be a clash of playstyles, so I'm wondering how it's going to actually play out.
I just love like these two teams, you know? Like I don't care about the games. Like they're just all polite. Like from OG, and like S4 is like another guy that I really like anyways.
We got no-tail there. We smart.
Yeah, dude, OG's like team photos are always the best. They're always the ones that are getting passed away from the cross arms. Obviously, Topson and Seb are doing it there, but you need to move away from these edge boys. You know, not everyone's here trying to intimidate everyone. Everyone's here trying to have fun, like No-Tail and Sucks are here. But these two teams, boys, they're looking really, really strong in all their series so far. Alliance are the only team in this series that have dropped a map. So OG, they are kind of in a clean slate right now, but can Alliance get over the top of OG? I think that's the big question here for this series.
I think so. I mean, they've been pretty consistent the last 3 to 4 months. They had top 4 placements, and they've taken games off pretty good teams as well. So, I mean, it's just at some point where they can kind of prove themselves to be, you know, a step ahead compared to before.
All right, lads, well, we might be able to get a few answers to these questions here from Mid1 of OG here for our pre-match interview. Mid1, mate, I'd like to say welcome here to ESL 1 Germany, and also like to give you a little bit of luck here for this series as well. So my first question is for you. Obviously, we can see that No-Tail is sitting behind you. Does that help you guys in the landing stage a little bit, and, you know, in team comps being that close to each other?
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you have some Dota questions that we need to talk, then he's just right behind me, you know, so we can just talk to each other the whole day. And yeah, I'm tired of seeing it and like looking at him, but it's okay, all good.
You know, if he feeds a little bit too much, and give you a little love tap, you know, after the landing stage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we are doing good in landing stage and everything, and comps are good. Yep. Oh, good.
Yeah, I just had an ask to, in departing your mid role, obviously you used to play mid all the time in C when you swapped as well to Secrets, and now you're playing carry for a few months. How do you feel like you've adapted now? Because it's been quite some time now that you've changed, and you used to play very unorthodox heroes as well in mid. I remember you played the iconic Venge mid, which was an eye shocker to a lot of people. So how do you like change now to carry? How do you feel about it?
I mean, carry, I would say carry role is so much easier than mid lane. I would say like carry, you kind of need to know what to do, like when to need to join or fights and stuff, and you're just shooting creeps honestly based on your heroes. I mean, yeah, I've been playing mid for like a long time, so, and I understand the game very well, I think. So like playing carries is, I just need to switch something up, honestly, and it's just, yeah, it's just easier to play carry. It's nothing different.
Yeah, what I want to know, like one thing that you like and one thing that you don't like about living with No-Tail.
What? What I don't like? I don't know if it's bad if I said.
It's okay with one.
Just let it out. Just let it out.
And No-Tail's humble guy, you know? He's gonna understand.
Alright, I mean, he mourns a lot about me, so
yeah.
I think that's the bad. What I like, and then what I like, it's also because he mourns about me. I don't know, I like and dislike both, like, about that.
Answer.
Oh, well, at least you guys have a good relationship there in the OG house. So I'm gonna let you get prepared for your series here, and good luck once again, Mid1.
Yep, thanks.
Always good to hear from more members of OG. We've heard from basically everybody so far. We just haven't heard from Dadson so far, so he might be a little bit predisposed with his small new child, so we might leave him to the interviews. But boys, super excited to get into this series. I'm sure you guys are as well. Did we get any cool, calm vibes from Mid1 there? Do we feel like they might be a little nervous?
That's just his usual self, I think. Yeah. He's just so confident and relaxed that it's just a game in the end of the day, right? Just gotta perform, and I don't think he's one of those players that kind of stresses about things like that.
I want to see their, the new plan that they were gonna do.
Oh yeah, we
Didn't
forgot
ask
about
me
this. The
that.
post that they made, where apparently their new drafts are going to start to break everybody's pubs. So unfortunately for you guys, you may have your pubs broken for a couple of weeks after this series. But we're going to go to a short break so we can get into this game number 1 draft as fast as possible. We'll see you then.
I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Oh, one welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
I hope you guys are rested and relaxed here for OG versus Alliance. It's our big series for today because one of these teams will be our first teams in the playoffs for ESL 1 Germany. Both these teams deserve the slot, but one of them have to lose. Now, as we get ready for our game number 1 draft, I've got Godot, I've got QO, lads. I mean, we saw the post from OG. They're talking about these drafts are going to be wacky and they're going to break some pubs for a while. So what are we kind of expecting going into this first game?
Well, to be honest, OG's already been this team that plays very unorthodox. I'm not too sure what to expect at this point in time.
Is there anything spicy you can think of, QA?
The reason why OG is good is they can just pick all these heroes and then they can just send it to like whoever they want to play.
Yeah.
So that gets like a very like that became very advantage for the OG. So yeah.
Well, we've got a draft on our hands, boys. So OG open up here with Magnus PA. That is QO's wet dream right there.
Yep.
So we'll leave him to deal with that on the end of the panel there. But the Underlord is the response here. Obviously, the Rubik's been picked up. Hanskin has been an animal on that hero. But this Underlord hero, I want us to focus a little bit on that because we talked about this last time we saw this matchup with the Underlord versus the PA. Theoretically, on paper, it's supposed to be a counter, right? But most of the time, it doesn't really work out like that.
Yep.
Yeah?
It's mainly because the Underlord is not that mobile. Sure, you can pressure in last hitting, but there's a lot of kill potential, and a lot of the times we've seen the PA matchup, and it's mainly due to the fact that you can start it for tri lane, you just kill him before he scales up, he ramps up and gets the extra points on his aura. And I think just in general, I don't like Underlord that much as a hero right now. It's kind of fallen off a little bit. Alliance have played it, but recently they played it at mid and they completely crushed the matchup of the Void Spear. We saw in the previous game they tried to do the same thing, but that didn't work out. But
yeah, I think that's why like they're confident like picking this Underlord. Like they've used it as mid and they can probably put it as off lane. But usually when I'm just referring this Southeast Asia scene. Usually when this Magnus PA comes out, like the first response is Southeast Asians, like the Timbersaw and Tidehunter. And I see this Timbersaw is getting banned here because like just by picking this hero, you're gonna be like they just can't use this post 5 Magnus at least.
Yeah.
It has to be mid or like off lane, but it's good against PA anyways. So that's something that I feel like OG understands, but like other teams don't really understand it.
Yeah, the other thing to mention as well is OG normally, not always, but most of the time it's Seb playing it in the offlane. So it's not too slow when they play the Magnus as if you were to play a position 5 or position 4 Magnus. On top of that as well, I'm also scared because they actually got Rubik, and we've seen Rubik time and time again against Magnus in this tournament as well, just completely stealing RP, being more effective than the Magnus itself. And I mean, sure, OG might have their own idea on how they're going to play, and I'm sure they're confident enough to pick the Magnus regardless of Rubik being picked up afterwards, or else they wouldn't have opened it up in that order, right? So let's just hope they have an idea on how they want to opt to play this game.
Well, I just hope that Hanskin has another blinder of a game than he had last time he played it. He had an absolute ball terror with just being on this Rubik, just stealing absolutely everything that he could, stealing RP, stealing all that. And I mean, if this is how game one's going to start off, just with these two hero picks, I'm going to...
And remember as well, they played as a position 5 as well on FNG, so it's very flexible.
That is true.
I want to see Tops and PA here.
Tops, okay, all right. Walk me through this one, QO. Is there a specific reason why you want Topson to be running this PA mid? Is it because you don't like mid one on it, or do you think that it'll just give them better matchups in the mid lane?
No, I just feel like Topson's naturally good with this right click mid as well. Anyways, like I think he was popular for this troll like mid, and mid one can just pick something like Monkey King or Slark to deal with this Underlord. Like since they see the Underlord Omni Knight, I feel like the Monkey King and like Slark could be like a really good option.
Yeah, I think as well, as you stated, Topson likes to play these fast heroes that do physical DPS like the MK mid, right? And you can kind of accelerate his game with the Magnus pick as well.
Obviously, like this laning matchup matters the most. Like you pick PA, like you're just gonna be spamming this Wraith Band and probably Partridge, but like you still can't really lane against like a certain hero, like as a PA mid.
So are you worried here though? Because now they have an Underlord, and if OG done their homework, they know it's Flexi Underlord, right? They can play it mid, they can play it in the off lane. There's no real option to put PA in an ideal situation, because if it is an Underlord mid and the Omni Knight's in the off lane, then obviously it's kind of hindering his options.
Well, one thing that we have to figure out is OD is not banned. You're versing against Omni Knight and Underlord, and they just didn't care about it. So.
Is that really a Topson hero though? It's not really one of those heroes that I think about a lot of the time. But this is a Topson hero. This is a Quaswex Invoker that they've played quite a lot. Gives them good purges with the Tornadoes. I want us to circle back a little bit here to this Underlord and the Omni Knight. Is this something that Alliance can run as a support Omni Knight, or they're just going to jam this Underlord in the mid and just be like, all right, Limp, this is a good matchup for you no matter what you're going to go up against, and you're just going to try and build those aura items, and then we're just going to try and abuse GA with Nico Baby on, his big chub boys, like Spectre and Anti-Mage and that kind of jazz.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the Omni Knight is actually set on position-wise either, because as I said before, the Rubik can be Flexi 5 or Flexi 4. The Omni Knight could possibly be in a position 5 as well, right? So they can still do Underlord with Rubik, pick a different mid hero here, and then select the Omni Knight for the position 5. And they can use a mid hero that can really destroy the Invoker as well, if that's the case.
Troll. Okay, they go for the Troll Warlord here, so Nico Baby hero.
I don't really like this here unless they dominate all these other side lanes.
Okay.
And I do actually feel that OG is a bit overconfident, picking this PA first and Invoker first without seeing anything. I know if you're just really good at this hero, what Collapse did last game, I think he just picks this Mars and just assuming whatever he verses, he's gonna win it. And OG might have the same mentality.
Well, I think what Darcy pointed out, that they played as a 5 for No Tail, and Seb loves this hero as well. So it's probably, I feel like you got it correct, QO, where it's a bit of confidence coming in from OG, where they're like, Seb, you're confident playing this, we can also throw it to No Tail if it does get to that bad situation. But
I just don't like it as a position 5 at all, because they're just going to get run down in the lane by the Underlord if that's the case. Like PA Magnus against an Underlord, that just seems terrible to begin with. And then Alliance is very lane emphasis currently. Sure, they're a little immobile, they can't really just run around and gank, but they have their last pick still to decide for that. And their OG is, if it is a Magnus 3, they've already just selected all 3 cores in the first 3 picks, which makes it very easy to draft accordingly now for Alliance.
Maybe it can be Invoker 5 and Tusker 4 and PA and go tri-lane against Underlord.
I mean, I'm not going to put anything past OG.
Hacking.
They said that they're going to ruin people's pubs. So whatever this, hero player matchup is going to be, it's probably going to ruin some pubs if this invokers anything other than Thompson.
We got the Alacrity buff, the Empower buff. We got the tag team for the PA as well.
Because No Tail said, it was No Tail?
It was No Tail, yeah.
Yes. Oh, he's playing Invoker 5.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense because you bait pick the Invoker, you pretend it's mid, and then you throw it as a position 5.
But the thing is, Alliance have the final pick of the entire draft, so they're gonna know whether or not OG pick something weird mid like Dazzle or something like that to make it look like a position 5 for No Tail, then just switch it up. Alliance are going to have the final pick of the draft. They're going to be able to give either Limp or S4, these heroes that they can play extremely well.
I don't think that actually matters because, the 4 hero already doesn't seem like I don't know where they're going to go anyways. So even if it's a last pick, something like obvious hero comes out, it can't be Invoker mid, it can't be Magnus mid. We never know what's going to really
You really want this Invoker 5, don't you, Kyo?
Yeah, I want to see that. Level 1 cold snap into the tag team and PA to blink strike and just hit with the massive attack speed. I feel it.
Get rid of the Grimstroke here, so you're still feeling like there's probably some support, maybe a Thompson hero floating around here for OG. What do they need to round this out? Let's not look at heroes, let's look at more
this could be
mechanics.
Pogna could be... I'm just assuming that Magnus to be... Oh, Lina.
Okay, so you don't sound too confident about that Invoker 5 anymore,
Could be Lina mid and Invoker...
I mean, last pick Lina mids has never really worked out for a lot of these other teams. So.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm just thinking, you were mentioning Timbersaw, is that actually banned?
Yep, it's banned.
Yeah, it got banned.
So what are the heroes that they could pick and just ruin that bottom lane?
Do we feel like Alliance are lacking anything? They've got
Alliance
some tower.
needs to have this, some fast movement speed hero here. Voice Spirit, Pog. Yep.
Okay. So it gives them a little bit of lockdown there for the PA and all that kind of jazz. They still have the Snowball save there from Suxa. So mid one's picking up Phantom Assassin, top's an Invoker, and it's a position 5 Magnus. All right. So it's less pub breaking than what we were expecting here.
Yeah, I'm not...
It's a Seb
It's
Lina.
a Seb Lina. So maybe that's pub breaking, the offlane Lina.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
All right, okay, boys. All the notes are out the window, it seems like, here for these 2 drafts between Alliance and OG. So what are we thinking? What's even in your brains? My brain's too tiny to get past this.
Omni Knight position 5, as we mentioned. Rubik pos 4. So it looks like the Rubik Underlord that we were talking about.
My brain's saying I'm going with Alliance.
You're going to go with Alliance's draft here? You think the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angels is too strong?
No, I just feel like that like PA Magnus is not going to do well.
All right, what about you, Darcy?
Okay, I agree with that. I think the PA Magnus is not going to do well in the lane, but I just feel like if they can get past the laning phase without taking too much damage, they're online a lot quicker. They can create a lot of space. We have iconic hero Saxo on Tusker, Thompson on Invoker. I think they can make it work. So I'm
All right, so you're going to go with OG. All right, looks like my panel is split once again here between Alliance and OG. We couldn't make sense of the draft. Let's see if Fogged can. He's joined by OD Pixel.
That's hello, ladies and gentlemen. OG versus Alliance. It's going to be a fun one for sure. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged. And Fogged, well, what do we have here? We have OG slapping out the PA Magnus to open this one off. A very, very strong combo and a strong hero right now that we're seeing having a lot of luck. And sort of over on the side of Alliance, ending it with the Limp Puck. Something that's it's definitely going to be exciting to see how it plays out against the Thompson mid Invoker.
Yeah, overall, the drafts don't look too bizarre, right? Like, I feel like we can kind of understand where everything goes. The only one that really just stands out is really just Seb's Lina. The Seb Lina and then the FNG Magnet, or the FNG Omni Knight. The FNG Omni Knight you understand because it's in response to a Magnus. The Seb Lina is the big question mark, what he's going to really look to do. Looks like he just wants to be able to apply pressure and have a range hero that can benefit a lot from tag team, but usually not as your offlaner.
No, I mean, Seb, he is sort of the classic, hey, I'm going to take this hero to the offlane and I'm going to make it work. So I think a lot of people are going to be watching and waiting to see what exactly he is capable of when he's going to be running this Lina in the offlane position. We'll see what sort of magic Seb has up his sleeves, see what he's able to do. I mean, you know, sort of if you were to go big brain, what other than sort of the tag team potentially in lane, what else do you think Seb's looking at this game and saying this is a great Lina game for?
It's just high burst versus Troll, the high magic damage, something that Troll doesn't like to play versus, and it gives them that the variable that, you know, they pick the Omni Knight for the Guardian Angel to protect against physical damage. This now gives them that big magical damage element. But I think besides that, it really is mostly just along the tag team, and him just thinking that, I guess he looks at the lane and he's like, this has to be an Omni Knight Troll lane, because the way that they pick their heroes, and he's probably like, I can get away with this. How the hell do they actually get on top of Alina with these two? It's very unlikely unless a Rubik rotation comes. So maybe he feels like he can just get away with this hero in the offlane. So this is very similar to that we saw from OG Do versus Secret at the WePlay tournament, when they just do this Empower, Alacrity PA, and just buff up mid one as much as possible. Actually, very similar, especially versus a Rubik too. It's actually very similar support heroes that he's playing against.
Yeah, and do you like that?
I think he can definitely pop. He can pop the Rubik. Like, a Rubik might have like some situations where he doesn't get anything off in the fights because he's versus Tusk and PA. These two heroes aren't very nice to play as a Rubik. You just die. They get on top of you. You don't get good spell steals either. The rest of the heroes, obviously, the Rubik is very good versus.
Yeah, a lot of other options for Hansken to look toward this game. And see how sort of the lanes end up going down as top lane S4 and Hansken up against mid 1 and Notel. And we'll see what sort of pressure they can put on. I mean, between the aura of S4, once he has it leveled at sort of the level 2 you would imagine, and the Fade bot, it's a lot of ways to mess with the damage output, the PA in lane, and make it a little harder for mid 1 to get the easy CS up here.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. This should be a pretty decent lane for Alliance. The only thing they have to watch out, of course, is just don't get skewered. Level 2, that Shockwave skewer is always going to be an element. Rubik can die pretty easily to it. So as long as he doesn't get caught by it, it might be okay. S4, he should be able to tank through it.
Oh, mid lane, Thompson. Ooh, limp, yeah, with the Verified just in time. Thompson did try for an aggressive play, catching him with the Cold Snap and the Tornado. They're both sitting very low at the moment in that mid lane. Notel, able to get the courier, and also does get a skewer, not quite in range of the tower though. So just lays down the Firestorm, punches them out.
Mid Thompson's getting extremely aggressive though,
yeah,
and it's hurting his last hits quite a bit here because he has to do so.
I mean, yeah, you're not exaggerating that for sure. I mean, yeah, 5 for 3 against the 2 for 2. First few waves looking pretty hot for Limp.
I mean, he's really just playing for the harassment though. Every single time he's walking up and hitting Limp, missing CS for it.
Bottom lane, the Seb Lina. He's just got himself first blood. I mean, we are seeing sort of a glimpse of it already, of how hard it is for these two heroes to sort of just walk around. You know, Seb's going to be able to catch him every time with the Light Strike Array against these two heroes.
Nico as well might just die here.
They've got the Light Strike. TPing from FNG is going to be there soon enough to offer up the Purification, but still so much damage between the two of them. And this is only on sort of the second level of them. I feel like this lane is only going to get tougher for Nico to farm in if Seb continues to get a good time and get this level advantage.
He's always gonna be able to. This is a terrible lane for Alliance. Like, this Omni Knight cannot do much of anything but just hit Saksa. And Nico Baby, he's under the gun quite a lot. Every time he walks up to get last hits too, it's always risk of stun. And tag team plus that Fiery Soul is
no tell. Tries to skewer, but is instantly cancelled here by the telekinesis. As far as we're getting low, so has to be a bit cautious about how he commits towards mid one. And mid lane, we're seeing Topson, he's even it out now. We're back to even here on the mid, as they do continue to both really battle it out. Very heavy on the aggression on one another. CS has been equalized.
Saksa will suicide to get his mana returned up top. Looks like they're going for it again. Skewer.
He's low. Another skewer from No-Tell. If they got enough damage, mid one taking a lot from the Firestorm. He's going to turn with the dagger, but the lift up's there. Mid one. He's got to be careful. One charges in the Fairy Fire, keep him fine. No-Tell stepping back over towards S4. Trying to finish off this kill with the Shockwave. Has he got the damage? He has. Mid one jumps over. They take down S4. No-Tail, he'll be able to live as well. Gets himself away from Handscan. In fact, mid one, he's ready to turn and collapse in onto the Rubik with the help of No-Tail as they look to run down another. Mid one with the body blocks. He's going to have another dagger out. Jumps over. Handscan, he'll fall as OG clean up on the top lane.
This lane, it looks like it's deceptive because it looks like it's weak, but then it just has so many elements of slow in it because of the Shockwave, the Skewer, the dagger is constantly them jumping back and forth. Actually able to set up for both of those kills. Very nicely done.
Yeah, they need a lot of hits to do it, but as you say, with that sort of control, they're able to get the time to do so.
Which is huge for the PA, because she's able to farm up top. She's going to be able to get all this regen, too, for herself. And you know that Troll is getting pressured down bottom pretty hard by this Lina, as well as this Tusk. So you have to be feeling pretty happy right now if you're mid one.
Burns.
And this will keep applying a lot of pressure. Unless a rotation comes from the Rubik, I don't see a way for Nico Baby to get solid farm down here. He's still at 19, which is pretty damn good for himself. But the threat is always still there. Like, Seb is always getting these extra denies because of it.
Yeah, Seb's just getting so much out of this bottom lane. You're going to see a good timing on the level 6 as well. Without a doubt, with the way that they're able to play this. You know, it's getting to the point where Saksa might be able to sort of have the space to make moves elsewhere and leave Seb alone with the waves pushing in under the tower.
Yeah, he's going to give him all that experience as Seb keeps it right outside the tower, too. So it's going to be stuck in that position.
See up top. S4 able to grab that bounty. They did try and go for the skewer play out on the rune spawn, but
bottom, Nico Baby.
Not quite able to time it. Found him in the trees. He's trying to juke this off. Saxon not quite able to close in with the tag team. So Nico Baby able to walk off again, but they're low on regen. If they just got some more shipped out, they have. Yeah, he's just got himself some more tango sent out on the courier. Just needs to sort of constantly ferry himself regen against this lane where Seb and Saxa, they just do a hell of a lot of damage. If they get on top of these heroes, the damage is... It's so much between the tag team and the hard, fast hits from the Lina.
And they have Arcane Boots, so they can just keep doing it over and over again. And now they have a Catapult Wave, so we're probably going to see OG look to pressure this one a little bit more here. Push the lane in. Nico Baby has to go for a raindrop. He has to go for any of these type of small defensive items to protect himself.
Tries to turn a little bit onto Seb. Seb's got the movement speed to step out. Top lane. And look towards Handscan, but No-Tail not quite able to get the angle. On the rune spawns, Limp going to get fortunate again. 6 minutes in. He gets himself a second bottle refill. Farm between the two of them. Thompson taking a slight lead, but still very close. And of course, with these two heroes, it's just going to be all down to what sort of moves they're able to make for their team. As you know, both are going to play active. Mid lane, TP's going to be coming across. As they look to make the move already. The teleport and the MP buying a bit of safety for Thompson, but not enough. The burst is there from Limp, jumps in with the orb and the waning rift. Handscan is able to help out with that Fade Bolt as they manage to take down Thompson.
Down bottom, Nico, he has the Heavenly Grace, which is protecting him quite a lot. God, they're eating. He just brought that raindrop. It's down to 1 charge already. Seb is literally just chain nuking him.
Yeah, he just had the raindrop and the whole set of tangos. He's been through the whole set. It's just that much spam. It's not an easy lane to play into at all. But he is playing it cool. As you said, Nico Baby's getting farmed. He's not feeding. He's not dying. See if they got the damage for S4. They're hunting for him, S4 trying with the Jukes. He's going to get another Firestorm out, but NoTail finishing him off with the Shockwave. Verifier pop, NoTail. Can he get away from Hansken? He can. He's able to offer one final empower to mid-one. But mid-one won't be looking to commit any further onto Hansken.
Down bottom.
Man of health. See if they can finish the kill off onto FNG. He's underneath the tower. Dragon Slave clips him though, Seb. Gets him on the way out.
And they keep the catapult alive during all this is the most important part. It's 7.5 minutes in and this catapult's still going. It's finally going to start hitting tower.
Because here rotation from Limp. He's coming down to try and help Nico Baby. They're able to get the move straight on to Seb. In fact, committing with the silence to Dream Coil, everything.
Nice.
No chances are given for the Lina to run away as Limp will be able to burst him down. A very needed move that's going to give Nico Baby a crucial amount of space and just eliminate the threat of Seb being in that lane with the Laguna Blade potential.
Yeah, and all things considered, like, this is a very strong pressure lane that OG was running, and Nico Baby did not die. He's up to level 6 with pretty good last. He played it very cool. Oh, live.
Lane.
The jump actually, he's still stuck in the shards.
He wasn't quite able to make it over the wall of ice. The heal from FNG does come in, and that might just save him. He's out to the side with the Duke. Sax is trying to chase. It's going to live. FNG just in time to keep his puck alive.
Clutch timing. Almost some small mistakes getting himself killed, but FNG bailing him out of a bad scenario there. And yeah, like I was saying, Nico Baby, I think he's probably pretty happy because I think that this lane could have gone disastrous. I think he could have just chain fed in this one, but
we would definitely have seen other teams have their carry crumble under that sort of pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nico Baby, one of the best.
It's really important to point out the little things too in the lane. Is like him bringing out the raindrop, them just spending a little bit more gold on regen, him going for the wand. It's all these things that really add up because a lot of those situations he would have just died. Him juking out a stun, etc. It's really important to point out.
Yeah, OG, they really did bring a challenge to him on that bottom lane, but he's dealt with it the best he could, given the circumstances.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Seb, though, is still going to be very large because of all this, as he was receiving no pressure really down bottom except for the rotation. He's going to go for the mech build, so he's still going to be acting as this offlaner with his item builds.
I mean, and that works out at the end of the day for OG's lineup. It's all about the PA, right? As long as you're able to fight around and keep the PA alive, your job's done. You know, you have to be very sort of selfless with the build and just make sure whatever you're doing is just going to make the game easier for mid-one to pop off. You know, it's a PA. This hero will just destroy entire lineups if you can get to the stage where you're keeping him alive. And the Heroes of Alliance, I mean, what do you think is sort of going to be the biggest threat for mid-one's PA this game when you look at Alliance's lineup?
Pit and Coil.
Yeah.
Those are pretty annoying. He has to worry a little about Guardian Angel in some situations, but they have Tornado. They do have at least a Dispel mechanic that can provide some damage, and Guardian Angel is a pretty long cooldown. I think the Coil and the Pit are the most annoying ones. He's got so much buff up, though. That's the one thing they always make sure they do with this PA is S4.
So if they've got the damage to take him before he's out with the Rift, they do! They do indeed. Just enough to take him down. That first level of Dark Rift, of course, does take a long time. 6 seconds to get out, and I think they killed him in just 5.
Yep, and this is going to be some incredible item timings. All 3 cores at the top here for OG, and there's a PA who's going to get away with a very early Desolator, and he will get buffed up. Last time OG ran this, they picked up both Medallion and Solar Crest. That shows how much they just want to buff the PA.
On him! Gonna have an RP straight away onto Nico Baby, but Nico Baby's gonna get a chance to pop the ult there with the help of FNG, offering up the Heavenly Grace. Doesn't mean that Nico Baby will live, but he's getting dragged in pretty deep towards Seb. Extra TP's coming in as mid-one. It's a bit of a longer TP, but he's still able to get the range for the dagger, and oh, the Laguna! Seb just blows him up with the ultimate. As Nico Baby's taken down, S4's hunting for NoTail in the trees, but NoTail's doing a good job with the Jukes. He's running away, doesn't matter. S4 able to get that final hit in, cuts him down, over to the side, mid-one moves over towards Limp. Limp turns with the Dream Coil, Tornadoes down into the MP, Limp still able to jump over to the orb, Hansken's left behind. S4, can't turn, but he's out of mana. They did manage to get that kill onto mid-one at the end of it all, with that final bit of burst from Hansken. Seb, still fighting into them aggressively, but it's a close one. I mean, we're sort of seeing the PA and the Magnus go down. They do get Nico Baby, but OG losing something in return for it.
Yeah, they lose something pretty big there. I actually think he broke the Coil. I think I heard that too, as the nuke from the Rubik comes out. Limp, no Coil now for mid. Can't quite set up.
I'm going to try and run him down a little bit. Hansken. Stolen Tornado could look to set something up.
Oh, Nico Baby feels forced to go for the Battle Fury this game.
I mean, I like it. You know, you are against a PA with Empower. You know that if there's the only sort of chance of being able to keep up with that, unless you feel you're going to close the game early, is going the route of a farming item. He's going to need something, otherwise he is just going to fall too far behind.
Yeah,
this
the
is
thing
going to
that
keep him in it.
The thing that scares me though is that it's not like the PA isn't going to turn up to fights though, and I feel like this is going to make it so Troll can't really show up to fights really well. So I think if OG, they're going to see the items right away too. They see that, they're probably going to identify, and I think they're going to look to play extremely active. As soon as Deso's up, like force a Roshan, and then look at Alliance, they're going to have to fight a Roshan 4v5, because you know that Troll is really not going to contribute too much. So I think if they can pick and choose how they want to play around that on OG.
Is under attack.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, I think it's just hard for the Troll, because say if he doesn't go for the Battle Fury, what are you getting in the same time that Mid1's getting a Deso that's actually going to help you do too much more against the PA? Bottom lane, S4 goes down. It's a big Dream Coil onto the three of them. They have the damage to get the kills whilst they're under it. Lim's going to jump in with the silence. Handscan with the Stolen Laguna. He's able to burst down Seb. The lift up as well onto Saxa. Big coil from Limp allows them to turn around, hold onto the tower, and by the looks of it, get all three of them. Big reactions from Alliance as Limp lays down the law with that coil, and they hold the tower.
Yeah, absolutely huge from Limp. He's really turning up every single one of his rotations on point. 4-0-2, he's got Blink finished if he chooses for it. And yeah, I mean, I do agree with you with Nico Baby. He doesn't really have too many options in this game. It's like he can't do this BKB and the BKB Yasha into Battle Fury build that we saw before. Or I think it was like the Basher, but I don't think this game he needs to be able to match the farm.
Yeah, we'll see how much Mid1 is able to do with this Deso, because it's a very quick timing. Pre-14 minutes in, Deso ready to go. He's heading over towards mid. Thompson. Catch on Handscan. And down as well with the cold snap. Handscan trying to run. Is there any help for Handscan? He's got a turn with the lift, but the Dragon Slave and the snowball's in. Handscan falls to his death. Alliance stepping away.
This is where OG's going to really kick up the heat. The Deso's done.
They've got this power with the PA strain, and they go with the Laguna Blade. The heals out from FNG, keeping S for alive. Limp, he's able to jump in. Big jump again. The Dream Coil onto both Seb and Thompson. Nico Baby stepping over, but the Cold Snap's going to hold him back, as well as the Deafening Blast. S4 trying with the Dark Whipped out. Is he going to get out in time? He's fully low. The punch is in. He's dead. He's not getting out today. As S4 goes down, OG is still poking at Alliance underneath the tower.
Is under attack.
Limp, he's able to jump in once more, bringing them down very low. He keeps getting these great initiations, but just that time around, no one was there to follow up. Nico Baby tried, but at this stage, Thompson just offers up too much control for this Troll to be able to run into the front lines and fight.
Yeah, when he's got the max Wax, we see that Deafening Blast comes in. It's like 3-4 seconds of that disarm too for him on top of the Cold Snap. And look at the items like Thompson. It's not a game about him. It's a game about his team. As the Glimmer's done, Urn's done, and now he's going for that medallion, as we mentioned. All about buffing up mid one. Still very close though.
Yeah,
the Troll is almost matching the farm.
Mid lane Thompson. Yeah, every time he sees that orb come out, he's stepping in to see if he can interrupt. The attempt for Handscan. We catch him in the Tornado, but lots of TPs coming in from Alliance. They're ready to hold this tier 1. S4 charging forward, gets the pick control onto Mid1. The Dream Coil's down as well. Mid1 silence, then burst him. The snowball not there in time. There's no save for the PA as Nico Baby moves onto Saxa with the battle chance. Jump towards Seb. Limp continuing to chase. The Light Strike Array holds back the puck for now. Seb's going to continue to run. Has Limp got anything left in the tank? He's going to have Blink of the combo up in a second, but it's too far to chase on. And I mean, this is their strength right now. You know, if this PA does come running at you with the power that Mid1 has, he is still pretty vulnerable to being saved. The only save they have is that snowball. So you throw everything on top of him, he is going to get blown up. Mid, Nico Baby out of mana, and with that in mind, he still hasn't got the ult, but the save again. FNG with the purification and the Heavenly Grace. He's able to run it out. I mean, this Omni pick doing wonders multiple times now. We're seeing FNG coming in with these clutch saves.
It really is. FNG every single time just seems to be in the right place at the right time. And I'm loving that Nico Baby, like this Battle Fury build, so far it's working, that he's showing up to the fights. He's not just strictly jungling. He even walks back to mid to make sure even before the Battle Fury was finished. So I like that he's contributing to his team, and we're seeing it. He's at the top of that net worth, and it's him involved in the game rather than just being a jungler.
Yeah, Yeah, you'd love to see it. I mean, Nico Baby's just been so smart with his moves so far this game.
Is under attack.
Look at Lions. Every time they have coil, they're smoking. They're looking. They know they can take advantage. The mid one, he can just die. A coil.
Yeah, they did it before. They'll do it again. Sax, it's all about Saxon with the snowball save.
Yeah.
Here we go. The Dream Core down. Saxon stepping forward. He's trying to buy some safety. He's holding on to the snowball for now. Now he'll come in with it. Buys a bit of time. Snowball over towards the side. Gives Mid1 the opportunity to jump out. Dagger as well to slow down Nico Baby, but the Heavenly Grace buff is there. Chasing on the Saxon. Saxon, strong shards, but they do have vision over it as Nico Baby will be able to slowly finish him down. Saxon tries to TP out, but they catch him. Over to the side. No tail. RP down onto Hansken. Drags him in. With the ult, it's out from FNG. Mid1's got to jump onto the side. Seb will be able to turn with the Laguna Blade, take down Hansken. Nico Baby throws out the axes. Don't quite clip onto Mid1. He's being healed up by the urn. In the tree line, Limp, he's hiding. Jumps back to safety with the orb. Thompson got the setup onto FNG with the ult. The EMP has burned the mana. Dark Grip from S4 will take the rest of them out of there. As they do manage to disengage, FNG has been left behind, but they leave him behind to get the tower denied, which he will find. Will cost him his life. But hey, tower denied, he'd probably take that.
Such aggressive. Both teams are giving each other so much respect. You see how they're just literally duking it out. It's 10 heroes show up in the bottom lane every time there is a fight. They're not looking for any type of split push. They're just looking for action. It's keeping it very close.
Oh yeah, 12 to 13. Only 1k gold in it. And one of those sort of rare games we've had here so far at ESL 1 Germany where there's no real way of telling which way it's going to swing. Alliance, they've got a DD. It's going to be spotted.
Pretty big.
Sunstrike out. They've got to make moves on this. They're not going to want to let Alliance get away with this. They're
No
doing it pretty
RP
quickly.
available, but they have the Lina coming in with Saxa.
Let's see what sort of... They're already Alliance are a bit spooked. They know that OG's heading over. They don't want to try and take the fight whilst they're holding the pit. They want to look for it on the outside limb. He's going to jump forward. Coil only down onto the one of them, though. As Thompson's able to get up to the high ground, he's going to be safe for now. They'll focus towards No Tail. Magnus is out. A little bit of an awkward Dream Call, kind of does the job. I mean, it pushes them back. They're able to get one kill. It's enough space for Alliance to feel confident going back into the pit. Tornado out once more. Seb stepping in, Limp over to the side. Silences Saxa. The stun onto S4 as well as the MP, draining this Underlord's mana. He's not got much left to offer. Saxa's trying to run. So again, just trying to poke and push Alliance out of the pit. OG, can they continue to slow this down? Jump over to Hanskin. Kill for Mid1 instantly. Takes out the Rubik and he's ready to hunt for more. This Alacrity, he hurts over towards FNG, goes jumping down. FNG, he's trying to run, but the crit and the Light Strike Array catch him. FNG falls, and now OG, they'll move into pit themselves. The three members of Alliance, if they do anything to try for a steal, Limp could go for a jump. He's going to have to time it perfectly, starting to scout it out with the orb. It's falling low. Can Limp make the move? He's going to look to try for this, but the Roche, it's already gone down, and he doesn't want to risk it. OG, they'll get the Aegis for Mid1.
Big fight for them. They show up with everybody and they have these timings. This PA now, with the Sage pick up an Essence Ring, he's a lot tankier. He had 1300 HP before, now he's all the way up to like 2k. So he can always act as this frontliner and just jump in a little bit more risky. Tower to fall as well.
Mid1 off the back of that Roche, starting to step ahead of Nico Baby's Troll.
And we're seeing, look, Alliance has to be very careful inside of these fights too, just EMP in general. I don't believe they have a single pair of, I'm actually clicking, yeah, they don't have a single pair of Arcane Boots. So when these EMPs hit, you saw, like S4, he's out of mana, he has to just walk away. They can't take these fights if they do get hit by these big ones.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the problem.
It is.
Well, I mean, well, as you said, we're seeing it already. It's not an easy fight for them to get into once Thompson finds the placement for that EMP.
And now full SNY. So the control that they had for mid-1, it's going to start being a lot weaker. On top of him with an Aegis and all these dip buffs that he's going to be throwing onto him. This medallion and everything else that they're going to be itemizing for.
OG sweeping in with the smoke. There's going to be a smoke up from Alliance. Already Thompson able to dispel onto Hansken, leads him with the cold snap. S4 from the side, offers up the pit. Limp tries to jump in with the snowball, takes them over to the side, but now they're both stuck in the pit. Saxa and Thompson, they're caught, and Thompson, he's almost certainly going to go down. He will fall. There'll be a rift out from S4 as he's trying to take them out of there. Nico Baby's able to TP away, but FNG will be left behind. If one gets to two of them.
Oh, No Chill almost RP'd and pulled him off the high ground there. That was really close to them actually getting Nico Baby down too.
OG starting to get some moves that are beginning to set them ahead. And Mid1, I mean, yeah, already with this SNY, once he has this Satanic done, the burst combo from Alliance that we have seen deal with him twice this game, that's just not going to work anymore. That burst is not going to kill this PA quick enough.
No, and the control isn't going to be there either, right? Like the lift and the coil is the two big ones. The pick can be a little annoying too, but he's starting to get to this point where it's just too much. And with Empower, with all this crazy amount of damage too, it's like you don't even feel the atrophy aura. It's only level 2 also, but PA goes right through that. Alliance, they're going to need some just real big ults coming together. It's starting to feel like they're running out of gas a little bit versus what OG's got, and this PA is just getting absolutely enormous.
Yeah.
And he's got good backup. Like we said, it's all about the PA. They're going to be throwing everything onto him, and when we look at Alliance, they don't have the same type of tools to be able to do it, right? Like they're not going to be able to even itemize for this, like a Medallion, Lotus Orbit, Solar Crest, etc., to throw onto this troll to buff up. OG, they're going to do that. Like, look at Thompson. Solar Crest, Alacrity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, for sort of the first 15 minutes, this game has been very close. But at this stage, even with sort of the small advantage in gold and such, you do just look at this PA and you do just have to ask, how do they stop him? How do they stop Mid-One's PA right now? It's the whole draft from OG were around, just making this PA's game amazing, and so far they've achieved exactly that.
Yeah, even though he's died a couple times too, he's still he's getting away with the farm because he's got the Empower always.
Try and burst in the once. They can do so. No, they can't. He's able to jump out, saves there with a heal as well as the Glimmer.
They have good high ground D though. This is pretty tough to push into Underlord most of the times, especially with this when there's a Rubik at the back. So they'll back up, they'll give some respect, finish up their items. Getting close to Satanic, like you said. And they're perfectly fine with this. They force everyone back. Yeah, he's extremely farmed. Thompson on the hunt.
He's going to catch on Nico Baby, but Limp's there. Limp is just going to jump straight away over towards Thompson. Mid-One, he's going to look to come out to Nico Baby. Nico Baby getting pushed back by the disarm. Mid-One very deep in. Oh! Oh, it's beautiful for No-Tail straight in, but the stolen RP! The stolen RP! It's brilliant! It's absolutely brilliant from Hansken. He's just turned the whole fight around. They take out the Aegis, take a look for round 2 onto Mid-One. They're in on top of them with the trial. He's held in place by the Rupert Sep. He's got the jump with the burst. The Light Strike Arrays, the Laguna will take him out. Now towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby getting low. He's still alive. Limp tries to burst Mid-One. The final nuke from Hansken, the stolen Dragon Slave. Hansken takes out Mid-One. Saxa and Sep moving in onto the two of them, but Hansken, the Ghost Scepter, will still get hit by the Light Strike Arrays. He got anything else to offer? We'll get this Fate Bolt out in time. Buyback as well. Limp with the Dagon. He's taken out the Lina. Saxa is trying to fight this, but Hansken's brought back. The stolen Snowball Army in that fight. That whole fight, Hansken, the steals were incredible. Incredible steals from Hansken and Alliance. They end up coming out on top of it. They deal with OG in a situation where OG have the Aegis on the PA. It doesn't matter. Alliance with the moves of Hansken's Rubik are able to outplay them.
I can't believe he actually gets that steal in time too. It's looking terrifying for a second. He's able to get in range of it too to be able to set up for the perfect RP and they can turn it. But I mean, they still lose Nico Baby out of all of it, and somehow OG, like, again, they're back onto the map looking for moves. So it's a slight comeback there for Alliance, but
sure.
You can see what it cost them to be able to come back in the fight. They have to steal an RP.
They've got their eyes on Thompson. They're in.
Snowball.
Hansken again with this stolen Snowball, making moves onto the Invoker. They lead in onto Thompson, and Thompson's gone. The stolen EMP as well from Hansken. He's just doing everything. He is just, he's becoming the OG to defeat them, and it's working. He's doing it in style. Dream Core's down. They've got the two of them. Nico Baby trying to step up with the shards. Will block Nico Baby off from getting in on this. Limp still trying to jump in. Saxa taking Seb off to the side with the Snowball. OG looking to maybe get a catch on the back of the Alliance. See what they can find here. Look, Light Strike Array onto Hansken, but
Still
going
afraid.
any further.
They don't have their 5-man. Thompson's still dead for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep poking at them until he does respawn, until they look to commit for the fight.
Daggering onto S4.
He's 50 gold from Satanic on mid-one as well. Okay, he's gonna finish it.
Yeah, that's gonna make a huge difference. I mean, with the Satanic, he doesn't die to even those sort of plays from Alliance.
Top tower is under attack.
No. They're gonna need a blessing in disguise still. Eyes are really gonna be on Hansken. Like, he really has to, it really feels like he has to steal RP. Like, if they don't get RP in these fights, I don't know how they deal with mid-one. And now with the Satanic, like you said, even then, They're going to try to play the high ground here. They have this big Dagon burst, too, from Limp.
Here we have it. Mid one leading in. Who's he going to find? Who's he going to jump? He's running straight over. He's going to look towards S4 first. Jumps in. See the moves here. Hansken gets the EMP down. That's drained a lot of the mana potential from Saxon. Mid one still trying to move it on to Nico Baby, but the Heavenly Grace. Nico Baby safe. The shard, they blocked him in. Mid one tries to jump over towards Hansken, but Hansken has the Ghost Scepter. He's able to keep himself alive against the PA at Hotel. RP down, catches Limp. It catches Nico Baby. Limp's down and out. Nico Baby trying to stand his ground. The Purification heals him up, but he hasn't got any ult to rely on. Nico Baby getting low, but the Heavenly Grace once more getting him out to the side. The Light Strike. Seb catches him on the way out. The stun is there. Mid one cleans him up. OG back on form to coming out on top of these fights, and as expected now with the Satanic, Mid one is looking to be untouchable once again.
An absolute beast. Thompson keeps going down every single time. Actually feels like he's just dying in all of them, but yeah, it's really just Mid one he's untouchable. Yep. He literally can pick and choose he can pick and choose which target he goes for too. He just blurs into the high ground into the fight, and then he just pops the Underlord before the fight even starts, so they're man down. Yeah, with all the buffs in the world.
That's very little that's going to stop this map. And now with the Lotus Orb done on Sax, another way to save his core.
Also the level 20 finish, and he's got the, he's at 85% evasion. Troll quite a ways away from MKB. You're never going to be able to hit this guy. You need to somehow be able to find time for Alliance to be able to finish this MKB if they want a fighting chance in this game now.
Yeah, you need that, and I think, again, it's... Hansken's got to keep these moves up. If he can get the Empower steals, the RP steals, if he can become the Magnus for Nico Baby's Troll, then this game's going to look a whole lot closer. Without that, this PA is just going to be at a level that Nico Baby's going to really struggle to keep up with in terms of potential in the team fights.
Yeah. There's just, look, he's going to be Solar Crest, he's going to be Lotus Orbed, he's just going to have all the buffs in the world as this PA. Yeah. Do they have anything yet? Okay, they have the Medallion and almost the Solar Crest on the Underlord, at least. On the side of Alliance. But that's about it. And then I guess the Heavenly Grace always.
Gonna make just a cheese for OG.
Uh-oh.
Getting that Nullify next Mid one, and he's not far off it. Lots and lots of money on the Mid one PA. 5k ahead of Nico Baby's Troll.
I mean, he's very close to having Nullifier. And then, one of those things that I said might be a little annoying is the Guardian Angel. Then he never has to worry about it at all. No defensive items he has to worry about either. The Ghost Scepters, the Yules, etc.
Yep. That's going to get taken off. And again, as that move I said, if Hansken, even if he is able to get the Empower, that's also going to be removed from the Troll.
Yeah, I think he's had it like once or twice in this game, but... Yeah, some Tornadoes also got it taken off as... Oh, look, Seb finds one a very fortunate item for himself. Telescope for the Lina.
Oh, that's always a beauty.
And he might actually just give it to somebody else, and then he keeps the Keen Optic, and then he has the bonus of double. So he's like the extra 200 cast range. Yeah, he's probably going to hand it over to No-Tail. And then that's all. No-Tail's job is just to hold the Telescope next to his teammates. Give him the power. Gaining that lead more and more by the minute.
Hansken has got the blink now.
Okay.
So big plays potentially incoming from the Rubik. That's sort of who I've got my camera on right now.
They need him.
Ground defenses.
They really, really need him. Uh-oh, Nico Baby. You can see how strong Mid one knows he is right now. It just sees the Troll, doesn't care.
That top lane has been heavily pushed out by Limp. See if OG are going to really care about that too much. They're getting this mid lane shoved right up to the base.
Sox is pulling the bottom wave also, if you see that. He sharded bottom to pull it into mid.
Just everything for the PA.
Yep, anything to push your lanes into. Since they have top pushing in, they want to be able to have bot and mid pushing. And they're setting up actually for Limp.
What? Onto No-Tail. Nobody really wanting to step out of the base for the kill. They don't want to commit for that. Also, OG sat around.
And Alliance, they want to be able to try to punish. The best move that they can do is like try to punish the TP from the Tussin Lina, but
they're going to try
still
and
too strong on OG.
See if they can burst him even the once. He's going to put the Satanic rather early, but it's fine. Still able to jump out, protect the Aegis. That that's Dream Coil down.
They
That's they have to worry about for the next 50 seconds.
They can't even capitalize of when OG splits up to try to go for these kills. That's how much weaker they are at the moment.
Mid racks now under heavy fire from mid one. Do they have anything to slow this man down? It doesn't look like it. It's going to move straight over to the bottom. Continue business, Limp, and with the silence. But again, just very little that Alliance have right now that scares this PA. Mid one just jumping past the tier 3s in with the crits onto Nico Baby Nest for the Laguna Blade.
Ooh.
Brings Nico Baby down low, not low enough to kill the Sunstrike. Ooh,
he almost
not
dies.
enough damage. Nico Baby will live, but Limp won't. Him and S4 outside the base taken down as OG just continuing to bully Alliance back to the base. All the space is there for them as they're just killing them. They're coming out with the buybacks, but it's still very hard to see what Alliance is able to do because after those buybacks, those deaths, they're now down 17k. Mid one just remaining king in this game right now. This bottom racks, they're gone. There's no defending here from Alliance. As OG looking to cement a very solid lead right now in this game one. 2 sets of racks done.
Nico Baby just pings the tier 4. He's like, end this.
Mid one. Oh, and onto FNG. Trying to get him close to the fountain. Not quite close enough. He's able to turn with the Satanic. Nico Baby pops the ult. The Light Strike array is down there. They're just controlling Nico Baby. The Hex from Seb as well. He is healing up though with the remainder of that Balatron. In fact, he's not going to die. He's not going to die. Nico Baby's going to live. Can they do it a second time? Silence out onto mid one. They have the damage. No tail. He's just going to RP and drag Nico Baby straight out of the base. Hanskin, he's got the stolen skewer. Sort of moves they can make with it. And looking for mid one. FNG being focused. Nico Baby's on top of the PA. Stepping out at the EMP over to the side. Hex has come out onto Limp. Limp and Hanskin out of the game. No buyback on these two. As OG just playing with their food here. Killing off Alliance outside of the fountain. Nico Baby trying to stand his ground, but he's tripped up by the tornado. The final hit from mid one coming out. Oh, he's looking for the fountain rampage. He's looking for the fountain rampage, baby. There it is. Ultra kill. Give him one more. S4's trying to get out, but the Hex is there. Can they get it in time? They can. Mid one with the fountain rampage to close this game one up. As GG is called. I mean, they open with the Mag PA, and this is why, Giannis, it comes in hard from OG. The damage they can do and the way that they draft and build around mid one, he's just a beast.
Yeah, this is it's very similar to the style that they took a game from Secret in WePlay. It's actually almost exactly the same. They had a couple hero replacements here and there, but the idea of it was pretty much the same. Thompson just being insane, looking for fights. Doesn't matter if he's the one dying. It's all about enabling mid one. They itemize for it entirely and just make a nice clean draft around it. It actually ends up working very well.
They do. I mean, when you sort of see a team do this, if you're Alliance, what are you sort of banning out the PA Magnus next time round? I mean, how'd you put a stop to this in the draft?
You probably ban out the Magnus, I would imagine, at least. Yeah, because the OG have shown how many times that they'll just first pick it at any whim.
Wow, what started off as quite a close game went pretty quickly downhill as PA just got further and further ahead. Mid one taking over as OG. They know exactly what to do when mid one's in the driver's seat with the PA as he ends the game 14, 3, and 10. This game one going to OG.
don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A war, welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
The Buff Boys at Mid-1's PA clean out the first game here against Alliance in dominant fashion. Very close game, but if you looked at the scoreboard, probably tells a little bit of a different story here. Now, as we start getting ready for game number 2, we've got my panel back here. We've got Godot and we've got QO, lads. I'm just happy. What a game.
Yeah,
what a game.
It's a little bit of a change of pace, right? Compared to the other games, it's so fast. Just from, what, minute 2, fighting at top all the way to bot. Ooh.
I mean, it's pretty insane, especially, you know, when we were talking about this in the green room. Hanskin playing Rubik, playing insane. Zarx was playing insane on task. And then, you know, Thompson's doing all these cool builds with things like the Glimmer Cape and getting the Solar Crest. And you just got everybody on every single one of these teams just playing absolutely out of their skin. And that was like, what, 34 minutes of just pure action? And it's just crazy to see how good these teams are, right, QO?
Well, like, the most impressive stuff was that Magnus PA lane against Underlord. I think they opened it up. They opened with Magnus PA. Usually when you see that, like, you have to assume that Magnus can be 5 or 2 or whatever. But yeah, like the Underlord pick, I thought it was gonna do a lot more than like expected. But I think Mid-1 got way too many CS at the safe lane.
So do we think that might be the combination of the Rubik and the Underlord that's not strong enough in that lane? Or do you think that maybe Mid-1 and Notal just played over the top in that lane, you know, overperformed?
I don't know. I always think Underlord is better than PA in the laning phase. That's why you pick Underlord. And we've seen it countless times, but it never seems to win the lane.
Yeah.
So now I'm starting to think, is it actually the hero the problem, not necessarily the actual plays? But, I mean, I think also on top of that, they played so well in the lane, and I think that's the main factor. They wouldn't be able to win the lane if they weren't exploiting certain factors. I think the skewer at the very start of the laning phase kind of set to a position where they're just draining all their salves and obviously giving Mid-1 a little easier time. And then when they saw some out-of-position errors from S4's Underlord, then they just kind of capitalized that real quick and they got the kills.
Yeah, even in the bottom lane as well, right? They really abused this Tusk and the Lina. Maybe this is something that they were talking about, your pubs being ruined a little bit with this off-lane Lina, but it goes to show that this strat, they've run it before, right? And they can replace a few of these heroes in this draft and still play the same kind of style. You know, we talked about it a little bit when we talk about Seb playing in these offlaners. He just goes Guardian Greaves on whatever he wants. And he just walks around with his team, utilizes these spells to their fullest potential. They play fast and they get over the top of the enemy. And I think it goes to show that maybe Alliance were not expecting this kind of lanes coming out from them, because that safe lane should have gone a little bit better. Or even the off lane should have gone a little bit better for them, right, QO?
Yeah. Oh, I really liked like how like Seb built up this Greaves.
Yeah.
Usually, like, you know, like when you have this lineup like this, you won't be able to like set it up. Like you won't be able to land the stun. But I think Thompson, like Zaxa, they were playing like way too aggressive, and I think Seb always got a chance to like use his spell. Like he didn't even need Yules or Blink or anything.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
that's
like
what we were talking about as well. I was asking you guys while we were watching the game, I was like, does this get to a point where Seb has to be worried about dying? And you guys were like, no. He's basically always sticking in the back, and he's got Guardian Greaves to back him up as well. So, you know, maybe going forward here, Alliance are going to have to think about these weird picks that Seb's going to pick up if they do play this extremely fast Oda like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think the Lina going Greaves is not really so surprising because he did start the Mirana Greaves as well, right?
Yeah.
He was one of those players that picks these, not intelligence-based heroes, but these heroes that have a lot of spell damage and they get lane dominance. And then they transition into a more team-fight-ish kind of itemization, which is really important because normally you'd be this squishy Lina that doesn't really contribute much besides spells, but with the Greaves, you have a lot of team fight going on, and you're not easy to kill either, so he's kind of useful, and especially because all of the spells are pretty low CDR, he can just continuously spam them and get a lot of damage output.
Yeah, and it really goes to show that the kind of synergies between, you know, Seb, Saxa, and Notal and Mid-One in those lanes, and it just them being able to utilize these kind of unorthodox hero picks and still, you know, make those side lanes work. But, you know, going forward here, I don't think Alliance really have to change all too much, right? Maybe a few maybe side lane things, maybe a few early laning phase stuff to try and get on top of Mid-One, because just looking at this game from him, you know, he had the 4-man buff strat behind him, and goes to show that he can get the victory.
He had everything needed. Greaves, Glimmer, Solar Crust, the Alacrity, like
Empower as well. Tag team as well.
Like it's a 1v5.
Yeah, he absolutely did get everything, and he brought it back there for OG being able to get the first victory. But is this something that OG can rely on for the rest of the tournament? You know, they've done it before in a few other tournaments. Now they've done it here against Alliance. Do you guys feel like this is kind of a one-and-done strat, or do you think that it has a bit more longevity further on?
I'm just so surprised they open up with these heroes and they made it work. I think that's the main thing. Maybe I could be in a scenario where they actually later picked it, maybe, like, they can do it because it's more of a situational adaptation, but they literally just did it from the get-go and they didn't really care. That's what surprised me.
Usually when you have, like, pick your PA in second pick and Invoker in third pick, you have to expect, like, your 2 lane is gone. But I don't know, like, they just won all 3 lanes in my opinion, and they just, like, had to snowball. Like, even they won that, like, lanes, like, I think Alliance were, like, very scary, like, in terms of, like, return. I think Hanskin play well, and then Nico Baby wasn't really, like, behind. He was, like, very calm, like, with almost all the situation, and yeah, there was a lot of, like, changing the tempo sort of, like, a situation.
Well, it looks like we had a very tight game number 1 here between OG and Alliance. We couldn't have expected anything else here. So now we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of this, game number 2 between Alliance and OG.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Our Super Series for day number 8 is halfway done. OG takes the first map against Alliance, and now, as we get ready for our game number 2, we are super excited to see if this is going to go a full 3 maps between these two juggernauts of the European scene. I've got Godot and I've got QO back. Lads, I already see the draft here on our screen, so let's dive deep into it. Interesting band starting out here, OG. They changed it up. This was a Mars band from game number 1 from them. And Alliance, they get rid of the Faceless Void starting off as well.
Yeah, I can understand Alliance trying to switch it up a little bit because obviously as a losing team, you can't keep the same things happening, right? So that being said, the pick order is now different. They've swapped. It's a first pick for Alliance this particular game. So Earthshaker first pick.
Okay, they're just going to get the Magnus back here for OG. This is something I wanted to touch on a little bit. In the break, we were talking about Alliance basically almost always wanting the Rubik in the first phase, especially with the way that Hanskin played. There has to be an idea with this Earthshaker, right, QO?
Yeah, like, I don't know, like assuming that OG will be picking Magnus, I think it would be good to pick up the Rubik. And even right now, like I was expecting Earthshaker Rubik just to verse against Magnus.
Yeah, I also agree. I mean, it's a hero they play, and even if you don't see the Magnus coming, you kind of have an idea because they don't care, right? They didn't seem to care with the Rubik, so you just open up the Rubik, you can play it pos 4 or pos 5, and then if they do pick the Magnus, you have a good solution, right? Like the last game, he did do a lot of work, to be fair. They did lose, but I think it was at the back of the PA getting a head start in that game when it shouldn't have, because they picked a matchup to counter the PA, which didn't happen. And on top of that, I think OG just came online way too quick and played around the PA well. And I think the Earthshaker is really bad because Earthshaker is not a hero that actually plays really fast, especially as a position 4. Maybe if it runs it as a position 3, maybe I'm not too against it. But as a position 4, it just comes online too slow. You want to have that timing for your blink. You can't really rotate that effectively. Whereas OG opening up with that Tusker on Saxa, obviously, is going to be extremely fast. He's going to have very strong laning emphasis. And I'm already a little worried for Alliance as an opener.
What about you, Kuo? What are your thoughts so far here from the OG and the Alliance draft?
One thing that Alliance did a little like mistake, I'll say, was that them showing this post 4 and post 5 in the first 2 phase. Usually when you do that, like it's very easy to pick like a core heroes, like according to that. And like meanwhile, like OG, they can put this Magnus as post 5 or post 3. I'm not sure whether Thompson plays Magnus. I'm pretty sure he doesn't really like playing it.
He hasn't.
Yeah, so I think at least they have like other options like to make it like work better. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now, maybe it's not an Earthshaker 4, maybe it can be a position 3. I think as a position 3 against these melee meta carries is actually pretty good because you can max your E in the lane and just use your enchant totem to kind of get you ahead. It also denies the Phantom Assassin a little bit because the blow doesn't do anything against enchant totem. It's just a true strike hit, so you can get a lot of value out of that. The problem is if the lane doesn't go too well and Earthshaker has to play recovery and the PA gets that start like he did last game, I think it's going to be even worse because you don't have that tanky front like Underlord in the previous game to kind of negate some of the damage.
I wanna see either Monkey King or Lifestealer, but like Monkey King isn't that great like against the Oracle. But I think mid one like plays that hero a lot more often. I think Monkey King's like mid one's hero more than the Lifestealer. But yeah, I think they can just wait a bit and pick their carry hero in the 4th like a pick.
Yeah. Well, what are we thinking for here now then? Do they get rid of the Venomancer once again, the Timbersaw as well, which kind of leans me towards OG wanting to have that Magnus as a 5, right?
I want to see Thompson 0. Like I just feel like if you like think about it in the last game, they were confident with like whatever the heroes they want to pick. Like might as well do the same thing and you know just trust your teammate, give Thompson like he's a hero. He'll always pull it off.
I mean, previous TIs, they just picked them MK and didn't really care about the matchup. They went PA again.
Well,
okay.
Just going to go for the Phantom Assassin.
To be honest, it looks like a good PA game opener already. And they must feel really confident, especially considering the last game they got counter matchup and it didn't really plan out as Alliance wanted it to. So I think in this scenario, it's even going to be easier because if Earthshaker is 3 or 4, it's not as scary as having an Underlord there, right? So OG is just playing what worked last game, and
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, boys. You know, OG are a team that don't mind doing that. So maybe a few audibles here for OG. But what does Alliance need here? I'm leaning more towards S4 picking up this Earthshaker and then trying to pick Hanskin, a hero that he can do a lot on and play really fast with them. So is the Rubik still on the table for them? Is that a little bit too squishy against the PA Mag?
I think Rubik, Earthshaker, Oracle, 3 core is like a bit too passive. Maybe it's better them picking like a mid hero and Morphling or something, and then like pick their offlane or post 4 hero depending on what Earthshaker wants to do.
They used to play a lot of Tiny as well here for Alliance, and I think that would work. You have a very strong lane if Earthshaker's post 3 as well. With the Tiny, you can actually do some nice combos as well by tossing the Earthshaker in, and you have a lot of stun lock here. There's no actual save from OG besides the snowball, and having a double melee against Magnus and PA doesn't really matter. You're not going to get exploited there. So I do like that option. It gives you another hero that can get the backline if you want to start the fight and prevent the Magnus from going in. And I would like to see more kind of a faster playstyle when it comes to the 4, because Alliance generally played a hard carry, Nico Baby, and 4 heroes that can fight, right? I think in the previous game, they just kind of lacked those heroes. They had the Omni Knight, position 5, they had that position 3 Underlord, and I just felt like it's very one-dimensional. You really need to get ahead early game, and if you don't, that's what's going to happen in the previous game. Is PA is going to go out of control. There's no CC for him, and it's going to be pretty easy for them to execute their lineup once again. So a little faster pace here for Alliance. So in terms of heroes.
They were thinking like the Tiny or does Potom fit into this anywhere here?
Like
for
Void
Alliance?
Spirits mid, Ember Spirits mid, generally what Limp plays for mid lane, or Tiny Fours, Clockwork's banned, right? So that's not an option.
I think they have all these ideas about like what they want to do, but one of them have to just sacrifice like their pick here and then just show their, and it's Pogna. Yeah, like versatile pick again. Like it can be 3, it can be 2.
Does ESL play this much? He hasn't really played this much as a 3. I think mainly Limp plays it. But I guess if you think about it, I was gonna say there's not many heroes that Topson destroys Pugna with, but Invoker.
And Pugna's one of his favorite heroes as well for Topson, so I'm sure he understands how those matchups work in and out here, and he's just gonna go straight for it. I mean, 4 out of 5 ain't bad, boys. And do you just ban Lina if you're Alliance in this next phase? Just be like, we don't want to do literally the exact same thing.
Nah, I don't think they're gonna go for Lina this game. But
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like I think Invoker wise, like even if you just don't get like too much last hit, or it doesn't matter, just because all he has to do is build up this, the Solar Cross and just put it on a PA, dispel this Decryfy.
Yeah, he was mainly
enabler.
enabler.
A Morphling. Yep.
Oh boy.
Well, this is a game where he could go Vessel as well as Invoker, Quaswex. Although you can remove it with the Oracle's Dispel here. But I just feel if it is a Pugna mid, Invoker's going to have a decent time. I think an even easier time than the previous game.
I have a question for both of you. With the Ursheka Morphling combo, you said that Enchant Totem is True Strike, right?
Yes.
Does that mean the Morphling gets the True Strike?
Yep.
That's a straight counter, boys.
Yep.
Easy. Done and dusted. Alliance sitting against the game number 3. Draft win.
I mean, I kind of felt like the Morphling was coming, assuming that Earthshaker, like, it just looks like 3,
Yeah.
It just looks like 3. That's why they did it, but I'm not sure whether...
the Lina.
Oh, they banned it anyways.
Oh, it's so impressive.
I'm not just too sure about picking Morphling. I think Morphling had a really bad win rate, just like in this tournament generally.
It does.
Yeah.
Do we feel like that's maybe the teams that have been picking the Morphling? Because from what I've seen, it's not really the teams that are picked to win have been picking this Morphling.
No, I think the main
a lot
problem
of the underdogs
is
have been picking it.
Yeah, I think the main problem is there is like a lot of heroes that can lock down for a long time. Like surprisingly, Magnus, Snapfire, or just like there's like, I think those heroes like kind of just burst this Morphling, and once Morphling dies 1 or twice, you're not afraid of it.
Well, we got the last pick now for both teams. I mean, OG can go 2 approaches here. They can go with the Magnus 3 instead, or they can just keep it the same and have the Magnus 5 with the Phantom Assassin. I really don't think they're going to struggle that much in the lane. I think it'll be easier than the previous game, to be honest. But if they pick a 3 here, they can decide what to go against the Oracle Morphling. They already know the matchup. It's not an easy matchup to be said as well. Oracle Morphling, double range, a lot of damage as well from the Oracle, especially when they hit level 3. It's pretty hard to deal with it. So they might not be that perfect hero to just completely destroy the lane. So they might pick a hero that's going to be good for the game itself.
I don't think they're gonna be aiming for like something that can outlast him Morphling, but they're rather gonna be aiming this killing Oracle with Tusker +1. And I want to see Snapfire coming anyways. Like, I think it's just good.
Has he played Snapfire? I mean Seb, right?
Yeah,
So
Seb plays Snapfire with
Seb's
the
a man that
Tusker.
plays basically anything, I think. You can put whatever you want in that man's hands and he'll be able to play it for you. So
I mean, it's a pretty good damn Snapfire game here. Easy lane.
Are you kind of worried about the long range stun coming in from the Fisher of the Earthshaker? You know, Earthshaker Morphling is pretty easy to get on top of you once that the Aghanim Scepter does come out for the Morphling in the Earthshaker. Get rid of the Void Spirit.
I'm just thinking it's not that scary to begin with, because Snapfire is just going to stay quite far back to begin with, and it's more about the laning phase as well. It's going to have a pretty good lane with the Tusker. There's a lot of synergies obviously with the tag team as well, and it's a hero that's going to go Greaves, which obviously they probably want to go with that.
Yep. And then like once the Morphling has, once the Snapfire has Aghanim, like you can just stun yourself and then just cookie one another time, and you just have 4 second, 5 second stun by yourself.
All right, DK last pick against Invoker. So
that's a limp hero. S4
So,
Pugna.
Pugna 3,
Man,
I
I really don't want to see this Earthshaker as a 4, because I feel like it's gonna
Well-
fall in the trap like you guys are saying, where it's gonna be a little bit too slow.
I want to see Pogna as 4 and just Earthshaker as 3.
Yeah,
I think
I prefer that.
it's just I prefer that more, Because if you just run Pogna 3 and if PA somehow kills Pogna once or twice,
the lane's done.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the last game actually, if that's the case. I think it'll be even easier because it's gonna be easier to punish the Pogna when he's behind in the lane.
Yep.
But well, let's find out if Seb actually picks up the Snapfire. I think it's pretty good here, but they can also just go with the Magnus off lane and pick something else for Notel.
Is there anything else that kind of comes to mind for you guys besides the Snapfire?
I think it's just gonna be range off lane.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I think Notail will be playing Magnus. There's no way you put Magnus against Morphling Oracle with Tuskar. You really want to utilize this Tuskar like
there's Enigma, right? Is Enigma bad?
Yeah, Enigma's.
Yeah,
Enigma's still in the pool.
Silencer.
Oh,
okay.
God.
What do you got to say about your favorite hero?
Well, I mean, last time we saw this offline Silencer, it looked poo-poo. So, unfortunately for OG, I think they're going to send us to a third map here by picking the worst hero in Dota.
Usually Morphlings.
Oh, it's a Hanskin Shaker. Oh, my heart.
Yes, this is
my soul.
Usually Morphling's good against Silencer, but I think the support is like way too weak.
I like the Sansa because it's an enabler here. You can global for your team when they go in.
Yeah.
But the lane, I don't think it's even going to be that great.
No, I feel like OG's offlane is stronger in my perspective. So I'll probably just go with OG here.
You're just going to go with OG again there, QO. What about you, Godot? Where are we sitting
I just
here?
think like OG's just got their heroes. And I don't necessarily think Alliance has the heroes to completely deal with them in the mid game. Pierre's just going to go out of control. And I think he's going to have an easier time this laning phase as well. So I'm going for OG as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping for a game number 3 here, so let's see if OG and Alliance can deliver. We're going to head into game number 2 here with our casters one more time. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, thank you very much. Game 2 just about to kick off and Fogged. I mean, lots to talk about. Lots of some of the same, really, from OG's lineup, of course, following down a very similar path to what they were able to win game 1 with. I mean, what do you sort of have to say about all of this?
The big difference, I would say, is that Seb's not playing a stunner. I felt like the Lina stuns were actually pretty big in the last match. I think this also removes a lot of that burst potential too that I felt was pretty huge, the Laguna. I don't feel like Sansa is as strong either in the lane, but I think it's still a very strong lane because you're going to be able to use that Tusk and it is playing into a weak lane. I want to see them actually set up a tri-lane, or at least just have Hanskin at the start be a tri-lane to enable this Morphling to get him up to that level 3 so he can actually farm safely.
Yeah, and do you like this approach from Alliance to sort of allow OG to have such a similar draft? I mean, I guess it does give you that bonus of, well, you have just played against something very similar, so you kind of know what to expect?
Yes, you know what you're going to play against, but you're giving them the Magnus, which they always look so comfortable on it. So...
Well, it's a risk. I mean, the question would be, you know, Alliance's lineup. If you look at this lineup compared to what they came in with in game 1, do you sort of see this lineup doing better against the play style that OG was bringing in that first game?
I feel like it looks kind of similar, to be honest with you. They have the Nico Baby on a super hard carry with, at least they have like this big save behind him, but it's similar, right? Like last time, they had the Omni Knight save, and then they have Limp on a very traditional kind of just standard mid hero. It's a DK. I feel like the DK is in a way similar to the Puck.
30 seconds
So it does feel like there's a lot of similarities from the Alliance draft this time around. I feel like the big change is Hanskin and S4 together. S4 playing this Pugna that he can actually threaten more. I feel like he had a really rough time on the Underlord. But I feel like maybe with this one he could do a little bit more. But it looks similar. I feel like OG's got a very comfortable draft. They've got this silencer that can work well with Global to counteract the Oracle. So I like what they've got going for them.
I mean, it's going to be a big test for Alliance. There's no doubt about it. That last game, the OG PA Magnus. I mean, you might get ready for a repeat, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. We'll see, because they've certainly got the heroes that would indicate that. Alliance is going to have to come in with something very clever to break down what OG has shown. I mean, not only in that game 1, but multiple games to just be incredibly proficient with right now in this patch.
Yeah. I see Hanskin, he fissures off the first wave. He's going to fissure off the second wave as well. I really do kind of want to see him like back up and just like TP top and try to set up for this tri-kill, like a tri-lane and just get a kill so that Nico Baby. I think once the Morphling gets level 3, you're in such a much more comfortable position because you have the attribute shift. But before that, you can just get punished super hard by this Tusk and the Silencer.
Yeah, I mean, that would not be a bad shout, because I imagine if you have 3 heroes, you're sort of looking at the Silencer and you could you could really bully the Silencer on the early levels. I mean, it's a squishy off lane.
Yeah, you can just kill him, and then if he comes back, you kill him once more, and the lane's over for him. So we'll see what Hanskin wants to make moves, but I really do want to see him try to play a little bit around top. He's going to just play around bottom to help S4 and just get him a double wave. We'll see how much it pays off. As top, we see FNG die. That's that super strong dual lane of OG.
Nico Baby as well, taking a lot of damage.
Gotta be careful.
Seb. Man, it's just what you're saying already. Weaknesses to be shown whilst they just have to turn them up here. Seb and Sax able to find that first blood.
Oh, and look at the wave. Look at the way the wave is going right now too. So it's going to be pushing into OG's favor. Look, Nico Baby can't even walk up and hit a creep.
It does not look like an easy lane for this Morph.
No. Saxa might go down
here
though.
And they got him. All right. I mean, Nico Baby needs that.
Because the creep wave is so massive, they actually haven't killed off many. So level 2 was picked up on Alliance first over OG, even though they had both there for quite some time. Both of the Alliance heroes at level 2 first.
Good news for Alliance in the mid lane. Limp is, he's smashing Thompson. Look at the
Holy
CS.
moly.
14 for 5 against the 3 for 1. I mean, Quaswex Invoker obviously life's hard when it comes to right clicking, but I mean, this is sort of taking it to another level, the amount that Limp's beating him with.
Yeah, just such a massive base damage advantage. The Breathe Fire even, like minus 15 damage on the Invoker. I saw Thompson started with EMP first at level 1 to try to secure the range creep too, and wasn't able to. So it's just a very tough matchup for Thompson.
Dire's courier has been
On
killed.
lane, notes out. Able to run down Hansken's courier. S4 is continuing to try and do his best to slow down Mid-1, mess with him with a Decrepify, but as it is so far, Mid-1 not showing any struggles when it comes to last hitting down here. Still good farm on the safe lane P8.
Lane position now is still a little bit awkward here for Nico Baby, as it's not in a great spot. You see the way Sox is playing on the side. He's not letting them pull the lane back up in the top lane. So it's applying a lot of pressure onto Nico Baby to not walk up and go get these creeps in FNG.
You can see at the same time, Nico Baby's going to go straight for Seb. Make sure Seb's not in a position to get on top of FNG. As Nico Baby's just trying his best to punch Seb back. So the curse is upon him, and Seb trading some good damage right over his way. Seb out of regen though, so just have to be a little cautious. So Sax as well, nothing to share, Seb.
Playing the lane very well actually on Alliance, all things considered. He's in like a little bit of an awkward position, but the way that they're actually playing it heads up, like FNG, he's actually not trying to pull, he's just playing it right there in the lane, trying to get this level advantage. And they've got the level 3 on the Morphling already done, so the most, the scariest time for Nico Baby is already gone now.
Mid lane.
Rune secure.
Yeah, it's going to be spawning top. Thompson, he's got Tornado, and he's actually just not going to bother using it straight up and try and grab it. Waste time away from the wave, we'll just deny it.
Starting to recover a little bit. It's going to take him some time as this Invoker. But matchup for sure. This was just a pretty DK favored one.
Bottom notes out. That's going to get a couple of tower hits in as well with these body blocks. Crepify will save him from the last one. So there's some good damage onto Hansken. See if they can finish this off. They've got the Empower. They can do this as notes out. It's getting turned up on. He's got a stick full of charges. Will be able to outdo the damage from the blast and allows him to turn with a shockwave. Mid-1 steps in. Both teams playing very low right now, and Mid-1 and Notail, they'll have to concede that they've got no regen on the two of them. Mid-1's going to try and hang around, but this is a scary place for him to be now against the blast of Alliance.
Yeah, this dual lane's they're actually quite strong versus the PA. They haven't slowed him down too much. He still has those 22 last hits, but we're seeing that this magic damage that comes into play, the decreps, all these wand charges built up, and also even just the totem. The fact that it has True Strike, he can just punch the PA back through that evasion that she does have. It all adds up.
Got it.
Now the Morph will start to get a little bit more secured farm in comparison to the PA. So Alliance lane setups are definitely working right now.
Well, Hansken, he's close. Ooh, to the tower. It's going to actually get aggressively skewered upon by Notes out. So they've got the damage to finish him. S4 has got a Decrepify to help him out with. Will come out, buy him a bit of time. Everyone is going to look for the jump, and he's got it. Jumps straight over. Same time, Seb goes down on the top lane. Nico Baby and FNG able to find him. Still down bottom, trying to fight on towards S4. Now mid one's low. Still got the one charges. S4. One final blast.
Radiant
and mid one has now got some regen out. Has a salve.
Yeah,
to get himself into good position.
And they both got themselves the raindrops. They're in the pressure lane, so they're making sure they can at least sustain through that one there.
Seb coming back into the game. They're going to try and set up onto Limp. They put the three of them in, straight in they go. TPs are coming in from Alliance, but can they help Limp in time? It's a lot of damage. FNG is going to try and do his best, but the Tornado's out. Limp goes down. Coordinated move there from OG. I mean, realizing that they need to bring both in. Saxa alone is not going to have the damage. Both him and Seb coming into mid, and they're able to open this up and allow Thompson to really start catching up, as he was already starting to do so. 24 for 5 against the 35 for 12, but those sort of kills, very important for him early on to make sure that he doesn't lose complete control of the lane.
Yeah, and they actually can bring 7. He didn't really have anywhere else to go on the map, so that's like the best possible move, and it ends up getting them that nice kill there because of that tag team combo. And he gets a little bit of int, and loses, you know, DK loses a little bit of int, which these things can add up. You lose too much int. Nico Baby going to be very happy though, as he's, you know, the aggression was pushed out of that top lane for a moment, and he's been able to he's been given quite a bit of space here to farm up.
And do you think there's sort of a likelihood of which way Nico Baby is going to go this game? Would you be getting the Manta first, or are we seeing reason for an E-Blade rush this match?
Dire's top tower
I think he might need the Manta.
Yeah,
because he's playing into like the global and all that. It just fits too well. But he does have Pugna for the blow up, and they are fairly squishy.
Top lane, Limp's trying to come in with this move, but he has been scanned, so Seb knows what's up. Nice.
Saxa.
Try for Saxa instead. He's able to dodge the Dragon Tail stun though with the snowball. Still, they're moving in upon him. Nico Baby diving in, turning into Saxa, using the tag team against him. As Alliance will manage to get that kill. Maybe see if they can get more with the snowball. They've got it. Nico Baby is rolling in. Seb's courier also going to take a hit. The group's out. Onto Seb. Diving in. No help coming in for the offlane silencer as Seb will go down. Same time down bottom. OG making pretty much the mirrored move. Rotation comes in from Thompson. And a literal reflection of what was happening on the top lane. 2 heroes down on bottom.
Limp can actually pressure a tower, though, is the difference. He's going to be able to get the majority of this one here, while Thompson, he has to make the move. Does he want to react to top, or does he want to try to pressure into the mid lane? It looks like it's a reaction to top. Starting to sprint his way. Oh, there he already has that medallion queued up. We know that this is going to be a very similar game plan as last time for OG. Just buff up mid one. It's going to be much harder versus mid one, though, with what he's against. There's a Pugna on the enemy team, too. So these decreps are going to be something he has to play around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And quite a lot more control, some harder stuns this time.
Yeah.
With Hansken and DK.
Mid one.
Limp going for this blink. He gets in with the Dragon Tail on those later levels. It's a long duration. As once more, sort of like in last game, it's going to be looking towards Saxa to make those snowball saves for the PA.
Yeah, just to be able to avoid those. They also have the silence, which is very fortunate. They can always cover him with that too. That's bottom. Medallion's finished. Thompson making moves.
Oh, yeah, you're right. This medallion pickup just enables the PA so much earlier. Just dropping it down on the target now with the cold snap. Mid one can just jump on these heroes. Even someone like S4. S4 is very vulnerable to this as well.
He's considering even going
to grab a fight.
Yeah, he's considering going for bottom too. He has the dispel too. If that decrypt comes out, he can tornado
you're right.
off too.
Yeah, this should be an easy setup. And we have it. Tornado to take the Decrepify away, and Thompson making the magic happen. He's making the magic happen on this Invoker, making those moves, and essentially just a counter to the counter that the Pugna wishes to be against the PA. That Tornado, and mid one's still going to get the kills.
Yeah, and even though, Limp may have put the pressure on top, gotten the tower, also getting this kill on Saxa, you know, these moves from Thompson has put him quite a bit above that DK. And enabled the PA a lot,
yeah. And that's only going to speed up the Solar Crest. And you got to imagine what he's able to do with that in this sort of lineup. We're seeing already with the early medallion what he's achieving. Once that Solar Crest is complete, it does feel like we're just going to see sort of a repeat of what happened in the first game. Mid one's going to be in all these opportunities where he's just set up for success. He already has been. He's 2-0-3 so far in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. And they're going to be lacking a little bit on stuns, though, like we were mentioning. They don't have Sep for them, but they have these globals. Sep, Invis trying to set up on bottom. Seems like Alliance knows this is up. S4 being very careful. Limp knocking on mid. FNG and Nico Baby are kind of connecting toward mid.
They're going to try and lead onto Limp. Have they got the damage? No tail coming across. Limp, they're just going to drop the ults here. Leave the chance for Limp to be saved. I mean, they knew that FNG was coming in. He did have the false promise, so the global was necessary to make sure that ult didn't come in onto the DK.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's the small usages of their abilities, just a little bit better from OG here in this start. 8 to 5, 11 minutes. Nico baby, top of that chart, but you know inevitably this PA, he's going to start ramping up way faster than this Morphling does. And they're going to start kicking up that pace as soon as he gets Deso.
Would you say that the Morphling has a better chance of carrying against this sort of lineup compared to a Troll?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's versus a lot less disables that he has to worry about. That's the one thing I am looking at. He does always have the save from behind. I would say, yeah.
Tornado on the Hanskin, that'll finish him off. I mean, again, every time that the Thompson swings down this bottom lane, it just seems very little that S4 and Hanskin can do to deal with this. Hanskin's very squishy, and S4, the Decrepify is just not going to do anything against this constant tornado that Thompson has awaiting.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They at least get the tower finally taken out, but it was denied. Sox is able to get a deny versus a Pugna. Usually isn't something you see happen. Yeah, I think just the other thing about the Morphling versus the PAs too is that Morphling has, like, you're always going to be insane on armor. Sure, Troll has good armor, but it's nothing in comparison to Morph and Terrorblade.
Sure, like you're going to need some serious crits on the PA to actually burst the Morph before he's able to start shifting.
Yeah.
So sort of getting the kill alone is unlikely, but if anything was to go by from that last performance from OG, they never really are alone. They're always making moves as a team, and mid one, I think is this even a quicker Deso time in the game? I think it is.
It's got. I mean,
I think it's about 14 minutes last game. This game is going to be pretty much pre-13 minutes. We'll look for the jump on him. So that's the side with the waveform. No tail. RP and 10, so not available for now.
He's still getting slowed down and hit a lot.
Got FNG here with a false promise. He'll have to come out. They need to use it to keep him safe. It's going to be that FNG will be left behind. All whilst this is happening, again, down bottom lane. I mean, we can't keep up with the kills. They're everywhere. They're chasing here. Thompson's just handling them on this bottom lane. He's 6-0 too. Thompson's having just an insane game on this Invoker. He's going to have Solar Crest done. At the same time, this Desta comes out and the PA, I mean...
Oh my, that is... Oh. You know, last game, he struggled a lot on the Invoker.
Yeah.
This time around, he's like, all right, you know what?
He's having an easy game.
I'll show you guys how it's actually done. He's having the dream. And we see he's ruining S4's game so badly. 0-3-0, this Pugna, who's having an okay time to pressure bottom, is just... His game's now so difficult. This hero, as Pugna too, is very volatile because you're so squishy. If you start to die a couple times, now it might just be chain feed.
S4, they're hunting for him. Thompson, can he get the grab? Yes, he can. Cold snaps out. Chance to block him in as well. As S4 almost certainly fall. A punch up and he's taken out. The global comes out from Seb. They're looking to punch into Nico Baby. Tornado out once more. Two of them. Sunstroke off the mark though. Now Limp's turned up. He's got the Dragon Tail onto Saxa. Fisher's there as well. So OG will lose a couple. Alliance able to punch back, but again, another death on S4. Thompson just continues to find all the glory. The space is there for this top tower to fall. They are able to get the deny. And now mid one and Notail. They're going to look to chase down Lim. FNG's heading over to help out. Stun comes out onto Notail. He has got the RP ready to pop if they do try and commit. And they do respect this. They back away and Thompson just consistently on the hunt. He's already positioned up in the jungle, seeing who steps over.
He's so mobile around the map. He's just getting across so quick to join up with his team. Mid one, he's got this item finished up. Solar Crest is done too. Alliance, they have to just be careful about how they die around the map because now Roche is always going to be a threat as Hanskin.
He's nearly been found solo by Saxa. TP coming in. Tornado will clip him. Sunstrike's down. Thompson. It's just turning into a bit of the Thompson show. Seb in the river. They've got him. They won't manage to find Seb. But just, you look at Thompson's Invoker, you look at Midbon's PA, and you just ask yourself, how are they going to lose this game? Maybe like this. That's a big start from Nico.
Okay, he's actually chasing for Notail as well. This is some crazy diving, but I like it.
Maybe this is the man who's going to do it. Can Nico Baby carry this game? Sunstroke and RP's out as well as the Shockwave. Isn't enough, he's going in for more. He's able to get it. Thompson's able to push it back with the Deafening Blast, but Nico Baby, he's got the 2 kills.
And now his team's joining him. He's fine. Wow.
Oh,
That is...
I mean, can Nico Baby do? Can he out carry this PA and Invoker that have had a phenomenal opening?
How many levels did he actually get for that? For killing the PA too? I feel like he'd get as much as I thought he was going to get. 500, okay, 512, just kidding. He got quite a lot. Looking to snowball some kills too as Seb mid. Gets drained down too. Alliance punching back. All because of Nico Baby's quick wit and quick moves around the ward vision.
Massive pops here by Nico Baby with that.
OG's now very aware that there's a ward in that area. But Alliance, they have the high ground. They've lost access to their Ancients there for quite some time now. That's jump.
Limp. Got the jump. Have they got the burst on Notes? How they do. Another move whilst they're positioned on this high ground, keeping OG out of their triangle. TP in from Seb. OG, do they want to try and run into this? They're going to start with the curse. As mid one, leading him with Saxa. S4's going to be turned upon first. Mid one jumping over the globals out. Is there any save for Saxa? So S4 there is. Limp's able to get the stun out. Doesn't save S4 though. The physical hit still coming in from mid one. Takes him out. Over towards FNG goes. FNG has to sell false promise. They're trying to ping out Nico Baby. They want to turn for this Morphling as they leave FNG. Nico Baby able to waveform out to the side. Gets away.
They were waiting
chasing.
for that. They were just waiting for DK form to start ticking away because they see Hanskin farming bottom. They had the numbers in there. So immediately global. They charge in. Nico Baby. He has the Ghost Walk effect. He should be fine.
Thompson's looking for the easier kill, though. He's just going to go for Hanskin bottom.
Oh, he's so close to the Blink Dagger. He's literally been farming down here for the last 2.5 minutes.
Oh, he's just 100 gold off. Oh, it's the worst time to die as a Shaker. 100 gold off your Blink. And Thompson's just gone and killed you again. Godlike on the Invoker. So the loss just counted the amount of times that Thompson's been able to kill Hansken and S4. They've just been kills for the taking each and every time for this Invoker's movement.
I think all 9 of his kills, it feels like, right? It is going to be either that Earthshaker or Pugna. He makes the quick move. And they make the quick move of getting it, reclaiming their Ancients. When they see that Earthshaker still bottom, they know they have the numbers. Mid one. He's pushing out toward top. They're trying to make a smoke to catch him off. Limp might actually be able to do so. They got the scan successful too.
Oh, let's see if they can burst him. Oh,
the blur.
Actually getting around the two of them, but right, they're able to jump straight back over. And they've got the burst. A big catch to be found. Alliance absolutely keeping this game much closer than game one did, as they do have Limp and Nico Baby on just heroes that haven't been shut down so far. And Nico Baby...
Oh, he's got the Earthshaker on his team. He's clearing up the eggs.
Let's go, baby. Let's see it in action. Going to... Oh, it comes out late, though. Now he's just going to turn straight in onto them. Limp's going to jump over. They've got the Dragon Tail Sun. There will be a save from Saxa with the Snowball. Buying time for Thompson. Allows to get the cold stab. Deafening Blast onto FNG. FNG has to false promise himself.
Oh, now
Thompson. Thompson's out with the Ghost Walk. He's out of the range of the Sentry. He'll make it out of there. No-Tail also able to skewer out of the action.
The stun actually connects, but can't get the dust in range.
But there we have it. I mean, Saxa, you know, there's a reason why they put him on this Tusk. Always there to make the Snowball saves.
Yep. Oh, did you point out Thompson having a crit?
I was just having a look at that, my friend. There's a crit on the Invoker. What's going on?
I guess he feels like he's going to be put in positions where he can right-click?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. This is a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Crystallis Invoker coming to a pub near you.
It's global.
Out.
Can they actually chase anything? Uh-oh.
Oh, they're already able to step out. I just got to be a bit careful if Alliance want to swing back in on this.
Limp's got the blink. Is he going to look for it onto the high ground? He's still got a few seconds on his old form. And yep, they find Seb.
They're able to jump in on Seb. They want to try and chase for more. Hey, Limp. He's running in, but the Dragon Form comes to an end. OG back off.
Big moves for Alliance, just every time. Seems like they're playing around their vision very well, contesting this triangle area. And I think the comment about this Ags Morphling with the Earthshaker, it's True Strike. Remember how we mentioned
I was just about to say, baby, True Strike, baby. It's genius. It's
that's
genius,
the only reason
dude.
that I can sell for it, is because
that's why they're doing it. That's absolutely why they're doing it, so they can just one-shot this PA with a physical True Strike hit. It's smart. This is some big brain stuff from Alliance. Is it going to work? Is it going to pay off?
They're
on
keeping
track. Yeah.
It's definitely possible in this game here.
It's going to be good timing on the Axe.
Yeah, he's already halfway there. But the important thing is, what level is Hanskin, right? Because he's only got the level in Totem. He's got to start maxing it. Otherwise, that Axe is going to be very underwhelming because he's only level 9.
Yeah, he's got to get some points in that ASAP.
Yeah, they got to start giving him the tomes. Give him pretty much. Yeah, they've got a tome flying out for him.
There's another jump onto Seb. Seb goes down.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Seb is struggling this game. He's just been proven to be an easy kill. 2-5. Alliance having no trouble getting on top of this silencer any single time in this fight. And you know, you said before, you're not a huge fan of the offlane silencer. You know, this is sort of the chance for it to be shown to the top level. You know, Seb, he's playing it, but so far it's still not looking amazing. The silencer still definitely having its weaknesses.
Especially when he's against the gap closers. The Limp Dragon Knight with a blink, Morphling just with natural waveform. It's not easy for this. I mean, Nico Baby, 4-0-6. He's had this flawless game when he was up against a pretty tough pressure lane. He's kept it cool.
Yeah, he really has.
And they're looking to dive past here. Maybe trying to catch Thompson. It's deep. He knows something's up. I mean, it feels like they've been here for the last 6 minutes, just taking this whole triangle away, not letting the PA farm his Ancients. But we have seen mid one, he's going to the opposing side. He's stealing away their Ancients a couple of times. So he is finding his farm. Going for a very greedy build, though. He's going to be going for that Aghanims.
It is, isn't it? You sort of go for that when you assume you're going to be getting kills in these fights. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, right? It's not a game where you are ahead. Alliance are starting to get a lead, and we'll see what he's able to do with the Ags, but I don't think it's going to make it super insane, unless he's able to pull off some sick dodges.
Dodges or dispels, because he can dispel Pugna Decrep as well as the Disarm, which are two of the biggest ones, I would imagine. We'll see. I mean, mid one always goes for the super greed. Like last game too, he went for like the S and Y and Titanic. He's all about just trying to be as greedy as possible.
Yeah.
But look at this, FNG. He circles the area. They're starting to know where mid one's farming.
Oh, they got
He finds him.
Hanskin's over with the Echo. He's buying time for the rest of the team to come in. Nico Baby's turns up. Mid one's going to turn, kill off Hanskin. He's now going to look towards Nico Baby, but limps over as well with the extra bit of backup, and Nico Baby gets the kill. As that is pretty much going to be the Aghanims done on Nico Baby.
Heads up scan by Alliance. They're just like, where the hell is mid one? This last like 5 minutes. What's going on here? So FNG gets that scan. Hanskin with no hesitation. It's a big kill. That's Nico Baby again. That's twice now that Nico Baby has gotten these solo, well, kind of solo kills onto the PA in a way. He's got that Aghanim done.
He's really doing it this match. He's being the carry they need. Meanwhile, mid though, the rest of his team under a bit of fire here is Limp. Yeah, held back here. The global silence coming out. Is there any help for this Dragon Knight? Doesn't look like it. Snowball's out. Limp.
Oh, he lived long enough.
He got the false promise off. He's going to live, Limp. He's going to be able to blink out. Clutch saves coming in between S4 and FNG. They keep their Dragon Knight alive, and now S4 turns. They'll be able to kill off No Tail.
Oh my god, the global.
Brilliant saves from Alliance.
Global not long enough. They don't have the damage to go through this tanky DK with a plate mail. Huge saves coming between the two of them.
Mid lane. Do manage to get back in onto S4. Hanskin's going to try and jump in with the Fisher to help out, but now he's in trouble himself. S4 left alone a little bit too long. Nico Baby stepping over. He's going to look to zip in and kill off Saxa. We'll get it. Saxa goes down. Now looking towards mid one. The deafening blast from Thompson pushes the two of them back. Nico Baby can chase if he wants to. He's going to have the morph back in a second.
They can actually jump for him with the alacrity.
Very hard to burst him out, and then just going to go over the Dragon Tail. No Tail moving into position. RP down on Nico Baby. He's got a lot of strength shifted up though. Pops the Manta. Out with the waveform. Turns into the Magnus. Using that skewer to break away from the fight. He's out of there. FNG will get left behind. A bit of a scrappy disengage there from Alliance, all starting with S4 not quite being able to get back in time. He goes down, and then the rest of the team sort of get roped into the action.
Straight to commit for a rush. Thompson scouts the courier with the Sun Strike. He's able to get it.
They can contest this one.
They do. They have everything. They have the Echo in what, 5 seconds? Yeah.
Yeah, OG's got to be a bit cautious. They're going to try and smoke and get the jump. S4 just eliminated immediately by mid one's damage. Over towards mid one. Over towards Limp he goes. Goes out. They got the follow. Nico Baby's in with the skewer. Thompson, he's getting low. Pops the deafening blast. He's out to the side. He's going to hide in the pit. He's away. Saxa with the snowball. Over towards Nico Baby, keeping mid one alive again with that snowball save. The global comes out. Nico Baby able to remove it with the Manta style. Turns into the shaker. Turns with the fish. And trying to create some space for Limp to get out, but it's not enough. Limp surrounded and taken down. Another bad fight for Alliance around the pit as OG pushed them back.
Oh my god.
Thompson! Oh, he sees him heading over from the stairs. He doesn't know how he's walked in this area. He drops it down and he gets it right on target.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Thompson Invoker, ladies and gentlemen, 10-0-7. When you don't think it can get any better, it does. It really does.
Dire's middle tower.
Close after that one. I got the vision for a second, but it's just like Nico Baby, he's morphs down and just gets literally dies. Just I can't believe that.
Oh my goodness. And he even, yeah, he didn't, it wasn't like he was on super low HP. Like the damage must have been close to just being enough to kill him in that burst. But it was there, Thompson.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's
cannot run from this map.
Such a big window there for OG. Now they get the rush. They win the fight right outside the pit too. Now mid when he's fully enabled. Now, you know, your Aghanims, it's kind of paid off because you're able to jump back and forth inside of that fight. Now you have a full Sage, almost SNY.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And you know what allowed him to hit that Sunstroke actually rolled that thought mid lane limp. He's going to try for the jump in. Saxa goes for the counterplay, snowball in. Mid one's pretty deep under the tower. He doesn't care. Has the Aegis on the side. They get the RP down onto S4. He's dragged back, punched up. S4 will manage to get out though. He's going to live for now. Haskett jumps in with a stun. They've taken out Saxa. Now over towards Seb. You see Nico Baby's trying to chase for the further targets. He's got those enchant totem hits. Punch comes out to No-Tail. Dragon Tail stun on to Seb. Limp and Nico Baby, they're chasing. Another enchant totem as Nico Baby picks up a second. He's going to continue to chase this. OG's got to run. See what he's able to find. Nico Baby jumping, looking for Midbon. Midbon's the big target. He's split from the rest of the team. He's going to jump over to the top wave, but still blurred. They won't have vision on him. Midbon's going to be able to make it away.
Does he have on him? Oh, he actually doesn't have that many. That's weird how that interaction works. He used like 15 spells with it on, and doesn't look like he's actually doing anything anyway. Guess there's maybe something weird with the way it shifts.
Well, I was going to say, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I was trying to keep track of it. It was confusing me. Oh, Hudson, he actually jumps in.
Oh. And he's got the lockdown on the Midbon and Thompson. Midbon's going to go down the ones. Going to be back for round 2 on the side. No-Tail pushing S4 off to the side. Thompson's going to get taken down by Nico Baby. Now they turn to Midbon. They have the stun. They've got a lot of stun. The double enchant totems coming out for the two of them. Midbon's trying to run, but he's surrounded. He's going to jump over towards S4, but S4 with the self-decrepify stays alive. Another jump in with an enchant totem of Nico Baby, and Midbon falls. It's working. This Morph Shaker definitely proving to be quite a task for Midbon to deal with.
This True Strike is really coming into play. These big hits and just the elusiveness too. Like, OG, they've really lacked disables, and now with this kicked in too, not only does he have the waveforms, but he's jumping back and forth. Now he's got the CDR talent too. So he's always going to be in Earthshaker form in the fights.
Now they're up to the pace. Alliance, they're ready to push in. Nico Baby. He's looking
might
for
one-shot
setup.
him.
Oh, he's going over. He's looking for this, and they've got him. Nico Baby Morph making the magic happen. Him and Shaker. It's working out. It really is. It's forcing OG right back, Seb. Getting away, and No-Tail actually having to buy back here against the pressure of Alliance as they're taking down this mid tower. Fortification, sorry, the backdoor protection kicks in momentarily, but the creeps, they're moving back in. They've got No-Tail. Can he pull back for this? Saxa comes in with the save. No-Tail's got to be cautious. He's trying to get the RP out, but the stuns are there. It's a dieback from No-Tail. He's gone for 70 seconds. He's not going to be around for this hold. Jump ball from mid-one. Trying to burst down a Hansken. They've got to take him out. What more he can find. In he goes over towards FNG. It's another. Has to get the two of them clean up as he looks over towards Lim. What he can find out of this. Nico Baby turns. Global Silence comes into play. Already starting to shift up on the strength, and with the Manta Star, Nico Baby's away. In fact, he can turn. Fish is out. He jumps in with the enchant totem. He's in onto the two of them. It's another kill for Nico Baby. He takes out Saxa. And now the mid-racks, they're in trouble. Nico Baby taking him out. Sunstrike down, but Nico Baby's jumping in. He's onto Seb. Seb's trying to get away with the invis. Wave 4-4 for Nico Baby. He can't find Seb in time. He's going to turn his attention over towards Midbon, but the silence is kicked in. Nico Baby's got to run. He's got no Manta for 30 seconds. Nothing to remove this, but he'll live long enough. Nico Baby's still alive for this one.
He's got to get healed up too. Dude, the battle buddies, the chain stun combo between Hanskin, Nico Baby, and Limp, it's real strong. This PA Sherry's got this S and Y, so there's some status resist, but it's too many plethora of stuns that just keep coming in on top.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're seeing with the Ags, you know, the blur is helping Midbon in these fights. FNG's trying to come in. He's trying to disarm him with the Fate Cedic, but of course with the blur, Midbon is able to instantly remove it thanks to the Ags. There's still a lot of ways, as you say, Alliance able to jump around these fights, offer up control that's It's allowing them to get to this lead now. They're at to a 9k advantage, with just sort of the power that all three cores of theirs are hitting. And the main reason for the difference is just that Seb, he is falling behind, struggling to keep up as the silencer.
Thompson too, he did get that flashy Sunstrike, but this crit feels absolutely worthless, I'll be honest with you. It feels like a waste of 2,000 gold in a way for him, where I feel like he could be doing quite a bit more with that. To be able to enable the PA or whatnot. Not really seeing him get too many right clicks. He was just feeling it.
Exactly that. That's the only reason he picked up the crit when he did. At the point of the game, he was like, you know, he was styling on them down bottom. He was going to buy whatever he felt that he fancied. And he fancied to play with the Crystallis this game. So that was where the money went. But maybe at this point, you sort of just look at how sort of the gold has been utilized by Alliance, and it's a little more normalized across the board, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, they have like the natural Greaves on the offlaner too, or Silencer, he can't go for Greaves like the Lina did. The Lina went for Greaves in their game when Seb was playing it. This time they don't have that type of thing to counteract and match Alliance's. Alliance much more about the bigger picture, it seems. OG suffering in these last few moments very quickly after they had a pretty explosive moment. Sneeko Baby, Earthshaker / Morphling. Now with a full Scotty too finished up. And a Titan Sliver, so base damage, look at it, 1,300.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's in the base. Look at Nico Baby. This Shaker ready to pounce. Nice. He wants to go for mid one. Oh, mid one's out with the TP. Is he able to find him in time? Oh, he's off the mark. He tries to guess for it, Nico Baby, but he doesn't quite get the right angle. It was a good attempt. Right sort of play, may have done it, but just not able to predict the exact position of mid one.
That was definitely a little bit of a heart attack there for mid one. As he really wants to finish this next item, this Nullifier, he really needs it to be able to get rid of all these defensive capabilities of Alliance as mid.
He's going to get the jump in onto Thompson. Thompson looking to turn, Fisher's out as well. He's going to be glimmered. Second Fisher comes into play, Nico Baby's over, Thompson goes down. He's dead for 100 seconds on the Invoker. After that buyback still being on cooldown for 4 minutes.
So much chain stun just coming between them. Mid one, he's looking for places to farm to finish up this Nullifier. But Alliance, I mean, we're seeing it's too much chain stun. Oh, gee, they don't have that same type of control at all in their fights.
Oh, Fisher out. I mean, they're just finding so much setup. Saxa buys time with the snowball. Nico Baby trying to turn, but Saxa's out with the blink. Nico Baby's chasing. He's just going to go straight in on this one. The RP is in place. Saxa's still alive. The skewer is close to the base. Not quite close enough. They try and shockwave him in, but he's back out with the jump. Just jumping all over the place, Nico Baby. They're getting the space to take these buildings. Alliance, they're cleaning up the racks mid. They're onto the tier 3 down bottom. Still no Invoker for a full minute. That's a huge part of OG's defense gone.
They have no way to commit to try to slow them down during all this. You just see Hanskin, he's chilling inside that shadow, I mean, waiting for a jump so that they can just stun brother it up. If anyone does step up.
Over they go. Looking towards No Town. Nico Baby's going to try for Seb. The Global Silence comes out, instantly removed. They're going to try for the skewer into the base. He just jumps out. He just jumps out. They're able to chase with the snowball, but there's no damage to threaten Nico Baby. Mid one, he's got issues on the side. They just chain stun him. He's out without buyback. Mid one, he's dead without buyback because of the full investment onto the Nullifier. This should be Alliance able to probably just close this one up unless some incredible stuff could come out from Thompson in 10 seconds. Alliance, they're taking the bet. They're going to call it. It's over. GG is there. Alliance with the big brain plays, the big brain drop. They let OG go straight into the same sort of comfort zone that OG styled upon them with in game 1, and they have an answer. The stuns and the Ags Morphling.
Ags Morphling.
The Earthshaker Morphling striking again. We've seen it in the past, and this was really the game to do it. They have just shown that they are ready to counter the PA Magnus with this enchant totem. It worked fantastically for them.
And also, like, maybe they're also recognizing, you know, mid one's very greedy. He's not going BKB. If we have 5 different forms of stun in order to lock him down, you know, then we can make the fights a lot easier. But yeah, itemization from Alliance absolutely on point. Yeah. OG, this one felt a little bit tough for them from where they itemized. They had this silencer in the offlane that he kind of struggled. I did feel like, you know, Thompson was feeling himself. He went for a crit. I feel like that kind of hurt him a little bit.
I'm sure they're definitely having a bit of a giggle about the crit. They're looking at his invention. They're like, Thompson, bro.
Yeah. So all things considered, it was still a very close game, but I think Alliance just better game plan, better composure around the entirety of it in the end of it there, where it mattered.
Well, a lot of fun, and everyone's a winner at the end of that one because it means we are going to get a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, with Alliance stepping up and taking this Game 2. And, well, we'll see how it goes down. ROG going to get sort of the same 4 heroes yet again? We'll find out. Maybe they'll switch it up themselves now that they've apparently been countered by Alliance with the big brain strats, taking them down here in this Game 2, bring the series 1-1 between Alliance and OG.
Isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. To the drum of steel boots, banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry.
Oh boy, it feels good to be right. And oh boy, I'm excited that we get a third mapper here between Alliance and OG. I was hoping this went the distance, and it looks like it is. Third map on the horizon here at ESL 1 Germany. And now, as we get ready to break down game number 2, lads, I just want to say something before I head over to my analyst here. Silencer's a garbage hero. Stop picking it. Lads, analysis? Anything else other than that?
As much as I'd like to disagree, it was pretty useless, that game. There's really no purpose, and even the globals weren't really connecting either. It wasn't really enabling anyone to go in, and most of the times they were using it was defensively. And by the time they were using it in the mid-game, they already had Lotus Orb on the DK, he had rushed it instead of the Black King bar, they also had the Manta style as well on the Morphling, so it felt pretty redundant.
Yeah, I guess I mean, the first game went really good with this one range core, one range and one Tuskar. But second game, I think Silencer needs stun.
Yeah, it's exactly what Fog touched on, right? It was kind of a very similar draft coming in from OG, but the fact that Seb was on this silencer, he didn't have a stun to help out Saskia in that lane, and you could see so many times he was getting ran at. Nico Baby didn't have to worry about anything in that lane. Yeah, he copped a bit of harass from the Glaives of Wisdom, but if you don't have that stun to really abuse the Snowball and the tag team, then Nico Baby kind of has a free time, and he got to a position where he got that meta style, and it didn't really matter all too much. You know, no disregard to Seb. He's an amazing player, but he was playing on one of the worst heroes in the game, and if he could make it work, then I would say this guy's a god, give him everything in the world, but not even Seb can make it work.
Yeah, and I also thought, I already talked about it in the drafting, I just felt the Sansa wasn't really going to get much out of the lane, and he really didn't. It felt once they hit level 3 or 4, one rotation from the Earthshaker as well, it just kind of completely stopped the momentum from that dual lane.
I think this move was really, really important. That Morphling just solo killing the PA and then killing Magnus, drawing 5 people's attention. And then he suddenly became the top of the net worth.
And I think on the other side of this as well as Alliance played insane this game. Yeah, they all played extremely well. Nico Baby basically put the team on his back and said, all right, lads, got this Earthshaker Morphling combo. I'm going to carry us to this victory. And he certainly got it done. And I mean, we talked a little bit of smack about that position for Earthshaker. We're not really feeling like it's a hero that we're expecting too much to get done. But Hanskin did his job.
Yeah, I feel like in this particular game, it wasn't really the Earthshaker on its own, because he didn't really do too much until maybe the 20-minute mark, and it was mainly when the Aghanims from the Morphling came online. I think that was the main key factor to why this was such a good pick. And I'm surprised that OG didn't actually see it coming. Q actually mentioned it before it was picked, and it's a great way to deal with these PA Magnus combos, because they're all melee heroes and have to get in. And when you have double Fissure combined with the DK stun, we saw it in this particular game many times where they were literally just waiting out the downtimes off the stuns, and they were just pairing it all up together, perfectly synergized. And it gave a really hard time for mid one to actually do anything. On top of that, he didn't actually go for the Black King bar, which was a little surprising in this particular game.
Especially when you're versing against DK and Earthshaker and Pogna. Maybe he was just thinking that a Dispel thing with the Pogna Decryfy is probably better, because Aghanim gives you the debuff. But yeah, you need more than that.
So we feel like maybe if he went the BKB here on mid one, it could get it done. But I guess, the BKB only helps him for so long, right? And if Nico Baby's at this position where he's such an indomitable force in this game, and he's got the True Strike from the Enchant Totem, I think that was the biggest thing for them, that no matter what mid one really went for, there was so much physical damage and so much True Strike coming in from the side of Alliance that he couldn't really get into these fights and man mode like he did in that first game, right?
Yeah, I mean, Godson had such an impressive performance. This is like TI Thompson, honestly. That being said, I really think the Silencer pick in this particular game for OG didn't really solve their laning issue in the matchup, and it didn't really do anything. It didn't amount to much. As we were pointing out, I think the Snapfire would have been nice as a replacement for the Lina. It provides that stun, it gives them that laning emphasis matchup as well against the Morphling Oracle. Nico Baby, MVP. I mean, no surprise here, right?
80% kill participation, 14, 1, and 11. Boy is Chubster right now. He's got a lot of damage there to heroes as well, and this Earthshaker Morphling combo, sometimes it falls to the wayside when you don't really abuse that Aghanim Scepter, but I think you guys said it perfectly, the fact that as soon as he got this Ag Scepter, he really enabled the rest of his team to play Dota as well.
Yeah, now coming into the third game, it's going to be kind of different because you can't pick the same. Well, we said that in the previous game. They literally pick all 4 heroes the same. So I'm not sure if OG is going to do the same thing and just change the later picks, because I felt that was the problem. It was the silencer pickup, and perhaps banning out the Morphling would have been wise, especially since they open up the Earthshaker there. But it's definitely going to be a different opener, I think. I just don't see OG going the same thing 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Or they might just like leave it, and then maybe this time they just do this Enigma or Snapfire, because I don't think they had anything to cancel this Enigma anyways.
Yep. Yeah.
And
so,
yeah.
So maybe just a few little tweaks there to the strat for OG, and they might be able to get this done. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to go to our final break here before our final game of day number 8 for ESL 1 Germany. OG and Alliance tied up 1-1. We'll see you guys after this short break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
And I know it feels like the light years in the making. Oh, thousand miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Oh boy, it's starting to heat up here at ESL 1 Germany, and a third map is only fitting between these two teams. Alliance taking on OG here for their third series of ESL 1 Germany, and now I've got my panel back and ready to go here for our draft of game number 3. Godot, QO, lads, we're getting close to our final game of the day. I just want more Dota between these two teams. I don't even care if we go to like 5 maps. I know that's not going to happen, but I just want to see more Dota between these two teams, and I just want to see what they bring out, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It's just because they're so fast as well, but they're clean as well when it comes to their play. And on top of that, they always have these win conditions that are kind of unexpected. The Morphling Earthshaker, which is very old school, and the Mag PA, which is also pretty old school. Mag being banned out in this game here, actually, by Alliance, and Pugna being banned out by OG, but we went to the Treant Protector, and this is one of the heroes that they've been using in the first series. I believe they picked it both games as well, and they had Ooh, wow.
You see this every single time, QO. You're a man of many mysteries, and them going back to Treant Arc Warden. I guess this just leans us to thinking, all right, OG, they're busting out all the strats, they're pulling out all the stops here, they want to get this done against Alliance.
Yeah, actually, Jakira being, I think, their first game with this hero on this
their hero
tournament.
Pog,
So,
I think, maybe?
Oh, we actually forgot about Faceless Void completely.
How did we forget about the man who puts the Void onto everyone?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not really a great opener into Arc Warden and Treant Protector, obviously due to the overgrowth as well as the bubble. But at the same time, it is Faceless Void. You get a good chrono, paired up with the Macropyre as well as the Ice Puff. Seems pretty good opener. And in terms of laning phase, it's going to have a pretty strong start. I guess they still have 2 picks here, because Treant Protector is normally played by Notel. Arc Warden can be played by mid 1 as well as Topson, so it's a flexi pick, which is nice to have, because right now they can switch their matchups depending on what they see in the second phase. I think the bans are very crucial, because they kind of want to opt for their own style, but there are certain heroes that I think you must ban, and one of the heroes that they tend to play a lot with the Treant Protector is Seb's Enigma.
What are you thinking if you QO for these next phase of bans? Because as Godot said, I feel like these are going to be fairly crucial for both these teams. Because usually with their second phase picks, you kind of understand where the drafts are going, right?
I think Seb is good at all these dirty heroes. That's good against Void.
Yeah.
And Batrider, like Enchantress, Venom, Darkseer, something like, maybe Darkseer is not as like, you know, like annoyed, but I'm sure what they are gonna be planning to do is just make this Arc Warden be able to stay in the farming position and interrupt, annoy this Void as much as possible. In the same time, pick one more like saving heroes. I know this armor from the Treant Protector is like a really good value against the Void, but I think they just still need like one more.
Well, what's kind of a saving hero for Saxo then? Because usually, you know, I talked about this in the first couple of series that we saw for OG, that I wanted Saxo to pop off. And man's been popping off.
Yeah.
And if he's playing a saving hero, can he really pop off on a saving hero?
I mean, he's been normally playing Tusker. I think he's played 3 games of Tusker.
Tusker, Rubik, and what was it he was playing in the first series? I think he was playing something a little slower, but still got the victory nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be like hero itself. Maybe just itemization about the Solar Cross or just Greaves. It all like bothers like Void when he's behind. So,
well, they
and
do ban out the
Beastmaster, like all these heroes are banned.
I'm surprised they banned it themselves. I guess S4 does play it, but It's just going to be pretty awkward now because you don't really have the heroes you would want to really dominate Faceless Void, right? Beastmaster, Venomancer, Batrider by OG. There's still Enigma if they wanted to go for it.
Yeah, because Void has to use a Chrono in some, like in Arc Warden, there's like some other targets that he has to worry about. And if there is an Enigma as well, like he has to think about extra. But that also means like OG is gonna have like a weaker team fight. Just because like they have to activate like a trap card. Like,
so it's more reactive team fight rather than an aggressive team fight.
So if somehow like Alliance builds up this like a strong team fights plus like a good catch, I think they're gonna be able to kill Arc Warden just like
over and over.
Over and over.
Well, a question I'm going to pose to you guys. Do we think this is going to be a top Sun Arc Warden or a mid 1 Arc Warden? Because last time they played the mid 1 Arc Warden, they lost with it. Oh, actually, no. It looked a bit rough for them. But then when they played top Sun Arc Warden, he absolutely went hack.
I don't know. Assuming that he went that Crystallis with Invoker, I feel like, you know, he's prepared for the Arc Warden. He's prepared for this right-clicking build.
He just wants to right-click it now. He's like, I'm sick of casting spells, guys. Give me somebody to whack people with.
I really think it depends on the matchup, though, because all about OG is about flexibility and orthodox heroes and matchups, and they've been doing pretty well. The only thing I didn't like about the last game was really just the silencer, and it really kind of hindered them when it came to laning matchup and team fight aspect as well. You don't have an initiation here on Seb, which is generally pretty crucial, but I mean in this game they still haven't banned out the Enigma. I still think it's a hero that they can utilize to its full potential because they have strong lanes. It'll do well against... Wow, they take the Tusker off.
I was going to pose a question to you guys about Hanskin's hero here, because it's usually where they pick up, you know, it's either at the start or in the middle here for Hanskin. I was going to ask Rubik or Tusker was going to be the two that I was going to poke out.
I really like it. I really like this Tusker pickup, and it sort of stops this Arc Warden mid potential.
I'm so smart.
Yeah, Rubik.
Well, I mean, they just traded heroes.
I mean, you look at Sax's hero pool, you look at Hanskin's hero pool, they're very similar when it comes to the heroes that they play and heroes that they play at such an insane level. So, I mean, it's basically just trading back and forth which ones you want, because OG, I mean, Saxa couldn't really play a Tuskari until Faceless Void, right? So, Rubik makes a little more sense.
It's looking like a really good Rubik game as well, because any spell or especially the Ice Path from Jakiro is so crucial here. You can combo it with your Overgrowth, you can combo it with the slows from the Arc Warden. It's really, like, it's a spell that you can use defensively as well against the Void. If he goes in Chronos, you can always use your Ice Path defensively, and he's forced to BKB. If he doesn't have BKB, it's not going to be that useful, but it looks like Alliance is going for a very fast approach here to play around the Faceless Void. They can play Nature's Prophet in the offlane, and they can also play in the mid lane here, so that's one advantage that they have. Obviously, paired up with the Tusker, you can use your numbers to your advantage by just TPing to wherever the fight is. If the Tusker is already in their position, Nature's Prophet comes in, you take one good fight, you take towers, you get map control, which is what you want with Faceless Void, because then he gets more farm. And against Arc Warden as well, it's one of those things where you need to actually kill heroes. Like, you need to kill the Arc Warden before you take the tower, or else he's just going to stay back. Or even the Living Army you have to be careful about, right? So you really want to get those fights before you take those towers.
Yeah, like, I think it looks like really rough game for Arc Warden here. Just assuming that Nature's Prophet will just keep on pushing the lane in, and Tusker will be like just trying to dive and, you know, kill one and try to evacuate.
Well, the interesting thing here is that Arc Warden and the Ember Spirit is both played by mid one as well as Topson, so they can still do Arc Warden mids or Ember mids. So that's a pretty nice flexi for them to have, depending on the last pick by Alliance here.
They can also put Ember Spirit in the safe lane as well, right?
Yes. So, I mean, from both teams, it's going to be a very aggressive start, I'm sure. As Kyo said, I think Arc Warden is going to struggle because Alliance's lineup is really quick here. And having that global presence as well from Nature's Prophet's going to hurt. And I think that's where the Ember Spirit comes in, and you try to relieve pressure by being active. We're still not too sure where the Arc Warden's going to be played at, because it depends on the matchup that they see as the last pick of Alliance. But all in all, I mean, it's pretty clear how OG wants to play the game. Is they want to just use the Ember Spirits and the Treants to kind of fight the early game, try to protect as many towers as they can. But right now, the one problem I see is there's no real solution to the matchup for the Faceless Void. Right now, I just don't see how they're going to deal with him in the laning phase.
And maybe like at the late mid late game as well. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, I don't think they can really kill Void.
Yeah. They seem to be lacking a little bit of lockdown, a little bit of ways of killing the Faceless Void. Yeah. I really like this ban coming out from Alliance. The fact that they're on the ball when they're thinking about this Treant Protector. It's not just a position 5 for Notel. Seb loves playing this here in the offlane as well. And if they were able to pick up that Vengeful Spirit, kind of enables the Arc Warden. It gives them a solid save against the Faceless Void as well. So I think these final bans will really going to show us how switched on Alliance and OG are, because another thing you got to think about here is Alliance have the final pick of the draft. So is there anything like any insane gotcha picks that Alliance can go for here? Looking at maybe something like a Timbersaw might be a little good for these guys, or even something like a Broodmother.
I mean, the thing about Limp is you need to be careful with your matchups, and if you go Broodmother, I think you're fine with just setting the Ember mid, so I don't think that's an issue. The Timbersaw, on the other hand, is no one who's really going to excel laning against them, so that could be an issue.
At least Alliance get to see their last pick, and Limp is very solid mid laner.
Yeah.
So like by the look of it, like Ember and Arc Warden, whatever it is at mid, they're not like they can struggle with the Limp having this last pick, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's gonna have like a lot of heroes to deal with these heroes. I'm just assuming this Arc Warden and Ember Spirit as a weak hero.
So what does OG need now to round this out? They've got a decent amount of team fight here. They've got a few scaling heroes. Yep. They're going to go with the Enigma here. So, I mean, they've got the Punch, they've got the Chrono, they've got the Ice Path pre-BKB. So they've got ways of stopping this black hole. But the way that Seb has played this hero in the past is all about auras and really trying to enable his team and not really play all too much around that black hole.
I want to see Konka coming out from Alliance.
Yep, it's a hero he plays as well.
Yep.
Does well against Arc Warden as well as the Ember in the mid lane.
So you think that the Timber's a little bit too rough now against the Enigma? That Midnight Pulse just makes it too hard to play Timber?
Timber is still an option, to be honest. There's no real hero that can deal with them, and they kind of lack a bit of damage here, especially magical damage. They only really have perhaps the Rubik and the Ember a little bit, but once you get Hood, it's pretty easy. Zeus?
Ooh, okay.
Huh. I'm not really a fan of the Zeus, but they have this global presence with the Nature's Prophet as well as the Zeus, so it's very easy for them to set up for the Faceless Void's Chrono. And I guess it's not like he's going to have a hard time either, but it is an Ember mid, and there's no real rotation here besides the Rubik's Lift.
Oh, I think I have to go with Alliance this game.
All right, just talk us through your thought process then, QO. What's the thought behind this this victory? Is it just the fact that Alliance got the last win on the board, so they're getting a little bit of confidence behind themselves? Nico, baby, still nice and pumped up.
No, I just feel like OG picked Arc Warden pos 1 and Ember pos 2, and I feel like it's very dangerous game.
So you feel like one
Arc Warden to be pos 1.
So you feel like one mistake from OG and could all kind of crumble in front of their eyes.
Yeah.
I really think this game depends on the pacing of the Furion. If he elevates their tempo this game and Void and as well as the Zeus gets a free start, it's going to be pretty rough in the mid game, and a lot of it comes down to Seb later on to kind of take those fights.
So we're going to go for here, Darcy?
As well.
You're going to go with Alliance? All right, looks like our panel are starting to agree here when it comes to these game predictions. So everybody, it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this beautiful game of Dota ahead of us. And we're going to leave you with the beautiful voices of ODPixel and Fogged.
Yeah, it's been a great series so far, and let's hope it's off to an exciting finale here in Game 3 between Alliance and OG. Fogged, we're getting some fresh drafts this time round, no sort of repeating from either of the sides, but which one do you prefer? I'm seeing the Seb Enigma, that has come up with some big results in the past.
Yeah, definitely some things that he has to worry about in this game, but it looks like it can be strong. I'm definitely a little worried with the same idea as QO. Ember and Arc Warden as your two cores. You know, this is going to take some time. I feel like also it's just greedy. Arc Warden and Enigma on the same team. I feel like this kind of puts you in a position to looking at the enemy team and being like, you know, bring the action at us, because you're going to have to play it a little bit more of a passive style with these two.
And do Alliance sort of have the tools to bring that action towards them?
Yep, they have double global with the Void Chrono, so they can actually like Chrono on one. They can pick fights on one side of the map, and then Nature's Prophet ult plus a Zeus ult, or maybe an NP TP in, and they can outnumber and look to fight. Definitely like what Alliance got going for this time around.
Yeah, and would you sort of, are you a fan of the final pick from Alliance, the Zeus coming in for Limp? Do you think that sort of fits what they were missing?
It provides them a ton of damage, which I feel like they were kind of lacking that. And he does have at least some time. He doesn't have actually the craziest ways to protect himself on the front line, but I think he's also looking at the lane. He knows he's going to be versus that Ember. I've actually seen Zeus they just do fine versus it. You have to go more of like the physical sense on the Ember, which I'm pretty sure we'll see Thompson do, rather than relying on your Flame Guard in the lane at all.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see how Thompson plays it. And you know, for sort of OG, the lane setup, are we going to sort of see something special out of this or standard?
I think tri-lane. I actually think they need to secure mid one. Yeah, I think they have to. Otherwise, he's going to get screwed as... Yeah, this tri-lane. They actually go for the bubble level one.
And Sex has taken a lot of damage. Limp and S4 trying to chase him off. Hanskin's going to... He was maybe thinking about looking for the wraparound, but he won't go for it.
The battle begins.
Alliance, they were ready to fight. Look at FNG too versus No-Tail. No-Tail going to eat this dual breath. He might be in some trouble still.
One more Nature's Grasp. Looks like he has got the movement to step around. Let's see, with this dual breath, is it in range? It is. It's going to get the slow and the damage.
Should still be okay, but he's going to get pushed all the way back. Now we have also, since Limp used his whole mana pool during that fight, he's just going to wait. FNG is going to lane mid for a moment, and then he'll show up afterwards. Nice last hit, FNG.
Yeah, only misses out on the one creep. And yeah, No-Tail as well, just wanting a reset. Kills himself off to Roshan.
Okay, so
sure he's in better shape for the lane.
Immediately break that tri-lane, though. I actually wanted them to stay just at least for like a kill or two, just to let this mid one Arc Warden be a little bit safer, because this doesn't feel too great for him. Sure, he's got this Treant Protector gonna come back to him, which is really nice, but this is a very, very threatening lane. Tusk as well as Nature's Prophet. Oh, mid one gets handed a courier, but...
All right, Hanskin. I mean, he had his sort of sight set on manipulating the creep waves, but yeah, courier down. He's going to be able to make the meet, so behind the tier 1. So this will be a wave denied away from OG's top lane.
Yeah, let's see what mid one decides to do. With his creep wave, they have to kind of like make sure it doesn't actually hit the tower, because otherwise they're going to get a full creep wave denied behind, as we see Hanskin's already doing that. Yeah, so they have to manipulate the wave. Yeah, real good stuff from Alliance up here. Bottom, they have a pretty damn strong lane too. I would be pretty surprised if I see Nico Baby getting slowed down too much, because FNG's there at his side. FNG, he might soak a death or two. Just trying to clear out Idolines, might get lifted out of position, but I don't see Nico Baby getting too pressured down here. Just getting, he's going to miss CS naturally because there's Idolines that are just denying it, but...
Yeah. And sort of overall, how do you rate the Enigma pick from Seb? We have seen him bring it out pretty much in drafts that for the most part have just been solid wins for OG. Is this going to be one of them? Is this another game for Enigma to have an easy time, or are there problems for him this game?
Quite a bit of problems. Lots of disables he has to worry about, and there's always the BKB Pierce and the Chronosphere. It will always be there too. I think it's a good item for the auras, though, for the Enigma. He does, he probably will look to go for the pipe as well as that Greaves this game. It looks real solid as Saksa.
Always. Get run down here. If Nico Baby can find a bash,
of course he can. He's got Overvenom too.
Nice. He's going to be able to run this down. Let's can find a deny to the neutrals. He's going to attempt for it. Not going to find it though, as Nico Baby gets the kill in time. Burst Blood for the carry Void.
Not going to get slowed down at all now because of that. And Seb, okay, he goes for the urn as well now too. Now we're seeing a lot of these offlaners rushing urns.
It seems to be the item to go.
Yeah, it gives you great stuff, like 2 stats, mana regen, armor. It's everything you really need as an offlaner. Also, if you do get any kills, of course, it's phenomenal. There was an era where it was like bottle every single game. Now I feel like it's going to like this urn.
Yeah, that's true. I think we're seeing so many more urns than bottles nowadays from these top offlaners.
Yeah, there's some heroes that
definite shift.
Yeah, some heroes definitely just need that bottle, like these very Sand Kings or something that are threatening kills and all that. But yeah, we're definitely seeing a new rise. Is top No-Tail.
Top lane. Tag teams in from Manscap. I mean, but both of these lanes pretty nice for sort of the offensive measures. This top lane. Anytime that S4 is able to get in with the help of Hanskin's gap closing and tag team. And the bottom lane as well, as we've seen, Saxa's got to be careful where he gets in position as Jakiro is just one of those perfect heroes with this amount of strong slow early on that just allows the Void to get a lot of hits in.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of put themselves in a position of almost 3 winning lanes. I won't count mid as a win lane. I feel like mid's kind of like this trade, but Zeus wins it over the Ember. So, you know, in a way, it is. It's 3 winning lanes for Alliance that'll progress pretty strong into this mid game. They have so much team fight that comes between all these. It's bottom. Trying for Seb. No bashes.
No bashes. Nico baby, but he can play aggressive like this. He's got still tangos and a salve to go, so wants to try and get the most out of it and push his hero to the limits. Trade as best as he can with OG.
Trying to make sure that he can get this
Radiant's middle tower is under
creep wave
attack.
put in a good position here. He's trying to pull it onto his range creep over and over again. You see that? Trying to get some Eidolon kills, always getting nuked. Commits forward though.
And they go again. Slow on to Seb. He needs a bash, not going to get the chance to get in range. Lift up on Nico baby.
Tops is looking to actually go into the enemy high ground here and take away a bounty rune from them. Nice little aggressive move there by him, pulling the creeps to him as well.
Now with that,
Looks
that
good,
will
should be 3.
Yeah, secure them the 2 down bottom as well in time. Can even leave that up one there on their side if Thompson wants another bounty rune for another bottle refill.
This Arc Gordon, mid one, is not farming very well up here. He's got the naked gloves of haste, but he's literally only up to 16 last hits. They're just keeping this lane pulled back. And it's a very threatening lane. Either of them step up, like tag team plus Nature's Prophet can easily just kill either.
Yeah, and this is something that you said that you felt was going to happen if they didn't run this as a try. When you're sort of just running this dual lane, there's nothing sort of special or crazy about it that makes it easy for the Arc Warden to farm in this lane.
No, it's just Arc Warden's a bit of a weak laner that they don't even have Snowball skilled up. Hansen's been saving the point, waiting for an opportunity. But yeah, they just have way too much overwhelming punch between these two. How levels are Zeus? Liv is now level 6 too, so got to factor in that. Thunder God's Wrath to the side lanes too.
Yeah, if they make a go on either of these heroes, they're going to have a good chance of getting them. No telling mid-one have to be very careful. They are being bottom lane. Thunder God's Wrath is going to be used in an attempt to try and help bring Seb down, but Seb's going to get away. Now FNG, he's going to get turned upon with the Eidolons, and he'll get taken out. Thompson in with a sleight of fist, secures the kill. So first attempt there with the Zeus ult, just not enough damage to bring down that Enigma. Top lane.
Mid one.
See if they can get the control. The shards are down. Hanskin stepping in. That does mean he's tanking the tower hits for this. Snowball out. S4 trying to finish up the kill, but he's going to be able to do it.
Treant.
The Treant does it. Diving in and just final little bit of damage from S4's Treant, getting the job done. Mid one goes down.
It's the second he steps up too, and he does a very nice defensive magnetic field also to try to protect himself, but immediately, like, Odds can just see his opportunity when he steps forward. That's gonna slow down the Midas. He was very close to it. S4 comes right back towards top 2, and, you know, he mentioned the Thunder God's Wrath. S4 is getting close to 6-2.
So top, Hanskin, tanking a few tower hits. This might be a bit of a free kill here for mid-one, and yeah, it will be. Same time, FNG down on the bottom, allows Nico Baby to dive in, kill off Seb, but that top lane kill, the important one is, now with one more wave to clear up, this will be the Midas Gold done for mid-one.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's gonna be fortunate for him. They have this living armor on bottom. We see the glyph from Alliance. They really want to use this catapult here to try to get as much tower pressure as possible. Trying to get any tier 1s early on, because they're playing versus this Treant Protector, so unable to do so though, as Seb just eats the catapult with the Eidolons, and the push is halted. So they're going to see them armor up and heal that tower quite a bit here.
Dire's middle tower
Hanskin again.
He's got any moves to play out of this, so S4's trying to step over.
He's got vision.
Not able to chase any further for this one as Hanskin with the boots. He's stepping away. Thompson actually tries to get in with a slide. Does miss it, but with the haste should find Hanskin. Very few plays he can try for. We'll block him out with the shards, but a jump over clears the trees out, and Hanskin buy himself a little more time. But again, this build from Thompson with a max slight, just running around with these phase boots and doing a hell of a lot of physical damage for this stage of the game.
And they're going to send mid one toward the mid lane so that he can get some farm. Yeah, Thompson, I think this is kind of what he has to do. He has to try to help out these lanes. Wrath of Nature
Comes in with the backup to allow them to try for Seb. The heal's there, but it's not enough to save him. Thunder God's Wrath comes down, he goes out. Nico Baby does have a chrono if he finds the opportunity to drop it. It's getting a little low here. Thompson with the Flame Guard, able to run into Nico Baby. Chrono's going to be dropped down. Nico Baby, does he have the damage? It's not enough to burst through the Flame Guard as Nico Baby has to jump away from this. They couldn't quite kill Thompson off. S4 is able to TP out. So at the least, Alliance will manage to get themselves out of there, but not quite able to get that kill on Thompson. Just having the 2 points in Flame Guard enough to withstand against that extra bit of damage coming out from the time lock.
I actually thought Limp was going to TP. He just continued to jungle that whole time. I feel like if he TP'd bottom, they could have got themselves some trade kills. And now,
he actually gets the kill, Thompson.
He got his bottle refilled.
He was hanging around low in lane. He was not ready for that at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They poured it down and just filled the bottle. And I don't think Nico Baby expected him to be all the way back full. And he stuck around
FNG. No-Tail's able to just walk over, grab him in the trees. OG getting 2 straight kills down here. Thompson up to 4 kills on the Ember with his early moves. Same time, S4. The help of Handskin, they'll get sacks throughout this lane. Was trying to soak up some solar action. And XP getting himself towards that 6th for Rubik. But he'll go down, bottom lane. Seb's got No-Tail, that's the backup. And Thompson's already swinging straight back down it. This time Limp's on his way over as well. As we'll see at the start of it all, Thompson having to deal with Limp. Spamming him out with the lightning.
Seb will heal up from the urn too. They can't actually commit on him. 70 seconds, no Chronosphere too. So Nico Baby has to play a little bit more cautious. Only the 2 points in his time walk too. He's only level 6 at this 10 minutes from the constant moves coming down bottom.
Dire's top tower is
And we're seeing mid one. He's already up to level 8. So that space for the Arc Warden is already there from that pressure from OG.
So if they get a catch up on him, they're in on to Seb.
Punch back.
Straight over they go. All this, just the amount of control on Seb, it's making it very hard for him to get his way out of here, but he nearly does fall. Damage over time, too much from the Macrophire and such. He'll go out as OG. Can they get anything in return? They get hands, Ken. Thompson's trying to chase. He's over towards FNG, but still just spamming them with the Slider Fist. Putting the pressure onto them, keeping them underneath this tier 1 tower. Still trying to get in. Another poke onto FNG as the wave will get pushed in upon them, but Limp, he's got the wave clear with Dark Lightning. He's able to push back. Well, there's space being made for mid one. Whilst mid lane, he's able to go unnoticed, farming away quite nicely and really catching back up with the Midas.
Yeah, Thompson's just trying to apply as much pressure as possible to give that space because he knows, lines, they have a lot of different ways that they can fight always. So he's got to be the one, this aggressor, to always be in the fights. And
sacks up. Stolen dual breath, setting up onto FNG. TPs are coming in. Over Nico Baby goes. He's got the chrono out on the 2 of them. He's caught Seb and he's caught No-Tail. The No-Tail's Wrath comes in from S4. Big ults from Alliance as they turn up full force to hold on to this bottom tier 1 tower. And OG are just crushed. The 3 of them go down. Thompson's got to run. He's going to start dancing around with Handskin. He's going to go for the chains. Can he finish off this Tusk kill? Ice Path blocks him off with Thompson. One more slight, not enough. Handskin with the 1 charges will live. Nico Baby's going to look to try and get on top of Thompson. Thompson still with 2 remnants left to play. Slider Fist will miss. He's got the remnant prepped out in the river. So quick escape from Thompson. Gets him out of that. Big moves from Alliance.
Yeah, OG pushed really hard into everything. Wrath of Nature, Chrono, like every single one of their ultimates was available. But they just went a little bit too hard there. Thompson actually wasn't in the fight there at the start either.
Be honest, do you like this? Thompson, he is going a bit memey again. It's a little bit phase into straight Octarine. None of these sort of little mid-game items. He's going for the big boy. Do you like this one?
No.
No, okay.
I think he'll change it. I think maybe he'll change it. But
yeah,
we'll see. These guys are crazy.
He's picked up the point booster. I mean, I feel like sort of an Ags would be more. We do sometimes see like an Ags rush, but the Octarine going full in for the cooldown and the lifesteal, and it's not a cheap item. Well, we'll see how it plays out for Thompson.
Bottom. We got another Wrath of Nature bouncing.
No-Tail's down. Thompson going to try with the chains onto S4. S4, is he going to live? He's stepping away. Remnant jump in. S4 is hiding, but Thompson will find him with the slide. That is all the remnants committed though. Thompson now deep. Ice Path from FNG won't catch onto him though. Try and hold them with the chains, but only onto the creeps. Limp's got a full mana tank to play with as Thompson is going to take heavy damage on the way out. Remnant back up in a second. Jumps out with a slight, buys time to throw it away and jump out of there. They won't be able to catch him.
Nico Baby
in the mid. Taking a bit of harassment from Mid-1 and Seb. The chains out, as well as the Malefic. They're going to use the Black Hole straight away onto Nico Baby. The snowball comes out. Handscare with the save. Crossing over with that snowball, picking Nico Baby up, cancelling the ultimate of Seb. S4's TPing in, but won't be able to get on top of Thompson. Thompson back with the Flame Guard online. Retreating with the rest of the team. They're actually going to smoke. Alliance, they have Chrono back up in 15 seconds. They might find an opportunity to get in and pass the tower. In the river, Limp. Take out though. Snowball across from Hansken. He's in with a punch onto Thompson. It's not enough. Thompson will live. The heal for the living armor, keeping him alive. And now it's OG just cleaning up. Double kill for mid-1. And they find FNG as well. Thompson, chains catch again onto Nico Baby. They're diving in. He's got to jump out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nico Baby on the run. Will retreat from them all. OG able to push in onto this mid lane off the back of that fight.
Huge turnaround there for them. Just able to hold their ground around all this. There is
got to be
big
careful with the respawns. Yeah, these respawns and a Chrono might just do it. And he goes, he's a 4-man. Have they got the follow-up? They're going to first take out the trio. Now they'll look over towards Thompson. The silence in place. They get him as well. Again, another case of OG just pushing around a little too long and a little too hard. Alliance react. Nico Baby gets an easy 4-man Chrono, and they're not done yet, Alliance. As well as the sprout out to mid-1, cuts his way out with the Dwelling Blade. A buyback has to come into play from No-Tail. He's worried. As Alliance handed another opportunity, and Nico Baby capitalizes on it perfectly.
Yeah, every single time. It feels like all these, they always are walking into this Wrath of Nature and this Zeus ulti. Alliance always having these available, and OG, they have to be a little bit more cautious, especially for Thompson. That's why I'm very curious. I mean, he's gonna go for the Octarine.
He is going for it, dude.
He's gonna have no way to remove Orchid. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it pays off for him. It's crazy, but who am I to talk versus Thompson, right? Like,
exactly. And it's not a Crystallis on Invoker. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
It's definitely less crazy than the Crystallis Invoker. Without doubt, because you're Octarine, great item on Ember. You're all about the cooldowns. You're doing a lot of spell damage. Spell lifesteal is lovely. It's pretty tanky as well. You get some good HP, some good mana. It's just sort of as you said, the fact that the silence is going to be very deadly, and maybe you're missing out on sort of the potential to have a bit more physical against some of these heroes. So perhaps on the high ground, they found mid-1.
Nico Baby,
he's going in for this. The snowball's heading over. He's able to pick him up, close the gap onto mid-1, jump forward for the time walk. Mid-1's down. He's taken out. No-Tail falls as well. Thompson's turned up. Got a remnant out to the side. He's running away from Alliance. Shards. Can't quite clip him in. S4's looking for him. Thompson, he's got one more remnant to play around with. And he has got the movement speed to get away from Alliance.
I think they're done playing around with him and chasing him. Maybe. Hansken, he's still on the trail, but he's got no mana.
The Alliance is up to a 6k lead now. You look at sort of the 3 cores across the board. I mean, mid-1's keeping up, but both Seb and Thompson, they're starting to slip behind.
They're showing up to try to like take these fights, but they're not winning the fights at all. They're getting some like trickle kills towards the end of it, and maybe some before the fight start, but in the grand scheme of the team fights, they're standing no chance in it. S4 just shows up with the Orchid, which counteracts quite a bit of their heroes here, and there's just so many different forms of gap close. This Void, this Tusk, always getting on top of heroes that don't like getting collapsed upon, like that Rubik, like that Arc Warden. Now they have an Aghanims too, so the damage, it's going to continue to grow.
It's a huge amount of damage. And yeah, it's just going to continue to be a game where Thompson's very vulnerable. He gets silenced and caught in any sort of disable. He's just going to get blown up by this damage.
Yep.
He's got to be very careful how he jumps around. And to be fair, he has been so far, 5-1 and 2 is KDA nice and clean. But he is having to spend a lot of the time running away, as we've seen. A lot of moves from him being made just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They all have like their quelling blades, so they're all cutting the trees and dodging, because there's not, there's disables, but they can, avoid a lot of them. The Ice Path is that real, actual hard stun besides Chronosphere that they have. Snowball, in other words, Snowball is pretty dodgeable, so. Alliance, all this downtime, they've got everything available again.
And Nico Baby, he's got the BKB done, so he's going to be able to just commit in these fights, find perfect opportunities for the Kronos. I mean, we've seen already, he's been finding some great setups. Now it's going to be even easier with the BKB. Not a lot to put a stop to that other than the black hole.
They're just going to force a Rosh with it. They have all their team fight around this area. OG. This is going to be pretty impossible for them to contest with their lineup at the moment. They don't have a very good front line to even check it.
This is looking very good for Alliance so far. It really is 18 to 10 at 18 minutes in. All their cores just hitting the item time as they'd hoped for. Nobody getting left behind. And this Roshan is only going to help. It's only going to help us. There we have it. Aegis picked up on Nico Baby in an immediate smoke. They're ready to fight with this.
Yep, they're all healthy. Everyone's full mana. All ults are ready except for Wrath of Nature, which was used to push waves. OG just totally on the back foot this game. Just looking like they have very limited moves in these next few moments. Alliance could look to really punish them.
Nico Baby is trying to hunt for mid one. He has found him. He's looking for a chrono. He's going to get lifted up. Oh, he's falling low. He's going to pop the BKB here. Moving on to mid one. Takes one down. In fact, he's diving for more. Oh, no. Chrono off the mark.
The chrono.
Doesn't get a catch with the chrono.
He's got to run.
They've got to back up as this is the chance for OG to bounce back. They are without mid one. Thompson able to close the gap onto Limp. Nico Baby coming in with the bashes. Thompson's got to jump away with the remnant. Baby continuing to try and chase. He's still happy to fight as he does have that Aegis. Over towards Saxa he goes. Saxa with the stolen time walk, able to break away. Thompson still poking in from the back lines.
They got the big kill though. They got mid one, and now they have eyes on Thompson. No remnants available.
Nice Ken.
They actually get on top of him.
Has he got enough control? Thompson's still speedy. Time is bought. Breastball to get in. The silence is there as well as the Nimbus. It's going to be big damage during the silence. He's going to pop. Thompson goes down. It was very close to the Octarine, but that's going to slow it down that little bit more. Losing his life like this and into the trees. Have they got anything for Saxa? They don't. Saxa's out with the TP. Make it away. So Alliance, a bit of a punch back. You know, Chrono not quite hitting the mark, but it doesn't matter. Their lead just continues. OG still unable to shake them up as they're losing the big heroes. Mid-bomb going down and Thompson as well.
With a Chrono whiff. That's the thing. It's like OG can't take advantage. That a Chrono just ends up hitting nobody. Definitely some big concerns here in these next moments. Mid one, like you said, he's still farming, but it's just so easy for them to kill him. It's just every single one of their heroes has a way to get on top of him. Handskin. Hot ice too.
Oh,
nice shards.
He's got him. The shards, they're perfect. Couldn't have been done any better. As mid one, he's been found. They will lose FNG. OG, they've got to find some of these cores. They've got to find Nico Baby.
I mean, it's up to Thompson, but he's got BKB, so they have to maybe settle. Just go for the touch.
He's out with the blink, but as you say, they've caught him.
Nice.
So it's not the cores. You know, these cores are just proving to be very hard for them to ever punish.
Oh, the lift after the time walk. He actually gets it off.
Still got the BKB and the Aegis. He's under no threat whatsoever, Nico Baby. He knows they can't kill him.
Yeah,
and the gap's closing. Of course, one of the benefits of just throwing down the chrono like that, you're easily going to have another chance to use it multiple times during this Aegis. 20 seconds, chrono's back up. OG's got to be very, very careful. We just saw that they do lose fights even when the chrono's off the mark. And when it is going to hit, there's the potential for Alliance to just get these huge amount of kills.
And it's always like, look where the lanes all are. It's OG on the back foot of all this. It's always Alliance setting the tempo, setting the pace. Looking to pressure top here, everyone in the area. Yeah, Chrono available, like you said. Sees Seb. Also sees Thompson. Might just commit.
Might just go for these two. Jumping in there, will split in time, so no opportunity for the Chrono straight up. Handskin again, Ice Shards, stopping Seb's escape. Going on to the Enigma, they're trying to help him out. They cannot do so. It's another casualty for OG. As Alliance just continue to get so much out of this. Thompson, has he got the Octarine yet? He's still not quite got it. He's nearly found it.
Okay,
Trying to burst Nico Baby, but just too slippery.
Nico Baby's playing so well. How patient he's being with his Chrono, with his Time Walk and Mask of Madness. He's literally just he's playing the auto attack game after Time Walk for a little bit.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Can they get him this time?
Dire's
nope.
Oh, he thought about the Chrono then. Did start to try and drop it. Aegis is going to get popped already. They're in onto Saxa. Saxa's out of this fight. Turn over towards mid one. Tempest double. Should be easy gold here for Alliance to clean up.
And you see, look at how aggressively Nico Baby, he time walks aggressively into the enemy high ground, knowing how safe he is. He knows he can always get BKB off in like 90% of these. The Enigma Black Hole will never be a threat. Yeah, like Black Hole might be one of those threats to him, but he knows he has the backup of his team there. So he'll always get the time to get the BKB off.
Until the BKB's done on set, there's always going to be ways to quite easily cancel that Black Hole between S4 TPing in position with the silence and of course just the long reach of either the Nimbus or the Ice Path.
Yeah, he's very, very far away from it. 0, 6, and 7. He's struggling. Not even able to go for Greaves this game. He had to just go straight for Pipe because he's versus Zeus. As yeah, OG, all their lanes continuing to be forced in onto their side. Very little options of movements that they can do. But they're going to try something here. The smoke is actually, I believe, looks like it was spotted by the ward there for a second.
Smoke on smoke action. Nico Baby's ready to turn up. He's going to look for the Chrono opportunity. OG, they're pretty grouped up right now. Thompson continue to head in, try and get further info for the side. Nico Baby want to jump. They're still being very patient. Knows that if he's not too careful, Thompson might have a defensive remnant to immediately jump to and dodge the Chrono with.
He's giving a lot of respect to like the time walks, the remnants, like the blinks, anything like that. He's really not trying to whip Chronos. Seb. There's the Pipe. He's tanky.
Well, space has been made for S4 to just take this tier 2 tower up on the top lane whilst this is all going down mid, and he will. Tier 2 tower taken away.
Outpost available. He's got a full BKB, almost an AC finished on this Nature's Prophet too. S4, massive this game, 9-1 and 9.
And Nico Baby's getting his damage online now. Demon Edge picked up on the road to the MKB.
This fight just looks so hard for OG. They're going to look for these bounty runes. Alliance, they're going to chase. Maybe not all the way onto the high ground though. Giving some respect still.
Oh, Sprout out as well as the silence. Sacks are in trouble. He goes down. Thompson throwing a defensive remnant out. Nico Baby looking for opportunities. He's trying to get in on them. He's going to put the BKB. He's stepping up. He has been rooted. He drops the ult. He's got the Chrono onto the two of them. Tries to focus down No Tail first. Needs a few bashes. Stolen Chrono. Actually holds back Hanskin and Limp. Zaxxer with a fantastic steal, but is there follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Limp is up onto Limp. But OG have had to come in with 2 buybacks to try and turn this fight around. They're focusing Limp down, but the snowball from Hanskin taking Limp out to the side. Hanskin will throw himself in to try and make space for Limp's escape, but the chase is there from Thompson. Not enough damage though. Limp able to continue to back away. He's going to go for the TP out,
he gonna get out?
And he's not going to make it. They find him just in time. No Tail with a clumsy net puts a stop to the escape. And Mid One will, by the looks of it, be able to finish off Hanskin. He tried his best to duke it out to the side, but it... Oh, they got him with a lift. They found him. So OG able to hit back with some kills, but they do actually use 2 buybacks for him. So again, despite getting some kills off the back of that, it's not Nico Baby. He's able to live. But it's a little bit of something. It's some XP. It's something, but it's not turning around this big lead that Alliance have.
They need any type of small gains though, right? Like these shirts, it's just it was just the 2 support buybacks, right? Yeah, the 2 support buybacks, anything to get them some type of breathing room in this game. Is they need it desperately. Nico Baby getting a little bit, I feel like that's where he was like, damn, I haven't chronoed in a long time. He really wanted to throw it down. Gets caught in the root during BKB. But like you said, he lived, S4 lived, the big ones. And S4 now has a full AC finished up too. So he's also a pretty right-clicking beast himself.
Oh yeah, I mean, him sort of alongside Nico Baby with pretty much the full MKB. You know, these two, they pack a punch.
Mm-hmm. Blink Dagger, is that finished on Seb?
Yep,
okay,
Seb.
so Seb, he can maybe get some type of opportunities too. If he sees a window where most spells are used, he might be able to land a pretty big ult. Still very hard, OG. These fights still not looking much more difficult for many of these itemizations just yet.
30 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Alliance will be ready to make moves once more with the Chrono.
They could do a big smoke up top around the outpost and around that one ward that they have. And they do have Chrono as Hanskin will get picked apart.
What did you learn?
Nice, do Alliance. I mean, can they make a move whilst they're without their Tusk? They are very strong.
They probably want to fix the lanes a little bit. Bottom's going to start getting shoved in by the Arc Warden too. It's up to S4 how he really wants to make that call about it, because he's the one who's going to be addressing and split pushing those side lanes. He's actually just sitting in the Roche pit. It's got quite some time to spawn, which he does throw a scan.
Yeah, just waiting out by the looks of it until they've got the full lineup back in action.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a nice one there.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to keep it though. Favors the Pupil's Gift this game, Nico Baby, that extra bit of stats.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to be just a bit tankier. OG, they're going to meet up top Alliance. They're all walking over though. Hanskin, he's not TPing yet though.
No-Tail setting up onto S4. S4's got the BKB, turns straight away with the Sprout and the Silence onto Saxa. Nico Baby looking for the perfect opportunity for a chrono. Can he find it? He's into the trees to try and get the setup. Clinical Grab comes out. The Overgrowth cancel big TP out from S4. There's the coming in place. The chrono's down. He's trapped the two big ones. Will kill off Seb. Hobson's able to jump out in time as it comes to an end. That's Seb down and out. No threat of the Black Hole for 40 seconds. The stolen chrono again. It's onto the two of them, but Hans gets in with a punch, and Nico Baby is still able to pop in with a time walk. If they're onto mid one, Alliance winning yet another fight in this game where they just continue to ever grow their lead.
S4 ate pretty much all of the spells, and ate like 2 or 3 quiver hits from Thompson. Octarine actually is working pretty well with him because he got quiver, by the way. But we see the rest of them, you know, Nico Baby, he's in perfect position to get that chrono. Find Seb, and then they just outnumber.
Up. Look at this spawn time just as they take the fight against OG. Roshan enters the fray. Thompson, he's going to try and poke at this. Nico Baby looking to chase, but still with Remnants out and available. Thompson's able to dance out of there. Did buy a little bit of time. Seb, if you want to try and do something crazy, doesn't look like it. He's going to leave this area free for Alliance to fling Roche at the Aegis.
Aegis and
Baby
cheese.
as well as yeah, they're going to let him have both for that. A DD rune as well on the top. Did catch vision of that. Doesn't look like they've got anyone running over to pick it up quite yet.
Just feeling like they can't shut down this Void at all, though. Like, they just don't have the means of control to really get him at all. They get S4 because he full committed onto the front there, but even then, it was very close to them not getting S4 either.
Yeah, it just feels at this point, Nico Baby, if he chronos 2 heroes, pretty much any 2 heroes of OG, Alliance is going to win the team fight.
Nimbus cancelled.
Straight away gets put to an end. I mean, this is going to be the struggle for Seb whilst he's playing without the BKB. So many ways to stop that ultimate. And now Seb, he's going to be chased down. Going with the Malefice, trying to hide in the trees. Linked off to the side, but Nico Baby's hot on the chase. Seb again with another dupe. He's getting in, trying to buy time for that Blink Dagger to come back available, but they've got the vision on him. Seb goes down. Dead for 50. God, 30 to 16 now. 13k lead for Alliance.
Just, it feels so impossible whenever OG's playing against any of... If Alliance even has like one ulti, it just feels like OG can't take the fight there. This Enigma's just way too poor. They have this Arc Warden farming, but the rest of their team just not able to stand toe-to-toe with Alliance at all. And Chronos is back up at 15. The frequency, it's always there. Nimbus also available. Lane's being pushed in.
Let's see who's going to find.
Nico Baby, he's on the hunt.
He might just die for Saxa, yeah. Setup's there behind the tower. Saxa's out. Guards, in an attempt to catch me up on, won't find him. Everyone's able to get away. Snowball over to the side. His Hansken, he's in and on top of No-Tail.
Nico Baby almost chronoed right there. Would have been very close to catching mid one. As Thompson is able to find Limp somehow, though, by himself. A lot of gold, wow. How much experience did he get for that one, too? 2,000 experience with the chrono.
They're just shopping again, that high ground observer inside of the base, setting up for Nico Baby to just immediately make moves onto mid one as he stepped up to the stairs. That ward making that setup happen. Kudos to whoever placed that on Alliance. That did the magic.
Is under attack.
Thank you, FNG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hunting for Thompson.
Ooh.
Got to be ever so careful.
He's
He's trying to get this man.
He's not getting orchided, right? He's actually playing really well at dodging the orchids. He's still 7-2 for his team, but still just feeling so impossible. This Void just has the most absolute free game, and his team is just all.
Just S4. Just he is just so farmed on this Prophet. 11, 2, and 12 S4, and he's gonna have the Satanic so shortly.
Yeah. They just OG just can't take advantage of the downtimes. Like when this Wrath is down, when the Zeus ult's down, when the Chrono's down, they're not able to force the issue at all.
Radiant are scanning.
They're just gonna have to hope and pray really that Alliance makes some huge throw decisions. Still got Aegis for about a minute and a half. They're comfortably farming. OG, now they're able to actually farm their triangle a little bit here, but are they able to actually ever make a move? Are they actually going to be able to take a team fight? Maybe just have to wait for that Seb BKB and just hope. That's really what it's feeling like.
without that BKB. It's seemingly impossible for Seb to really commit in these fights. I mean, sure, the pipe buff's still very handy, but other than that, he's just on the offensive. It's a midnight pulse and just never a black hole. He cannot commit with it right now.
Yep. And we see a full eye of Scotty now picked up for Nico Baby. Oh, mid.
Well, they tried to catch him. I mean, at the end of the day, with the phase boots and the quelling blade, he's always getting out.
Yep. And yeah, Nico Baby, Ice Scotty versus Arc Warden. Yeah. So we know how good that Ice Scotty is versus those ranged carries. He's also always able to get on top of them. And now, Chrono's back up again. So OG, they're not able to capitalize at all out of it again. And their base is actually just being threatened here. S4, he TP's in aggressively.
I mean, he can, right? With his AC and Reaver, he's so tanky. He doesn't care. He's just into the base, and he's ready for them to try and do something about him. Bubble will get laid down.
Seb also actually going to TP back for his team. I thought he was going to continue farming. I thought this was literally all them to just make space to try to farm this BKB on Enigma, because it really feels like it's the last hope for OG, is if they're able to somehow get these big black holes, because the team fights it's impossible.
Yeah, it just has expired for Nico Baby, so now maybe a bit of a window for OG to jump in.
Do they even have the damage? I don't even know if they have the damage.
With this BK, the 3k HP.
3k HP? I don't think they do.
Yeah, with the 20 such armor, and that's without the AC aura. It's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, what's their best sort of damage output is what? Mid one and the double, just being able to punch into someone. That's where sort of the serious sustained damage comes from OG in these fights.
Midnight Pulse?
That's true as well. I guess Midnight Pulse is always just a serious amount, regardless. So probably is the most damage done in each of these fights. If Seb can get the placement with the black ult.
Yeah. It's got to be one of these. The poking apart. He's actually just in on Seb.
He's just going to jump straight in onto Seb. Nico Baby's got the chrono down. He's caught mid one. And he's also found Motel. Just no fear here from Alliance as they just leap into the base. A stolen chrono will lock down Limp and S4, but it's going to look pretty, and that's it. There's nothing to do with it. As they'll get the racks with this one. I mean, just the aggression from Alliance, you couldn't play that any better. Hansken just immediately in. Nico Baby's got him covered with the chrono on the big ones, getting mid one just like that. And OG, they can't even hold. They can't hold the defense.
He committed his gold. He bought the E-Blade. So immediately when he dies, he has no buyback. And we can see Alliance, they know how ahead they were. With the way that Hansken jumps in like that, they know how much stronger they really were than OG.
Yeah. Alliance have I mean, this the game 2 and now this is game 3. Incredibly impressive showings from Alliance.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
They're crushing them. Game 2 was rough. Game 3 it's sort of gone on for a little longer, but at this stage, 22k lead and the damage done to the base, it feels very hard to sort of see a way for OG to get out of this. They're in such a tough spot right now.
It's felt pretty impossible for them to win a fight for the last 15 plus minutes. They've gotten, like we said, they got a couple chase kills, but it's never been them actually just winning a straight up concrete fight. Just always Alliance. And this is the time, right? Chrono's down, Wrath is down for... Thunder God's Wrath is down for about 10 more seconds. But yeah, again, they can't take advantage of any of this. Seb, he's trying to finish up his BKB, and like we said, I feel like that's like going to be their last hurrah.
Yeah, they got to spool everything towards Seb, given the space and get that. And then sort of who do you have to jump? You've got to sort of get 3 of them at least. You've got to get the Void, stop the Chrono. I mean, it's not an easy job for Seb.
Has to get the Void. That's just 100%. That's just about it. That's the main one they need to focus. Anyone else is kind of...
Oh, and S4 is looking to lock down Saxa. Doesn't quite get him in the Sprout, though. Saxa able to slide away with the Time Warp.
Who got all these items? I see spell prisms on both sides. On both sides. But yeah, Zeus Spell Prism, probably the best one, as he also has a lot of Bloodstone charges and all that, too, to work with.
A lot of mangoes. He's ready to stick around forever.
Spell Prism on Arc Warden, also on the side of OG. So more Tempest Doubles to split push the side, more Spark Grace to be annoying for them to stop the high ground push.
And more minus.
And more minus, too. But Alliance, Chrono's back up. They can look to force it more now.
Well, they're going to try and find it. I mean, this jump from Seb has to be incredible. He has to do something crazy.
Nico Baby pops the Minotaur horn very defensively. Spark Wraith's covering the whole area too.
Yeah, this jungle is just a minefield. You're not heading back for it if you're Alliance. No tell. Gonna start things onto S4. Jump forward from Hansken onto the double, trying to hold that back. And S4, he's just able to solo out No Tell with the help of an Nimbus. Just beating him down with these insane right clicks he has to offer. If they could just put him like with just S4 on the front, they know that he is also just a target that's very hard for OG to commit on. He's that tanky. Roshan's up. OG, they've got to try and put a stop to this. Alliance are in full control of the game right now. 23k lead and all the tools to take down Roche very quickly. OG are absolutely going to want to try and put a stop to this. They cannot let Alliance get away with taking this Roshan.
Is under attack.
Out.
Oh. Thompson, Manta to remove it. Jump away. All about this Roche. They're going on to S4 with a double. Thompson continuing to poke S4. Getting low. He's going to be saved for now by the snowball, buying a bit of time, just holding him in place, and they'll still continue to try and finish off the double. Double times out.
They're just constantly, they're trying to spam spells to push them away. Trying to force anything. They forced a Satanic from S4.
Oh, and the BKB. Head's popped. Double. What's he taking out once more? Seb. He's in with the black hole. He's caught the big one. He's onto Nico Baby. But the damage, S4's just right-clicking Seb down, but the lockdown's enough. They get the kill onto the Faceless Void. Thompson has to run with the Remnant down to the low ground. He'll get away. So they do kill the Void. The problem is, with that snipe as well on Thompson, the big problem is that both Seb and Thompson do not have buyback. So you're throwing everything in for that Void kill. And Alliance, if they realize this, they can look to maybe even try and close down the game whilst these two cores are dead.
Yeah,
Nico Baby's chasing.
Charging.
They're able to jump in again. Hansken with the catch onto No-Tail. Another set of shards, trapping No-Tail in. Straight down the mid they go. Over to the side. Saxon trying to push out these waves, but Hansken's on top of him. With 4 dead. Alliance, they're on these tier 4s. Midone's trying to hold with the double, but he's the only one left alive. And Alliance is going to realize there's no buybacks coming into play here. With the time and space, they're getting massive creep waves. 4 siege creeps as well, pushing in, diving into the base. He's looking for the fountain, kills Nico Baby, and he's gonna get it. The bashes are there. They'll get the kill. He does go down, but it doesn't matter. The throne will fall. GG is called. And Alliance, for a second time in a row, just outclassing OG. I mean, OG came in game 1 with sort of what Alliance let them have, right? This PA Magnus, it was strong. They made it work. It's something that OG were comfortable with. Alliance, not only in game 2, they sort of let them have the same thing and prove that they're able to come in with the counter and demolish what OG's comfortable with. They also come in game 3 and where OG tries to switch it up entirely, go for this Arc Warden from Midone, which they have been winning countless games on, and Alliance are able to smash that this time. And without a doubt, this series has just been a massive showcase for just how well Alliance can play when they're on top form.
And how well they can set up their lanes and how well they can set up a nice cohesive draft. This draft, it looked so nice together. Everything, you could see what everyone could do, like how it all came together. OGs, you could definitely feel that there was some little bit of a weirder thing from it with this Arc Warden, this Ember Spirit cores, a little bit weaker. They were able to fight back for quite some time, but you could tell in the majority of this game, it was Alliance winning every single one of the fights versus OG.
It just felt a little off for some of the members. Like Thompson with this Octarine, it's fun to see, but I can't help but feel like we've seen Thompson so many times on this Ember. When he gets sort of the faster standard items, with the Yules, the drums, these things that he's able to make moves with, he's just able to get so much done. This game, he did just fall behind because a lot of the time was just spent trying to get that Octarine done. But,
and it was a little bit strange from OG, but this time it was Alliance punching real hard today.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, this game, S4 and Nico Baby's farm at same levels, and Hansken able to get his hands on the Tusk and show that he can also pull off the moves just as nicely as Sax has been able to in the other games this series. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance closing down OG here in this best of 3 as they will take the victory 2-1 today against OG.
Let's take our time right now. It's just a vibe with you. I feel alive now. I'm feeling like up to the fine. Will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies. Nah. You said you're not set by.
The conclusion to that amazing series has ended up with Alliance putting themselves into the playoffs here with a 2-1 victory over OG once again. And now, as we start getting into our Game Fuel post-match, my panel are trying to figure out why OG went so wrong in that third game and why Alliance are looking super hot here for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. Welcome back, lads. Darcy, QO. Man, this is the series that I wanted. You know, looking at this, yesterday we saw this schedule coming up, and I was like, oh yes, we get to see OG versus Alliance. We get to see these guys playing against each other. Alliance, they've got this strategy, they've got this kind of game style that they play around, and OG, they're kind of the weird guys, right? They pick whatever they want, they play whatever they want, and they play it really well. And these two styles clashed today. We've got a 3-mapper, an insane last game as well, and I couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, I feel in that last game, they just really had their comfort heroes. They had the Faceless Void on Nico Baby. They had the Zeus middle, which is Limp's one of his signature heroes, especially when he doesn't have the last pick. And they had the Global Strat, which has been used before as well. And I just feel like they're not out of comfort at all, especially when it comes to the matchups as well. They just didn't struggle in any lane. And it was very easy to execute their lineup after they got past that laning phase.
Yeah, I think the draft was like very straightforward. And not just like a draft, I think they tried to utilize like their heroes to make that hero work. And as a result, mid one just didn't get any game. Zap couldn't play out his game as well. A lot of mixture of disasters from OG.
All right, lads. Well, it's time for us to hear from the winner himself. We've got Limp on the line here from Alliance. Limp, mate, just like to say congratulations on a big series victory here against OG and putting yourselves into playoffs. I want to touch on something a little bit about OG. Obviously, the TI-10 Battle Pass has ended not that long ago, and these guys can't spam their voice lines anymore. Do you feel like that makes it a lot easier to play against a team that utilizes that kind of mental warfare in these matches?
The voice lines, not really. I always mute everyone, especially OG, so they're always muted, so it's just the tipping, but no, it doesn't really matter.
That's good.
Yeah, congrats on the win, by the way. Very strong
Thank you.
performance in that third game. After going from this series, obviously you guys are in the playoffs, is there going to be any special preparation going into it, or are you guys just going to stick to your own style?
No, we're gonna just play the playoff as we've been playing this other part of the tournament. We're gonna see who we're playing, and then we're gonna prepare.
Yeah, Thompson went like a really weird item all 3 games. Like, since you're
Yeah.
a mid laner, like, what's your opinion about that? Like,
I mean, that's just kind of always been Thompson, though, right? He wants to do his own thing, and he it might not be the best for the game, but he feels comfortable with what he's buying, so he buys it anyways, and he plays well with it. But yeah, in these games, maybe not the optimal builds, I would say.
Yeah, all right. Well, you guys are in some pretty red-hot form right now. Do you guys feel like you have the secret formula to beat Team Secret here and ruin their perfect streak so far in a lot of these grand finals?
For sure, we're gonna destroy them.
Oh,
I like that confidence.
I love some spicy stuff here from Limp. So, mate, before I let you go, I've got one more question for you guys. I've been asking a lot of these teams about a few spicy drafts, and I want to ask you this before I let you go. Are you guys going to pick techies in playoffs?
I don't know.
He doesn't know. It's not a no. It's not a no, guys. I love hearing that stuff.
Sure. Anything is possible.
Oh, I love when these guys give you anything, like a little chance that techies might be picked here. So congrats, Limps, once again. It was an insane series to watch, and good luck for the rest of playoffs as well.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Oh, yes. I love when players have this confidence, especially, you know, it is kind of one of those questions that we've been asking quite a lot of these European teams. Can you beat Team Secret? There is a reason why we keep asking that question, because right now nobody really has an answer for them. And I feel like Alliance, if they continue to play like this, they've certainly got an answer.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it wasn't, oh, we'll just see how it is, because a lot of the teams, that's how they've been answering it. But them, we're going to win.
Yeah.
I love that.
yeah, whoever beats Secret, it's a jackpot at the moment, you know? Like, you get all these reputations and, like, you know, all these goals that you, like, try to aim for. I like it.
I mean, I like it too, and I like watching Alliance, and I like watching OG as well. So luckily for us here in the playoff stage, in the group stage, we get to see OG one more time. They're going 2-1 right now. This means that they still have to play their fourth round matches, to try and get in towards that playoff slot. And now after this series, I don't want to say it was kind of weakness from OG, but it was more the fact that Alliance just played so clean and so crisp across those maps that they won that OG really didn't kind of have an answer. It felt like that third game, the pace of the game from Alliance was just too fast and too quick.
Yeah, and I felt there was no real solution for the Faceless Void as well. We've seen some CIS teams playing Doom against it, or even Venomancer in the side lane to deal with the early game, but he just had a free time throughout the whole game, and there's no real answer unless it was a black hole, but Seb didn't really have a game, so I just don't see how they approach this game without... I mean, there's just no struggle for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, but main thing was that Arc Warden not being able to have a game against Nature's Prophet and Tuskar. I think they shouldn't have let all these like hero go through. If they did, I was more thinking, just put it as pause 2 and pick some like a pause 1 hero. They can change the the tempo of the game.
Yeah, well, you touched on a little bit the fact that this Arc Warden and the Ember Spirit, to you, just didn't feel like a good combination for your 1 and 2. Do you feel like there was something different that they could have picked here for Thompson in this third game to try and alleviate a bit of the pressure that they were getting felt here across mid one's Arc Warden?
I think they shouldn't have picked the Ember Spirit at 4th pick, since they already opened with the Arc Warden in the 2nd pick. So if they pick like something strong in the lane, I think they could think about this core interchanging with the safe lane and mid. Yep.
Okay. What about you, Darcy? How are we feeling with OG going forward here? Obviously, they lost the series to Alliance, which is, you know, no bad thought here for OG. But moving forward into a few more of these series, do you feel like that people have kind of figured out what OG are doing right now? Because this Treant and Arc Warden seems to be kind of their bread and butter a lot of the time when they try and get those map victories, right?
I mean, I agree to some extent. I just feel like they're restricting themselves to these heroes, because there's a lot of heroes they play. It just felt that opening, as QO said, having that Ember and Arkwin so early into the drafting phase kind of restricted their possibilities to kind of counteract some of the heroes that Alliance had. But I think they need to take a page out of other teams as well to deal with the Faceless Void, because right now it's either it's banned or you have the right heroes to deal with it, and it does have a 78% win rate currently, the Faceless Void, so it's a hero that they can open confidently, especially Alliance, since they're very experienced with this hero. But if you don't have any answers to it, there's no way to go about it. So, I mean, I think in particular just the Faceless Void that they have a struggle with. Because in the second game, I felt it was definitely winnable. It's just the silencer pick needed to be changed, but perhaps they could have recognized that the Morphling was coming in the second phase, obviously because of your Shaker first pick. But I don't think they have to change this though. I just think they have to adapt some of the heroes and also the itemization a little bit to be more optimal for the game.
Alright, well what's the answer for the Faceless Void, QO? You're a carry player yourself. You've probably played this hero a magnitude of times. What do these teams need to start doing against this Faceless Void? Because they're just starting to run amok for ESL 1 Germany.
Well, like, I always felt like the answer to the Faceless Void is you just create like a continuous fight and you just beat them over. Otherwise, eventually he's gonna hit like a level 30 minutes, 40 minutes, level 20, 25, and it's scary. Like a 5 second just AoE lockdown. You're eventually gonna have that Monkey King bar at some point. And once you have that item, it's same as a Windrunner Focus Fire, but like to 2-3 people.
So it feels like these teams would be putting more pressure on this Faceless Void, because it's not like OG didn't really have the draft time to get deal with this Faceless Void, because they second picked it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was very early on for Alliance, and it maybe felt like that OG wanted to try and take a different path against the Faceless Void, and it just didn't work out. Right?
I have another counter.
Yeah?
Yeah, like wait till Saturday.
Wait till Saturday.
Yeah.
What?
Why is that? Oh, when the patch is coming out. I was like, what's happening on Saturday? I'm trying to rack my brain, trying to think of all these scenarios that's going on, and just be like, what's going on? It's patch day. Well, let's see if Faceless Void will get nerfed or buffed or whatever. You know, whatever Ice Rock has cooking up here, I'm sure that we're going to accept it with open arms. But let's go and have a look to see what the boys at the back have cooked up for our schedule. Actually, no, it's going to be standing. Sorry. I forgot about that one. We're going to have to see who's going to be in our playoffs. And it's our boys of Alliance here, the nice green name. They're our first team that's going to be in the playoffs with a 3-0 record. Tomorrow we're going to figure out who will be the other team joining with a nice squeaky clean 3-0 heading towards our playoffs. And now the rest of the teams that are sitting here, OG, are 2-1 right now as well. Unfortunately for them, they didn't get their playoff slot. They're going to have to work a little harder to get that one off them. So now as we keep rolling through the standings, see where everyone else is standing. Mud Golems 2-1 as well. Yellow Submarine 2-1. So OG is going to be playing against one of these other teams that are sitting 2-1 as well. So all of these teams probably starting to sweat a bit going into that 2-1 series up against OG if they have to do it. Now rolling through a little bit more, a lot of these teams that are sitting towards the bottom there are at risk of elimination. 1 and 2 scoreline means one series loss away from being outside of ESL 1 Germany. Enigma probably didn't expect themselves to be down there. NIP probably didn't want to be down there as well. But now we see a lot of these other teams, and then Tempo, Extremum, our two teams that have been eliminated so far for ESL 1 Germany. They're the first two, and there are only two for this round so far, as we will see a few more other teams going towards that 1 and 2 scoreline and that 3-0 scoreline as well for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. So lads, we've got two teams eliminated so far. We've got one team in the playoffs. Tomorrow we get to see the second one in the playoffs. Is there much that we're kind of expecting from the rest of these rounds? Obviously OG dropping in that 2-1 slot is kind of spicing it up a little bit, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to struggle to get an actual convincing win towards the later stages, because, yes, they lost to Alliance, but Alliance has been looking really strong even before this tournament. But I would like to see OG to change up a little bit. It's going to be up against Mud Golems or... what was the other team?
There's a few teams that's still sitting on 1-1, so we're not 100% sure what their 2-1 match is going to be. Yeah. But I feel like dropping down to that, OG are going to be kind of happy with whoever they're facing against, right, QO?
Yeah, and like one thing that I know, with like teams like OG and Enigma, they were always never good in group stage. Yep. You have to just wait for the playoffs. Eventually, they're gonna make it to playoff. Like that's a belief that I have, and once they're in, they're gonna show some surprises.
All right, clip it and ship it, everybody. QO said that Enigma is going to make it in the playoffs, and if they don't do it, I want you guys to tweet at him at QODota on Twitter to make sure
I'm changing.
No, you can't. You've already said it. I'm sorry, QO. The clip's already done. It's been shipped. It's been posted. You're already done. But now let's go see how the schedule has been cooked up by the boys in the back here, because I have actually figured out that this is what we're going to be going to next. And now, the schedule. Day number 3 here, or actually the third day of the third round. Yeah, whatever. We're just going to continue with this. Viking GG, 5 men in their 1-1 series. Na'Vi and Windstrike in their 1-1 series. And then Secret versus Team Liquid, our Super Series for the final day of this third round. Winner of that will be joining Alliance in our playoff, and the loser will be going to the 2-1 relegation, where they'll have to play a series against one of these other teams that's poking around in towards the middle of our standings right now. And which series are you guys excited about?
I mean, for tomorrow, or you mean in general?
Tomorrow.
I don't think. Well, Secret Liquid, right, is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, if you guys were going to say anything different, you'd be like, there's a Secret Liquid series, boys. And if this Alliance OG series is anything to go by, that's going to be an absolute banger as well.
I'm just wondering how Liquid's going to approach the game against Secret. I think that's, for me, the more interesting aspect.
You excited for it, QO? We get to cover it again, the A team. Matt's out of the A team now. Unfortunately for him. All right, cool. Looks like I've broken QO for today, so we're going to let him rest and reset ahead of our third day in the round number 3 here for ESL 1 Germany. Before I let you guys go, I'd like to remind everybody that our Mercedes-Benz MVP voting is open, and to make sure you guys get your votes in for your most valuable player, or even just your favorite player. We've seen some sick plays so far in the days that we've had for ESL 1 Germany, so it's going to be a hard task for you guys to find only one player so far. So with that, we're going to let you guys go here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
A little bit of a miscommunication there. Spectre, yeah, she's dead, Gary, very dead. So they just handed
into this area, and Roshan down to about half HP. Boundless Strike gonna jump on the Centaur. Mitch was looking for a sneaky position there to make the initiation. Stomps up, but he's dead. Might have to buy back as Roshan drops low. The RP there is beautiful from Funnick. HR is straight onto them and into the Wukong's command. It's a triple for Monkey. Hellraisers have done it. 3 heroes dead, one has had to buy back, and the Centaur, well, he's got no one left to fight with.
Shackles out. Torres in with a horn, they're straight in onto Charlie. They're trying to save Charlie, get him out to the side, but it's just too much damage. Charlie goes down. They cannot take this egg out, and the egg will pop successfully. A triple kill for Yatoro. And just again, just going back to seemingly as hard of a game as it was just moments ago. It still is for NIP. Actually, full fight with the team. Aaron's going to try for the hook shot in. He's immediately glimpsed out. They've got the Supernova now. They're trying to protect it. The Supernova, can they get it off in time? They can. It will manage to kill the egg. The double kill for Yatoro. They're just cleaning up here. It's 3 dead on NIP. Supreme is surrounded. They go all in on them. It's there. Limp, he's just going to jump straight away over towards Thompson. Mid-1, he's going to look to come out to Nico Baby. Nico Baby getting pushed back by the disarm. Mid-1, very deep in. Oh, it's beautiful for No-Tail, straight in, but the stolen RP! The stolen RP! It's brilliant! It's absolutely brilliant from Hansken! He's just turned the whole fight around! Hansken, he's got the stolen skewer. Sort of moves they can make with it. And looking for Mid-1. Benji being focused. Nico Baby's on top of the PA. Stepping out of the EMP over to the side. Hex has come out onto Limp. Limp and Hansken out of the game. No buyback on these two. As OG just playing with their food here. Killing off Alliance outside of the fountain. Nico Baby trying to stand his ground, but he's tripped up by the tornado. The final hit from Mid-1 coming out. Oh, he's looking for the fountain rampage. He's looking for the fountain rampage, baby. There it is. Ultra kill. Give it one more. Nesbor's trying to get out, but the Hex is there. Can they get it in time? They can. Down. A bad fight for Alliance around the pit as OG pushed them back. Oh my god. Thompson! Oh, he sees him heading over from Hansken. He's just going to jump straight in on the Seb. Nico Baby's got the chrono down. He's caught Mid-1. And he's also found No-Tail. Just no fear here from Alliance. They just leap into the base. A stolen chrono will lock down Limp and S4, but it's going to look pretty, and that's it. There's nothing to do with it. As they'll get the racks with this one. I mean, just the aggression.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. with its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that